Dual cultivation, invincible, beauties galore, thrilling action, unlimited thrilling read. On graduation night, my girlfriend invited me to a hotel, but little did I expect it to be a deadly trap. My kidneys were cut off, and my body was dumped in the wilderness. On the verge of death, I was saved by a stunningly beautiful cultivator, who bestowed upon me a domineering Qilin Kidney, taught me the wondrous method of dual cultivation, and led me into the path of cultivation. From then on, in this materialistic city, I rose against all odds, slaying my ex-girlfriend, becoming invincible, and step by step reaching the pinnacle of life. Chapter 1. The Ultimate Master's Wife. Qingyan City. Jiutianshan Hotel, Room 888. This is a deluxe king-size bedroom. The sound of running water filled the bathroom. Through the privacy glass door, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen, her S-shaped figure, curvaceous and alluring. On the soft, comfortable bed, Qin Xiaochuan, wearing only underwear, sat cross-legged, looking at the alluring scene, his mouth dry, his heart restless. Not long after, the bathroom door opened, and a beautiful woman in her early 20s, about 1.68 meters tall, walked out barefoot. Her exquisite figure was wrapped in a white bath towel, her long, wet hair cascading casually over her fair shoulders and chest, and her shapely, white legs extended from the towel. She was Gui Yujiao, Qin Xiaochuan's girlfriend of 6 months. A delicate, orchid-like fragrance wafted over, invigorating and refreshing. Brother Chuan, do I look beautiful? Dare you take off the towel, and let me see more clearly. Qin Xiaochuan's eyes were fixed on Gui Yujiao, as if drawn by a magnet, unable to look away. His throat bobbed, and he swallowed hard. Gui Yujiao smiled sweetly, pursed her sexy red lips, and then loosened her grip on the towel's collar. The white towel slipped off her body. A gentle voice uttered, like this. A breathtaking scene flashed before Qin Xiaochuan's eyes. Gui Yujiao was wearing a black lingerie set, her full breasts and long, slender legs, combined with the room's dim lighting, exuding a wild and alluring charm. Qin Xiaochuan's eyes widened, a surge of heat rising within him, his nose bleeding. Although they had been dating for 6 months, they had only ever held hands, never even hugged or kissed. Tonight, Gui Yujiao said she had a surprise for him, and he hadn't expected this kind of treat. Seeing this, Gui Yujiao chuckled. Brother Chuan, why aren't you saying anything? Qin Xiaochuan's throat bobbed, and he snapped back to reality, lunging at her. I think it's enough to just wrap yourself in a towel after showering. There's no need to wear a bra. It's a bad habit, you have to correct it. Let me give you a great demonstration. His wicked hands reached out, about to strip Gui Yujiao naked. Gui Yujiao took a step back, causing Qin Xiaochuan to miss his embrace. She placed a hand on his chest, her voice alluring. Don't rush. Take it slow. Tonight will be our first time together, and I want to create romantic and beautiful memories. Come on, let's have a drink first. Hearing this, Qin Xiaochuan chuckled. Okay, I'm not in a hurry. Damn, I didn't realize my innocent girlfriend was so adept at this. It seems she's been secretly watching those videos to prepare for tonight. Gui Yujiao brought over 2 large glasses of red wine, handing one to Qin Xiaochuan, and said softly, Brother Chuan, let's have a toast together. Yes, and let's celebrate our graduation from university today. Starting a new life, Yujiao, I'll definitely find a job and work hard to give you happiness for the rest of your life. Qin Xiaochuan nodded, excitedly drinking with Gui Yujiao. His excitement reached its peak. Soon he would become a real man. What position should he use to start? I need help urgently. Scenes from various adult films are flashing through my mind. I can demonstrate it myself soon. Hee. After downing a glass of wine, Qin Xiaochuan immediately pushed Gui Yujiao onto the bed, roughly tearing her last remaining clothes to shreds. The sound of the cotton fabric tearing greatly stimulated Qin Xiaochuan's nerves. Gui Yujiao exclaimed, Brother Chuan, don't Qin Xiaochuan forcefully kissed her lips, preparing to continue, but he felt his eyelids drooping, a strong drowsiness washing over him. His head slumped, and he collapsed onto Gui Yujiao, his hands pressing down on her, his palms sinking in, unable to continue. Damn, I just kissed her, and I'm already dizzy? This isn't scientific. Qin Xiaochuan shook his head, trying to wake himself up, but found himself becoming increasingly drowsy. With a beep, the room door opened. A man with a center-parted, shaved head, holding a room key, rushed in, habitually closing the door behind him. Yujiao, what's going on? Gui Yujiao quickly pushed Qin Xiaochuan away, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Chung. Wah, I didn't expect him to be so hasty. I didn't even have time to react before he pinned me down. Luckily, the sleeping pills he drank took effect in time. Otherwise, I would have been truly violated. Wah. The man with the shaved head was named Yang Lianqing, one of the 7th sons of the Yang family, one of the 4 major families in Qilin City. Yang Lianqing's lips twitched violently. His woman had been stripped naked and pinned down by a loser college student. His eyes widened in fury. Realizing something, he said in a deep voice, "You mean, you were just pinned down by him, but he didn't actually have sex with you?" Guo Yujiao nodded repeatedly. Yes. Look, he hasn't even had time to take his pants off." Yang Lianqing glanced at Chen Xiaochuan. Although his upper body was naked, his lower body was still wearing a pair of floral shorts. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He walked over, flipped Chen Xiaochuan over, and sneered. "Humph, you loser, you probably don't know, but tonight the one sleeping with you, Jiao, is me, not you. Why don't you take a good look in the mirror? A beautiful college student like you, Jiao, do you think you're good enough for her? If she hadn't been after your kidneys, you Jiao wouldn't have made such a sacrifice." At the same time, he pulled a scalpel from his pocket, its sharp edge gleaming under the room's light. "Yu Jiao, come help." Guo Yu Jiao, naked, moved closer. Chen Xiaochuan, still in a daze, suddenly realized what was happening when he heard Yang Lianqing and Guo Yu Jiao's words. A chill ran down his spine. So, half a year ago, Guo Yu Jiao approached him not because she was attracted to his good looks, but because she wanted his kidneys. Damn it. She thought I was her Prince Charming, but I'm just an accessory in her eyes. Chen Xiaochuan knew he was about to log off under these circumstances and cursed inwardly. "You two scoundrels, I'll haunt you even in death." Yang Lianqing yanked down Chen Xiaochuan's underwear, surprised and jealous, saying, TSK, I didn't expect this kid to be so strong." Guo Yujiao couldn't help but glance at him, her face flushing and her heart pounding, thinking, if only Brother Cheng were half as strong as him. Yang Lianqing's sharp scalpel was pointed at Chen Xiaochuan's abdomen. "Brother Cheng, shouldn't we give him some anesthesia first?" Guo Yujiao said quickly upon seeing this. "Anesthesia my ass. He just took advantage of you. I'm so angry thinking about his hand on your chest. Damn it. I'll make him experience the feeling of having his kidney cut while he's half asleep." Yang Lianqing sneered, and with a swift cut, the sharp scalpel sliced across Chen Xiaochuan's abdomen, blood spurting out. Despite having ingested a large amount of sleeping pills, the intense pain still caused Chen Xiaochuan's body to spasm uncontrollably, emitting low groans of agony from his mouth and nose. TSK, sorry, wrong abdomen. Let's try again." Yang Lianqing casually made another cut. "Oops, wrong again. Let's try again." Guo Yujiao could tell at a glance that Yang Lianqing was doing it on purpose. Only after the 5th cut did Yang Lianqing remove Chen Xiaochuan's 2 kidneys, placing them on the plate held by Guo Yujiao, still steaming and dripping with blood. Done. A bloodthirsty gleam of excitement shone in Yang Lianqing's eyes. Chen Xiaochuan finally lost consciousness completely. 2 hours later, at the edge of Broken Soul Cliff, 100 kilometers away from Qilin City, Yang Lianqing dragged Chen Xiaochuan's still warm body out and threw it directly off. Guo Yujiao watched calmly. She knew perfectly well the Yang family's status in Qilin City. Even if Yang Lianqing killed 1 or 2 people and his crimes were exposed, he would remain unscathed. She thought to herself, "Chen Xiaochuan, don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame it on your lack of status, background, power, and wealth, just a poor nobody. Otherwise, even with your rare blood type, who would dare touch a hair on your head?" After disposing of Chen Xiaochuan's body, Yang Lianqing pulled Guo Yujiao into his arms, patted her head, and chuckled. "Finally done. Come and perform your favorite instrument for me, to celebrate." Guo Yujiao nodded, pursing her lips. A week later, Chen Xiaochuan slowly woke up. "Am I in the underworld? Cough cough. Not bad. I thought you wouldn't wake up for a month, but you woke up in 7 days." A woman's voice, gentle to the extreme, suddenly entered Chen Xiaochuan's ears. Mengpa." Chen Xiaochuan chuckled bitterly. "Mengpa? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm your master's wife." The woman's voice carried a hint of anger. Chen Xiaochuan became more lucid and saw a classically beautiful woman with an incredibly voluptuous figure appear in his line of sight. A pleasant, virginal fragrance wafted towards him. "My master's wife." Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched. Wasn't he just being sexually assaulted? How did he suddenly have a master's wife? Could it be that I've transmigrated into some other world, into the body of some good-for-nothing? Damn, this is so melodramatic. At this thought, Chen Xiaochuan's heart sank. If that were the case, then he would never be able to avenge himself. "Yes, your master died, and I took on his disciple. I've waited here for 2,000 years. I thought I'd find a peerless genius, but instead, I found a dead man. Fortunately, your 3 souls and 7 spirits haven't left your body, so I brought you back." The classical beauty nodded gently and spoke softly. "You mean I haven't transmigrated? I was resurrected on the spot." Chen Xiaochuan realized something, his eyes lighting up. He quickly touched his abdomen. His 8-pack abs from university were still there, without a single scar. Wasn't my kidney cut off? That's right. Your master acquired 2 Qilin kidneys back then, but died before he could attach them. So you got them. The classical beauty nodded and said softly. Qin Xiaochuan was slightly taken aback, then understood. His life had been saved by her, and even the problem of his kidneys being cut off had been perfectly resolved. All right, now that you're awake, I'll pass on your master's cultivation techniques to you. Before Qin Xiaochuan could react, the slender, jade-like finger of the classical beauty touched Qin Xiaochuan's brow, and a flood of information rushed in. He also understood information about the beauty who saved him and his deceased master. They were a married couple, their names unknown, practicing a technique called the 9-yin-9-yang harmony technique, and he had been taught the 9-yang chapter. Of course, besides the technique, there were also chapters on medicine, alchemy, weapon crafting, talismans, and so on. Qin Xiaochuan was shocked. This world actually had true cultivators. But thinking about it, it made sense. Even with his kidneys severed, he had been saved. It was indeed the work of immortals. Actually, I think you considered my opinion before accepting me as your disciple. This is so disrespectful. Qin Xiaochuan touched his nose, looking at the voluptuous beauty before him. The classical beauty smiled gently. If you're unwilling, that's fine too. I'll take back everything I gave you. Let your body rot and maggots infest it, and your soul dissipate. Master's wife, you misunderstand me. What I meant was, at least let me kowtow to you before I pass on my skills. Qin Xiaochuan immediately knelt and kowtowed. Disciple pays respects to the deceased, handsome master, and to the beautiful, celestial master's wife. Master's wife understands that in your current era, spiritual energy is almost depleted, making cultivation as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, the dual cultivation technique my master and I use can still be practiced in this era. The classical beauty nodded gently. Master's wife's time to wake up is limited. Let's hurry. Let me bring you into my sect, and also let you see just how strong your Qilin kidney really is. As soon as she finished speaking, the classical beauty parted her lips slightly, and the white gauze dress on her fragrant shoulders slowly slid down, revealing skin as white as mutton fat jade, and her alluring collarbone. As the gauze skirt fell to the ground, a voluptuous woman's body, exuding an alluring aura, was presented before Qin Xiaochuan like a work of art. Chapter 2. Unable to endure upon witnessing the scene, Qin Xiaochuan was utterly speechless. He never anticipated that this extraordinarily beautiful mistress would confront him in such a manner. Surely, this was rather inappropriate. Qin Xiaochuan smacked his lips, his breath quickening, a strange heat enveloping his entire being. It was evident that Guo Yujiao could not even begin to compare to this classical beauty. The starlets and supermodels he had encountered through entertainment news paled in comparison to her. She was a captivating enchantress that no man could possibly resist. Before Qin Xiaochuan could fully comprehend the situation, the classical beauty pressed herself against him, delivering a fiery kiss. His mind momentarily blanked. It felt incredibly soft and sweet. 10 days later, the classical beauty recoiled, gazing at Qin Xiaochuan with trepidation. No, let me rest for a moment. Truly, the Qilin kidney is too powerful. She understood that, under the influence of the 9-yin harmonization technique, she could effortlessly drain a man's vital essence without deep interaction. Yet, now, confronted by Qin Xiaochuan, she exclaimed her inability to endure any longer. Dear mistress, you are far too modest. Your complexion is radiant, and your spirit is high. Please, do not hold back. Allow me to offer you another opportunity to conquer me. As the saying goes, there are only overworked oxen, never exhausted fields. Do not fret about my well-being. Even if I were to tire myself, it would be my own doing. So, please, unleash your torment upon me. Qin Xiaochuan gazed at the alluring mistress, licking his lips as he spoke again. The classical beauty's lips twitched uncontrollably as she tightly crossed her legs. Torment you? This is clearly tormenting me. Go away, go away. Aren't you striving to become the most powerful person in the world? Don't you desire to embrace beauty and intoxication and wield power with clarity? Are you not seeking vengeance for your blood-soaked grievances? You have reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Go forth and pursue your aspirations. I have lost interest in tormenting you. Just leave me be. The classical beauty waved her hand frantically, stunned by her disciple's audacity. If any cultivator were present, witnessing how Qin Xiaochuan had transformed from a novice to a peak Qi refinement stage expert in merely 10 days of intimacy with a woman, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. For a cultivator, even reaching the first level of the Qi refinement stage, given ample resources and exceptional talent, typically required about a year of arduous training. Common practitioners usually needed 2 to 3 years to achieve such a feat, dear mistress. Am I truly invincible at the Qi refinement stage? Although Chen Xiaochuan was a novice, through his 10 days of interaction with his mistress, he had gained a clear understanding of the levels of cultivation. The Qi refinement stage was merely an entry-level standard, consisting of 9 levels, followed by foundational establishment, golden core, primordial infant, transformation, refining void, integration, great achievement, and tribulation. Each realm is further divided into initial, mid, late, and peak stages. Don't deceive me. Do you think I am like her, ample-bosomed yet lacking in intellect? Of course, having a background is a manifestation of strength. With me, your mistress, supporting you from behind. Whenever you face insurmountable challenges, I shall decisively intervene with my sword. If you are not invincible, who else can be? The classical beauty proudly thrust out her ample bosom, speaking with an air of arrogance. Chen Xiaochuan was taken aback, realizing there was a certain logic to her words. However, through their 10 days of interaction, he had also come to understand his mistress's plight. Over 2,000 years ago, his master and mistress were besieged by 10 masked, unparalleled experts. The master perished, and the mistress was gravely injured, her cultivation diminished. Fortunately, she possessed a treasured artifact, the infinite purgatory tower, which preserved her life. Through their mutual cultivation, she had regained some of her powers. Given the current circumstances, claiming she could decisively intervene against formidable foes seemed far-fetched. Just as Chen Xiaochuan prepared to refute her, unexpectedly, the classical beauty tilted her neck and collapsed onto the ground. Mistress! Mistress! Chen Xiaochuan rushed to lift her up. Is she dead? Could it be that she has long known her time was short? When Master did not manage to implant the Qilin Kidney, she became a lonely virgin for over 2,000 years, wishing to experience the joys of womanhood before her demise, thus allowing me to gain her essence. Now that she has experienced pleasure, could she depart without regret? As for her earlier claims about decisively intervening, perhaps they were merely her prideful boasting. Mistress, do not worry. I shall train diligently, and one day, I will avenge you and Master. Chen Xiaochuan expressed his sorrow. Master, your mistress is not dead. Do not weep. At that moment, a voice echoed in the space. Not dead. Tower, do not comfort me. My mistress has clearly ceased to breathe. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan regained his composure, though his sorrow only deepened. The one addressing him as master was the infinite purgatory tower, which the classical beauty had entrusted to Chen Xiaochuan over the past 10 days. For over 2 millennia, she had remained in this state. Was it not normal? Such a peculiar reaction. The infinite purgatory tower remarked. Oh, when will she awaken? Chen Xiaochuan inquired curiously. With each major breakthrough in your cultivation, she should awaken to engage in mutual cultivation with you once. It is only when you reach the tribulation stage that she will free herself from this slumber, the infinite purgatory tower explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan's eyes sparkled with hope. Those 10 days with his mistress were the most exquisite moments of his life, an indescribable feeling. Now that he was at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, if he successfully established his foundation, he could continue to engage in profound intimacy with her. Tower, I have one more question. My mistress said that with her support, I would be invincible. Is this true? Chen Xiaochuan blinked and asked. In a one-on-one confrontation, your deceased master would not be her opponent. In my recollections, she was indeed invincible. As for the specifics of that time, I am currently in a semi-damaged state, and many memories are lost. However, do not worry. Even if your mistress is currently weakened, I am here, with me backing you. Even if we cannot win, we can flee. As long as you are not killed, you are not deemed defeated. The infinite purgatory tower responded. Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched. He had not expected the infinite purgatory tower to share the same arrogance as his mistress, giving off an utterly unreliable impression. Enough, enough. Take me away. Chen Xiaochuan set down his enchanting mistress, consumed by thoughts of the unspeakable hatred he harbored towards Yang Lianqing and Gui Yujiao for their heinous acts. All right. The infinite purgatory tower replied eagerly. At that moment, a white light radiated from Chen Xiaochuan's body. In the next instant, he found himself in a pitch-black valley. This was the bottom of the soul-severing cliff, the very place where Yang Lianqing had disposed of bodies. As night fell, the moon hung high and the stars were few, enveloping the world in silence. Chen Xiaochuan shook his head, sensing the mysterious black tower radiating an eerie energy within his chest, confirming that this was no dream. He was no longer a virgin, but a cultivator. Watch me soar to the heavens. Chen Xiaochuan slightly bent his knees, then sprang forth like a spring. Ah, damn it. In a mere 10 meters, Chen Xiaochuan found himself clinging to the cliff face. Master, you are merely at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. To fly, You are still far from capable. Stop bouncing and climb up properly. The voice of the infinite purgatory tower echoed in Chun Xiaochuan's mind. How can I, a dignified cultivator, resort to climbing? This is utterly humiliating. Yet, no one is watching. Resolute, Chun Xiaochuan began to ascend the uneven cliff face, moving like a gecko. At an elevation exceeding 2,000 meters, Chun Xiaochuan stood atop the soul-ending cliff, gazing out at the splendid city of Qingyun, adorned with vibrant neon lights, over 100 kilometers away. Clenching his fists tightly, he could hear the sound of cracking knuckles. From this moment forth, I shall stand at the pinnacle of this world, compelling all beings to prostrate themselves at my feet. Yang Lianqing and Guo Yujiao, you surely did not anticipate my survival, did you? Haha. Chapter 3. 5-star service on the winding mountain road. A shadow darted swiftly by. It was Chun Xiaochuan. After descending from the soul-ending cliff, he sprinted along the road leading to Qingyun City. Maintaining an extraordinary pace of approximately 60 miles per hour, covering 20 kilometers without a single breath. Chun Xiaochuan was astonished by his own remarkable stamina. Just then, the roar of an engine grew louder as it approached. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class, racing at a speed of 150 miles per hour, sped towards him. Its laser headlights blinding him momentarily, causing him to squint slightly. Young Master Yang, it seems someone is in our way. Slow down. Damn, how dare he obstruct my path? I'll run him over. The Mercedes accelerated to 160 miles per hour, gaining speed rather than slowing down. Bang! The figure was struck and hurled several dozen meters away, crashing into a tree with a trunk about 60 centimeters in diameter, snapping it in half. The front of the Mercedes was left with a massive dent, and the vehicle lost control, sliding into another tree before finally coming to a stop. Its hood emitting black smoke. Damn it, this has wasted my time searching for the yang grass for Chengge. Wang, are you certain the yang grass can be found on the cliff? Tomorrow night is Cheng Ji's 27th birthday. If I fail to find it, I would have no face to show him, especially after boasting in front of him. I cannot return empty-handed. A young man pushed open the car door, cursing as he stepped out. Young Master Yang, rest assured, 30% of the yang grass harvested by our Holy Hand sect is found on the soul-ending cliff. You have experienced its effects. It will definitely help your brother, Yang Lianqing, avoid finishing in 10 seconds. No exaggeration, it can last at least half an hour. Oh, that's splendid. Unfortunately, this car is now wrecked, and there are still many kilometers to the summit. I'll call for another vehicle. It should arrive in time for my brother's birthday party. If this works out, I'll owe you a favor, Wang. Heh, young Master Yang. This time I want to ask for money. Can I make a different request? Wang, you aren't asking for money? Is the sun rising from the west? What do you desire? I have encountered that university student, Guo Yujiao, who is often seen with Yang Lianqing. She is indeed a rare beauty. I have heard that once you procure the yang grass and satisfy your brother, he may offer her to you as a reward. Is that true? Of course. Whenever my brother tires of a woman, he always asks me if I want to take over. Then I propose that once you grow tired of her, you let me have a turn with Guo Yujiao as payment for helping you find the yang grass. How does that sound? That is no problem. I'll invite you to join in the fun. After all, sharing joy is better than solitary enjoyment. Haha, I am exceedingly grateful, young Master Yang. Now, let me call for a car. As the young Yang was about to take out his phone, a shadow emerged, bathed in moonlight, gliding forth like a specter. How could you be in league with Yang Lianqing? Chun Xiaochuan asked, his expression icy. Wah, you're still alive. The young man was taken aback, instantly recognizing Chun Xiaochuan as the individual he had just struck with his vehicle. Chun Xiaochuan moved like lightning, grasping the young man's throat. Kid, you possess an audacious spirit to disrespect young Master Yang. Indeed, he is Yang Lianqing's cousin, the 9th young master of the Yang family in Qingyun City. Release him and kneel to apologize. Perhaps you may yet find a way to survive. The young man from the Holy Hand sect shouted. Crack! Chun Xiaochuan crushed Yang Lianhu's neck, discarding him like refuse onto the ground. A sardonic smile gracing his lips as he looked at the young man from the Holy Hand sect. As you wished, he is released. Yang Lianhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Frozen in death, unable to comprehend his sudden demise. The Holy Hand sect disciple stood in shock, his throat tightening. He was fully aware that Yang Lianhu was at least a novice martial artist, capable of breaking bricks and performing incredible feats. And yet this ragged young man had killed him as easily as swatting a fly? In the realm of martial arts, he was on par with Yang Lianhu, both being novice yellow-tier practitioners. It was confirmed. This was someone he could not defeat. Brother, I assure you, I am not affiliated with Yang Lianhu. I was merely hired to assist him in locating medicinal herbs. I hail from the Holy Hand sect. My name is Wang Kuei. My master is the 10th elder of the Holy Hand sect, Zhao Shan. I kindly request you grant me mercy and allow me to leave. I promise not to disclose a word of tonight's events. I will simply say Yang Lian who died in a car accident. Wang Kuei quickly smiled ingratiatingly, attempting to placate Chen Xiaochuan. Chen Xiaochuan's cold gaze pierced through him like a blade. Wang Kuei shivered uncontrollably, his body trembling as if caught in a storm. Chen Xiaochuan nodded mockingly, saying, "So you are from the Holy Hand sect. Sounds impressive. Do you have any money with you?" I didn't bring cash. But I have this card with $2,000 on it. The password is 168,861. Feel free to use it." Wang Kuei hastily offered his bank card, secretly relieved, believing that his background had intimidated Chen Xiaochuan enough to settle for money, merely seeking a way to save face. By the way, where is Yang Lianqing celebrating his birthday tomorrow night? At the Zunlong Club. Chen Xiaochuan unceremoniously took the bank card, grinning widely. "Well, since you've offered me money, I can't just take it without giving something in return. Let us send you on your way." "On my way? What do you mean? You're going to kill me?" Wang Kuei's eyes widened in shock. "Congratulations, you answered correctly." Chen Xiaochuan's smile grew increasingly sinister. A fist rapidly enlarged in Wang Kuei's vision. Wang Kuei's heart raced. "What? After paying, I am still to be killed? Do not be alarmed. This 2,000 is merely the fee for your lifelong ticket to the underworld. 5-star service. Specializing in a quick and painless departure." "No." Bang. The fist struck Wang Kuei's head with tremendous force, shattering it like a watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere. Wang Kuei collapsed into a pool of blood. Little did he expect that as a disciple of the Holy Hand sect, he would still meet such a fate. Chen Xiaochuan retracted his fist and turned his gaze toward the direction of Qinyan City. "Yang Lianqing, is it your birthday tomorrow night?" Heh. Chapter 4. The bar in the Enchantress. When Chen Xiaochuan arrived in Qinyan City, it was just past 8 o'clock in the evening. The vibrant nightlife of the splendid city began to unfold at this hour. The summer heat lingered in the air. Walking down familiar streets, his dark eyes darted around, scanning the curvaceous figures of women clad in body-hugging skirts, short shorts, and sheer black stockings. The tantalizing lines of their silhouettes were strikingly alluring, rendering him momentarily entranced. His throat dry as he swallowed. He mused inwardly. In the past, seeing these long-legged beauties merely stirred my heart. Now, however, I cannot help but be captivated. Especially with the 2 Qilin kidneys that my master gifted me. They require proper care. As those enchanting beauties passed by Chen Xiaochuan, they instinctively distanced themselves, revealing expressions of disdain. Chen Xiaochuan understood that it was due to his current appearance, tattered clothing, and disheveled hair that obscured his striking good looks. Subsequently, he entered a clothing store and spent 5,000 yuan to acquire a new outfit. He then visited an upscale hair salon, where he invested another 1,000 yuan to have a stylish, eye-catching dragon beard hairstyle designed by the stylist. The transformation was remarkable, revitalizing his overall demeanor. Afterward, Chen Xiaochuan boldly stepped into a bar named Night Enchantment. This marked his inaugural experience in a bar, having previously been merely a downtrodden university student. With 14,000 yuan remaining from Wang Kuei, his outlook on life had shifted dramatically following a brush with death. He believed that life should be lived freely, indulgently, and with a focus on immediate pleasure. Upon entering the bar, he immediately attracted dozens of admiring glances. "Ladies, look, that guy is so handsome. Where's the handsome guy? Let me see. Wow, he's truly charming. Even more so than the new king, Li Junfeng. My goodness, I'm in love." Before he could even take a seat, he was surrounded by a throng of heavily made-up women, each exuding an eagerness that suggested they might devour him whole. "Handsome, can I buy you a drink? Hey, can we connect on WeChat? I confess, I want you to ride me." Chen Xiaochuan quickly discerned that these women were of dubious character. Their sense a chaotic blend that hinted at numerous past encounters. As a cultivator destined for greatness, he was not inclined to entertain just any woman. This scene elicited envious and resentful gazes from the male patrons. "Damn, that guy is so good-looking. He must be having a fantastic time tonight." The men were further astonished when Chen Xiaochuan declined each advance. The rejected women, however, showed no signs of disappointment. They recognized from his demeanor that he was inexperienced in nightlife, which only heightened their excitement. They refrained from pressing further, merely slipping their business cards into his pockets, indicating their readiness for a call. Several bold women even dared to flirt, playfully patting his rear as they handed over their cards. Chen Xiaochuan found this amusing but chose not to dwell on it. "Waiter, a martini please." He snapped his fingers at a male bartender, his gaze drawn to a dancer clad in minimal attire, swaying to the pulsating music, a smirk gracing her lips. "Coming right up." The bartender soon slid a meticulously crafted martini toward him. Enjoy. Chen Xiaochuan raised the glass, swirling it before downing its contents in one swift motion. Just then, a voluptuous woman in a form-fitting black dress approached him, her high heels clicking against the floor. Exhaling a cloud of white smoke, she gazed at him with her large, sparkling eyes and extended a delicate hand. Moments later, someone delivered 2 cocktails, and she softly asked, "May I offer you a drink?" Turning his head, Chen Xiaochuan found himself captivated by this alluring woman. The fragrant aroma enveloped him, and he felt a slight quiver in his throat. The scent she carried was distinct from those of the previous women, pure and likely indicative of her being untouched. Realizing this, Chen Xiaochuan's interest peaked considerably. "You haven't slipped anything into this drink, have you?" he inquired, a teasing smile playing on his lips. This prompted a delightful laugh from the woman. "Oh, handsome. Do you often find yourself drugged?" She playfully tossed her hair back, exuding charm and allure. "Indeed, just recently I was drugged and had my kidney removed," Chen Xiaochuan replied with a grin. Her laughter rang out, light and infectious. "Not only are you handsome, but you're also quite humorous." After taking a sip from the drink she had offered, she continued, "I've tasted it, so you can rest assured." Chen Xiaochuan seized the other untouched drink, downing it with a grateful nod. "Thank you for the delightful beverage." Suddenly, she leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear, whispering, "I have some exquisite wine in my collection. Would you like to try it?" "Absolutely." Chen Xiaochuan nodded eagerly. "Follow me." She turned with an enchanting sway, leading him away. "You're incredible. Even our boss is smitten with you," the bartender exclaimed, giving Chen Xiaochuan a thumbs up. "Your boss?" Chen Xiaochuan's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at the woman's alluring figure, feeling invigorated and following her swiftly. Amidst the envious stares from numerous onlookers, Chen Xiaochuan followed her out of the bar's main area and upstairs. So he asked after the boss lady, Hongjie. No wonder he rejected those other women. If it were me, I'd do the same. The boss lady is my dream goddess. The realization struck him. Money only attracted ordinary women. True beauty required handsome looks. On the 3rd floor of the bar, the decor was opulent, a private space for the bar's owner. The room was filled with a pleasant fragrance. "I heard you are the owner of this bar?" Chen Xiaochuan closed the door behind him, gazing at Hongjie as she sauntered over. He casually sat on the sofa, exuding confidence. Hongjie retrieved a bottle of 82 Lafite from her wine cabinet, pouring 2 glasses before settling herself on his lap and handing him one. "Yes, I am the owner. Is there a problem?" With a beauty akin to a ripe peach in his embrace, Chen Xiaochuan felt an insatiable urge. He took the wine and drank deeply, thinking there was no problem at all. "Don't speak, just kiss me." With that, he firmly pulled her closer, crashing his lips against hers. Hongjie let out a soft moan, feigning resistance for a moment before melting under his fervent embrace. Internally, she was bemused. Wasn't she the one who invited him to kiss her? As Chen Xiaochuan conquered Hongjie, he simultaneously channeled his cultivation technique. Feeling astonished that the bar owner was indeed a virgin, a tremendous influx of pure energy flowed into him. "Master, she is merely an ordinary woman." And without the support of the 9-yin harmony technique, absorbing her essence further could prove fatal, a voice resonated in his mind. Startled, Chen Xiaochuan paused, promptly ceasing his cultivation. The remainder of the time was spent calming the restless energy within him. As the hours passed, day turned to night, and then back to day again. Chen Xiaochuan glanced at the time. It was nearing 8 o'clock, and he reluctantly came to a halt. Hongjie lay soft and languid in his embrace, akin to a lazy cat, panting as she remarked, "You claimed your kidney was removed. Yet you have tormented me for an entire day and night. Have you taken some sort of medication? What I possess is a rare talent, youthful vigor, and besides, have you ever seen anyone take medicine that lasts a whole day and night? Those so-called brothers boast about it, but it barely lasts 2 hours." Chen Xiaochuan rolled his eyes dramatically. Hongjie blinked her beautiful eyes and nodded gently. "You are right. Even if one took Viagra, it wouldn't be this impressive. All right, let us take a shower together." Chen Xiaochuan tenderly caressed Hongjie's lovely face. "You go ahead. I am utterly exhausted and can hardly move." Hongjie shook her head, nodding. Chen Xiaochuan proceeded to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. As he stood under the cascading water, he wondered if, after absorbing Hongjie's essence, he had entered the foundational stage of cultivation. He immediately sensed his cultivation level, his lips twitching slightly. What? Still at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining? Yet, why did it feel as though my cultivation had improved significantly? What is happening? "Master, you are now at the 10th level of qi refining," came the voice of the infinite purgatory tower. "Wait, isn't qi refining only 9 levels? How am I at the 10th level?" Chen Xiaochuan was dumbfounded. You are indeed at the 10th level of Qi refining. Perhaps it is due to your extraordinary talent, setting you apart from others, the tower replied. That makes sense. Perhaps it is related to the transformation of my kidney. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, deciding not to dwell on the matter. He exited the bathroom and dressed quickly by Hong Jie's bedside. Hong Jie, I have matters to attend to. Rest well. After getting dressed, he kissed her forehead. This evening marked Yang Lianqing's birthday, and Chen Xiaochuan had not forgotten. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Hong Jie's eyes. She hadn't anticipated his abrupt departure after a night spent together. Where are you going? She instinctively inquired. I'm going to deal with a couple of people. Chen Xiaochuan grinned. Hong Jie's lips twitched, rolling her eyes dramatically. Forget it, just go? This guy, not a scar on him. Yet he claims to have been castrated and now speaks of murder. What a load of nonsense. Handsome men are indeed unreliable. Chen Xiaochuan was speechless. It was truly difficult to be honest in this day and age, as no one believed the truth. Well, I'll take my leave. You stay here and wait for me. I'll return later tonight. He said. You still plan to come back? Hong Jie's mouth twitched again. Of course. As you know, I am a freshly graduated student with nowhere to return to. Your bed is quite comfortable. Moreover, with a beauty like you accompanying me, how could I resist returning? Besides, since we shared a night together, do you wish to pretend as if it never happened? Chen Xiaochuan wore a cheeky grin. Hong Jie was utterly bewildered. This guy was treating her place like a hotel. Not only was he freeloading, but he also expected her to be responsible for him. How audacious. Chapter 5. The demanding Shura the Zunlong Club was one of the top 10 nightclubs in Qingyun City and also a property of the Yang family. Tonight, the Zunlong Club was exceptionally lively, as it hosted Yang Lianqing's 27th birthday celebration. Guests flooded in, filling the venue with high-profile attendees. Dressed in a sharp suit, Yang Lianqing beamed at the wealthy young men and various business owners who had come to support him. Brother Cheng, happy birthday. Gui Yujiao. Clad in a revealing black mini dress that showcased her long, elegant legs clad in black stockings, caught the eyes of many male guests, who gazed at her in awe. They cast envious glances at Yang Lianqing, imagining the ecstasy of sharing a bed with such a stunning university beauty. Yang Lianqing's gaze wandered into Gui Yujiao's low-cut neckline, his heart racing as he pulled her waist closer, leering, "You little vixen, tonight I will show you what it means to be appreciated after 3 days apart." He did not mention the plans involving Yang Lianhu and the Saint Han sect to dig up Yang Chao, as he intended to surprise Gui Yujiao later that night. Brother Cheng, I look forward to it. Gui Yujiao playfully bit her luscious red lip, her face a mask of flattery. Though inwardly she scoffed. If it weren't for your power and status, I wouldn't bother with you. Each time is over in less than a minute, utterly disappointing. And your performance is akin to that of an 8-year-old child. Just then, a figure appeared like a specter, moving swiftly. Before Yang Lianqing could comprehend the situation, he felt a tightening around his neck, his feet leaving the ground as a wave of suffocation washed over him. Gui Yujiao's eyes widened in horror as she stuttered. "Ch Chen Xiaochuan. It can't be. How is he still alive?" The crowd of over 100 attendees gaped in disbelief as they witnessed Yang Lianqing being held by the throat, lifted effortlessly by an incredibly handsome young man. Who is that guy? How dare he treat young Master Yang like that? I don't know him, but he looks quite dashing. I recognize him. That guy seems to be a student from Qingyun University and was once in a relationship with Gui Yujiao. However, he is just a nobody, lacking any significant background, which is why Gui Yujiao dumped him. So he is a rival in love. Yet, for the sake of a woman, he dares to cause a stir here? What a fool. He will soon regret it. Poor guy, was it worth it for a woman? Indeed. There are plenty of young models in the club. A few days of hard work could earn him a night with one of them. Yang Lianqing recognized Chen Xiaochuan, his body shaking with disbelief. He could not fathom how a man who had been castrated and thrown off a cliff was still alive. But soon, Yang Lianqing dismissed the thought. After all, Chen Xiaochuan was merely a nobody. What was there to fear? With that mindset, despite being choked, Yang Lianqing's eyes filled with disdain as he sneered. "Chen Xiaochuan, how dare you choke me? You are seeking death." Gui Yujiao, regaining her composure, realized that even if this guy was still alive, he was still a poor loser in front of young Master Yang. How could she have been frightened by him earlier? What a disgrace. At that moment, 13 muscular thugs, each adorned with tattoos and emanating a fierce aura, stormed out of the nightclub. These thugs, all trained fighters, were known for their ruthless demeanor. "Release young Master Yang at once, or I will kill you. Are you deaf, you little brat?" Faced with the intimidating thugs, Chen Xiaochuan merely smiled calmly and tossed Yang Lianqing aside. The thugs assumed Chen Xiaochuan had been intimidated by their presence, but before they could revel in their victory, Chen Xiaochuan charged forward like a tiger among sheep. His movements were lightning fast. Bang, 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 bang. With each punch, a thug fell, some with their skulls shattered, others with their chests caved in, and some with their necks broken. In merely 10 seconds, it was all over. 13 henchmen lay sprawled in pools of blood, their demise a sight too gruesome to behold. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene, so profound that the fall of a pin could be heard. Each onlooker felt a tempest of emotions stir within, shivers running down their spines, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. It was hard to believe that the seemingly fragile university student had, with bare hands and untouched by harm, vanquished 13 of the Yang family's professional thugs. Yang Lianqing swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the horrific scene. Gui Yuqiao, terrified, shrank behind him, her legs trembling and her body quaking. They had never anticipated that Qin Xiaochuan would exhibit such ferocity, dispatching foes with such efficiency. He was no longer the easily bullied student. He was a harbinger of death, a messenger from hell. Qin Xiaochuan surveyed the corpses littering the ground, a mocking smile gracing his face. You all put on a grand display, trying to intimidate me. Who were you trying to scare? A bunch of fools. His gaze shifted to Yang Lianqing, who now appeared as pale as a ghost, wishing desperately to retreat to the safety of his mother's embrace. Fear reflected in his eyes screamed for Qin Xiaochuan to stay away. With an innocuous smile, Qin Xiaochuan strolled towards Yang Lianqing. Young Master Yang, do not fear. I come with no malevolent intent tonight. The crowd erupted in a sweat of disbelief. How could he claim no ill will after slaughtering so many of the Yang family's enforcers? Yang Lianqing stammered, in no ill will? I find that hard to believe. I am aware that tonight marks your 27th birthday, Qin continued, and regrettably, I arrived too hastily to bring a gift. Thus, I shall offer you a few slaps instead. Happy birthday. As he pronounced these words, he struck Yang Lianqing's face repeatedly, the sound of flesh hitting flesh resonating through the air. After 6 resounding slaps, Yang Lianqing's visage swelled, crimson handprints stark against his skin. Such a precious gift, and you do not even utter a word of gratitude? Qin Xiaochuan shook his head, delivering another forceful slap that sent Yang's teeth flying. Blood erupted from his mouth, pooling on the ground as the crowd looked on in astonishment, witnessing this brutal display masquerading as a birthday celebration. At that moment, a shadow darted forth, sharp eyes locking onto Qin Xiaochuan. Recognizing the figure, Yang Lianqing cried out in desperation, Master Zhou, save me. This man, Zhou Gang, was a highly sought-after protector, renowned for his martial prowess, capable of delivering a blow powerful enough to fell a bull. Yet, much to everyone's astonishment, Zhou Gang did not address Yang Lianqing, but instead directed his words at Qin Xiaochuan. I know you are also a martial artist. I do not wish to complicate matters further. Out of respect, I ask you to leave this matter here tonight. Zhou Gang had chosen not to engage. Realizing he could not gauge Qin Xiaochuan's strength and acknowledging that his own life was not worth risking over a paycheck. Martial artist? I am a cultivator. Qin Xiaochuan scoffed inwardly, dismissing Zhou Gang's attempt at intimidation. With a flicker of amusement, he vanished from view, his fist expanding in Zhou Gang's line of sight. The sound of wind rushing filled the air as Qin Xiaochuan closed the distance with astonishing speed. Zhou Gang, realizing too late that evasion was futile, braced himself, arms crossed to protect his chest. In the next instant, Qin Xiaochuan's fist collided violently with Zhou Gang's arms, producing a sickening crack as they shattered under the force. The momentum of the strike propelled forward, piercing through Zhou Gang's chest, rupturing his heart and sending blood gushing forth. Zhou Gang's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom that he, a seasoned martial artist, had been so swiftly dispatched. In a heartbeat, Zhou Gang's head lolled, lifeless, as the crowd stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched on their faces. The legendary master had fallen to a single blow. Yang Lianqing was struck dumb, realizing that his last vestige of hope had been obliterated. His gaze towards Qin Xiaochuan was filled with despair, struggling to reconcile this formidable figure with the university student he had wronged. Qin Xiaochuan turned back to Yang Lianqing, lifting him once more. My kidneys, you say? Of course. Even if I retrieve them, they cannot be reattached. But what is rightfully mine must be reclaimed. Yang Lianqing, now stripped of his bravado, pleaded like a dog. I didn't T1 your kidneys. It was my uncle Yang Tianyun. I gave them to him. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I'll pay any amount. Even Gui Yuqiao, you fancy her, right? I'll give her to you. She is quite accommodating. The crowd, previously bewildered by the violence, now grasped the truth. This conflict stemmed not from romantic rivalry, but from a grievous act of vengeance. They were left baffled, however, by how a man who had endured such a grievous injury could still display such strength. A glimmer of amusement crossed Qin Xiaochuan's eyes as he thrust his fingers like a blade into Yang Lianqing's abdomen, violently extracting one of his kidneys. Ah! Yang Lianqing screamed in agony, his body convulsing. Qin Xiaochuan clenched his fist, reducing the bloody organ to pulp. He then seized the other kidney, crushing it in his grip, before gouging out Yang Lianqing's eyes. Finally, he discarded the wretched figure like a discarded dog, delivering a final, crushing stomp to his head. With a loud crack, Yang Lianqing's skull shattered, brain matter splattering everywhere. Yang Lianqing met his end at the age of 27. Forever haunted by the irony that his birthday had become his day of doom, Guo Yuqiao, having never witnessed such a bloodbath, screamed in terror, while onlookers trembled, some fainting from sheer fright. Qin Xiaochuan's blood-stained hand shot out, gripping Guo Yuqiao by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. Her voice ceased abruptly, a wave of suffocation washing over her, awakening a primal instinct for survival. Xiaochuan, I was forced by Yang Lianqing. I had no choice. I love you. Can we start over? Tonight, I'll make amends and serve you well. Guo Yuqiao desperately deflected the blame onto Yang Lianqing. Qin Xiaochuan smiled faintly. I know you are not that kind of person. Very well, later you shall wash yourself clean, and I will see just how exquisite you truly are. A flicker of joy crossed Guo Yuqiao's eyes. She had not anticipated that persuading Qin Xiaochuan would be so effortless. Indeed, the ancients spoke truthfully. Even the mightiest hero can falter before a beautiful woman. However, as soon as Qin Xiaochuan's words fell, Guo Yuqiao's happiness lasted but 3 seconds. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Qin Xiaochuan abruptly twisted Guo Yuqiao's neck, casting her lifeless form to the ground. What a worthless wretch. Thinking she could sleep with me. How naive. Guo Yuqiao's eyes widened in shock, failing to close in death. She had never imagined Qin Xiaochuan would so ruthlessly end her life. What a deceiver. Many male onlookers silently lamented the loss. How ruthless was this Qin Xiaochuan? To kill such a beauty without a second thought, denying them any chance to seize the moment. After dispatching these two treacherous souls, Qin Xiaochuan felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet he understood that the matter was far from resolved. Anyone associated with his kidney would have to pay a price. His devilish gaze swept across the assembly, and all heads bowed. Too fearful to meet his eyes. I know there are still members of the Yang family among you. Go back and inform your current head that tomorrow morning I shall personally pay a visit to demand an explanation. Upon uttering these words, Qin Xiaochuan strode confidently toward the entrance of the nightclub, leaving behind a crowd that trembled in fear. Just as he took a few steps, a booming voice resonated from outside, shaking the hall. What an arrogant brat. I, Yang Qilin, the head of the Yang family, am here. While I have no explanation to give, you shall provide one tonight. Hearing this, Qin Xiaochuan paused momentarily. He soon beheld an elderly man dressed in a black long robe, approximately 60 years of age, accompanied by more than 20 men, their intentions radiating menace. The Yang family's intelligence network was astonishingly swift. They were indeed one of the 4 great families of Qingyun. It was unexpected to see Yang Qilin himself leading the charge, for it was only natural that he could not remain idle after the loss of his kin. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Although Qin Xiaochuan was decisive in his actions, onlookers began to realize that grievances must be addressed, and they could safely assume the role of mere spectators, detached from the unfolding drama. Many who had initially felt fear now found excitement coursing through their veins as they watched Yang Qilin and his entourage enter. Qin Xiaochuan's piercing gaze shot forth like a blade. To the crowd, Yang Qilin's presence was imposing, suffocating even. Yet to Qin Xiaochuan, the aura these men emanated posed no threat whatsoever. It was nothing short of a farce. He inwardly mused. My master once said that this world, now devoid of spiritual energy, is unsuitable for cultivation, and it is indeed true. Those who once seemed formidable to me now appear as mere trash. None of them are worth my attention. You rabble, think you can demand an explanation from me here? Do you not fear your own hubris will be your undoing? Qin Xiaochuan rolled his eyes dramatically, his expression dripping with disdain. At his words, Yang Qilin and his martial companions were rendered speechless. We are rabble? They thought incredulously. Yang Qilin had achieved his status through martial prowess, reaching a terrifying pinnacle of Earth stage cultivation. Accompanying him were 2 other peak Earth stage experts, hired guardians of the Yang family. The remaining members were at least mid-level Earth stage practitioners, with some even at the pinnacle of that realm. This formidable assembly was the very foundation of the Yang family's standing in Qingyun City, capable of confronting even a nascent heaven stage powerhouse. The gathered crowd sensed that Qin Xiaochuan was overstepping his bounds. What an arrogant brat. Yang Qilin has sent Lei Batian to teach him a lesson. A peak Earth stage man, unable to tolerate Qin Xiaochuan's demeanor, surged forward with lightning speed. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, Lei Batian, who charged at Qin Xiaochuan, was swiftly sent flying back with a resounding thud, crashing to the ground with a deep dent in his chest, his lifeless eyes wide open. Gasps filled the air as onlookers processed the scene. Good heavens! Lei Batian, a peak Earth stage expert, was dispatched in a single blow? That young man must be a heaven stage warrior. In the eyes of the crowd, those capable of reaching the Earth stage typically began their training at no less than 30 years of age, yet Qin Xiaochuan appeared to be barely over 20. Even Yang Qilin and other Earth stage experts wore expressions of disbelief. Xiao and Mo, let us attack together. We must end this swiftly. Yang Qilin urged his 2 Earth stage guardians. They nodded in agreement. Now fully aware that Qin Xiaochuan's ability to dispatch a peak Earth stage fighter with ease warranted their utmost seriousness. They even suspected he might be a heaven stage master. In the next instant, the 3 figures lunged at Qin Xiaochuan like wolves. What unfolded next was even more astonishing. With a series of dull thuds, Yang Qilin and his companions were hurled back like shooting stars, blood spewing from their mouths. The 2 guardians, Xiao and Mo, perished on the spot, leaving only Yang Qilin clinging to life, terror etched in his eyes. In a mere exchange, 2 were dead and 1 injured. The implication was clear. Qin Xiaochuan's martial prowess had surpassed even the mid-heaven stage. To cultivate a heaven stage expert at such a young age suggested a background of extraordinary significance. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as spectators grappled with the reality that the Yang family's 3 peak warriors had proven utterly incompetent before Qin Xiaochuan. Qin Xiaochuan shook his hands and began to walk toward Yang Qilin, whose face had turned pale as paper. Who are you? With a chilling smile, Qin Xiaochuan replied, have Yang Tianyan come to see me. You have 10 minutes. Otherwise, I shall sever your head. Yang Qilin realized that his continued existence was not due to Qin Xiaochuan's mercy, but rather because he still had some utility. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as his 2 guardians. He is Yang Tianyan, he quavered, pointing at one of the men he had brought along. Qin Xiaochuan's gaze followed Yang Qilin's finger, locking onto Yang Tianyan. With a thud, the weight of the moment overwhelmed Yang Tianyan, causing him to kneel and scream, "Ah! Spare me. I was wrong. Please, do not kill me." Qin Xiaochuan sneered, my kidneys then? Your kidneys? I have already given them to the Qingyun Marquis. I am merely acting on his behalf. Yang Tianyan pleaded, panic-stricken. At the mention of the Qingyun Marquis, the crowd gasped collectively, hearts racing. Heavens! This matter involves the Qingyun Marquis? The Marquis was a colossus in Qingyun City, commanding a force of 30,000 soldiers and surrounded by formidable allies. His very presence could cause the entire city to tremble. In Qin Xiaochuan's student days, the Marquis's name had echoed throughout his studies, a figure of untouchable grandeur. Unbeknownst to him, the day would arrive when he would confront such a figure. Now, as a cultivator, Qin Xiaochuan faced the esteemed Qingyun Ho without a trace of fear. He was eager to ascertain whether the formidable individuals surrounding Qingyun Ho possessed the strength to overwhelm a Qi refinement stage practitioner. Observing Qin Xiaochuan's momentary daze, Yang Qilin and the others assumed he had been intimidated by the reputation of Qingyun Ho. The name alone commanded unparalleled authority. After a brief pause, Qin Xiaochuan regained his composure, stating, since you are not the mastermind, you may leave. Ah, thank you. Yang Tianyan exclaimed in delight, never expecting to preserve his life. However, after uttering those words, Qin Xiaochuan delivered a swift strike to the crown of Yang Tianyan's head. A sharp crack echoed as Yang Tianyan's cranial bone shattered, blood and brain matter spilling forth, his vitality rapidly fading. He gazed at Qin Xiaochuan with a complex expression before collapsing, murmuring, you said I could leave. Why are you not trustworthy? Yet, Qin Xiaochuan no longer regarded the lifeless Yang Tianyan. Shifting his gaze to Yang Qilin and the remaining dozen or so warriors from the Yang family, they instantly fell silent with fear. Witnessing this, everyone held their breath in anticipation. What was this young man planning? Did he intend to eradicate them entirely? Yang Qilin sensed the murderous intent emanating from Qin Xiaochuan's eyes and hastily interjected. It was Yang Tianyan who sought to harm you. We were unaware of his actions. Now that the perpetrator has been dealt with, we implore you to spare us. From this moment on, the Yang family will follow your lead. Upon hearing this, hundreds of envious gazes converged upon Qin Xiaochuan. To kill a member of the Yang family, yet still manage to subdue such a colossal entity, was nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, transcending the realm of ordinary individuals revealed that strength alone dictated truth. The powerful commanded respect. This was the essence of strength. When would I, too, possess such awe-inspiring authority? Little did they know, Chen Xiaochuan extended a finger, recalling Yang Kuen's earlier words about requiring him to account for his presence here. If I cannot defeat you, will you let me go? He mused. Ah, since you all came together, I shall reluctantly send you on your way in an orderly fashion. Fear not, I kill swiftly, and at one T heard it all. With that declaration, Chen Xiaochuan sprang into action, swiftly closing the distance to Yang Kuen and seizing him by the throat, twisting with force. A resounding snap echoed as Yang Kuen's neck broke, his wide-eyed head hanging limply from his shoulders, instantly lifeless. The remaining warriors from the Yang family screamed in terror, their courage evaporating as they scattered in disarray, fleeing in all directions. Brave? Killing doesn't he hurt? Is this even human language? Yet, none managed to escape the confines of the nightclub, for their speed paled in comparison to Chen Xiaochuan's, and they were all dispatched with brutal efficiency. Throughout the entire ordeal, not a single hair on Chen Xiaochuan was harmed. It was a one-sided massacre. Once the deed was done, he confidently strode out of the nightclub, leaving behind 100 stunned witnesses, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired. Simultaneously, a question loomed in their minds. Would this young man dare to confront Qin Yinho? Or after slaying members of the Yang family, could he withstand the wrath of Qin Yinho? Most believed that Chen Xiaochuan would undoubtedly shy away from directly challenging Qin Yinho, perhaps even fleeing under the cover of night. After departing from the Zunlong Club, Chen Xiaochuan hastily made his way to the Night Never Returns bar. The potent effects of the Qilin Kidney had left him in a state of restless agitation. This urgency was why he had planned to seek an explanation from the Yang family the following morning. Little did he know that the Yang family members had come to him, bringing their demise prematurely. As for Qin Yinho, that could wait until tomorrow. The immediate concern was to find Hong Jie and resolve his restlessness. As thoughts of Hong Jie's alluring and fragrant form filled his mind, Chen Xiaochuan became increasingly impatient, quickening his pace. After Chen Xiaochuan left, Hong Jie drifted into a light slumber. Around 10 o'clock that evening, she was jolted awake by a cacophony of disruptive sounds, followed by a resounding crash. The steel security door to her room collapsed, and a group of fierce individuals stormed in. The sudden noise roused Hong Jie from her dreams. Upon recognizing the leader among the intruders, her initial panic subsided, for she knew Long Qi, the personal bodyguard of Li Yunfei, the third young master of the Li family, one of the 4 prominent families in Xinyan City. Long Qi had reached a terrifying pinnacle of martial prowess. His gaze swept through Hong Jie's room, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. A lover? Hong Jie's expression shifted slightly as she comprehended Long Qi's purpose. Recently, she had caught the attention of Li Yunfei, who had given her 3 days to consider becoming his mistress. She understood that she had no leverage against Li Yunfei, and that the 3 days were merely meant to prepare her psychologically. This was also why she had willingly offered herself to the handsome Chen Xiaochuan upon meeting him. She thought to herself, since her fate seemed sealed as a mistress to a powerful figure, she might as well not let it go to Li Yunfei, bestowing her precious first time upon someone she found truly appealing. To this day, she had no regrets about that decision, though she felt guilty for entangling Chen Xiaochuan in her predicament. What lover? That was my choice. He has already left. If you have business, come directly at me. Hong Jie stood tall, her ample chest thrust forward, ready to shoulder the consequences, exuding a demeanor that suggested she would face whatever punishment awaited her. Search, Long Qi commanded, and his 10 or so subordinates surged in, ransacking Hong Jie's private quarters like bandits. Ultimately, they found no trace of the alleged lover. Long Qi's brow furrowed as he withdrew his phone, preparing to report the situation. Just then, a slow, nonchalant voice drifted from the doorway. Are you looking for me? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward the entrance, where a handsome young man sauntered in with an air of nonchalance, a smirk playing on his lips. Ah! Hong Jie was momentarily taken aback, realizing this young man had actually returned. Regaining her composure, she called out, You rascal! What are you doing back here? It's dangerous. Run. Quick, run. However, to her dismay, Chen Xiaochuan seemed oblivious to her warning, swaggering confidently into the room. This fool is courting death. Long Qi's expression shifted to one of mild surprise, a smirk forming on his lips as he ceased dialing and tucked his phone away. He was no fool. At a glance, he recognized this young man as the alleged lover from the intel. What took him aback was the youthfulness and striking looks of Chen Xiaochuan. No wonder Hong Jie was smitten. With a mere glance, Long Qi signaled 3 of his subordinates to encircle Chen Xiaochuan, effectively blocking his escape. He then asked in a grave tone, You are the one who spent the night with Hong Jie, aren't you? No, he isn't. He is my distant cousin. Hong Jie quickly interjected, her mind racing. Chen Xiaochuan nodded with a smile, expressing his joy as he said, "From last night until around 7 or 8 this evening, I indeed shared a bed with Hongjia. Yes, I am the scoundrel you refer to, not her cousin. Don't listen to Hongjia's nonsense. You're all here to learn from me how to woo women, aren't you? Haha, I am someone who delights in helping others. As long as you kneel and bow to me as your master, bringing your girlfriends along, I can provide a magnificent demonstration for you." Hongjia plopped down on the ground, her expression one of utter disbelief. She never expected this handsome young man, who was impressive in bed, could be so foolish. How hopeless. He actually thought people were here to learn from him about seducing women. What a character. Upon hearing this, Long Qi and his subordinates twitched at the corners of their mouths. This guy managed to attract the woman favored by Li Sanxiao and now had his eyes set on our girlfriends? How naive. Soon, Long Qi realized a troubling question. Is this lad a bit mentally challenged? Otherwise, encountering such fierce individuals and, under Hongjia's warning, displaying no fear, daring to come in and claim he was here to teach us how to attract women. What else could he be but a fool? You needn't teach us about courting. Li Sanxiao wishes to see you. Come with us, Long Qi said, his expression darkening. After all, Li Sanxiao had only requested to bring him back, not to leave him crippled. Oh, so you all want to learn the art of seduction from Li Sanxiao? Fine, let him prepare his wife or girlfriend, and I shall demonstrate everything I know without reservation. Rest assured, I won't charge exorbitantly. The price will be fair. Chen Xiaochuan's eyes brightened, rubbing his hands together. Eager to begin, Long Qi and his group were drenched in sweat. It was now clear that this fellow had some screws loose. How could Hongjia have ended up with such a fool? I wonder how Li Sanxiao would react upon learning this. Would he spit blood in anger? All right, let us go. We'll discuss everything once we see Li Sanxiao. Long Qi couldn't listen any longer, walking over to drape an arm around Chen Xiaochuan's shoulder, ready to leave. Sure. Chen Xiaochuan nodded happily, chatting and laughing as he walked out with them. Hongjia snapped back to reality, calling out, "Chen Xiaochuan, don't go with them. They will kill you." Chen Xiaochuan turned around, looking at Hongjia with a smile. "Hongjia, stop talking nonsense. They only wish to learn from me. We are all adults here. Rational individuals. I won't resort to violence." Hongjia slumped to the ground, realizing the vast gap in understanding between her and Chen Xiaochuan. But then she recalled his earlier comments about killing, awakening to the grim truth. She had sacrificed her precious blood for a charming lunatic. As Long Qi led Chen Xiaochuan away, he left 2 men stationed at the entrance to keep an eye on Hongjia. Li Sanxiao hadn't ordered her release, nor had he specified what to do with her, so they could only keep her under temporary watch. Watching Chen Xiaochuan being taken away, Hongjia wore a sorrowful expression, her heart aching. "Xiaochuan, I'm sorry, I've brought you into this. I'm so sorry." In her mind, after tonight, there would no longer be a Chen Xiaochuan in this world. In this day and age, the disappearance of an ordinary university student without connections was hardly a concern. About half an hour later, Chen Xiaochuan followed Long Qi to a villa community named Qingshui Bay, entering a large villa covering approximately 2,000 square meters. Qingshui Bay was quite renowned in Qingyun City, home to the affluent and elite. For Chen Xiaochuan, just over half a month ago, such a place was beyond imagination. Yet now, he remained calm and composed, entirely unperturbed. Soon, he found himself on the lawn of the villa, face to face with Li Yunfei, a man in his 30s with slicked back hair, casually holding a cigar between 2 fingers, exuding an air of authority. "Third master, the scoundrel is here," Long Qi whispered as he approached Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei turned around, his jaw dropping in disbelief. "What is this, Long Qi? How did you bring him here like he is a guest? I expected him to be tied up or bloodied." Long Qi chuckled wryly. "Third master, this guy looks decent. But he is actually a fool. He thinks you want to learn some seduction techniques from him. He even said to prepare your wife or girlfriend for a live demonstration." "What? A fool?" Li Yunfei was stunned, his mind racing. That wretched Hongjia actually slept with a fool? Indeed. I suspect Hongjia didn't realize he was a fool at first. Otherwise, no matter how handsome he is, she wouldn't have been so desperate. Long Qi nodded in agreement. Hey, does your third master want to learn or not? Call your wife out quickly." Chen Xiaochuan chimed in. Li Yunfei's gaze settled on Chen Xiaochuan's face, his expression darkening as he sneered. "Even if he is a fool, he has slept with my woman, and he must pay the price. Cut off his, and throw it away." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yunfei felt a sudden grip around his neck, a powerful hand tightening around his throat, cutting off his breath. "Oh, you're not interested in learning about seduction, yet you want me to help you with your..." Chen Xiaochuan said, lifting Li Yunfei effortlessly, a playful smile on his face. The sight left Long Qi astonished. As a peak martial artist, He couldn't believe he hadn't reacted in time. This was a massive slap in the face. Li Yunfei was equally stunned. He was a mid-level martial artist. Someone who could easily fend off 10 opponents. Yet here he was, ambushed by a fool. What an embarrassment. Just as Long Qi and Li Yunfei prepared to unleash their wrath upon Qin Xiaochuan, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. Qin Xiaochuan called out, "Knife!" And a watermelon knife lying on a stone table not far away flew into his hand. With a swift motion, blood sprayed as the blade struck. Li Yunfei's pants were stained crimson, and a portion fell to the ground. "Ah!" he cried out, clutching himself, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Qin Xiaochuan released Li Yunfei, dusting off his hands. "That'll be 100,000 for the surgical fee. Please settle it." Aside from Li Yunfei's anguished cries, everyone else stood frozen in shock, their minds racing. What had they just witnessed? He could move objects with his mind? As martial artists, they understood the significance of such a feat. Only those who had reached the later stages of martial arts mastery could control their inner energy with such precision. To them, a martial arts master was akin to a celestial dragon, a being to be revered even by the likes of the esteemed Qingyun Marquis. Now, they realized that this so-called fool was, in fact, an extraordinary martial arts master, and such youth was simply unfathomable. It has become clear why Qin Xiaochuan jestingly claims to teach others the art of wooing women. It is all in good humor. After much ado, the fool is none other than myself. Although Li Yunfei cried out in agony from his injury, he harbored no animosity. For he was astounded by Qin Xiaochuan's remarkable ability to seize objects from afar. He also realized that the woman he had set his sights on was a martial arts master. Oh my god, how did I manage to provoke a martial arts guru? A master cannot be insulted. The Li family would not withstand such disgrace. Enduring the excruciating pain, Li Yunfei expressed his gratitude to his elder brother, assuring him that the surgical fee of 100,000 yuan would be paid in full, whether by cash or bank transfer. "Transfer it," Qin Xiaochuan said, retrieving his phone and displaying the payment code. Li Yunfei hastily scanned the code to complete the transaction. 100,000 yuan received. Qin Xiaochuan's face broke into a broad smile as he turned his gaze to Long Qi and his companions. "Do you wish to pay as well? Since you are not the boss, I can offer you a discount, 80,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Long Qi and the others snapped back to reality and shook their heads vigorously. "We don't need it. Thank you for your kind offer." Qin Xiaochuan frowned. "Are you implying that you look down upon my skills? Do you think my technique is lacking?" No. Brother, your technique is unparalleled. Beyond anything I have ever encountered. My admiration for your skills flows like an endless river, as unstoppable as the Yellow River in flood. Looking down upon you is simply inconceivable." Long Qi hastily replied, though his smile was more akin to a grimace. The others echoed his sentiments. "Me too." Qin Xiaochuan rubbed his nose and nodded. "It is evident that you all hold me in high regard. I am quite reasonable. If you do not wish to undergo the procedure, I shall not force you. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave." No, nothing else," Long Qi quickly replied. Li Yunfei added, "Brother, truly nothing is amiss." "Truly nothing?" Qin Xiaochuan inquired with a warm smile. "Absolutely nothing," Li Yunfei replied, his face pale as he forced a smile. "Shall I take my leave then?" Qin Xiaochuan asked again. Li Yunfei and the others nodded like chickens pecking at rice, eager for Qin Xiaochuan to depart, as the psychological pressure was overwhelming. They were so numb from fear that they scarcely felt the pain from their injuries. "Next time, if anyone else wishes to undergo the procedure, please refer them to me. I will give them all a discount," Qin Xiaochuan added. Certainly. Li Yunfei hurriedly agreed. With that, Qin Xiaochuan departed. Li Yunfei and Long Qi let out a collective sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. The feeling of having danced on the edge of death was utterly terrifying. "Quick, take me to the hospital. Perhaps I can still reattach it," Li Yunfei suddenly exclaimed, grabbing the bloody remnant that lay on the ground. Understood, third young master, Long Qi immediately sprang into action. As for revenge, none of them even considered it. What a joke. To seek revenge against a martial arts master? That would be akin to searching for a toilet light to find feces. Surviving today was already a stroke of good fortune. As Long Qi headed to the car, he suddenly remembered something and pulled out his phone to make a call. Once connected, the voice on the other end responded, "Brother Qi, we have a firm grip on Hongjia. She cannot escape. Do you have any instructions? Stop asking foolish questions. The two of you hurry back." Long Qi shouted angrily, hanging up before the other party could respond. After leaving the villa complex where Li Yunfei resided, Qin Xiaochuan hailed a taxi and returned to the bar. "Damn it, the legendary cultivators can fly freely. Yet I have to take a taxi. Even if I can't fly, I should at least have my own car. Otherwise, it would tarnish my identity as a cultivator. After all, I got my driver's license during my junior year. It's not that I can't drive. As he gazed at the fleeting scenery outside the car, Qin Xiaochuan contemplated purchasing a vehicle. Half an hour later, he returned to Hong Jie's private room. At that moment, she was curled up in the room, her gaze vacant, her delicate body trembling occasionally, as if her very soul had been scattered. Hong Jie, I'm back, Qin Xiaochuan greeted with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing his voice, Hong Jie jolted as if electrified, her body shaking violently. She suddenly looked up, and Qin Xiaochuan stood before her. You fool. Xiaochuan, how did you come back? Are you all right? Did they do anything to you? Hong Jie sprang up, her hands exploring Qin Xiaochuan's body. Hey, Hong Jie, what could possibly be wrong with me? Look, I'm perfectly fine. All my parts are intact. Do you want me to take off my pants for a thorough inspection? Qin Xiaochuan joked playfully. Hong Jie blushed at the thought, her cheeks appearing as if brushed with rouge, making her even more alluring. Can you be a bit more serious? Come. Tell me what happened after you went with them. Why did they let you go? Hong Jie asked softly, pulling Qin Xiaochuan down to sit beside her. Oh, it was nothing much. Their boss, Li Yunfei, wanted me to help him become a eunuch, so I performed the procedure for him. And he paid me 100,000 yuan. Then, I came back, Qin Xiaochuan replied earnestly. Huh. Hong Jie was taken aback, rolling her eyes in disbelief. Her beautiful gaze was filled with skepticism. In her view, Qin Xiaochuan was merely spinning a tall tale. Li Yunfei was notorious for his womanizing ways. How could he possibly wish to become a eunuch? That was absurd. Surely, Li Yunfei had deemed Qin Xiaochuan too eccentric to deal with, and had thus released him. Qin Xiaochuan, however, reached out a finger to gently lift Hong Jie's delicate chin, swallowed hard, and said, Hong Jie, it's getting late. Let us rest early. At this, Hong Jie snapped back to reality, instinctively squeezing her legs together, her eyes widening in surprise. She hadn't anticipated his bold advance. For a moment, she found herself at a loss, unable to resist the charm of the handsome, vigorous young man before her. Yet she also thought, if this fool were to take advantage of her, it would be utterly humiliating to admit it. Qin Xiaochuan had already pulled Hong Jie close, leaning in to kiss her luscious red lips. By the time she reacted, her lips were already forcefully sealed by Qin Xiaochuan. No. Hong Jie struggled momentarily, her mind going blank as Qin Xiaochuan overwhelmed her. At the First People's Hospital of Qingyan City, in a high-end VIP ward. Mr. Li, I have succeeded. After 8 hours of effort, I managed to reattach it. However, I must say that even if it heals, it will likely never function again, the attending physician said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he removed his mask. What do you mean it will never function? What use is that? Li Yunfei's emotions erupted like a powder keg, realizing he may never again enjoy the pleasures of life. Please, Mr. Li, don't be agitated. While it may not function for now, that is merely a limitation of my medical skills. Once you visit a renowned physician in the future, it is possible that they will help to clear your meridians, allowing you to rejuvenate and experience a second spring. In other words, by assisting you now, I am laying the foundation for your future recovery. If I do not assist you tonight, even if you find a miraculous healer later, it may be too late, as your condition could have deteriorated beyond repair. I believe that even the most skilled physician would find themselves in a predicament without the necessary resources. The attending physician hastily clarified. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Yunfei gradually regained his composure and nodded. Dr. Huang, I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. Long Qi, please present Dr. Huang with a token of appreciation. Yes, third young master. Long Qi promptly stuffed a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan into Dr. Huang's hands. After some initial reluctance, Dr. Huang accepted with a smile. Mr. Li, please take care and rest well. I shall not disturb you further, Dr. Huang said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Thank you. Dr. Huang, you have worked hard tonight. Please rest early, Li Yunfei replied with a nod. After Dr. Huang departed, the head of the Li family, Li Zhongtian, along with several senior members, approached Li Yunfei's bedside, including Li Yunfei's father, Li Xuanqi, while Li Zhongtian was Li Yunfei's grandfather. What has happened to you, Yunfei? Who has inflicted this harm upon you? Li Zhongtian's cold voice echoed, as the thought of his grandson being harmed was a blow to the Li family's honor. Li Yunfei quickly gestured for Long Qi to close the door to the VIP ward. Shoo, Grandpa, keep your voice down, Li Yunfei whispered, placing a finger to his lips, appearing anxious as if fearing eavesdroppers. Observing this, Li Zhongtian realized that anyone bold enough to harm his grandson must possess significant influence, yet it mattered little. The Li family had the backing of the esteemed Qingyun Marquis. However, this was a secret known only to him. No matter how powerful the adversary, Could they rival the Qingyun Marquis? Grandpa, I acknowledge my misstep. We, the Li family, cannot afford to provoke that person, Li Yunfei added. At this revelation, the 10 or so core members of the Li family were left astounded. Yunfei, could it be that your assailant is from the Seven Mouths Hall? Or perhaps the Yunlong Society? Li Xuanqi blurted out. In Qingyun City, the 4 prominent families were renowned, yet classified as third-rate powers. While the Seven Mouths Hall and the Yunlong Society belonged to the second tier, existing above the 4 families. They were 2 major forces in Qingyun City's underworld, boasting formidable martial artists at the initial and even mid-stages of the heavenly realm. The first-rate powers comprised official entities such as the Martial Arts Association of Qingyun City, while the Qingyun Marquis represented a singularly supreme existence, a super first-rate force. My child, speak boldly. Even if it is the leaders of the Seven Mouths Hall or the Yunlong Society, I, your grandfather, will seek justice for you, Li Zhongtian declared with conviction, his resonant voice filling the ward. Li Yunfei smiled wryly and shook his head, expressing his despair. Grandpa, it is not them. The individual I have provoked is a martial arts master. A martial arts master? What did you say? Li Zhongtian's demeanor shifted, his eyes widened in disbelief. Li Xuanqi and the others were equally taken aback, their hearts stirred by a tempest of emotions. Yunfei, are you certain? Li Xuanqi felt a wave of dread wash over him. If the one who harmed his son was indeed a martial arts master, then the Li family had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest. Even the Qingyun Marquis would not confront a martial arts master on behalf of the Li family, and might even sacrifice them to maintain good relations with such a formidable figure. The saying that a master cannot be insulted held profound weight. Before Li Yunfei could respond, Long Qi interjected. Mr. Li, I can confirm it was indeed a martial arts master. We were all left dumbfounded. That master effortlessly seized a watermelon knife from 10 meters away with a mere gesture. Gasps filled the room as the gravity of Long Qi's words sank in. The ability to retrieve objects from a distance was indeed a hallmark of a martial arts master. Li Zhongtian felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing. Had it not been for Li Xuanqi's swift intervention to support him, the other core members of the Li family fell into silence, some trembling with fear. Quickly, tell me how you, my unfilial grandson, managed to provoke this martial arts master, Li Zhongtian demanded. His protective instincts rapidly transformed into disdain and loathing, wishing he could crush his grandson for the impending disaster that could befall the Li family. Li Yunfei, unwilling to conceal the truth, recounted the entire ordeal. After he inflicted harm upon me, he simply demanded 100,000 yuan and left? Li Zhongtian was rendered speechless. Logically, a martial arts master would not be driven by monetary concerns, yet based on his grandson's account, it seemed the master had no intention of pursuing further vengeance. This revelation allowed the tense Li Zhongtian and others to breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately send someone to investigate if that master is still at the bar with Hong Jie, and I must personally apologize, Li Zhongtian resolved with determination. After a night of passionate entanglement, the troubles brought upon Qin Xiaochuan by the Qilin Kidney had greatly subsided. Hong Jie, cover yourself with the blanket. I wouldn't want you to catch a chill. Qin Xiaochuan gently draped a thin summer quilt over her bare form, though it couldn't conceal her alluring beauty. Hong Jie, breathless and fatigued, longed for slumber, her eyelids heavy and difficult to keep open. Thankfully, on the 3rd floor, his employees would not intrude uninvited, otherwise, the evidence of their fervent escapades would have been laid bare. Just as Hong Jie was about to drift into a deep sleep, a voice called from downstairs, Boss, Mr. Li Yunfei is here. What? Li Yunfei is here? Hong Jie jolted awake. All drowsiness vanished as she curled up in Qin Xiaochuan's embrace, trembling with fear. It seemed the other party had not intended to let her off the hook. Perhaps, after narrowly escaping the previous night, Li Yunfei had come personally to confront her. As this thought raced through her mind, panic washed over Hong Jie, leaving her at a loss for what to do. However, a glint of cold determination flickered in Qin Xiaochuan's eyes. He mused, something is amiss. That fellow was exceedingly docile last night, and now he dares to provoke trouble? Could it be that he is unaware of my presence here and seeks to bully a woman out of spite? Sensing Hong Jie's fear, a brief flash of murderous intent crossed Qin Xiaochuan's gaze, but he quickly reassured her with a smile. Hong Jie, someone is looking for you. Quickly put on your clothes and let us see what is going on. Gradually regaining her composure, Hong Jie thought to herself that it was better to face adversity than to hide from it. After nodding in agreement, she dressed and made her way to the 2nd floor, where she found Li Yunfei standing before several imposing men, with Li Zhongtian, the head of the Li family, at the forefront. The scene immediately enveloped Hong Jie in an oppressive atmosphere. Before she could utter a word, Li Yunfei suddenly knelt down, saying, Hongjia, I am sorry. I failed to recognize your worth before, and I come to you now to apologize. Please forgive me. Stunned, Hongjia could only stare in disbelief. What on earth? Li Yunfei is kneeling before me to apologize? Has the sun risen from the west? Can someone explain what is happening? To her astonishment, Li Zhongtian also followed suit, kneeling and saying, Hongjia, I have failed as a father. I apologize to you. Hongjia was utterly flabbergasted. Li Yunfei's act of contrition was already beyond comprehension. In this moment, the formidable figure, Li Zhongtian, the head of the Li family, who once commanded respect in Qingyun City, unexpectedly knelt down to apologize. It felt as if the very heavens had turned upside down. Was this a dream? Hongjia struggled to accept the reality before her. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she pinched her thigh hard. The pain confirmed it. She was not dreaming. After a moment of daze, she turned to Li Yunfei and exclaimed, Li Xiao. Just call me Xiao Li or Li Yunfei. I can't bear the title of Li Xiao. He quickly corrected her. Li Yunfei, I have a question for you. Hongjia pressed on. Ask away, Hongjia. Whatever I know, I will share, and if I don't, I will find a way to answer until you are satisfied. Li Yunfei assured her earnestly. Hongjia's breath became increasingly rapid, her ample bosom rising and falling with agitation. After Qin Xiaochuan visited you last night, he claimed you invited him to castrate you? Without hesitation, Li Yunfei nodded. Indeed, Hongjia, Mr. Chun is correct. I did invite him for that purpose. I wish to experience what it feels like to be without that part. What? Is he telling the truth? Hongjia gasped in disbelief. At that moment, Qin Xiaochuan emerged from behind Hongjia, wrapping his arm around her slender waist with a smile. Hongjia, after all our conversations last night, you didn't believe me? That truly hurts. We shared quite a deep understanding, yet you doubt me. Tonight, I must punish you. Hongjia's head buzzed. She couldn't quite grasp Qin Xiaochuan's words. Yet, it dawned on her that he was not merely a recent graduate from a humble university, nor was he a fool, but rather someone of significant stature. Otherwise, how could the mighty Li family kneel before a mere bar owner? Who exactly was this young man? Good morning, Mr. Chun. Li Yunfei quickly plastered on a smile upon seeing Qin Xiaochuan. Li Zhongtian, too, was taken aback. Although he had heard from his grandson Li Yunfei about the martial arts master's youth, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly stunned. A mere 20-something, yet already a master. Could Yunfei have been mistaken? Chapter 9. Hillside Villa No. 1. Qin Xiaochuan's gaze leisurely settled on Li Yunfei's face as he teased. Oh, Boss Li. So early in the morning, you've brought so many people here for castration? At this remark, fear washed over Li Zhongtian and the other senior members of the Li family. They instinctively felt a chill in their lower bodies. No, Mr. Chun, you misunderstand. I am this brat's grandfather and the current head of the Li family. We have failed in raising our children, leading to my grandson's offense against you. We have come to sincerely apologize. Li Zhongtian stammered, quickly presenting a set of electronic key cards. Our servants damaged the door here last night, disrupting your rest. This is the key to Hillside Villa No. 1, a token of our apology and a place for your comfort. Please accept it. At the mention of Hillside Villa, Hongjia visibly trembled, her eyes widening in shock. The villa was renowned among the citizens of Qingyun City, an epitome of luxury developed by a real estate company under the Li family. Only the most elite could reside there, and even the Li family had not lived in those opulent quarters due to their insufficient status. Despite this, villas No. 1 to 3 had yet to find owners and remained on the market. The price for Villa No. 1 was 168 million, Villa No. 2 was 158 million, and Villa No. 3 was 138 million. Such sums were astronomical for the citizens of Qingyun City, yet many could afford them. The reason they remained unsold was that these 3 villas were regarded as the pinnacle of real estate. Everyone understood that residing in one of these villas would thrust one into the spotlight, regardless of their reputation in Qingyun City. Even the most formidable figures were acutely aware of the broader implications, realizing their standing might not suffice against the influences of the greater Jiangnan region. In this world, the depths were unfathomable. Without the strength to dominate, one must sometimes learn to be discreet. The Li family had once intended to gift Villa No. 1 to the esteemed Qingyun Marquis, but the Marquis declined, illustrating the caution even the most powerful must exercise. Hence, the Li family had focused solely on selling the villas, without any intention of residing in them. Qin Xiaochuan, having studied at a university in Qingyun City for 4 years, understood the significance of Hillside Villa, especially the unparalleled status of Villa No. 1. He knew that even with hard work in the future, he would never be able to afford even a single tile from that villa. It was a dream far beyond his reach. Yet now, The key to Villa No. 1 lay before him. For a moment, he felt disoriented and silently marveled at the infinite possibilities life could hold, realizing that as long as one is alive, there are endless opportunities. One must never underestimate oneself. Seeing Chen Xiaochuan hesitate to accept the key, Li Zhongtian internally mused. It seems this young man also fears the consequences of standing in the limelight. Little did he know, Chen Xiaochuan, snapping back to reality, smiled and accepted the key with a nod, saying, "You make a valid point. Your people damaged Hongjia's door, so it is only right to compensate with a villa. I will accept the key, and if you wish to avoid castration, you may leave. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Chen. If you have any requests in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. The Li family will comply with your wishes," Li Zhongtian replied gratefully. "We shall not disturb you further and will take our leave." Chen Xiaochuan waved them off and turned to the astonished Hongjia, shaking the key card with a grin. "Come, let us visit my villa." Snapping back to reality, Hongjia widened her eyes, blinking in surprise. "Visit? All right." Memories flooded her mind, and her cheeks flushed like the evening sky. The thought of sharing Villa No. 1 with the enigmatic Chen Xiaochuan stirred ripples of excitement within her. More importantly, she yearned to uncover the true identity of this young man. Thus, she found it impossible to refuse his invitation. Chen Xiaochuan confidently nodded and swept Hongjia into his arms, striding toward the bar's exit. The staff, who had been watching from the sidelines, stood in stunned silence, fully aware that this young man who had captured Hongjia's heart was indeed someone extraordinary. How could a mere pretty boy command such respect that even the head of the Li family would bow before him? I initially thought that the young man merely secured my dream girl, Hongjia, due to his handsome appearance. However, I soon discovered that he not only possesses good looks, but also comes from an impressive lineage. Indeed, he is a second-generation figure. Alas, why must my parents be mere farmers? Otherwise, it would be I who held Hongjia in my arms. An employee lamented, feeling that fate is profoundly unfair. Why must there be such vast disparities among people? It seems that I need not undergo cosmetic surgery to enhance my looks, as it would serve no purpose. Instead, I shall dedicate my time to studying diligently. Aspiring to secure a government position before the age of 35, one must have a respectable status. Otherwise, I shall never be part of the elite circle. Another university graduate, now a server for 2 years, joined in the lamentation. I am merely a woman who sings, serves drinks, and dances on poles. If that handsome Chun were to take a liking to me, I would have thought he had turned over a new leaf. How naive. We, women of the world, could offer our services for free, yet he would never accept. That is simply our fate. Meanwhile, many others present were intrigued about Chen Xiaochuan's background, wondering if they might cling to his coattails and soar to great heights. In the half-mountain villa, Chen Xiaochuan stood atop the villa, surveying the entire landscape with a sense of triumph. The villa, positioned at the pinnacle of the estate, offers a breathtaking view of the surroundings. The breeze at this height is refreshingly cool. Hongjia stood beside Chen Xiaochuan, feeling the regal aura emanating from him. "Xiaochuan, who exactly are you? Why do the Li family members fear you so?" After taking a deep breath, Hongjia summoned her courage to pose the question. Hongjia, didn't I mention? I'm just a recent graduate from Qilin University, and my parents are farmers. The Li family does not fear me. They are simply reasonable people. They are civilized and merely compensating for the damage done to your door. Chen Xiaochuan replied with a serious expression. Hongjia's lips twitched. To ruin a door and compensate with a villa worth over 100 million? That is ludicrous. Let us not dwell on that. Hongjia huffed. All right. Considering you Haven T turned your back on me after I wore a skirt, I shall reveal the real reason. Chen Xiaochuan embraced Hongjia, inhaling the delightful fragrance of her hair, and spoke softly. Hongjia rolled her eyes. Clearly, she was the one at a disadvantage. Yet this fellow acted as if he had gained an advantage. Unable to resist, she playfully punched his chest and scolded. You've made me so flustered that I can hardly walk, and yet you claim to be the one suffering. Have you heard the saying, there are no fields ruined, only exhausted oxen? Besides, wasn't he you who seduced me to your room the other night? You were just taking advantage of my youth and inexperience. Chen Xiaochuan teased. Hongjia felt a surge of frustration, realizing he had spun a web of nonsense, leaving her unable to counter his arguments. Engaging him seriously would only lead to more irritation. All right, let us not bicker. Get to the point. Hongjia's chest heaved dramatically. The reason they are willing to be reasonable is that I am a cultivator. They cannot afford to offend me, Chen Xiaochuan stated emphatically. You're a cultivator? Hongjia felt as if she were being deceived again. Indeed, Chen Xiaochuan nodded with conviction. Then show me. Hongjia pointed down the mountain. I cannot fly. Chen Xiaochuan shrugged, shaking his head. Hongjia fell silent. If he couldn't even fly, How could he claim to be a cultivator? Why not just say you're Sun Wukong? She thought, resigning herself to the fact that she wouldn't uncover Qin Xiaochuan's true identity through questioning. However, one thing was certain, this young man was formidable. With him as her ally, she could hold her head high in Qingyun City, no longer fearing the scrutiny of powerful figures. Seeing Hongjia's expression, Qin Xiaochuan understood she was skeptical, feeling quite speechless. In this day and age, it seemed that honesty was met with disbelief. What a world we live in. Suddenly, Hongjia lifted her gaze, looking at Qin Xiaochuan with emotion. Her eyes glistening like autumn waters. She bit her luscious red lips and softly said, "If you want to say it, shall I take the lead? Then what are you waiting for? Take the lead?" Qin Xiaochuan looked into her expectant eyes and recalled his previous words. He had meant to sit, not to engage in something else. Without waiting for his response, Hongjia pressed her lips against his. Their mouths met in a fiery kiss. As a man blessed with extraordinary vitality, Qin Xiaochuan could hardly refuse such an invitation and eagerly responded. Soon, Hongjia's clothing was swiftly discarded, and he passionately kissed every inch of her. This encounter lasted until dusk, with both Qin Xiaochuan and Hongjia experiencing an unparalleled intimacy. One could only marvel at the unique sensation of being atop the half-mountain villa, exposed to the air, yet unconcerned about being seen. The thrilling experience was beyond words, understood only by the two participants. Meanwhile, after returning to the Li family, Li Zhongtian, having utilized his network, received a dossier detailing Qin Xiaochuan's background. Qin Xiaochuan, male, 22 years old, hailing from Xinghua village in Zhongjiang province, a recent graduate in engineering management from Qingyun University. Upon reviewing this information, the core members of the Li family were momentarily dumbfounded. We, the Li family, have been outmaneuvered by a mere university student? Even the president of Qingyun University would show respect to the head of the Li family. Father, this information must be false. We saw that young man perform feats beyond belief. Li Yunfei shook his head, refusing to accept such a simplistic identity for Qin Xiaochuan. After a deep breath and a moment of contemplation, Li Zhongtian's eyes widened, and he crumpled the dossier in his hands, stating, "This information cannot be entirely false. However, it is undoubtedly a facade presented by Mr. Chun. As a martial arts master, it is trivial for him to create such an illusion. Father, should we send someone to Xinghua village to investigate his parents and verify their status as farmers?" Li Shuangqi suggested. Li Zhongtian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Our inquiry into Mr. Chen's identity ends here. Since he has accepted the half-mountain villa, it indicates he will not retaliate against the Li family. There is no need to continue a confrontation with a martial arts master. Now that he resides in Villa 1 with that woman, he will become the talk of Qingyun City. I believe many influential figures will soon focus their attention on him. A tree that stands out invites the wind's assault. His good fortune may soon come to an end. The Li family need only sit back and watch the drama unfold, remaining as steady as an old dog." "Father, grandfather, you are brilliant." The core members of the Li family gazed at the elder with admiration. Li Zhongtian's lips curled into a slight smile as he secretly reveled in his thoughts. "Qin Xiaochuan, oh Qin Xiaochuan, my villa no. One on the mountainside is merely a trap. You are still too young." Chapter 10. The She-Dragon as the sun dipped below the horizon. The evening sky was painted with hues of red. Hongjia, drenched in fragrant sweat, leaned contentedly against Qin Xiaochuan, breathing heavily. Glancing at the twilight sky before him, and then at the beauty in his arms, Qin Xiaochuan gently spoke. "Hongjia, given our circumstances, are you not inclined to grant me a title?" In the midst of her tranquil enjoyment, Hongjia suddenly sputtered, a mouthful of water escaping her lips. "Isn't it usually the man who gives a title to the woman? Why are you asking me for one?" she retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "Of course, after all, it was you who caught my eye. Each time, I leave you utterly satisfied." "What? You do not intend to take responsibility?" Qin Xiaochuan replied with a grin, his hand softly caressing her delicate, rosy skin. Hongjia felt her heart flutter, and as clarity returned to her mind, she realized that beneath Qin Xiaochuan's seemingly frivolous demeanor lay a genuine desire to define their relationship after their numerous encounters. It was an invitation for her to become his woman, yet he had placed the power in her hands, showcasing great sincerity and respect for her position as a woman of lower social standing. Realizing this, Hongjia felt a sweetness in her heart, surprised at the thoughtfulness of this second-generation rich kid. However, she did not allow herself to be swept away by emotions. Understanding the weight of his social status, she recognized that as merely a bar owner, she was but an ant in the presence of true giants. Even a mere city official could make her bow and scrape. Thus, She resolved firmly not to become just another woman in the life of such a wealthy heir. Even if he accepted her, his family would surely disapprove. The families of the prominent valued social compatibility above all. She was simply not worthy. Concluding that a relationship would inevitably end in tragedy, a pang of sadness enveloped her. These thoughts flashed through her mind, leading her to a decision. Since you wish for me to take responsibility, then I shall indeed do so. Otherwise, you might accuse me of ignoring you while wearing a dress. With a playful smile, she declared, then consider me your lover. This way, when you encounter women you fancy, you need not worry about my feelings. As long as it's mutual, you can enjoy yourself as you please. Qin Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Hong Jie was so understanding, allowing him to have the freedom to pursue other beauties. However, having experienced betrayal from a woman before, he had since become a cultivator, embracing a more open-hearted approach to life, desiring freedom above all else, and would never allow a woman to bind him. Very well. It is settled. He chuckled, unaware of the fleeting sorrow that flickered in Hong Jie's eyes. Although he relished the moments spent with beautiful women, he had not forgotten the grudge he bore or his ambition to become the most powerful figure in the world, standing atop the pinnacle and surveying all beneath him. After a passionate kiss with Hong Jie, he departed from the mountainside villa with her. As night fell, she returned to the night enchantment bar under his escort. Ready to resume operations. Are you not coming in? Where are you off to? Hong Jie asked, her eyes blinking curiously as she noticed Qin Xiaochuan's hesitation to enter the bar. He playfully pinched her cheek. I have business to attend to tonight. Fine. I shouldn't have asked. Off you go. Hong Jie sighed, turning to enter the bar, while Qin Xiaochuan scratched his nose and watched her mesmerizing figure fade from view. Muttering to himself, alas, the honest man is often taken for granted. Next, he pulled out his phone and summoned a ride, heading straight for the Li family residence. When the Li family learned of Qin Xiaochuan's visit, it caused quite a stir. Good evening, Mr. Chun. Li Zhongtian, accompanied by Li Yunfei and others, respectfully approached Qin Xiaochuan. Qin Xiaochuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over them. Relax, there's no need to be tense or fearful. I have 2 matters to discuss tonight. Mr. Chun, do not mention just 2. Even if there were 200, the Li family would face any challenge. Li Zhongtian quickly affirmed. The first matter concerns Hong Jie from the night enchantment bar. I do not wish for anyone to bring her trouble, as I cannot be there every day. Qin Xiaochuan stated slowly. Rest assured, the Li family will take full responsibility for this matter. Anyone who dares to harm a hair on Hong Jie's head will have to answer to us. Li Zhongtian vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Good. The second matter is much simpler. Does Qingyun Marquis reside at the Qingyun camp on the outskirts? Qin Xiaochuan inquired. Li Zhongtian paused, surprised that Qin Xiaochuan was inquiring about the Qingyun Marquis. What could he possibly want to know? The Qingyun camp was where the 30,000 Qingyun troops were stationed. But the Marquis usually resided at the Shuiyue Villa by Qingyun Lake. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhongtian replied earnestly, yes. Thank you. However, if anyone from your family cannot handle someone troubling Hong Jie, you must contact me immediately. Understood? Qin Xiaochuan said with a serious tone. Understood. Li Zhongtian nodded vigorously. As Qin Xiaochuan turned to leave, a sudden commotion erupted. A dozen armored vehicles, flashing police lights, sped toward them, followed by hundreds of fully armed law enforcement officers who swiftly exited their vehicles. At the forefront was a short-haired, curvaceous female officer. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Zhongtian's eyes as he mused. Why has the security and riot control team arrived? And led by that fierce woman, Yang Yan. The security and riot control team belonged to the Public Security Bureau, tasked with law enforcement in Long Country. Typically, they would dispatch ordinary officers. But now they had sent a riot control unit, indicating that something significant had stirred the authorities. As the officers surrounded them, their dark assault rifles pointed directly at Qin Xiaochuan. The female officer, holding a black handgun, approached and stood 3 meters away, aiming her weapon at his forehead. With a cold expression, she declared, Qin Xiaochuan, you are suspected of the murder of Yang Kuan and his family last night. I am from the Qingyun City Law Enforcement, here to arrest you for questioning. I hope you do not resist, or you will be shot on the spot. At her words, Li Zhongtian and the others' pupils dilated, and their hearts surged with turmoil. What? Mr. Chen killed Yang Kuan's family last night. They suddenly grasped how fortunate they were to still be alive. Truly, a martial arts master could kill at will. Qin Xiaochuan, however, remained unfazed. Had he still been a university student, such a situation would have terrified him. But now, he felt no fear, boldly surveying the female officer Yang Yan's alluring figure. With her curvy silhouette and taut skin, she exuded a unique allure despite her short hair. And her uniform added an unexpected twist of temptation. Yang Yan's lips twitched slightly. She anticipated that he would disregard her warning and stare at her so lecherously. This scoundrel is seeking death. Why are you staring? Be careful, or I, Yang Yan, will gouge out your eyes and toss them on the ground for you to tread upon. Yang Yan declared fiercely, her face a mask of fury. Behind her, the 100-strong enforcement team cast glances of schadenfreude at Qin Xiaochuan. This lad truly had audacity. How dare he gaze at the captain in such a manner? She was a fierce tigress, exquisite yet dangerous. Anyone who provoked her would surely regret it. There had once been a male officer from a neighboring province who, after merely expressing his admiration, was brutally beaten and returned home with all limbs broken and bandaged, most tragically, his fifth limb rendered useless. Afterward, Captain Yang Yan faced no repercussions and continued her duties as usual, and the incident faded into obscurity. Thus, it was well known that while men may express interest in women, this particular captain was off limits. One could only imagine the fate awaiting this Qin Xiaochuan once taken back. Yet Qin Xiaochuan could not help but chuckle. I didn't realize, Captain Yang, that you possess such fiery spirit. I must say, I like it. Yang Yin immediately resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fury igniting. You dare to laugh? I know you are a celestial ranked martial artist, but our firearms are reinforced. Even a martial arts master would not dare to withstand them. Now, crouch and cover your head. I will count to 3. If you do not comply, I will order you to be riddled with bullets. Li family, step aside, or I will not be responsible for the consequences. The Li family members hastily dispersed, not wishing to become casualties of the riot police's firearms. Prepare. 3, 2, 1. Yang Yan began her countdown. As she reached 1, Qin Xiaochuan's eyes sparkled with mischief, and he quickly raised his hands, exclaiming, "Don't shoot. I'll crouch." He then complied, covering his head. The enforcement officers were unfazed by his reaction, but the Li family members exchanged glances of surprise. They had not anticipated that this young master would lack the courage to resist against Yang Yan's enforcement team. Despite the odds, a martial arts master would surely have a chance to escape. Yang Yan's lips curled into a cruel smile. But her firearm remained aimed at Qin Xiaochuan's forehead as she signaled to 2 of her sturdy male officers. They rushed forward to place specially designed handcuffs and shackles on him before escorting him to the riot control vehicle, departing with haste, leaving the Li family in disarray. Grandfather, that fellow was taken by Yang Yan and dared to look at her so brazenly. He will never emerge from this. He will undoubtedly be handed over to the Martial Arts Association. Even if he escapes execution, he will spend his life as a mere shadow of a man. Li Yunfei remarked, the scene before him surreal. Indeed, even if he somehow makes it out, he will be utterly ruined. No one who falls into Yang Yan's hands emerges unscathed. Li Zhongtian nodded in agreement. Initially, they believed Qin Xiaochuan's downfall would take time to unfold. Yet little did they know he had slaughtered the Yang family of the 4 great clans the previous night and would be declared offline that very evening. Had they known, they would not have rushed to apologize and suffer indignities. They should have let the bullets fly for longer. Li Yunfei's eyes glinted with malice as he contemplated revenge for the injury inflicted upon him by Hong Jia. Without Qin Xiaochuan as a threat, Li Yunfei's true nature began to resurface. However, Li Zhongtian waved his hand. Yunfei, there's no need for haste. We shall wait until this matter settles before taking action. While it's true that no one who falls into Yang Yan's clutches has a favorable outcome, it's better to be cautious. Very well. I'll allow Hong Jia to enjoy a few more days of peace. Li Yunfei conceded, adopting a calmer demeanor, recognizing the merit in heeding advice. Should Qin Xiaochuan return unscathed, his fate would be uncertain. Now let us investigate how the Yang family was slaughtered, Li Zhongtian commanded. Yes, grandfather. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Within 20 minutes, Qin Xiaochuan was brought into the enforcement bureau and locked in a small, dark room. Half an hour later, the 20-centimeter thick steel doors slowly creaked open, light flooding in as a slender figure walked in. With a resounding crash, the heavy metal door slammed shut. The light bulb in the small room flickered to life, illuminating Yang Yan's icy gaze fixed on Qin Xiaochuan's face. Her lips twitched in barely contained fury. For, despite being secured to the steel wall in an X shape, Qin Xiaochuan wore a cheeky grin, exhibiting no signs of a prisoner. It was as if he resided in a 5-star hotel's presidential suite. In normal circumstances, criminals apprehended by her would be quaking in fear. Good evening, beautiful. I know you secretly fancy me and brought me here for a rendezvous, right? I didn't expect you to enjoy such playful antics. Hanging me on this wall. How delightful. I like it. Qin Xiaochuan broke the silence, greeting her with a grin. Slap. Yang Yan's face turned pale with rage, her entire body trembling, her chest heaving with indignation. The whip in her hand cracked against the floor with a terrifying sound, leaving a shallow mark on the steel surface. One could only imagine the pain it would inflict upon a human body. You bastard. Her voice echoed through the small room, laced with venomous fury. Chapter 11. This slap is a gift. Oh, you've never seen me before, yet you know my prowess? Captain Yang, you're impressive. Don't tell me you've awakened some sort of X-ray vision. You're far too naughty for that. Chen Xiaochuan maintained his flippant demeanor, grinning cheekily. Yang Yin took a deep breath, striving for composure as her eyes blazed with fury. Listen, Chen, I have no interest in your frivolous banter. Now, let me ask you about Yang Qilin and his family, a total of 38 individuals, including a female university student. Did you kill them all? She activated the enforcement recorder attached to her chest. Chen Xiaochuan's audacious gaze boldly roamed over Yang Yin. Indeed, they were all killed by me. Yang Yin's eyes flashed with excitement at his candid admission, swiftly shutting off the recorder. With evidence in hand, she could now unleash her wrath upon this audacious murderer, satisfying her desire for retribution. Excellent. Given your confession, you deserve the death penalty, Yang Yin remarked, her gaze lingering on the man suspended against the steel wall, her whip slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. The long whip traced a shadow before mercilessly striking Chen Xiaochuan. Crack. The sound echoed sharply. Yang Yan's expression faltered as she realized she had struck nothing but empty air. The steel wall remained devoid of his presence. Only the massive chains and shackles swaying where he had been. The wall bore faint marks from the whip, evidence of her aimless strike. Where are you? Yang Yin instinctively swallowed, her breath quickening. Looking for me. At that moment, a cheeky voice came from behind Yang Yin. Yang Yin quickly turned around, only to find a handsome face before her. Their bodies were pressed closely together due to her ample bosom, creating an undeniably intimate distance. She could distinctly feel the rhythm of their breaths intermingling. In a mere fraction of a second, Yang Yin regained her composure and hastily retreated, attempting to create space between them. However, Chen Xiaochuan's powerful hands swiftly grasped her waist, holding her firmly in place. This marked the first time in Yang Yan's life that she had been in such close and intimate proximity to a man. She could vividly sense the masculine scent of Chen Xiaochuan's unique pheromones, and even through their clothing, the heat radiating from his hand was palpable. An unfamiliar sensation coursed through her body, causing her to tremble slightly, as an unprecedented tingling sensation surged within her. Instinctively, she raised her hand, clutching the whip, ready to strike Chen Xiaochuan again. Captain Yang, hitting is not appropriate, Chen Xiaochuan retorted, his other hand swiftly capturing her wrist. In an instant, Yang Yin found herself immobilized. Let go of me. I will make you pay for this, she protested, struggling against his firm grip, but her efforts were futile against his strength. I will not release you. What can you do about it? Chen Xiaochuan replied with a playful smile, leaning in closer until their faces were nearly touching. Breathing in the fragrant aroma emanating from her, he felt a surge of heat coursing through him, igniting a restlessness within him. Yang Yan's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. I swear, you will pay dearly for this. Ah, you think you can threaten me after I've got you under control? It seems you are in need of a lesson. Spoiled as you are, believing that all men will cater to your whims just because you are the captain of an anti-explosive team. You are unaware that in the hearts and dreams of many men, you have been imagined countless times. Unfortunately for you, you have crossed paths with me, Chen Xiaochuan, and I will not indulge your temper. With that, Chen Xiaochuan forcefully pressed Yang Yin onto the interrogation table, discarding the whip she held. A sharp sound echoed through the room. Ah! Yang Yin gasped in shock before bursting out indignantly. You scoundrel! How dare you slap my backside? I will kill you. Another resounding slap followed. Ah! She cried out again, the sting eliciting tears. This man was truly striking her. Slap, slap, slap. Chen Xiaochuan continued, delivering several more blows while taunting. Do you understand your mistake now? Still unwilling to admit it? I will continue until you concede. At first, Yang Yin stubbornly refused to relent, only emitting cries of distress. After enduring around 20 slaps, she finally could not hold on any longer, realizing that if this continued, she would be left humiliated. Thankfully, this small, enclosed space was isolated, and she had instructed her subordinates not to interrupt without her command. Otherwise, she would have lost all dignity. I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me. Yang Yin finally submitted. Ah, but your tone suggests you still hold a sense of superiority. Chen Xiaochuan retorted, delivering another precise slap. Ah, she screamed, quickly adopting a softer tone. I was wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore. I truly regret it. Whoa, what exactly did you do wrong? Chen Xiaochuan inquired with a mischievous glint in his eyes. I should not have captured you, nor should I have locked you in here. Yang Yin explained hurriedly. Yet inwardly, she vowed that once she escaped, she would repay him 1,000-fold for this humiliation. Another slap landed. Yang Yin shuddered, the pain intensifying. Her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Well, you scoundrel. I admitted my mistake, yet you continue to strike me. You are untrustworthy. In tears, she lamented. The image of the fierce captain now replaced by that of a delicate girl. Very well, I will offer you a friendly piece of advice. As an enforcer, apprehending criminals and locking them away is not inherently wrong. Reflect on where your true error lies. Qin Xiaochuan said calmly. Yang Yin paused, surprised by his words. And after a moment of contemplation, replied softly, I understand now. I should not have misused my authority against you. So misusing authority is not a mistake? Yang Yin nearly wept in despair. Of course it is not. Qin Xiaochuan replied with a smile, leaving Yang Yin in a state of confusion. If capturing you, imprisoning you, and then striking you are not wrong, then I truly cannot discern where my error lies. You are clearly toying with me. Then let me ask you, what is the purpose of your enforcement? Qin Xiaochuan inquired seriously. To combat crime and maintain social order, Yang Yin answered without hesitation. Well said. I indeed killed someone. But do you know why I committed murder? Qin Xiaochuan laughed heartily. No matter the reason, killing is wrong, Yang Yin replied, pursing her lips and furrowing her brow slightly. 20 days ago, when I was attacked and discarded in the wilderness, did you fight crime or uphold social order? Qin Xiaochuan's voice turned dark as he recalled the incident. But he quickly suppressed it. Are you implying that the Yang family was responsible for your injuries and abandonment? Yang Yin blurted out. Correct. I am but a recent graduate. Lacking power, connections, or influence. My death would go unnoticed, and even if it did, no one would dare confront the powerful. Thus, they continue to thrive. If the world is so corrupt, what sin is there in seeking justice for myself? Qin Xiaochuan stated calmly. Yang Yin fell silent, reflecting. Had I known you were harmed, I would have dared to apprehend the Yang family, regardless of their status. I am not one to cower before the powerful. I simply was unaware of the events that transpired. Wait, you liar. If you were truly attacked and discarded, then you would be dead. How could you possibly still be alive? Please, your reasoning for murder lacks any logic. Moreover, you are a celestial level master, and the strongest of the Yang family barely reaches peak Earth level. Even if they wished to harm you, they would lack the capability. I was fortunate enough to be saved by a great master who taught me all I know. Otherwise, I would have become a lost soul in the underworld. Qin Xiaochuan said with a calm smile. If what you say is true, then I have indeed erred in my judgment. Yang Yin sighed. Recognizing one's mistakes allows for great improvement. Qin Xiaochuan nodded in satisfaction. May I be released now? Yang Yin asked softly. Slap. Without warning. Another sharp sound echoed as a resounding slap landed. The fiery pain made Yang Yin scream as if she were being slaughtered. Why do you keep hitting me when I have acknowledged my wrongs? She nearly exploded with frustration. This slap is just an extra gift from me. After Qin Xiaochuan finished, the soft and elastic sensation lingered in his palm, a delightful tactile experience. However, he understood that he could not strike again. Otherwise, it would be unsightly to leave this girl's backside bruised and bloody. Our dear Qin Xiaochuan is quite adept at cherishing the delicate. If he were to unleash his force, a single slap could leave Yang Yin severely injured. Internally, Yang Yin was in turmoil. Fortunately, Qin Xiaochuan released her. Yang Yin quickly distanced herself, watching him warily, her ample bosom still heaving with agitation, unable to calm down for a while. Qin Xiaochuan, with an air of nonchalance, gazed at Yang Yin and inquired, So, Captain Yang, can I take my leave now? Yang Yin bit her lip and nodded, saying, You may go, but regarding your case, I will continue my investigation. If what you say is true, I shall not pursue your legal responsibilities any further. If you are lying, I will collaborate with the Martial Arts Association to apprehend you. Even a martial artist cannot disregard the laws of our dragon country. Qin Xiaochuan shrugged indifferently. All right, go ahead and investigate. Let me briefly recount how I was tricked into a hotel by my girlfriend, leading to Yang Lianxing taking my kidney. This way, it will expedite your investigation. He then succinctly recounted the incident of being deceived by his girlfriend and subsequently having his kidney removed by Yang Lianxing. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Yang Yan's eyes. To think this young man had fallen victim to a beauty trap, it was rather pitiable. Well, you can leave now, Yang Yin said, adjusting her disheveled attire. As she moved, a sharp pain shot through her backside, causing her to gasp in agony. Yang Yin then input a secret code, and the heavy steel door slowly creaked open. You may go, she said softly. Qin Xiaochuan did not leave immediately. Instead, he leaned closer to Yang Yin, inhaling deeply. You smell wonderful. He then strode away. Yang Yin felt a surge of anger but quickly suppressed it, realizing she was no match for him. Moreover, if she screamed, it would attract the attention of her colleagues outside, exposing her humiliation in this small dark room. She could not afford to lose face. Watching Qin Xiaochuan's retreating figure, Yang Yin silently vowed, "Though you may justify your actions in the name of revenge, today you have insulted me and struck my backside. This matter will not end here. I may not be your opponent, but the power behind me is certainly beyond your capabilities as a mere rogue martial artist. Humph, Qin Xiaochuan, you will eventually fall into my hands, and when that time comes, I shall make you regret your actions and leave your backside blooming with bruises." Outside, the law enforcement officers were taken aback to see Qin Xiaochuan walking out unscathed, swaggering with a smile. No way, he actually came out, and he looks perfectly fine. They were bewildered, questioning how he had escaped the apparent torment from their captain. "Hey, stop right there," one of the male officers barked. "Let him go." At that moment, Yang Yan's icy voice emerged from the small room. "Oh," the male officer complied, stepping aside. Qin Xiaochuan paid no heed and walked past confidently. Yang Yin then slowly exited, taking care to walk gingerly due to the pain in her backside. "Captain Yang," one male officer began, but was promptly interrupted by Yang Yin. "Are you questioning me?" she asked, her expression cold as ice. The officer shivered in fear and quickly smiled. "Captain Yang, you misunderstood. We wholeheartedly support your decisions. I merely noticed you looked tired and wanted to offer you some tea to refresh yourself. I'll prepare it right away." Chapter 12. Borrowing a head night fell. Past 9 o'clock, Yang Yin, exhausted, returned to her residence. She approached the floor-to-ceiling mirror and removed her bomb-proof attire, revealing her fair, S-shaped figure, particularly the striking abdominal muscles devoid of any excess fat. The black undergarments soon followed. Yang Yin bit her lip, turned her back to the mirror, and glanced over her shoulder only to find her backside red and swollen. She gently touched it and couldn't help but gasp. "Ouch. How could that scoundrel hit me so hard and leave me like this? I, Yang Yin, will not rest until I avenge this grievance." Her teeth clenched in anger. She then rubbed her belly, recalling the iron rod concealed on his person that had caused her discomfort during their embrace. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson, reaching her ears, enhancing her already striking beauty with an alluring charm. Next, she sashayed to the sofa, but as soon as she sat down, she sprang back up, exclaiming, "Ouch, it hurts." Consequently, she had no choice but to lie on her bed, feeling the intense pain radiating from her backside. Yang Yin took out her phone and dialed the number. The call connected swiftly. On speakerphone, a melodious voice rang out. "Oh, Yinzi, why aren't you patrolling at this hour? What brings you to call me?" "Sister Linghua, I've been bullied. You must stand up for me," Yang Yin replied, sounding pitiful. "What? In Qingyun City, who doesn't know about your fierce reputation? Someone dared to bully you? You must be joking." Linghua laughed lightly. "I'm serious," Yang Yin retorted, fuming. "Oh, who dared to bully you? You're a mid-tier expert in the heavenly stage, not to mention your family background and the fact that you lead a riot control team. Even in Qingyun City, the dignitaries must show you some respect." Linghua continued teasingly. "It's a filthy scoundrel." Yang Yan's anger flared at the mention of Qin Xiaochuan. "I never expected that guy, barely in his 20s, would possess a cultivation level higher than mine, at least late heavenly stage, perhaps even peak. And he is utterly shameless. I let my guard down and ended up in this predicament." Yang Yin recounted how she had been overpowered by Qin Xiaochuan, omitting the more intimate details. Upon hearing the story, Linghua burst into laughter, shaking with mirth. "So, that is what happened. If only you had brought a subordinate with you, you wouldn't have faced such humiliation. You simply fell victim to your own overconfidence. Ah, sister, just laugh at me all you want, but stop with the useless chatter. Hurry over and apply some medicine to my backside, and help me seek revenge. I can't let my family find out about this. You're the only one I can confide in. I refuse to believe that, as a martial arts master and one of the esteemed students of our academy, you can't handle that scoundrel." Yang Yin pouted. "Right now? Please, I'm on vacation in the Magic City." Linghua rolled her eyes in response. "Get on the next flight here. Don't tell me you can't break away from your male model escapades." Yang Yin urged. "Ugh, you're the one chasing after male models. Fine, that is settled. I'm hanging up now. I'll fly over." Linghua concluded, and the call ended with the sound of a busy tone. After exiting the Public Security Bureau, Qin Xiaochuan hailed a cab and headed straight for the Watermoon Villa by Qingyun Lake, where Qin Yunho resided. The news of Qin Xiaochuan's departure from the Public Security Bureau swiftly reached Li Zhongtian's ears. What? That rascal managed to exit the bureau unscathed? He dared to provoke the female tyrant, yet walked away unscathed? Even a martial arts master would struggle to achieve such a feat. This can only indicate that the young man possesses an extraordinary background. Even the female tyrant must swallow this bitter pill. Indeed, I am grateful my grandfather advised me to refrain from rash actions. Otherwise, our Li family would follow in the footsteps of the Yang family. A tempest of unease surged within Li Zhongtian and his associates, leaving them apprehensive for what lay ahead. The true nature of Li Yunfei quickly reverted to that of a timid quail. However, Li Zhongtian's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination as he turned to Li Yunfei. Yunfei, I am inclined to take a gamble. From this moment forth, you shall do everything in your power to curry favor with Mr. Chun. If we can firmly grasp this powerful ally, our Li family shall soar to new heights. Yes, grandfather. Li Yunfei promptly nodded in agreement. The other core members of the Li family did not voice any objections. After all, it was no small feat for someone who had provoked the female tyrant to emerge from the Public Security Bureau unscathed. Such a formidable ally. If we failed to recognize him, it would be sheer folly. Furthermore, according to intelligence, it seems that this young man is intent on confronting the Qingyun Marquis. No wonder he previously inquired about the Marquis residence. Let us go. We cannot miss this spectacle. Indeed, if he can subdue the Qingyun Marquis, then my earlier decision will prove to be the wisest. The members of the Li family were instantly invigorated. 50 minutes later, Chen Xiaochuan arrived at the shores of Qingyun Lake. At this juncture, the moon hung high amidst a sparse array of stars. The clear waters of the lake rippled gently with the caress of the breeze, causing the reflection of the moon and starlight to shatter upon the surface. Gazing across the lake, Chen Xiaochuan discerned the faint glow of illuminated buildings. Standing at the water's edge, he surveyed the opposite shore, his expression as calm as a still pond. In that moment, his brow furrowed slightly as he noticed a throng of heads bobbing along the lakeside. With Chen Xiaochuan's appearance, the crowd began to stir with excitement. These individuals were witnesses to the massacre of the Yang family's high-ranking members, having gathered here to await his arrival. That young man truly came. What audacity! I thought he would flee after committing murder. Now, a grand performance awaits. The crowd buzzed with fervent anticipation. Chen Xiaochuan listened attentively and realized they were merely bystanders eager for the unfolding drama. He then redirected his focus. Next, under the gaze of hundreds, Chen Xiaochuan leaped gracefully onto the surface of the lake, employing a technique akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, making his way toward the Shueiyue villa on the opposite shore. The dragonfly technique could be effortlessly executed by any martial artist of the earth tier and above. Hence, Chen Xiaochuan's display did not incite much reaction among the onlookers. What truly exhilarated the crowd was that he dared to traverse the lake's surface to confront the Qingyun Marquis, spanning 10 miles. It took Chen Xiaochuan several minutes to cross the lake, before landing steadily at the entrance of Shueiyue villa. At the moment he touched down, a thunderous shout erupted, and 5 figures emerged, encircling Chen Xiaochuan. They were the 5 elite guards of Shueiyue villa, each possessing martial prowess at the initial stage of the heaven tier. Bold fool! How dare you intrude upon the Qingyun Marquis sanctuary? Chen Xiaochuan could discern that these 5 were significantly weaker than the likes of Yang Kuan, whom he had previously slain. Yet, compared to the ferocious female enforcer, they still fell short. The Qingyun Marquis, with such a grand reputation, entrusted the defense of his domain to such feeble guardians? Step aside. Let the true experts emerge. I have no desire to slay mere chickens. Chen Xiaochuan regarded the 5 with disdain. At his words, the 5 heaven-tier masters expressed their indignation. How dare a mere boy look down upon them? Martial artists of the heaven tier? Such arrogance was unprecedented. You dare to test me? One of them bellowed, rage surging within him. Chen Xiaochuan was taken aback. Such audacity. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Under the moonlight, a fleeting shadow zipped past. With a swift crack, the enraged heaven-tier warrior had yet to make a move before Chen Xiaochuan, with blinding speed, twisted his neck, discarding the lifeless body as though it were refuse. Is there anyone else who wishes to test their mettle? Chen Xiaochuan nonchalantly regarded the remaining 4. At that moment, the 4 were rendered speechless, feeling as though the very wind that brushed against them was laced with icy dread. Their eyes, filled with terror, gazed upon Chen Xiaochuan. Heaven! This young man effortlessly dispatched a peer of the initial heaven tier. They finally comprehended that Chen Xiaochuan's earlier remark about their weakness was not bravado. In his eyes, they were indeed pathetically weak. This youth, so young, had already attained the mid-stage of the heaven tier, if not the late stage. The onlookers by the lakeside, equipped with binoculars, witnessed Chen Xiaochuan effortlessly crush a guard of the Qingyun Marquis. Excitement surged within the crowd. Incredible! That young man, with a mere flick of his hand, eliminated a sentinel of the Qingyun Marquis. This was a true declaration of war. It is common knowledge that the Marquis guards are formidable warriors at the initial stage of the Heaven tier, capable of establishing a force stronger than the four great families. Could this young man possibly be at the pinnacle of the Heaven tier? Meanwhile, Li Zhongtian and the others arrived at the lakeside, overhearing the discussions among the crowd. They remained silent, internally acknowledging, the pinnacle of the Heaven tier? A bunch of blind fools. Mr. Chun is a martial arts master. May I inquire as to your purpose here? One of the guards asked cautiously, his tone now exceedingly respectful, no longer condescending. It's nothing significant. I simply seek to attend to a small matter, Qin Xiaochuan replied casually. Oh, if that is the case, please instruct us, and we shall gladly assist with any trivialities. The guard responded promptly with utmost deference. Though behind them lay Shuiwe Villa, where stronger presences resided, they dared not act out of line. For they felt their very lives were at Qin Xiaochuan's mercy. A moment of displeasure could lead to their demise. They could only feign submission, hoping to buy time for the mid to late stage Heaven tier experts within the villa to react. Oh, my minor request is to borrow something from Shuiwe Villa, Qin Xiaochuan remarked, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded the four guards, who now resembled frightened quails. What do you wish to borrow? The four guards instinctively inquired. The head of the Qingyun Marquis, Qin Xiaochuan responded nonchalantly. What? The four guards trembled, shock etched across their faces. You mean to kill the Qingyun Marquis? They were utterly flabbergasted. Is this what you call a small matter? Qin Xiaochuan nodded. Can you assist me? The guards stammered, at a loss for words. Internally, they cursed, assist you? How audacious. Do you think you can just borrow the head of our esteemed Qingyun Marquis? Just then, a figure darted forth from within the villa with an enigmatic swiftness. The four guards gasped in astonishment. Lord Chao. The visitor is none other than the foremost master of the Shuiwe Villa, Chao Jian, a formidable peak celestial tier warrior, renowned as the greatest beneath the grandmasters. Rumor has it that he is invincible among those below the grandmaster level, able to trade blows one for one with those above it. My goodness, the one hailed as the greatest beneath the grandmasters has made his entrance. This promises to be an extraordinary battle. The onlookers were once again invigorated. Li Zhongtian and his companions also felt a surge of excitement, for they alone understood that Qin Xiaochuan was a young grandmaster. Chao Jian, with his celestial tier perfection, was said to be able to exchange blows one for one with those above him. Would Mr. Chun be overpowered by Chao Jian? As Qin Xiaochuan beheld the flamboyant entrance of Chao Jian, he sensed the latter's aura, which indeed surpassed that of the riot squad's fierce leader, but only slightly. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Are you suggesting that with your presence, I cannot borrow it? Qin Xiaochuan regarded Chao Jian with indifference. Chao Jian smirked menacingly, indeed. You seem quite confident. What tier of martial artist are you? Qin Xiaochuan inquired with curiosity. Peak celestial tier. Chao Jian proclaimed with pride. If you cannot even discern my level, how dare you act so recklessly here? You might as well die. This farce ends now. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash, a ray of sword light sliced through the darkness, vanishing in an instant. Chao Jian moved, disappearing from his spot. Yet, the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. His lightning-fast strike, intended to pierce Qin Xiaochuan's throat for an instant kill, was effortlessly caught between two of Qin Xiaochuan's fingers. Chao Jian could hardly comprehend how Qin Xiaochuan had made his move. With a slight exertion of his fingers, Qin Xiaochuan snapped the tungsten steel sword in two. How is this possible? Shock filled Chao Jian's eyes. Why are you no longer laughing? You were quite merry a moment ago. I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Qin Xiaochuan teased, looking at him mockingly. Chao Jian swallowed hard, his gaze towards Qin Xiaochuan now filled with trepidation. Are you a martial arts grandmaster? He stammered instinctively. What tier I am is of no concern to you, fool, Qin Xiaochuan retorted. But didn't you just ask me? Chao Jian's lips twitched. You have quite the audacity to compare yourself to me. Are you as handsome as I am? Can you defeat me? Qin Xiaochuan rolled his eyes dramatically, returning the earlier taunt. This farce ends here. You may as well die, lacking capability, yet attempting to show off. Don't do this in your next life. Come now. Don't be afraid. I kill quickly, it won't hurt a bit. With that, he delivered a powerful kick. A flicker of horror crossed Chao Jian's eyes as he sensed the terrifying force behind Qin Xiaochuan's kick, akin to a cannonball, an overwhelming feeling of inevitability. Wait! Chao Jian shouted. Qin Xiaochuan paused his raised foot, blinking. Do you have something to say? All right, I am a reasonable person. I will give you a chance for your last words. Chao Jian's throat constricted, breathing hastily as he spoke. I believe you still do not fully understand me. Understand what? I have no interest in men. Qin Xiaochuan snapped, preparing to strike again. Please let me finish. Chao Jian implored quickly. Fine, you have 10 seconds. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, watching him with interest. I, Chao Jian, am hailed as the greatest beneath the grandmasters. I am invincible among those below the grandmasters, and can trade blows 1-for-1 with those above. If I were to go all out, we would both meet our demise. I do not wish to die, and I believe you do not either, so I propose we end this here. Chao Jian hurriedly expressed everything he had to say. The onlookers by the lakeside gasped collectively, excitement bubbling within them. My heavens! I thought that fellow was merely a peak celestial tier expert. But it turns out he is a grandmaster, forcing Chao Jian, a peak celestial tier warrior, into this predicament. Such a young grandmaster is utterly disheartening. Both being in their 20s, why am I still at mid-yellow tier? Indeed, comparisons can be infuriating. Chen Xiaochuan rolled his eyes again. You truly possess remarkable confidence. Very well. I shall see how you intend to exchange blows with me. He accelerated his raised foot, producing a sharp sound as it cut through the air. Chao Jian did not expect his opponent to fight back. He certainly did not wish for a trade of blows. I'll evade, he thought, prioritizing his survival over confrontation. After all, attaining peak celestial tier in martial arts left room for future breakthroughs to grandmaster level. Chao Jian did not want to meet his end so easily. However, despite his quick reflexes, he was no match for Chen Xiaochuan. No matter how he dodged, Chen Xiaochuan's kick followed like a shadow, landing squarely in his abdomen. Ack! Chao Jian felt as if a train had collided with him, his body bending like a shrimp, soaring away like a kite with its string cut. He crashed violently against the gates of Shuiwei Villa. With a dull thud, his internal organs shattered, his eyes widened. Blood streaming from his 7 orifices as he slid down the now cracked gate, lying lifelessly on the ground. The 4 guards were left in shock. Oh my god! The peak celestial tier warrior, Chao Jian, was just kicked to death? The crowd by the lakeside fell into a stunned silence, their eyes wide in disbelief. Chao Jian, who had claimed to trade blows, lay defeated while Chen Xiaochuan remained unscathed. This young man was truly terrifying. Remarkable. Li Zhongtian and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Their spirits ignited as they envisioned the rise of the Li family. After dispatching Chao Jian, Chen Xiaochuan paid no heed to the 4 guards. To him, unless they wished for their own demise, they could only stand aside like decorative pieces. Qilin Marquis, your strongest bodyguard has been slain by me. Are you not going to show yourself? Chen Xiaochuan called towards the gates of Shuiwei Villa, unleashing a voice as thunderous as a rolling storm. Mr. Chen, our Qilin Marquis is not at Shuiwei Villa, one brave guard ventured to say. What? He is not here? Chen Xiaochuan's expression turned incredulous. Where is he then? Qilin Marquis left Qingyun City 20 days ago. We are unsure of his exact whereabouts, the guard answered cautiously. If you do not believe me, you may search for yourself. Chen Xiaochuan couldn't help but curse. It seemed his visit tonight had been in vain. Do you know when the Qingyun Marquis will return? He should be back in a day or 2, the guard replied. In that case, I shall return in a couple of days. Chen Xiaochuan shrugged, turning to gracefully glide over the 10-mile lake's surface, landing ashore. Hundreds of fervent gazes converged upon Chen Xiaochuan, nearly all filled with admiration. After all, the Qingyun Marquis was a singular presence in Qingyun City, a colossal figure no one dared to provoke. Now, this young man had dared to trample upon the Qingyun Marquis, accomplishing what countless had dreamed of but feared to attempt. Li Zhongtian hurriedly led his men forward, standing in unison. Mr. Chen, good evening. Chen Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the Li family members to be present, eagerly watching the spectacle and displaying an obsequious demeanor. It dawned on him that the Li family's ostentation was a declaration of allegiance. So, are you planning to act as my lackeys? Chen Xiaochuan stated bluntly. The moment these words escaped his lips, the corners of Li Zhongtian and his companions' mouths twitched. Lackeys? Such an unflattering term. It is highly derogatory. Could we not be referred to as associates instead? Yet, they dared not refute him. We wonder if Mr. Chen would grant us this opportunity. Li Zhongtian, after a brief pause, quickly donned a smile. At this point, retreating would mean squandering their efforts, leaving them without support and marking them as targets for the Qingyun Marquis. They had no choice but to go all in. Indeed, Li Zhongtian's reply left those around them utterly astonished. How degrading for the Li family to willingly become lackeys merely to cling to the coattails of a master. Chen Xiaochuan rubbed his nose, reflecting that although he was at the 10th level of the Qi refining stage, backed by the Wuji Purgatory Tower and his slumbering master, he remained a solitary figure. This was not conducive to his pursuit of ultimate power. It was unacceptable to have no lackeys by his side. The Li family was indeed offering him a much-needed support. Moreover, given the Li family's standing and influence in Qingyun City, having them as his subordinates could be deemed adequate. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, acknowledging their earnestness. I shall grant you an opportunity. You will serve as my apprentices for 1 month. Should you prove unworthy, you shall lose the privilege of being my lackeys. Thank you. Mr. Chen. Li Zhongtian expressed his gratitude hastily. Now have you arrived by car? Chen Xiaochuan sensed a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Of course, Li Zhongtian replied, bending slightly. Yunfei, go fetch the car. Yes, grandfather. Li Yunfei promptly jogged to the roadside, bringing over a BMW 740, and personally opened the rear door, respectfully stating, Mr. Chen, please, take me to the night mealy bar. Chen Xiaochuan entered without hesitation, settling comfortably in the back seat. The feeling of having lackeys attending to him was rather delightful. This was the essence of being in a superior position. Yes, Mr. Chen. Li Yunfei responded cheerfully. Li Zhongtian, you should join us in the car. Chen Xiaochuan beckoned Li Zhongtian. All right. Li Zhongtian was pleasantly surprised and quickly climbed into the vehicle, taking a seat beside Chen Xiaochuan in the back. With a thud, the car door closed, and Li Yunfei drove straight towards the night mealy bar. As Chen Xiaochuan departed, the onlookers dispersed, planning to relax before awaiting the return of the Qingyun Marquis for more entertainment. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochuan's reputation swiftly spread throughout Qingyun City. The audacity to demand the head of the Qingyun Marquis was explosive news among the city's elite, causing a considerable uproar. They could not fathom when such a formidable figure had emerged in Qingyun City. Yet, for the majority, Chen Xiaochuan's provocation of the Qingyun Marquis was tantamount to seeking death. Even though he was a young master, inside the BMW 7 Series, Chen Xiaochuan initiated a conversation. Li Zhongtian, are you familiar with martial artists? What ranks do they possess? Could you enlighten me? Li Zhongtian was momentarily stunned. Mr. Chen is unaware of the classifications of martial artists? This must be a jest. No, perhaps Mr. Chen is testing my knowledge or has ulterior motives. With this thought, Li Zhongtian regained his composure and earnestly replied, Mr. Chen, martial artists are classified from low to high as yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven ranks, each level further divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages. Beyond the peak of high ranks lies the Grandmaster, an existence akin to yourself, Mr. Chen. Above the Grandmaster is the Martial King. Beyond that, there are even stronger entities. Yet those realms are far beyond our reach. Chen Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes slightly, fully aware that he was not a Grandmaster. His path diverged into the realm of immortality rather than martial arts. However, he refrained from clarifying this to Li Zhongtian. Have you ever heard of cultivators? Chen Xiaochuan inquired further. Cultivators? In truth, once martial artists reach the Grandmaster level, they can project their inner energy externally, performing feats that appear divine to ordinary mortals. Ultimately, cultivators are simply more powerful versions of martial artists. Li Zhongtian chuckled, sharing his perspective. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, choosing not to dispute Li Zhongtian's assertions. It seemed, as his master had stated, that the world's spiritual energy had been depleted, and the existence of true cultivators had become a rarity, leaving behind only martial artists. It was understandable that Li Zhongtian lacked insight. However, martial artists who reached the Grandmaster level were indeed extraordinarily formidable. It appeared that only martial artists at this level could compel him to take them seriously. He pondered. What level of martial artist would I be considered at the 10th level of Qi refinement? A Grandmaster, a Martial King, or perhaps even beyond? Ah, how lonely it is at the pinnacle of invincibility. Soon, Chen Xiaochuan arrived at the night mealy bar. You may return now. He waved as he exited the vehicle. Mr. Chen, please rest well. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. We are at your service 24/7, Li Yunfei replied earnestly. All right. Chen Xiaochuan nodded and stepped into the night mealy bar. Beautiful Hongjia, I have arrived. At midnight, 2:30 a.m. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Yang Yin approached the door, activating the visual intercom, and was greeted by the sight of a stunning beauty standing outside. Her eyes lit up with joy, and she quickly opened the door. Sister Linghua, you finally made it. At that moment, Yang Yin was no longer in a state of undress, but had donned a soft dark gold nightgown, her smooth, fair legs extending from beneath the hem. Her ample bosom, albeit concealed by the gown, still rose like majestic peaks, exuding an alluring sensuality. Linghua surveyed Yang Yin from head to toe, smiling as she stepped inside and closed the door. Sister Yang, it's been a while. I feel your chest has grown larger. Linghua remarked, her gaze fixed on Yang Yin's full bosom. Not as large as yours. Yang Yin rolled her eyes dramatically. Hee, that is indeed true. Linghua proudly thrust out her chest, playfully challenging Yang Yin. Yang Yin rolled her eyes again, having long since grown accustomed to her sister's playful demeanor. Enough banter. Hurry and apply the aloe vera gel. Yang Yin tossed a bottle of aloe vera gel to Linghua. Linghua caught it with a smile, saying, "Then you better hurry and lie down. Let me see just how badly you were beaten." Yang Yin pouted and went to her room. Lying face down on the soft bed, her back's graceful lines and pert posterior unmistakably displayed. It must be said, a woman with a great figure is a visual delight in any position. Linghua promptly jumped onto the bed, lifting Yang Yin's nightgown with a gasp. Wow. So red and swollen. Goodness, that Qin Xiaochuan must have struck hard. He truly lacks any sense of tenderness. Ugh, that jerk, sister, you must help me exact revenge. Yang Yin gritted her teeth. Of course, only I can strike for my sister. That brat dares to harm you. It's a direct affront to me, Linghua. He has slapped my face. Linghua asserted seriously, lifting her hand and delivering a playful smack to Yang Yan's backside. Smack. The crisp sound echoed. Ah, sister. What are you doing? Yang Yinjiao's body trembled as if struck by an electric current, her face paling, and her lips forming an O shape. Oh, I see you are red and swollen. I couldn't help but slap her lightly, curious about the sensation. Sister, my apologies, I couldn't hold back for a moment. Come, let me apply some aloe vera gel for you, Linghua said with a cheerful smile. Ugh, Yang Yan's lips twitched before she began to scream wildly. Linghua, you scoundrel. I will fight you. Chapter 14. The youth of today is fiery and passionate. What followed were two voluptuous beauties entangled in a fierce scuffle. Devoid of any semblance of martial prowess, resembling nothing more than bickering street women. The pink-hued soft bed was soon in disarray, a chaotic mess. Linghua, you wretched person. You've torn my clothes. Yang Yin exclaimed. And you dare to complain? My dress and bra have been shredded by you. You're the real scoundrel. Who told you to slap my backside? Linghua retorted. That Qin Xiaochuan hit me. Why can't I retaliate? Besides, you forced me to come over at this hour to slap you. Fine, let's put an end to this for today. Quickly, apply the aloe vera gel. Yang Yin collapsed onto the disheveled bed, exhausted, her face flushed like a delicate bloom. Hee, lift your body a bit higher, or it will be difficult to apply. Linghua chuckled, her laughter a delightful melody. Yang Yin promptly arched her back. Linghua then began to apply the aloe vera gel to Yang Yin. The scene was harmonious, as if the earlier tumult had never occurred. All right, all done. Linghua tossed aside the remaining gel, clapped her hands, and said, Now, provide me with that boy's details and coordinates. Tonight, I shall bring him before you and give him a taste of his own medicine. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Yang Yin remarked, pursing her lips. What? Are you reluctant to part with that boy? Have you taken a liking to him? TSK. Who would have thought our icy goddess, the so-called uninterested in men Yang Yin, would have her day of longing? Linghua teased. I will bring him to you for your enjoyment before disposing of him. Linghua's manner of speaking was bold and unrefined, seeming to disregard her femininity. Akin to a street rogue. Stop it. I would rather eliminate him than have any feelings for him. Sister Linghua, do not speak carelessly. I hold grudges clearly. I will certainly avenge being struck. However, I need to verify his claim of being harmed first. Once I ascertain the truth, you can act. Moreover, your clothes are torn. Do you have no shame going out like this? Those filthy men will see you, and you will suffer greatly. Yang Yin said seriously. True. While I could wear your pants, your top is too small for me. I will purchase a new outfit tomorrow, and we can act then. Let that boy have another day of freedom. Linghua gazed at her shredded attire, sticking out her delicate tongue, then reclined lazily beside Yang Yin. Sister, let us sleep early. Go away. I am not made of glass. Spare me your nonsense. Yang Yin replied sharply, feeling goosebumps rise on her skin. Though I am not. I must admit I enjoy the feeling of holding you while we sleep. Remember those days in police academy when we used to cuddle together? Have you forgotten our sisterly bond after entering the workforce? Linghua said with a smile. All right, but I must warn you to keep your hands to yourself. Yang Yin cautioned, recalling how Linghua had playfully pinched her for 4 years in the dormitory. At that time, it felt harmless, but now, perhaps due to age, it felt slightly repulsive. After all, while Yang Yin had no interest in men, she certainly could not entertain any notions of intimacy with women. Rest assured, yours are far smaller than mine. I have no interest in touching them. Moreover, medical studies suggest that frequent squeezing promotes growth, and I would not want you to surpass me. Linghua said with a playful glint in her eye. Just as Yang Yin lay down, her phone suddenly buzzed. Frowning slightly, she discreetly picked it up, and upon seeing the word informant, she answered the call. Speak. 5 minutes later, the call ended. Yang Yin opened the video sent by the informant. It contained surveillance footage from the previous 20 days, specifically from the night Qin Xiaochuan claimed he had been harmed, documenting the comings and goings at the Jujian Hotel. It was evident that Qin Xiaochuan had indeed entered room 888 with a sultry woman and had not emerged since. During this time, The already deceased Yang Lianqing had entered the room, later leaving with the university student while dragging a heavy suitcase. It seemed that the boy's claims were true. Yang Yin bit her red lip, contemplating. I never imagined that the Yang family would possess such audacity to engage in such a risky transaction, thinking that their martial prowess could render the Public Security Bureau powerless. And to my surprise, this matter even involves Qin Yunho, who has now come knocking at his doorstep. What a bold attempt to seek justice. However, with the truth now unveiled, the boy, being a martial artist, fell outside the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau. While I could choose not to pursue the matter of his actions, I must settle the score regarding the indignity he inflicted upon me, and it must be done swiftly. If Qin Yunho returns and eliminates him, my chance for vengeance will be lost forever. Sister, how about tonight? Yang Yin turned to see Ling Hua, already deep in slumber, peacefully dreaming. Never mind. I'll let Qin Xiaochuan's actions tonight serve as compensation for your wrongful capture. I hope Qin Yunho does not return too quickly. Lying beside Ling Hua, she too unknowingly drifted into slumber. Qingyun City, headquarters of the Martial Arts Association. Qin Xiaochuan, 22, a graduate of Qingyun University, a martial arts master. Moreover, our association system contains no registration of his martial artist information. He appears to be a self-taught rogue, brazenly declaring his intent to kill Qin Yunho. How intriguing. Today's youth are indeed fiery and impetuous, seeking fame without understanding the gravity of their actions. The speaker was a refined middle-aged man named Xia Dongqing, the president of the Qingyun Martial Arts Association. As he spoke, he meticulously crafted Chinese calligraphy, each stroke powerful and vigorous. Should our association intervene? Another man inquired. The assistant to the president, named Yu Zifeng. Xia Dongqing shook his head. Since this involves Qin Yunho, any rash action on our part may provoke his displeasure. He is but a dying man. As he spoke, he made a decisive stroke with his brush, completing the final character. The paper displayed the bold characters. Qin Yun, I am the strongest. Yu Zifeng showed no surprise or other emotion upon seeing the calligraphy. Rather, he appeared calm, clearly accustomed to Xia Dongqing's self-assessment, and even recognized it. In Yu Zifeng's eyes, while Qin Yunho held a transcendent status, even Xia Dongqing could not sit at the same table with him. After all, although Qin Yunho may not hold the position of a high-ranking official, he was still a local lord, legally commanding 30,000 Qingyun troops. Yet, in terms of individual combat and martial prowess, Qin Yunho could not be compared to Xia Dongqing. After all, to become the president of a martial arts association in a city with a population exceeding 1 million, one must possess formidable strength to maintain such a position. It can be said that every vice president of the Martial Arts Association in various regions is a prominent figure in the martial arts community. Those below the master realm are unqualified to sit in such a seat, and the prestige associated with it is extraordinarily high. Yu Zifeng nodded, choosing to remain silent. As for Qin Yunho's inability to subdue Qin Xiaochuan, they regarded it as an impossibility. That night, Qin Xiaochuan found himself entwined with Hongjia at the night enchantment bar. Not wanting to waste time, he opted not to return to the villa at Banshan. After a night of indulgence, Hongjia realized her growing attachment to Qin Xiaochuan. His relentless vigor was utterly irresistible. This man seemed to be powered by an electric motor, exuding an almost terrifying strength. Unfortunately, he was a man she could not hold on to. The following morning, Qin Xiaochuan and Hongjia shared breakfast together. Come on, Hongjia, drink some milk. Thank you, Xiaochuan. I'll have a grilled sausage. This one is genuinely different from last night's. You should eat some bread too. It's not the same as last night's either. Haha. Hongjia, you've become quite mischievous. Isn't that something I learned from you? Hongjia rolled her eyes but relished the joyful moment. She understood that once this young man grew weary of her, he would undoubtedly depart without a second thought. Such second-generation heirs often shower affection during the initial excitement, but can be heartbreakingly indifferent once that novelty fades. At that moment, Qin Xiaochuan's phone rang. He casually glanced at it, but his expression soon turned serious. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Please continue eating. He stepped outside to a secluded spot before answering. His heart ached as he called out, Mom. Xiaochuan, have you been so busy after graduation that you haven't even called your mother? The familiar, gentle voice of his mother resonated through the receiver. Qin Xiaochuan nearly broke down in tears, reflecting on how, without his mentor, he might have ended up as a lifeless corpse at the foot of the soul-ending cliff. However, he would never divulge such matters to his mother, fearing it would only worry her and perhaps even frighten his elderly parents. Yes, I've been busy with interviews and job hunting. I plan to call you and Dad once I secured a position, he responded, suppressing his melancholy and attempting to sound nonchalant. I knew it. I didn't want to call you either, fearing it might stress you out, but I miss hearing your voice, his mother replied cheerfully. All right, Mom. Please go ahead. Chen Xiaochuan's face was already brimming with tears, flowing uncontrollably. Don't put too much pressure on yourself right after graduation. Take your time finding a job. You're still young, and there are plenty of opportunities. Your father and I can support ourselves through farming, so you don't need to worry about us. Just take care of your health while you're out there, his mother advised earnestly. Understood, Mom. Chen Xiaochuan nodded in agreement. However, I have a suggestion. Finding a job is ultimately just working for someone else. In this day and age, it's tough for workers to find a partner. If the country holds examinations, I hope you consider taking the civil service exam. Having a formal, respectable job makes it easier to find a spouse and brings honor to our Chen family. His mother continued. Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched slightly. I'm cultivating immortality. Mom wants me to take the civil service exam and find a partner? If she knew I had been sleeping next to a stunning beauty like Hongjie these past few days, I wonder how surprised she would be. Ultimately, Chen Xiaochuan decided against sharing these details with his mother, fearing she would think he had lost his mind. After all, the existence of cultivators is far too extraordinary for ordinary people to comprehend. It would be easier to claim he was practicing martial arts instead, which would be more acceptable to his parents, even if it meant squandering the 4 years he spent earning his degree. Thus, Chen Xiaochuan replied, Mom, don't worry. I will navigate my own life. Phone bills are expensive, and so is electricity for charging. Let us leave it at that for now. No matter how you fare in the coming months, if you miss home, come back anytime. And you must return for the new year. His mother insisted earnestly. All right. Take care. Bye. Chen Xiaochuan's voice trembled slightly as he considered how he was living lavishly while his parents were still mindful of saving every penny. His heart felt heavy with sadness. It seemed he needed to present a life that would satisfy his parents, so that they could comfortably accept whatever lifestyle he could provide them. Chen Xiaochuan began contemplating the path of his life after retrieving his kidney. At that moment, Hongjie approached from behind. Chen Xiaochuan snapped back to reality, hastily wiping his tears and smiling. It's nothing. You were crying? Hongjie's eyes reflected surprise. I wasn't crying. I just got some sand in my eyes. Chen Xiaochuan would not admit to shedding tears. Let me blow it away. Hongjie stood on her tiptoes. Okay. Chen Xiaochuan nodded. Hongjie gently blew on his eyelids, asking, did the sand come out? Yes, it's much better now, he hastily affirmed, rubbing his eyelids. If more sand gets in, be sure to tell me, she said softly. Of course I will. Chen Xiaochuan gazed intently at Hongjie's red lips, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Hongjie blushed again, realizing something. This guy really is insufferable. As Chen Xiaochuan and Hongjie exchanged flirtations, a distressed woman rushed into the bar. Hongjie, something's wrong. Chen Xiaochuan quickly withdrew his hand from Hongjie's collar, discreetly. Lanjie, what happened? There's a military regiment outside. Many armed men have completely surrounded our night enchantment bar. Lanjie said, breathless and frantic. A regiment? Hongjie's body quivered slightly, unaware that Chen Xiaochuan had gone out to confront Qin Yuanho the night before. How could a bar like ours attract the attention of a military regiment? What is going on? Did a hidden officer come here last night and get cheated? Or did they come to vent their frustrations? Yes. Lanjie nodded emphatically. Okay, Xiaochuan, let us go outside and take a look. Hongjie took a deep breath, hoping that Chen Xiaochuan's mysterious background would grant them some leniency. She began to consider whether she should change careers and close the bar. It was evident that running such a business could attract trouble from both the underworld and law enforcement. Without a strong backing, such an enterprise could easily result in ruin. Chen Xiaochuan nodded. Upon hearing the words military regiment, he understood the gravity of the situation. This was surely directed at him. Could it be that Qin Yuanho had returned, seeking to settle the score? The thought ignited a spark of excitement within him. Reflecting on my days as a struggling university student, I watched countless films featuring remarkable characters who boldly confronted their adversaries, ruling their domains with an iron fist. Little did I know that I would one day find myself in a similar predicament. Chen Xiaochuan and Hongjie emerged from their intimate abode, stepping into the bustling bar where chaos reigned. Over 20 soldiers, armed with enhanced submachine guns, wreaked havoc, the cacophony of destruction echoing through the establishment. The bar's waitresses and male attendants cowered on the ground, trembling in fear. Leading the charge was a buzz-cut man clad in military attire, exuding an aura of formidable power. A mere glance from him caused Hongjie to feel a suffocating dread, her legs turning to jelly. Had it not been for Chen Xiaochuan's steady grip around her waist, she might have collapsed. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochuan's calm demeanor clashed with the intensity of the buzz-cut man's gaze. You are Chen Xiaochuan, the man declared in a low voice. As he spoke, a dozen gunmen positioned themselves, their dark muzzles aimed squarely at Qin Xiaochuan's head. At the command of their leader, they would not hesitate to pull the trigger, transforming him into a mere sieve. The atmosphere was thick with impending doom, yet Qin Xiaochuan remained unfazed. The buzzcut man indeed appeared stronger than Chao Jian from Shueihua Villa, likely a novice master, but still not a match for him. The menacing gun barrels emitted an aura that could unsettle anyone, yet Qin Xiaochuan felt no fear. He knew he could outpace any human present, even while escorting Hongjia. Before a shot could be fired, he was confident he could subdue the commanding officer. As the saying goes, to capture a thief, one must first seize the kingpin. Once the leader was taken down, the soldiers would hesitate, becoming no more than straw men. I am indeed Qin Xiaochuan, he replied with a grin, entirely dismissive of the scene before him. This audacity caused the commanding officer to furrow his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This audacious youth dared to confront the might of the Qingyun Marquis at Shueihua Villa. The officer was taken aback that Qin Xiaochuan radiated no martial aura. Were it not for the certainty that Chao Jian had met his end at Qin Xiaochuan's hands, he might have mistaken him for an ordinary individual, perhaps merely an enthusiast of boxing or taekwondo. I am Zhang Xiong, the deputy commander of the Qingyun Corps under the Qingyun Marquis. Last night, you killed the Marquis's men at Shueihua Villa, and I am here under orders to apprehend you. You would do well not to resist. This place is already surrounded by 3,000 of my men. You have nowhere to flee, Zhang Xiong stated sternly. He refrained from issuing a direct execution order solely because the Qingyun Marquis preferred capturing him alive, resorting to execution only if necessary. Upon hearing this, Hongjia recalled Qin Xiaochuan's words from the previous night, initially dismissing them as mere bravado. She now realized with horror that he had indeed killed, and not just anyone, but the Marquis's men. How could he be so reckless? She understood the reason behind the bar's siege. She had underestimated his propensity for trouble. If the Qingyun Marquis wishes to capture me, he should come himself. Sending a lowly figure like you only invites ridicule. I truly pity you for having such a leader. Qin Xiaochuan scoffed, digging at his ear nonchalantly. Zhang Xiong's lips twitched. As one of the top figures in this domain, a master at the initial stage, he could not help but feel insulted by the dismissive attitude of this unknown youth. Even if I am not your match in a duel, do you think you stand a chance against the enhanced weaponry I have brought? Each bullet can pierce through you, even if you are at the pinnacle of the master level. In this world, firepower reigns supreme. The Qingyun Marquis has ordered me to bring you back alive. So it would be wise not to resist unnecessarily. Perhaps he might see value in you and recruit you. Zhang Xiong said slowly, his eyes fixed on Qin Xiaochuan, ready to command his men to fire at the slightest movement. Although he could not see through Qin Xiaochuan's true strength, his instincts sensed a dangerously confident aura emanating from him. Qin Xiaochuan erupted in laughter. The Qingyun Marquis wants to recruit me? He is not worthy. He might as well treat me as an accessory. Bring him, Zhang Xiong commanded, and hundreds of soldiers rushed in, their weapons trained on Qin Xiaochuan and Hongjia. Hongjia had never witnessed such a display and nearly fainted, her heart racing. Did Qin Xiaochuan not have a powerful background? Did the Qingyun Marquis and this deputy commander not recognize it? Or was it that his influence paled in comparison to the Marquis? Qin Xiaochuan. Outside I have thousands of enhanced submachine guns ready, and I have discreetly positioned at least 200 snipers. Even if you manage to break free, do you think you can escape the encirclement? I will give you one last chance. I will count down from 3, and if you do not surrender, I will order my men to fire. Zhang Xiong sneered, anticipating to see panic in Qin Xiaochuan's eyes. Little did he know, Qin Xiaochuan wore a defiant smile, relishing the thrill of being surrounded. If I fail to capture Zhang Xiong in one fell swoop, will you ensure my safety? He silently pondered. The weaponry wielded by these soldiers might be powerful, but he believed that taking his life would be an impossible task. Rest assured, I will ensure both you and your lover leave here unscathed. Just focus on your performance. The infinite purgatory tower assured him. With that reassurance, Qin Xiaochuan nodded subtly. 3. Zhang Xiong began his countdown. 2. Qin Xiaochuan maintained his nonchalant grin, ready for an exhilarating moment, preparing to act as soon as Zhang Xiong completed his count. His internal energy was primed for action. 1. Zhang Xiong finished his countdown, expecting Qin Xiaochuan to crumble under his formidable presence. Instead, he found Qin Xiaochuan still unwilling to surrender. Before he could utter the command to fire, a voice interrupted from outside. Wait. Zhang Xiong furrowed his brow. The command for gunfire caught in his throat as he turned to see a short-haired beauty stride confidently into the room. It was none other than Yang Yan, the captain of the riot police, who had been humiliated by Qin Xiaochuan the previous day. Captain Yang, what is the meaning of this? Zhang Xiong's eyes widened in surprise. Unexpectedly, This female tyrant from Qingyun City made a sudden appearance. Given the status of the Qingyun Marquis and Zhang Xiong, he naturally wouldn't regard Yang Yin with much esteem. Yet he had to maintain a semblance of respect. After all, Yang Yin held an official position. As she entered, her ample 36D bosom swayed gently. Chen Xiaochuan blinked, wondering what this girl was doing here at such a moment. Yang Yin stood before Zhang Xiong, intentionally placing herself between him and Chen Xiaochuan. The soldiers who had already pulled their triggers were compelled to relax their fingers, maintaining a standard shooting posture. After casting a glance at Chen Xiaochuan, Yang Yin turned to Zhang Xiong and declared, "As for this Chun, I will protect him. You may leave now." Zhang Xiong was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Captain Yang, do you know what you are saying? Your public security riot police have no authority over my Qingyun Legion." Upon seeing Yang Yin, Hong Jie couldn't help but think, so Xiaochuan actually knows the riot police's Yang Yin. However, it seemed that this Deputy Commander Zhang was not yielding to Yang Yin at all. This is troublesome. In terms of figure and demeanor, Hong Jie considered herself not inferior to Yang Yin. Yet, Yang Yin's official identity and the aura that accompanied her made Hong Jie feel inferior. She was merely a bar owner, unlike Yang Yin who had a respectable job. Yang Yin maintained her frosty demeanor and said solemnly, "Is that so? Then before you make a decision, you might want to give the Qingyun Marquis a call." Observing Yang Yin's stance, Zhang Xiong's expression fluctuated before he finally took out his phone, stepped aside, and called the Qingyun Marquis, recounting the situation in detail. After the call, Zhang Xiong returned, raised his hand, and ordered, "Withdraw." The sound of submachine guns scraping against clothing echoed as Zhang Xiong led his men away like a receding tide. Chen Xiaochuan was prepared to take action, but unexpectedly, Yang Yin had intervened, thwarting the situation. Yet, Yang Yin did not speak to Chen Xiaochuan. She merely cast a lingering glance at him before departing. Hong Jie finally exhaled, relieved that the crisis had passed. She then realized she was drenched in cold sweat, causing her dress to cling tightly to her skin, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Xiaochuan truly is a person of influence. No wonder he remained so composed. Zhang Xiong's abrupt withdrawal did not disappoint Chen Xiaochuan, as his primary objective was the Qingyun Marquis. Regarding Yang Yan's sudden involvement, Chen Xiaochuan pondered, "Could it be that she developed feelings for me after I struck her? After all, I am quite handsome and charismatic. I must clarify this the next time we meet. Hong Jie, rest assured, I will compensate you tenfold for the damages suffered today." Coming back to his senses, Chen Xiaochuan embraced Hong Jie, gently stroking her hair and speaking softly. "Okay." Hong Jie nodded. Then, remembering something, asked, "What is your relationship with Yang Yin? Can you tell me?" Chen Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "I have no significant relationship with her. We merely met once yesterday, and I gave her a light slap on the backside. That sort of relationship can hardly be deemed friendly." Uffed. Hong Jie sprayed Chen Xiaochuan's face with her saliva. This guy was at it again with his tall tales. Yesterday, he claimed he was going to commit murder, and he actually did. However, even if Hong Jie were to be struck dead, she would not believe Chen Xiaochuan's words now. Ridiculous. He really slapped the girl's backside. And she still came to help him? That would be absurd. Seeing her reaction, Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched. He realized that Hong Jie thought he was boasting again. Surely, he couldn't just rush to retrieve Yang Yin, strip her of her pants, and let Hong Jie see. Could he? Moreover, judging by Yang Yin's gait as she left, it was evident that the swelling had subsided. Was he to strike again? "Please, I, Chen Xiaochuan, am an exemplary young university student and would never behave in such a manner." At that moment, Chen Xiaochuan's phone began to ring again. Chapter 16. The call from the campus bell. Upon hearing the ringtone, Chen Xiaochuan's expression twitched slightly. Why were there so many calls today? Complaining aside, he instinctively retrieved his phone, only to see the name displayed on the screen. Huasiyu. Mentioning this name conjured the image of a youthful beauty in Chen Xiaochuan's mind. He was quite familiar with this girl, as Huasiyu was his classmate throughout his 4 years of university. She was also the class monitor of their engineering management class and one of the 4 campus beauties of Qingyun University. Chen Xiaochuan naturally belonged to the list of her secret admirers, but lacked the courage to confess due to his own insecurities. He ended up with Guo Yujiao, not only because she took the initiative, but also because her looks bore a resemblance to Huasiyu's. What could the campus bell want to call me for? Chen Xiaochuan, perplexed, answered the call. "Hello, class monitor. Chen Xiaochuan, where are you now?" Huasiyu's gentle voice came through the receiver. "I." Chen Xiaochuan glanced at Hong Jie beside him. He couldn't very well say he was in the night dream bar. Huasiyu, evidently impatient, continued. "Are you still in Qingyun City, or did you go to Modu or Kyoto for work?" "I'm still in Qingyun City." Chen Xiaochuan promptly replied. "That's good. At 7:30 p.m. this afternoon, I have arranged for several classmates still in Qingyun City to gather at the school gate. It's a chance for everyone to meet since I will be flying to the beautiful country tomorrow. It may be difficult to see each other again after this. So I hope you can come. I posted this in our class Q group, and everyone replied except for you. That's why I specifically called to check on you. Huasiyu said softly. I'm really sorry. My Q account has been on a retreat lately, so I haven't logged in. Qin Xiaochuan joked. Huasiyu rolled her eyes dramatically and then chuckled. It seems you haven't been beaten down by society since graduation. You're still as humorous as ever. Haha. I'm just an open-minded person. Even if I face setbacks, I won't change who I am. Qin Xiaochuan chuckled in response, secretly thinking, I've been cut down. And you say I haven't faced society's challenges? Alright. Now, you still haven't answered whether you can meet up. Huasiyu returned to the main topic. Of course. I must give the class monitor face. Qin Xiaochuan quickly responded. Okay, then it's settled, talk later. After saying this, Huasiyu decisively hung up the phone. Hearing that voice. Your classmate must be a great beauty. Hong Jie said with a hint of jealousy. Qin Xiaochuan tucked his phone back into his pocket with a grin. Indeed. She is a great beauty. Your ability to discern is quite impressive. I see she called you specifically to inform you that she is leaving tomorrow. So you should seize this opportunity tonight. Hong Jie said softly. Hong Jie, my relationship with her is nothing like you think. We're very platonic. Qin Xiaochuan teased as he lifted Hong Jie's chin with a mischievous smile. Do you need to teach me how to be bad? Hong Jie rolled her eyes dramatically. Is that so? Qin Xiaochuan pressed Hong Jie against the wall playfully. Zhang Xiong led his team away from the night dream bar. A subordinate named Lu Hai, puzzled, asked. Deputy Commander Zhang, what did the Qingyun Marquis say? Why did we withdraw so suddenly? That kid looked quite arrogant. I wished to beat him to a pulp. Zhang Xiong's expression remained as unpredictable as ever. Qingyun Ho remarked, let me give that Yang Yin some face. I'll handle this matter personally when he returns tomorrow. Let that brat live a little longer. It became evident that Yang Yin indeed possessed a formidable background, as the rumors suggested, compelling even Qingyun Ho to exercise caution. Lu Hai nodded in agreement. Of course, otherwise, with Yang Yan's beauty and notorious temper, how could she have survived in Qingyun for so many years without protection? It's fortunate that our Qingyun Ho is no pushover either. Zhang Xiong snorted lightly. After leaving the night enchantment bar, Yang Yin drove straight back to the office of the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Team at the Public Security Bureau. My Captain Yang, back so soon. Linghua teased. Observing Yang Yan's swift return. You said you weren't fond of that brat, yet here you are, rushing to his aid upon hearing that Qingyun Ho's men surrounded him. Linghua sat in Yang Yan's office chair, her long legs casually draped over the desk, completely abandoning any semblance of ladylike decorum. Enough of your nonsense. If that brat is taken away by Qingyun Ho's men, my chance for revenge will vanish. Yang Yin retorted, her tone sharp. TSK, look at you. Getting all flustered at my teasing. It's obvious you're feeling guilty. Fine, I'll bring him back tonight, and then we'll see how tough you remain. Linghua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Alright, I'll be waiting. A glimmer of anticipation danced in Yang Yan's eyes. Linghua then shifted the topic. By the way, give me the information on Qin Xiaochuan. I suspect the real Qin Xiaochuan is dead, and the one we see now is an imposter. What do you mean? A flicker of confusion crossed Yang Yan's beautiful eyes. Linghua continued, tapping her fingers on the desk. The records indicate that Qin Xiaochuan was disemboweled and disposed of, only to be revived by a master. It sounds plausible, but think about it. He bears no scars. Even if a master saved him, how could he be trained to the late heavenly stage, or even the early master stage in just 20 days? Even the leaders of those hidden sects on the mountain wouldn't possess such capability. So what are you implying? Yang Yin pursed her alluring red lips. I firmly believe Qin Xiaochuan is dead, and the one we see now must be his twin brother, seeking revenge under his brother's name. Linghua stated with conviction. Your analysis is indeed compelling, but regardless of whether he is the university student Qin Xiaochuan or not, he is the one who harmed me. And I must settle this score, Yang Yin declared through gritted teeth. The news that Qingyun's forces surrounded the night enchantment bar to capture Qin Xiaochuan, only to have Yang Yin intervene, brought a smile to Li Zhongtian's face. This is becoming increasingly interesting, he mused. Grandfather, if we approach Qin Xiaochuan so brazenly and he fails, won't the Li family be doomed as well? Li Yunfei expressed his concern. Such is the perilous pursuit of wealth. But even if we encounter setbacks, what of it? We can always claim we were coerced by Qin Xiaochuan. As long as we kneel properly, Qingyun Ho won't annihilate us. Li Zhongtian replied, exuding an air of strategic foresight. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Xiaochuan contentedly rose from Hongjie's embrace. Hongjie promptly got up, dressing him and fastening his belt. Go on. Remember, seize the opportunity. Your squad leader has her eyes on you. That way, I can also enjoy a good night's rest. Qin Xiaochuan playfully pinched Hong Jie's chin. If my squad leader truly desires me, then I might not return tonight. If you miss me and can't sleep, just send me a message. And I'll share my location. You can come find me, and we'll have some fun together. Hong Jie rolled her eyes, playfully punching his firm chest. You're dreaming. You're my lover, but I have principles. I absolutely won't share you with anyone else. Alright then, I respect your choice, but if you change your mind, don't worry about me mocking you. Just let it happen, Qin Xiaochuan replied, embracing Hong Jie for a passionate kiss before reluctantly departing, feeling sweetly nostalgic. At the entrance of Qingyun University, the sun's last rays painted the sky beautifully at 7:30. Qin Xiaochuan arrived 3 minutes early, finding 8 classmates already gathered, chatting and laughing. The moment Hua Xiao spotted Qin Xiaochuan stepping out of a ride-hailing car, she waved excitedly. As the classmates turned to look, upon realizing Qin Xiaochuan had arrived by ride-hailing, they quickly resumed their conversations. Qin Xiaochuan strode confidently towards them. Today, Hua Xiao's attire was a departure from her usual schoolgirl look. She wore a pair of blue skinny jeans that accentuated her long, shapely legs, paired with a white short-sleeved shirt that, while buttoned up, hinted at her curves as though they might burst from the fabric at any moment, an arresting visual. Qin Xiaochuan's heart raced at the sight of her, realizing that his recent time spent with Hong Jie had dulled his senses, as he felt an undeniable attraction to Hua Xiao. Good evening, class leader, he greeted, though his thoughts were momentarily distracted by her enticing fragrance. Let us wait a bit longer for Lu Daming, and then we can head out for dinner. Hua Xiao replied with a smile. Qin Xiaochuan nodded. I'm at your service, class leader. By the way, how are things with that Gui Yujiao? Hua Xiao inquired, her fingers brushing her hair behind her ear. We broke up, Qin Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly. Hua Xiao sighed in relief. Can you share why? She said I was too handsome for her, and that I deserved someone better. I thought her reasoning was sound, so I agreed to the breakup. Qin Xiaochuan replied with effortless charm. Hua Xiao burst into laughter, inadvertently spraying him with a bit of saliva. You. Qin Xiaochuan smirked. No worries. School flowers have sweet saliva. I'm so sorry. Hua Xiao exclaimed, flustered as she hurriedly attempted to wipe the droplet from his face. It's fine. No need to clean it. Saliva has antibacterial properties. When I fell as a child, a bit of saliva would do the trick. It's perfect for sanitizing my face. Qin Xiaochuan reassured her, causing Hua Xiao to chuckle. Seeing you so carefree puts me at ease. I have something to discuss, but I'm unsure whether to bring it up regarding your ex, Gui Yujiao. I'm afraid you won't take it well. Go ahead. She is my ex now. Even if she is currently cozying up to some big boss, I won't feel any sadness. Qin Xiaochuan casually remarked, why should I bother with a dead person? It was likely before graduation when he had inadvertently seen her walking closely with a man, hand in hand, as he occasionally kissed her cheek. At that moment, they probably had not broken up. Fortunately, they did so in the end. Otherwise, I would genuinely feel sorry for you, being toyed with by a woman, said Hua Xiao seriously. She understood that it was probably because Gui Yujiao had found a new love and discarded Qin Xiaochuan. Thus, she did not believe a word of what he had just said. It's nothing. The past is but a fleeting cloud. Qin Xiaochuan waved dismissively. Just then, an Audi A8 came to a stop at the campus entrance. The car door opened, revealing a man in a sharp suit with slicked back hair, stepping out. His shoes gleamed brightly. Classmates, long time no see. The man was none other than Lu Daming. Lu Daming, wow, you've done well. Just 20 days after graduation. And you are driving an Audi A8. Indeed, while we are still job hunting, you have already soared to success. Didn't you say your parents were farmers? Turns out you were deceiving us. TSK, a genuine rich second generation. Let me see, is this a 20T or a 30T? Wow, a 30T, my dream car. Haha. My parents are indeed farmers. I am not a rich second generation. The specifics I will explain later. You didn't rent this car, did you? Renting such a luxury vehicle is impressive. Here is my driver's license. I, Lu Daming, would never rent a car just to impress. Impressive, it's indeed your car. And it's clearly a brand new one. Over 100,000. After displaying his driver's license, Lu Daming pulled out a pack of cigarettes and began distributing them to the male classmates. However, when he noticed Qin Xiaochuan and Hua Xiao laughing together, a fleeting look of displeasure crossed his eyes. The classmates all cast envious and admiring glances at Lu Daming, all from the same graduating class. Why was there such a stark disparity among them? I must seek advice from Lu Daming later. Finally, Lu Daming approached Qin Xiaochuan and Hua Xiao. Qin Xiaochuan, long time no see. Here, have a cigarette. Lu Daming said with a smile as he offered a cigarette to Qin Xiaochuan. Qin Xiaochuan was taken aback. Remembering that he hadn't tea smoked in over 20 days since returning from the Cliff of Despair, he had been preoccupied with women instead. Damn it. Even Hongjia didn't tea offer me a cigarette. Seeing Chen Xiaochuan in a daze, Lu Daming assumed he was shocked by the premium cigarette, as ordinary people would not indulge in such an expensive brand. This is the disparity. So what if you're handsome? Once you enter society, it's all about power, connections, social status, and, most importantly, wealth. Don't even dream of the class beauty. Chen Xiaochuan, have you quit smoking since graduation? A gleam of pride flickered in Lu Daming's eyes. Chen Xiaochuan then snapped back to reality, smiling as he pinched the cigarette with 2 fingers, thinking that even if he had quit, he must show face for an old classmate. As soon as he spoke, Lu Daming was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, some things need not be said. The luxury car speaks for itself. This guy is clearly trying to curry favor with me. Haha. The feeling of stepping on the handsome loser while being the big shot feels exhilarating. Haha, let me light that for you. Lu Daming produced a lighter and quickly lit the cigarette for Chen Xiaochuan. Chen Xiaochuan took a puff, the ember glowing as he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Pure bliss. At that moment, he suddenly thought, Little Tower, will smoking affect my cultivation? Not at all. A mere wisp of smoke cannot hinder your path to enlightenment. Otherwise, what would it mean to be a cultivator? The voice of the infinite refinement tower echoed in his mind. Then I'm at ease. Chen Xiaochuan took another deep drag. All right, since everyone is here, I've reserved a large private room at Wang's restaurant across the school gate. We have a total of 11 classmates. Just enough for a big table. Hua Xiao exclaimed joyfully. Soon, they all arrived at the private room at Wang's restaurant, chatting and laughing. Before long, a sumptuous feast was served. This wine is subpar. Waiter, replace it all with 53-degree Mao Dai. Lu Daming declared grandly. Class monitor, although this gathering is organized by you, I'll cover the bill for tonight. No one should compete with me. Lu Daming was indeed generous. After just 20 days since graduation, driving an Audi A8. Even Boss Ma of Westlake can't match your rapid rise. Indeed, I believe that in 3 to 5 years, our Lu classmate will surely have a place on the rich list of Longhua, stepping on Wang Shoufu and punching Ma Dad. Haha, you all flatter me. However, I must say, that is indeed my goal. I hope that in 10 years, I can present 100 billion and redefine the meaning of a small target. The admiration-filled gazes of the crowd were all directed at Lu Daming. Even Hua Xiao looked at him with a trace of admiration in her eyes. As contemporary youth, one should be as daring and spirited as Lu Daming. Only Chen Xiaochuan remained silent, feeling somewhat out of place. Yet, Lu Daming observed it all in silence, not angered, for he believed it was merely Chen Xiaochuan's self-doubt. How delightful this invisible show-off feeling is. By the way, Lu Daming, could you share your journey to success with us? Yes, please share with us so we can learn. Hurry and share. You don't know? I have applied to several companies recently, but they all said I lack experience since I just graduated and rejected my resume. Me too. I even lowered my standards and applied for a security position, but guess what? They said I was too young to be reliable. They only wanted older men aged 50 to 65 for the security roles, claiming they don't need to pay much and are more dependable. Us girls face the same challenges. After being rejected by several companies, I considered that as a college student, I shouldn't be so picky, but the reality is harsh. Nowadays, undergraduates are everywhere, Master's degrees are as common as dogs, and only PhDs get to strut around. So, I thought about working in embroidery factories just to make ends meet while seeking other opportunities, but they said they only wanted those with a diploma or higher. This society is indeed brutally realistic. So, our Lu Daming, as a child of farmers with no background or connections, managing to drive an A8 in just 20 days is nothing short of a miracle. Upon hearing their chatter, Lu Daming nodded. Since we are all classmates, having spent 4 years together means we are friends for life. I am more than willing to share my post-graduation journey. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on Lu Daming. The feeling of being the center of attention was immensely gratifying for him. Just then, the waiter brought in 8 bottles of Mao Dai. Come, let us have a toast before I share my story. Lu Daming personally poured the drinks for everyone. Cheers. Lu Daming raised his glass in invitation. Chen Xiaochuan also lifted his glass, joining in the toast, then quietly resumed eating, realizing that this occasion was not the right time for him to speak. 1 cup down. Everyone began to urge Lu Daming to share his secrets of success. Currently, I serve as the project manager under the Shenglong Group, earning an annual salary of 1 million, along with performance bonuses and various benefits, which conservatively amounts to around 180,000 a year. My Audi A8 was a welcoming gift from the company on my first day. Lu Daming started to boast. Wow, Shenglong Group. Isn't that one of the top 10 real estate companies in Qingyan City? You actually managed to land a position as a project manager in such a large company. An annual salary nearing 2 million. Impressive. His classmates were enthusiastic. They knew Lu Daming was doing well, but they were astonished by the reality of his success. Lu Daming took a bite of his food and said, I've pondered this question myself. I can only say it's fate. When luck comes, it cannot be stopped. I encountered a benefactor whose single word propelled me to success. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the role of destiny. With good fortune, one could win 5 million in the lottery or help an elderly lady cross the street and end up with a billionaire. Conversely, bad luck could make even drinking water a struggle. Suddenly, a classmate's eyes lit up with realization. Lu Daming, wait. You're the project manager at Shenglong Group, right? Are you in need of staff? How about I join you? You are our benefactor. Please take me under your wing. This revelation sparked enthusiasm among the classmates, who recognized Lu Daming as their potential benefactor. They eagerly looked to him, even referring to him as Manager Lu. Only Chen Xiaochuan and Hua Siyu remained silent. Lu Daming nodded, saying, Since you all hold me in such high regard, I will see if there are suitable positions available for you. His gaze turned to Hua Siyu, and he smiled. Whole monitor, why not reconsider going to the beautiful country? I happen to need a secretary. You could work for me with a monthly salary of 30,000. Plus, benefits and year-end bonuses would ensure an annual income of no less than 500,000. What do you think? At this, the other female classmates cast envious glances at Hua Siyu, realizing that her beauty was the reason for Lu Daming's offer. It was evident that this position would soon transform into something far more significant. After all, everyone knew Hua Siyu was not from a privileged background. Her parents merely operated a small business. Hua Siyu, however, smiled calmly and replied, Thank you for your kind offer, Lu Daming. But my trip to the beautiful country is already set in stone. This opportunity should be reserved for other female classmates. A trace of disappointment flickered in Lu Daming's eyes. He had not expected that even with his success, he could not retain Hua Siyu's interest. The other female classmates brightened at the prospect of becoming Manager Lu's secretary. Hoping for a life of comfort, resolutely, Lu Daming clapped his hands, and the door to the private room swung open. 2 beautiful waitresses entered, pushing a cart laden with vibrant red roses towards Hua Siyu. The female classmates nearly swooned. Lu Daming took out a ring from his pocket, knelt before Hua Siyu, and professed earnestly, Siyu, I have liked you for 4 years, ever since I first saw you in the classroom. I have hesitated to express my feelings due to my insecurities, knowing I am merely a farmer's child and cannot provide you with a luxurious life. However, I now possess the means to secure a future together. Tonight, I confess my love for you and ask you to stay and entrust your life to me. I will cherish and provide for you. The sudden confession left Hua Siyu in shock. Once the classmates regained their composure, they began to cheer. Accept his proposal. Accept him. After a moment of reflection, Hua Siyu shook her head. I'm sorry. We can only remain classmates. You are exceptional, and you will find someone better. Just then, the door was flung open. A young man in his 30s, accompanied by a dozen followers, barged in, his gaze sweeping across the room until it landed on Hua Siyu. Haha, little five was right. There is indeed a stunning beauty at the entrance of Qingyan University. Ignoring everyone else, he approached Hua Siyu with a lewd grin, saying, Beautiful lady, come with me tonight. If you satisfy me, I will grant you your freedom in a few days and even give you a generous bonus. If you resist, however, I will have my fun and then sell you off. Hua Siyu's face turned pale with fear, and the classmates fell silent, recognizing the trouble they were in. Lu Daming sprang to his feet, glaring at the young man. I am Lu Daming, project manager at Shenglong Group. This is my girlfriend. You'd better apologize immediately, or I won't hold back. Slap. The young man struck Lu Daming across the face, laughing, project manager of Shenglong Group? I thought you were some young master of Qingyan. What a joke. Beat him up. At the command, 3 of the young man's followers lunged at Lu Daming, quickly bringing him to the ground amidst his cries for help. Hold him up, the young man ordered. Bloodied and battered, Lu Daming was hoisted before him. You have a chance to call someone for help. He sneered. Lu Daming hastily pulled out his phone and dialed. Boss Bai? I'm being attacked at Wang S restaurant by some people outside Qingyan University. Who is it? Boss Bai's voice turned cold. I don't know. Lu Daming realized he had no idea who his assailants were. Boss Bai, I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng snatched the phone and interrupted with a mocking tone. What? Lin Feng? Young Master Lin? Lu Daming froze. Young Master Lin was the son of the chairman of Shenglong Group, and he needed to apologize to avoid repercussions. Please. I didn't recognize your status. Let me go? Lu Daming begged, dropping to his knees, his earlier bravado evaporating. Lin Feng smirked and asked, "So can I have some fun with your girlfriend?" Sure." Lu Daming struggled, nodding in submission. Hua Siyu's face was now as pale as a ghost, trembling with despair. Lin Feng smiled lightly, turning his gaze to Hua Siyu. "Beautiful lady, come with me." He reached out to grasp her hand. However, just as Lin Feng extended his hand, it was caught tightly by another hand. "Who the hell are you? Looking for trouble?" Lin Feng turned to see a handsome, aloof face confronting him, his anger rising at the sight of a poor student. "Who am I? You might be scared if I told you," Qin Xiaochuan replied with a sly smile. "Is that so? Have the guts to introduce yourself." Lin Feng's expression hardened as he racked his brain, unable to recall any notable young figures from Qingyan City. "Listen closely. I am her classmate," Qin Xiaochuan declared confidently. The classmates were taken aback by Qin Xiaochuan's boldness. "Classmate Xiaochuan, has he lost his mind? He is the son of the chairman of the Shenglong group. The power behind him is immense. How dare he intervene?" Especially the last remark, "I am her classmate," left everyone present utterly stunned. "Please, there's a way to show off, and this isn't it. It could be fatal." Chapter 18. Justice prevails. A flicker of astonishment crossed Hua Siyu's beautiful eyes. She never expected Qin Xiaochuan to react in stark contrast to Lu Daming in this situation. While Lu Daming crumbled before the powerful, Qin Xiaochuan boldly stepped forward. Her heart warmed momentarily, but soon it tightened again. Was it too hasty of him to think a mere "I am her classmate" could intimidate the opponent? Upon hearing Qin Xiaochuan's words, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback before bursting into uproarious laughter. "I thought you had some impressive identity. You're just her classmate? Are you here to amuse us?" Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Lin Feng felt a jolt of pain in his wrist, his hand dropping limply. You actually broke my hand," he shrieked. The sound akin to a pig's squeal. "My apologies, I exerted a bit too much force. Let me fix that for you." Another crack echoed. Lin Feng's fractured wrist was reset, prompting another howl of agony. "They are all fixed. Though, I must admit, my technique feels a bit rusty. It could use a few more adjustments." Crack. Fractured. Crack. Repaired. This sequence repeated itself a dozen times, leaving Lin Feng quaking in pain, wailing incessantly. "Are you fools? Get him. Kill him." Lin Feng, in excruciating pain, noticed his followers standing idly, utterly dumbfounded, his nose contorted in fury, finally snapping out of their stupor. Lin Feng's lackeys roared, "How dare you treat our young master like this? You seek death." With a feral charge, a dozen men lunged at Qin Xiaochuan. "You think you can gang up on me? How unfair. Let's settle this one-on-one." Qin Xiaochuan watched the advancing crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips, his demeanor calm and collected. Among them, only two were martial artists, and even they were mere novices at the yellow rank. The others were merely enthusiasts. A bunch of insignificant weaklings. One-on-one. Someone bellowed in anger. Boom. Qin Xiaochuan delivered a swift kick to Lin Feng's abdomen, sending him crashing against the concrete wall like a rag doll. He slumped to the ground, spasming in pain, struggling to rise. Seizing a nearby bottle, Qin Xiaochuan smashed it over the head of the foremost thug, blood gushing from the wound. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining assailants quickly fell to the ground, howling in agony. This scene left Hua Siyu, Lu Daming, and their classmates utterly speechless. Even Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. They had never anticipated that this loudmouth challenging others would possess such formidable fighting prowess. After clapping his hands, Qin Xiaochuan approached Lin Feng. "You dare strike me? You're finished. My father is Lin Bufan, chairman of the Shenglong group, surrounded by experts." Lin Feng glared at Qin Xiaochuan with venom. Qin Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly, "Very well. I'll give you a chance. Call your father here." Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Just moments ago, he had been instructing others to call for help, and now he found himself doing so. Tonight, he felt he had lost face entirely. "Let us see how you fare when he arrives." Lin Feng grinned maniacally. He hastily retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Bufan. The call connected swiftly. Without waiting for Lin Bufan to speak, Lin Feng cried out, "Dad, I'm at Wang's restaurant across from Qingyan University, and I've been attacked. Hurry and bring Uncle Zhang and the others to help me take revenge. Damn it. Who dares to strike the son of Lin Bufan? They're courting death. Don't worry, Xiaofeng. I'm nearby, and will be there shortly." Lin Bufan hung up, his mood sour. "My father is coming soon. Let us see how you handle this." Lin Feng's twisted smile returned. Qin Xiaochuan remained unfazed. "I trust that your father, as the chairman of the Shenglong group, is a reasonable man and one to act as recklessly as you do." Haha. Lin Feng couldn't contain his laughter, while the hearts of his classmates sank. They had been astounded by Qin Xiaochuan's terrifying combat skills, but now, hearing that his trump card was a plea for reason seemed too naive. revealing his inexperience in the harshness of reality. Qin Xiaochuan, we should leave. There's no need to escalate this. A classmate suggested, trembling. Leave? Huh. I'll remember each of you. None shall escape tonight. Whoever dares to run will pay with their life, and their families will suffer the consequences. Lin Feng sneered, malice gleaming in his eyes. Young Master Lin, we haven't offended you at all. Another classmate pleaded. We haven't even uttered a word, so please let us go. The group of 7 or 8 classmates felt utterly wronged, caught in this turmoil. Qin Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of murderous intent flashing within. Earlier, he had held back, worried about frightening the other classmates, but it seemed Lin Feng was truly irredeemable, likely a bully in his everyday life. This wretch was a calamity that needed to be dealt with. At that moment, Lin Feng remained oblivious that his fate had already been sealed by Qin Xiaochuan. Who dares to strike my son? Just then, Lin Bufan stormed in, flanked by 3 subordinates. Dad, it's him. A nobody from Qingyan University. Lin Feng pointed at Qin Xiaochuan. At that moment, Qin Xiaochuan had his back turned to Lin Bufan. Lin Bufan's eyes, filled with wrath, locked onto Qin Xiaochuan. Stand up. Son, if he dares to fight back, I'll break his limbs. Dad, my stomach hurts. I can't stand. Why not just kill him and throw him out for the dogs? Lin Feng struggled to rise, but failed. The classmates stood there, bewildered by Lin Bufan's menacing demeanor, which was hardly that of a reasonable man. Qin Xiaochuan, you must be stunned now. Lin Feng taunted. However, Qin Xiaochuan slowly turned to face Lin Bufan, raised his hand with a smile, and said, Chairman Lin, which limb shall I lose first? I will cooperate fully. The moment Lin Bufan laid eyes on Qin Xiaochuan, his arrogance and ferocity vanished, replaced by sheer horror. Heavens! It's him. Thud. Lin Bufan dropped to his knees, frantically slapping his own face. Mr. Chun, I beg your pardon. I didn't know it was you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to act so brazenly. Please, have mercy and spare me. The entire room fell into stunned silence. No one expected the fierce Lin Bufan to kneel so suddenly. Hua Siyu and her companion stared, their eyes wide in disbelief. When Qin Xiaochuan suggested cooperating and losing a limb, they thought he was capitulating. Little did they know, in the blink of an eye, the once mighty Lin Bufan was humbling himself, begging for forgiveness. Can anyone explain what just happened? Lin Feng swallowed hard, rubbing his eyes, convinced he must be seeing things. Qin Xiaochuan smiled calmly and said, Classmates, I just mentioned that Chairman Lin, as a successful individual, is undoubtedly a reasonable person, unlike his son who is utterly unreasonable. I wasn't boasting, was I? In reality, everything was under Qin Xiaochuan's control. Although he had never met the chairman of the Shenglong Group, the residence he currently inhabited, Hillside No. 1, was developed by the Shenglong Group, which belonged to the Li family. Now, the Li family had become nothing more than his lackeys. Qin Xiaochuan believed that several significant figures within the Li family must have seen his photograph by now. It was only natural that Lin Bufan could recognize him. Indeed, the moment he turned around, Lin Bufan was so startled he knelt down. The classmates all nodded in a daze, still unable to believe what they had witnessed. Yes, yes. I am indeed a reasonable person, Lin Bufan quickly echoed, his expression more sorrowful than tears. Qin Xiaochuan then turned to Lu Daming. Lu Daming, just now Lin Feng hit you. Go on, hit him back. Me? Lu Daming snapped back to reality, his mouth agape, feeling as if he were in a dream. What, are you afraid? Qin Xiaochuan wore a warm smile. I think I'll let it go. Though Lu Daming desperately wanted to retaliate, he reconsidered. He was nothing to Lin Feng, and even if he struck back now, it would only invite future retribution from Lin Feng. Qin Xiaochuan nodded, respecting Lu Daming's choice, and turned to Lin Bufan, saying, Chairman Lin, your son just attempted to make me a meal for the dogs. I believe he is a young man with great ideals and ambitions. He is indeed a talent. You must cultivate him well. Upon hearing this, Lin Bufan's imposing figure trembled, a flicker of horror passing through his eyes. He then stood, saying, Mr. Chun is right. I will cultivate him well. He approached Lin Feng. Dad, who on earth is this guy? Why are you so frightened? Lin Feng, despite being a bully, realized at that moment that Qin Xiaochuan was someone even his father could not provoke. Lin Bufan grasped Lin Feng by the neck and lifted him up. Xiao Feng, Mr. Chun is someone our Lin family can never afford to offend, so do not blame your father. With a sharp crack, Lin Feng's neck was instantly broken by Lin Bufan, his eyes bulging, hanging limply as if in death's grasp. In that final moment, Lin Feng comprehended the terrifying identity of Qin Xiaochuan. His father was so frightened that he had no hesitation in killing him. Regret flooded through him, but it was far too late. The surrounding witnesses fell into stunned silence. With several classmates collapsing to the ground, wetting themselves in fear. Lin Bufan discarded Lin Feng's still warm body onto the ground and once again kneeled before Qin Xiaochuan. Chairman Lin, that is your son. If you wish to kill him, do as you please. I have no authority to intervene. We still need to eat. Shall we all sit down for a drink? Qin Xiaochuan said with a smile. Ah, Mr. Chun, we shall not disturb you any longer, Lin Bufan exclaimed. Feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, he quickly picked up his son's lifeless body and left the scene with his entourage. At this moment, Hua Xiao and the others finally came to their senses, looking at Qin Xiaochuan with a myriad of questions in their eyes. Lu Daming felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Only now did he realize how childish his earlier displays had been. He understood that Qin Xiaochuan had remained silent not out of inferiority, but because, in his eyes, he was merely a joke. Just standing there had compelled someone as formidable as Lin Bufan to kill his own son in apology. The identity of this classmate was undoubtedly of an unimaginable and terrifying magnitude. He had unwittingly played the fool for an entire evening. For a moment, Lu Daming's head hung low. He could not dare to look up. Qin Xiaochuan, what kind of terrifying identity do you possess that even the chairman of Shenglong Group fears you so? Hua Xiao, unable to contain her curiosity, voiced her question. The other classmates also perked up their ears, eager to learn more about their classmate's true nature. Qin Xiaochuan grinned and said, the chairman is not afraid of me. Rather, he values reason and clarity in grievances. I am merely a law-abiding citizen of Longhua. As the saying goes, the righteous can travel the world freely. Justice prevails over evil. Hua Xiao rolled her eyes dramatically. Do you take me for a fool? If you won't say it, then forget it. All right, I'll lay my cards on the table. The reason he fears me is that he knows I can kill without hesitation. He fears I might wipe out his entire family. Qin Xiaochuan added with a playful grin. Hua Xiao rolled her eyes again. Forget it. Since such an incident occurred today, let us skip dinner and disperse. The other classmates clearly did not believe Qin Xiaochuan's narrative. To them, he was undoubtedly the illegitimate child of some powerful figure, merely lost in a farmer's household, now returning to claim his heritage and thus holding an impressive identity. Many classmates sighed inwardly, wondering when their own illustrious biological parents would come to reclaim them. I'll give you a ride. Qin Xiaochuan noticed that despite speaking the truth, they still did not believe him. He ceased further explanations and said to Hua Xiao, you seemed frightened earlier, thinking of my mysterious and terrifying identity. I can drive you home. Half an hour later, Qin Xiaochuan arrived at the entrance of Hua Xiao's rented apartment. Wishing you a smooth journey tomorrow. Qin Xiaochuan waved goodbye. Hua Xiao suddenly turned, her enchanting eyes fixed on Qin Xiaochuan. Qin Xiaochuan, before I leave, I have a question for you. Feel free to ask. Qin Xiaochuan nodded. Have you ever liked me? Hua Xiao gazed intently at Qin Xiaochuan, her breath fragrant, her ample chest beneath her white shirt rising and falling dramatically. Qin Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling what Hongjie had said. Could it be that Hua Xiao's so-called class gathering tonight was actually aimed at him? With everyone else merely background characters? As this thought crossed his mind, inhaling the sweet scent wafting from the school beauty's figure, Qin Xiaochuan felt his heart race. Even if you say you don't like me, it's all right. I just want to know. Seeing Qin Xiaochuan remain silent, Hua Xiao bit her lip lightly, her voice soft as a whisper. Qin Xiaochuan still did not respond, but he was moved. Before Hua Xiao could react, Qin Xiaochuan pressed her against the door of her apartment and kissed her deeply, prying open her lips for a passionate French kiss. Hua Xiao awoke to the unexpected kiss and struggled fiercely. Yet, under Qin Xiaochuan's strong embrace, her resistance was utterly futile. Soon, Hua Xiao relaxed in Qin Xiaochuan's arms, even beginning to enjoy the thrill of such an intense kiss, stimulating and pleasurable. After an ardent kiss, Qin Xiaochuan finally released Hua Xiao. At that moment, her face was flushed. Perhaps due to her earlier struggles, a button on her collar had come undone, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her alluring figure, subtly accentuated by her rhythmic breathing. Qin Xiaochuan's gaze fell upon the revealed beauty, and his adrenaline surged once more. After 4 years of secretly adoring this school beauty, it was the first time he had glimpsed this part of her. Hua Xiao had always dressed conservatively, aside from the outline of her chest. Even the slightest hint of skin was a distant dream. Now, with this accidental reveal, how could it fail to drive him wild? Qin Xiaochuan's eyes were magnetically drawn to that fleeting glimpse of beauty, utterly unable to tear his gaze away. Hua Xiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as she dared not meet Qin Xiaochuan's gaze, thus remaining unaware that he was fixated on her collar. After swallowing hard, Qin Xiaochuan boldly lifted her delicate chin with a finger, their eyes locking in an intense exchange. Are you satisfied with my answer? Hua Xiao's lips twitched slightly. She had not anticipated that the typically courteous Qin Xiaochuan possessed such a wild side. If you find my answer ambiguous, I shall have to take further action to clarify, he said, a smirk playing on his lips as he swept her into his arms, cradling her gently before making his way toward her apartment. What are you doing? Hua Xiao gasped, her heart racing wildly at the moment he lifted her, overwhelmed by a rush of sensations and the intoxicating scent of masculinity that enveloped him. Her voice softened. You will know whether I like you. Soon, when I undress, you will witness my sincerity, but you must also bear yourself to reveal your true feelings. Only through mutual honesty can we fully understand one another, Qin Xiaochuan declared with a grin. Pervert. Hua Xiao, summoning unexpected strength, wriggled free from his grasp and pushed him out the door with a decisive bang, leaning against the closed door, her chest heaving with exertion. Qin Xiaochuan chuckled. Class leader Hua, it seems your intuition is quite sharp. You already know the answer without needing further honesty. Rest well, I shall take my leave. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaochuan felt restless, aware that securing the campus beauty that evening was unrealistic and far too sudden. Thus, he resolved to return to seek out Hongjie for further escapades. Yet, the memory of Hua Xiao in his arms lingered in his mind, marking her first intimate encounter with a male. The sensation was addictive, especially considering his striking allure. Reflecting on his parting words, Hua Xiao couldn't help but critique. What intuition! It's so obvious you desire me. Do you take me for a fool? But if I don't resist, it would seem too reckless, as if I were a loose woman. Why not persist a bit longer? Alas, perhaps our connection is merely fleeting. Had Qin Xiaochuan been privy to Hua Xiao's thoughts, he might have already ensnared her beautiful legs. A half-hour later, he rushed back to the night enchantment bar. Finding Hongjie languorously reclining on the bed, like a ravenous wolf, he pounced, enveloping her in his embrace. I missed you terribly, he exclaimed. Hongjie attempted to speak, but her lips were silenced by his assertive kiss. Just as he prepared to undress her completely, a melodious voice pierced the air. Tisse. I never imagined the notorious Qin Xiaochuan was, in fact, a lecherous fiend. Startled, Qin Xiaochuan halted his actions, while Hongjie trembled, crossing her arms defensively, attempting to conceal her exposed neckline, though it did little to mask her alluring figure. Qin Xiaochuan, however, remained composed, releasing the voluptuous beauty in his arms and turning to behold a stunning woman clad in a white dress, her fair skin and long legs captivating his attention. She appeared to be around Hongjie's age, resembling a perfectly ripened peach, and her luscious figure surpassed even Hongjie's. A delightful fragrance wafted from her, intoxicatingly inviting. My dear, you have arrived uninvited. It seems you wish to join us? As for your claim of my lecherous tendencies, that is mere slander. I am merely a protector of flowers, adept at cherishing their beauty. Come closer. Allow me to offer you an exquisite experience, he said, winking and beckoning her with a hand. You're quite bold, little rascal. But your audacity is amusing. I've encountered shameless individuals before, but you take the cake. The woman in white chuckled, her eyes assessing Qin Xiaochuan from head to toe. Are you merely here to observe, or do you wish to learn a thing or two? Qin Xiaochuan nodded knowingly, adopting an expression of feigned wisdom. I have no objections, for I am one who revels in selfless generosity, though I am uncertain if Hongjie would agree. Let me inquire. He turned to Hongjie, asking, Hongjie, would you permit her to watch? Hongjie's lips quirked, and she shook her head. That is far too bizarre. I refuse. You're like a machine, leaving everyone in tears. Such a sight must remain private. Apologies, but Hongjie is not in favor, Qin Xiaochuan relayed to the woman in white, adopting a tone of helplessness. All right, little rascal, who cares to witness your sordid antics? Let us get back to business. Come with me, the woman in white insisted, her serious demeanor somehow still exuding an intoxicating allure. Come with you? TSK, so you desire my company, yet you shy away. Very well, I shall accompany you. Curious to see what you have in store, Qin Xiaochuan replied, excitement bubbling within him at her directness. The woman in white simply smiled, turning to leave, unaware of how smoothly events were unfolding, as if gliding on butter. Hongjie, rest well tonight. I shall see what this woman desires, as I sense she harbors ulterior motives. Go ahead, show her what you're made of. Hongjie waved him off, relieved that he would not remain, knowing that his presence would only lead to trouble for her the following day. Absolutely. Qin Xiaochuan beamed, grateful for Hongjie's understanding. He then hurried to catch up with the woman in white. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Qin Xiaochuan, standing at 6 feet 2 inches. 22 years of age, a full-time university graduate, currently unemployed, with aspirations of becoming a person of immense power while alleviating the loneliness of countless beautiful women. He walked alongside her, their shoulders occasionally brushing against one another, the subtle contact sending thrills through him. The woman in white rolled her eyes, thinking that this boy hardly resembled a heartless seducer. Rather, he struck her as a cheeky rogue. Could it be that I have mistaken you for someone else? She pondered, glancing at her phone for confirmation. No doubt about it. It's you. I am Linghua, 26 years old, standing at 5 feet 8 inches, also a university graduate. She replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. Impressive, for years my senior. I like the mature vibe. By the way, might I inquire about your measurements? At least your bust size would be helpful for future gift-giving. Chen Xiaochuan's gaze wandered over Linghua's figure, and she, rolling her eyes, blurted, 36E. Goodness. No wonder you stand out so distinctly. I recall Hongjia mentioning her size was 36D, which left me astounded. Yours is even more remarkable. However, unlike some who may appear grand but lack true substance and aesthetic appeal, the two had already exited the bar and arrived at the parking lot. Linghua opened the door of a red Panamera and slipped inside, turning to Chen Xiaochuan beside her and commanding, get in. Wow, Sister Linghua. You certainly know how to have fun. Let me experience the spaciousness of the Panamera and see if it affects my performance. Chen Xiaochuan remarked as he walked around the front of the car, opened the passenger door, and settled into his seat, fastening his seatbelt while expressing his admiration. Not bad. Not bad. This Panamera must be extended. There's a good sense of space. A cold smirk flickered in Linghua's eyes, and without further ado, she pressed the accelerator. The car's engine roared with a thunderous sound, launching forward with a sudden burst. Chen Xiaochuan's back pressed firmly against the seat. Wow. It's no wonder this is a luxury car worth millions. This pushback sensation is even more intense than the reputed technicians, he thought, his spirits soaring as his gaze roamed over Linghua's long legs extending from beneath her skirt. After about 20 minutes, Linghua drove them into an underground parking garage of a residential complex. Get out, she instructed as she exited the vehicle. I thought you were going to show off some tricks in the car. Why the sudden change of heart? Women can be so fickle. All right. If you want to get out, I shall fully respect your choices as a gentleman. Chen Xiaochuan chuckled as he stepped out. Linghua turned and led him into the elevator, eventually bringing him to a room. Yang Shimi, I brought you someone, she called to one of the rooms. Indeed, Sister Linghua. You certainly know how to handle that boy, came Yang Yan's voice as she emerged from the room. It's you? Chen Xiaochuan's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the fierce Yang Yan. Yang Yan was equally astonished. Sister, why hasn't he been tied up? Linghua shrugged, responding. I asked him to come along, and he did so willingly. There was no need for force. Well, sister, quickly subdue him. We can't let him escape. Yang Yan gritted her teeth and drew a belt from her waist, declaring, I'm going to give him a taste of his own medicine today. However, as she pulled out the belt, her loose-fitting pants slipped down, revealing her beautiful legs and the black shorts beneath. Chen Xiaochuan's eyes widened. Wow. She is in such a hurry to undress. This is more urgent than I am. Ah, Yang Yan exclaimed, hastily pulling her pants back up and retreating into the room. Haha. Linghua laughed so hard she nearly cried. Minutes later, Yang Yan emerged holding the belt, her face still flushed. Chun, our grievances need to be settled. The matter of you slapping my backside must be addressed today. With my sister here, you won't be able to stir up any trouble. I suggest you lie down so I can be satisfied with my punishment. Chen Xiaochuan finally realized the intent was to retaliate against him. As a man of stature, how could he simply lie down? I'm a college student. I have my dignity. Linghua coldly remarked. In fact, I found you displeasing for quite some time. Since you seem to care little for your dignity, I'll ensure you lose it entirely. A powerful aura erupted from Linghua as she declared, I've heard you are a master. Allow me, Linghua, to witness your skills. As she spoke, a beautiful leg sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, aimed at Chen Xiaochuan's shoulder. Chapter 20. Resistance is futile. This fierce kick unleashed a terrifying force that made Yang Yan gasp in awe. Sister Linghua is indeed a master martial artist. If that kick landed on me, I would surely perish. Hey brat, let's see how you boast now. Prepare to be beaten into tears. Faced with the incoming kick, a flicker of fiery determination ignited in Chen Xiaochuan's eyes. He leisurely extended his hand, seemingly slow, yet precisely grasping Linghua's ankle. Upon seeing Chen Xiaochuan attempt to catch her, Linghua's lips curled into a sneer. How dare he try to grab her foot? Utterly foolish. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Linghua's kick struck Chen Xiaochuan's hand with force. Yet, in the next moment, she was stunned to discover he had managed to hold her formidable leg in place with just one hand. This was a strike from a mid-tier master. Even a thick wooden stick would easily split in two. Most importantly, when Linghua attempted to withdraw her foot with force, it felt as though it were trapped in a vice, unable to escape. Ah, Sister Linghua, as a lady, you should be graceful, gentle, kind, and charming. To be so aggressive is unbecoming. Qin Xiaochuan teased while scrutinizing her legs. Linghua suddenly realized the predicament and shouted, "Let go of my foot. What are you staring at? You brat." Yang Yin had expected Sister Linghua to easily subdue Qin Xiaochuan. How could she have known he would overpower her? Was he perhaps a late-stage master? Such a prodigy. As this thought crossed her mind, her jaw dropped in disbelief. Are you serious? You lifted your leg, forcing my eyes to witness this spectacle. And now you blame me for looking? One mustn't be so shameless. Qin Xiaochuan replied with a grin. And as for letting go, do we know each other well enough for that? You think I'll just release you because you say so? What about my pride? By the way, your leg smells quite delightful. What brand of perfume or body wash do you use? Linghua's expression darkened. She had summoned the internal energy of a martial arts master, exerting tremendous force, yet still could not free herself from his grasp. Waves of shock surged within her. Could it be that Qin Xiaochuan's prowess exceeded her own? And at such a young age? This was truly disheartening. Caught off guard, Linghua's mouth twitched. Being teased was one thing, but having her leg held up while this boy leered was intolerable. Quickly regaining her composure, she thought, it's just one leg being held. I still have two hands and the other leg. With that, she bent the captured leg and leaped into the air, aiming her knee towards Qin Xiaochuan's face. Knowing she was no match for him, she intended this move merely to create distance and escape his grip. However, the reality was far from her expectations. This airborne knee only brought her closer to Qin Xiaochuan. Oh, you still wish to fight? He remarked with ease, tilting his head to evade her knee strike. In one fluid motion, he wrapped his other arm around Linghua's supple waist, pulling her into his embrace. The bodies of the two individuals were closely intertwined. At that moment, Qin Xiaochuan held Linghua's leg with one hand and embraced her waist with the other, resembling a ballet dancer. This suggestive contact allowed Qin Xiaochuan to feel the astonishing fullness and softness of Linghua through his arm. Ah! Linghua exclaimed in surprise, completely unprepared for the embrace after her initial stillness. She struggled, but to no avail. An old saying goes, if a woman is not reprimanded for 3 days, she will climb the roof. Just look at Captain Yang. After I dealt with him once, he learned his lesson. Even if he wanted to retaliate against me, he wouldn't dare to act personally. Yet here you are, trying to take the lead. I suppose I shall let you experience what Captain Yang once endured. I am a fair and just person who values reason. Qin Xiaochuan extended one leg and promptly pressed Linghua down onto it, face towards the ground, back towards the sky. You shouldn't speak such foul language, young lady. Did your elementary school teacher not teach you better? Allow me to educate you. Ah, it hurts. Linghua felt a surge of rage, having never been treated in such a manner before, especially not by a man. She couldn't help but question her life choices. Now she understood Yang Yan's feelings. Such grievances must be avenged. You scoundrel! How dare you treat me this way? I will tear you apart. Linghua shouted in a wild fury, resembling a crazed tigress. Oh, still defiant? Qin Xiaochuan had no sympathy for her plight. Have you realized your mistake? Do you submit? Scoundrel! I will not submit. Linghua continued to struggle with all her might, yet could not break free. Oh, it seems you possess quite a bit of spirit. Qin Xiaochuan remarked playfully. Yang Yin was utterly disheveled by the turn of events. She had called for her senior sister to seek revenge, to establish order. Little did she know, her sister would also be subjected to the same treatment. What on earth was happening? Linghua, with tears brimming in her eyes, pleaded for mercy. Stop. I was wrong. Please, let it be. Knowing that refusing to relent could result in a hospital stay for half a month, she reluctantly capitulated. I said I was wrong. Can't you hear me? Tears streamed down her cheeks, plopping onto the pale pink floor tiles. Your tone lacks sincerity. Qin Xiaochuan observed with a smirk. I was wrong. Big brother. Linghua replied gently. And where exactly did you err? Qin Xiaochuan pressed further. I was wrong to resort to violence against you. Linghua responded, feeling utterly humiliated. Now that is more like it. A girl should speak with such gentleness. Finally, Qin Xiaochuan released Linghua. Yang Yin, hurry and help me. Linghua winced. Unstable on her feet, Yang Yin snapped back to reality and rushed to support her. Qin Xiaochuan, with a teasing smile, addressed Yang Yin. Captain Yang, you have disappointed me. The other day, you admitted your mistake, only to turn around and seek retribution against me. What should I say to express my gratitude? Upon hearing this, Yang Yan's face turned pale. Qin Xiaochuan, don't get carried away. Yang Yin was on the verge of tears. Oh, Qin Xiaochuan's lips twitched. You're crying already? It fits the typical pattern of a woman. First tears, then tantrums. As Yang Yan, a striking beauty, cried, Qin Xiaochuan's heart softened. After all, there was no deep-seated animosity between them, and he even found her appealing. Let's call it a day. Consider this a joke between us. However, if Captain Yang remains unsatisfied, please find someone more formidable next time. Don't send someone like her to humiliate herself. Qin Xiaochuan pointed at Ling Hua, who felt utterly belittled. Am I truly considered weak by this brat? Yet, facing Qin Xiaochuan, who easily overpowered her, Ling Hua could only stifle her retort. Yang Yin felt a flush of indignation. Qin Xiaochuan's words were highly insulting, but she could only grit her teeth and endure, unable to fight back. Qin Xiaochuan then turned his gaze back to Ling Hua, grinning widely, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Sister Ling Hua, before I leave, I wish to offer you a word of caution. Ling Hua eyed him warily, filled with trepidation. What caution? Qin Xiaochuan leaned in closer, his breath warm against her earlobe as he whispered, I noticed that the seam of your pants has burst. Your safety shorts are far from safe. They are inferior to a thong. Uft. Ling Hua spat out her drink, quickly covering her skirt, her face turning an unsightly shade. She wished she could vanish into thin air. Oh no, does that mean he saw everything? How will I ever face anyone again? After delivering his remark, Qin Xiaochuan turned and strode away. Sister Ling Hua, what did that scoundrel say to you? Yang Yan inquired curiously, not comprehending why her sister reacted so dramatically. As if she had been struck. Ling Hua nearly divulged Qin Xiaochuan's words, but suddenly remembered something and thought to herself, no, I cannot let my junior sister know. If this gets out, how will I ever show my face again? That brat saw everything. Please, don't ask. Hua. Ling Hua buried her face in Yang Yan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Sister, I am so sorry. It's all my fault. I never imagined that brat would be stronger than you. Yang Yan gently patted Ling Hua's back, offering comfort. Ling Hua, still choked up, lamented, it's not your fault. It's that scoundrel ass. He is clearly powerful, yet behaves like a coward, bullying girls like us. He has no sense of honor. I curse him to remain single for life. Yes, that scoundrel is indeed a coward. He has no sense of martial ethics. I curse him to be struck by lightning and suffer a miserable fate. Yang Yan echoed, equally incensed. By the way, Sister Ling Hua, can you discern his martial realm? Ling Hua shook her head, replying, I cannot tell. On the surface, he exudes no martial aura, yet when we fought, he was terrifyingly strong, at least at the late stage of a martial master, possibly even at the peak. Could he be a practitioner of external strength, focusing on physical cultivation rather than internal energy? Yang Yan pondered, her brows furrowing slightly. As martial artists, they understood that some individuals in the martial world could not cultivate internal energy, but instead forge their bodies, achieving the strength of masters or even martial kings. Yes, that scoundrel must be an external strength practitioner. No wonder I couldn't gauge his true skill. Ling Hua nodded repeatedly. However, the limit for external strength practitioners is typically at the early stage of martial kings. Progressing beyond that is exceedingly difficult. I have never heard of any external practitioners at the mid-stage or beyond. Enough about that scoundrel. It's affecting my mood. Yang junior sister, quickly. Help me to your room to get some aloe vera gel. Okay. Yang Yin nodded, carefully assisting Ling Hua inside and helping her lie down on the bed. Go wash your hands before applying it. I don't want to risk an infection, Ling Hua instructed. Understood, Yang Yin affirmed, stepping out of the room. Ling Hua, enduring the pain, hurriedly removed her torn safety shorts. Glancing at them, her lips twitched in irritation as she exclaimed, the quality is indeed poor. Online shopping can be such a scam. How could they sell me this counterfeit? Those unscrupulous merchants deserve to be cursed with bankruptcy and homelessness, rummaging through trash for survival. Hearing Yang Yan's footsteps returning, Ling Hua quickly concealed the damaged shorts, knowing full well they could not be discovered by Yang Yan, lest her secret be revealed. When Yang Yan entered the room, her eyes widened in shock. Sister, you've already taken off your pants. Yes, it was too painful, so I took them off to let them breathe. It feels a bit more comfortable now. Look at my injuries. Are they as severe as yours from that day? Ling Hua hastily replied. Yang Yan approached the bed, taking in Ling Hua's woeful state, gasping, I think it's about the same. That bastard was far too ruthless. How could he be so heavy-handed with a beauty like me? Ling Hua began to weep sorrowfully once more. Indeed, he is a scoundrel. Sister, stop moving. Let me apply some ointment. Yang Yin grimaced at the mere mention of Qin Xiaochuan. Yes, hurry and apply it, Ling Hua urged. A glimmer of mischief suddenly crossed Yang Yan's eyes as she raised her hand to slap Ling Hua. Yang Shimi, why are you hitting me? Ling Hua's face turned pale, her eyes wide with disbelief. Hee, this is just retribution. Yang Yin chuckled, her laughter ringing out like a melodious chime. Chapter 21. The Return of Lord Qingyun. 10 minutes later, Yang Yin had finished applying the ointment. Sister Linghua, now that we have both been struck on our backsides by that Qin fellow, should we just let it go because we cannot defeat him? Yang Yan's eyes shimmered with dissatisfaction. Let it go just like that? Absolutely not. My backside is not so easy to hit. This grievance must be avenged. Linghua clenched her teeth, indignation boiling within her. Who should we call to help us? Yang Yin blinked her beautiful eyes. Linghua narrowed her gaze slightly. That brat's martial prowess is likely at the peak of a grandmaster, possibly even at the initial stage of a martial king. Therefore, to avoid further misfortune, we must have a peak martial king intervene. Unfortunately, our senior brothers and sisters at school, who have reached that level, are all engaged in secret missions, quietly bearing the weight for our nation's peace. It seems our only option is Instructor Wan. But Instructor Wan is so busy. Can she spare the time to help us? Yang Yin held little hope regarding Instructor Wan. Linghua sighed softly. Indeed, she is a very busy person. I will take it step by step. Once my swelling subsides by tomorrow, I will return and see how things unfold. I refuse to believe I cannot find someone capable of suppressing that brat. Well then, it looks like Sister Linghua will have to bear the burden. Yang Yin nodded, aware that among her family's connections, there were certainly individuals who could reach the peak of martial king. In the eyes of ordinary people, even among ordinary martial artists, a grandmaster is considered an extremely formidable existence. However, Yang Yin understood that the world of martial arts is quite profound. While grandmasters are impressive, they might seem less formidable in first-tier cities or even provincial capitals. Yang Yin did not consider seeking help from her family because her current situation was delicate. If her family learned of this incident, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule, and Qin Xiaochuan would surely be hunted down. Yang Yin merely sought to retaliate against him, not to kill him. However, with the enmity between that brat and Lord Qingyun, who would return tomorrow, if Qin Xiaochuan were to be killed, how could they ever take their revenge? As a thought crossed her mind, her brows furrowed. She could leverage her family's influence to assist Qin Xiaochuan once, but it could not become a repeated occurrence. As you mentioned, that brat's brother's kidney was taken by Lord Qingyun. In this matter, Lord Qingyun is indeed at fault, breaking the law. He should be apprehended and held accountable. Unfortunately, the local martial arts association and your public security system lack the authority to arrest him. This situation is incredibly tricky, especially considering the formidable power backing Lord Qingyun. Thus, persuading the higher-ups to take action against Lord Qingyun is exceedingly difficult. Is there truly no way out? Yang Yin felt a wave of panic wash over her. Linghua pondered for a moment before her eyes brightened with inspiration. I have it. We have fallen into a misunderstanding. Since Lord Qingyun and that brat's feud is deepening, we can simply watch from the sidelines. If Lord Qingyun cannot deal with him, I will find someone else to handle him. However, if Lord Qingyun manages to subdue him, I believe that with our identities, we can persuade Lord Qingyun to spare his life, allowing us to exact our revenge before handing him over to Lord Qingyun. In this way, our grievances will be settled without interfering with the resolution of their conflict. After that, whether that lecher is alive or dead is of no concern to us. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin was struck by realization. Indeed, sister, you are so insightful. Hee. I must learn from you more in the future. Linghua chuckled, secretly thinking, just you wait, Yang Shimi. Once my swelling has subsided tomorrow, you shall see how I deal with you for daring to strike me earlier. Then you will understand just how fierce a grandmaster's suppression can be against someone of your rank. Sister Linghua, that brat is clearly an insensitive man. How can you call him a lecher? Yang Yin asked curiously. As soon as Linghua thought of Qin Xiaochuan's earlier impertinence, her breath quickened. But she would not mention it further to avoid solidifying Yang Yan's impression. Instead, she replied, that brat may seem like an insensitive man on the surface, but he is far from it. When I brought him over, I happened to catch him kissing the owner of that night enchantment bar. If I had arrived even a moment later, he might have stripped her bare and engaged in unspeakable acts. What? He can play with women? Yang Yin was astounded. Thus, it holds true that no man is a good one. That is a universal truth. I believe he merely hit us out of caution, fearing your identity as the captain of the riot police. If things escalated, he would not be able to handle the fallout. Otherwise, under different circumstances, we would surely have fallen victim to his misdeeds. Linghua scoffed lightly. That makes sense. Yang Yin took a deep breath. Initially, she had some reservations about Linghua's suggestion to use Lord Qingyun to apprehend Qin Xiaochuan, fearing that he might ultimately meet his demise at Lord Qingyun's hands. However, her mindset had now shifted. A scoundrel deserves to be punished. Hongjie lay hazily on the bed when suddenly a pair of strong arms wrapped around her. She opened her eyes wide in surprise, almost letting out a scream. Upon realizing it was Chen Xiaochuan, the outcry she had been about to make was swallowed back. What are you doing back here? A flicker of surprise crossed Hongjia's eyes. Chen Xiaochuan pulled her close and planted a passionate kiss on her lips. 10 minutes later, when they finally parted, he said, I missed you. Right, and I suppose you expect me to believe that? Who was that beautiful woman earlier? Hongjia rolled her eyes dramatically. I don't know her. Chen Xiaochuan replied with a grin. If you don't know her, then why did you bring her to me? Is she a prostitute? Did she think you were handsome and wanted to offer you a free service? Hongjia blinked her enchanting eyes and softly spoke. It's not that I'm chicken. It's just that I'm quite handsome, and she wanted to get to know me, but I turned her down. After all, you know I'm not someone who easily gives in. Chen Xiaochuan declared with utmost seriousness. Are you saying that when you let loose, you're not even human? Hongjia chuckled. Chen Xiaochuan was left speechless. By the way, what happened to your class reunion? Did that female classmate fail to keep you? Hongjia inquired further. Between classmates, it's purely platonic. Chen Xiaochuan insisted. You're overthinking it. Now, let me help you unwind. Let us rest early. With a sultry beauty nestled in his arms, and having been tantalized by several alluring women that night, he found himself teetering on the edge of restraint. Wait. Hongjia pressed down on Chen Xiaochuan's hand. You can't fool me. Ever since you returned from the reunion, when you kissed me, I caught a whiff of another woman's scent on you. It suggests you've been kissing someone else. Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched slightly. Damn. This Hongjia must have a dog-ass sense of smell, discerning even such scents. Sighing, he maintained a calm demeanor and admitted, all right, I confess, I was forcefully kissed. And I was quite impulsive at that moment. But I understand that some actions come with responsibilities, just like with you. I don't wish to bear so much by being your lover, so I certainly resisted the other party's advances. I suspected as much, otherwise. Given your ardor for women and that horrifying capacity for indulgence, you wouldn't be returning tonight. Hongjia smiled charmingly, her arms, as graceful as water snakes, suddenly wrapped around Chen Xiaochuan's neck, delivering a passionate kiss. Chen Xiaochuan's eyes widened in surprise, and he soon succumbed to the gentle embrace, realizing that only Hongjia could satiate his desires. The next afternoon at 3 o'clock, Zhang Xiong arrived at the Qingyun City airport, accompanied by 300 armed soldiers. The airport had been cleared. The soldiers stood in perfect formation, an invisible sense of pressure enveloping the area. 10 minutes later, a private jet descended from the distant sky. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiong snapped to attention and commanded, everyone, stand at ease. Attention, at ease. The sound of polished shoes striking the ground echoed powerfully. Everyone turned their gaze towards the landing aircraft, their eyes burning with intensity. A few minutes later, the private jet glided down onto the runway, finally coming to a halt before Zhang Xiong's formation. As the aircraft door opened, two beautiful flight attendants emerged, standing gracefully on either side of the entrance. Their professional smiles radiated beauty, each possessing a charm worthy of the top 3 Miss Hong Kong. Following them, a man in casual attire, around 40 to 50 years old, stepped out. He was none other than the illustrious Duke of Qingyun City. Attention! Zhang Xiong called out loudly, saluting. The Duke stood at the exit, his expression calm, yet commanding, exuding the undeniable aura of authority. He surveyed his troops, a chilling atmosphere surrounding them, and returned the salute. Greetings, Duke. The crowd chorused. The Duke nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, comrades. He then stepped down the red-carpeted boarding ladder. This scene stirred excitement within the two flight attendants. Such was the spectacle of a powerful figure. Despite their awareness that the Duke was old enough to be their father, they were overcome with an urge to become his woman. Of course, their bodies had already been claimed by him, but they knew all too well that in his eyes, they were mere tools. Their aspirations were not simply to be his playthings, but to achieve the status of his lovers, or even mistresses, at least granting them a sense of identity beyond mere objects of utility. As the Duke descended the boarding ladder, Zhang Xiong hurried to his side, standing at attention. Duke, your subordinate has come to welcome you. May I ask, shall we return to Shueihua Mountain Villa or proceed to the military camp? The Duke nodded slightly, speaking in a low voice. Where is Chen Xiaochuan at this moment? Reporting to the Duke, according to our surveillance, he should be at the night enchantment bar. Zhang Xiong replied confidently. Oh, hasn't he fled? What is he doing at the bar? The Duke's eyes narrowed slightly. Reporting to the Duke, based on intelligence, it is presumed that he is at the bar, sleeping with the bar owner's wife. Zhang Xiong answered robustly. A flicker of anger crossed the Duke's eyes. This young man not only remained but dared to indulge in women. Such audacity showed a blatant disregard for the Duke. Very well, prepare to depart for night enchantment bar immediately. Yes, Duke. Zhang Xiong responded, commanding, everyone, follow my orders. We head to Night Enchantment Bar. The troops, in perfect unison, boarded the waiting green military vehicles. Zhang Xiong opened the door of the Rolls-Royce parked in front and courteously invited, "Duke, please get in." The Duke nodded and entered the vehicle, while Zhang Xiong took the driver's seat, starting the engine and heading straight for the Night Enchantment Bar. 15 military vehicles followed, advancing with great momentum. On the way, Zhang Xiong couldn't help but ask, "Duke, what exactly is the relationship between that young man and Yang Yan?" Based on my investigation, that young man has no connections to Yang Yan's family. Perhaps because he possesses good looks and martial prowess. Yang Yan appreciates talent and thus supports him, the Duke replied, leaning back with his eyes half closed. So he is just a rogue with no background. How dare he challenge the Duke? Haha, it seems the Duke has been underestimated. This time, we shall seize the opportunity to establish authority. Otherwise, they think we can't handle mere mortals, Zhang Xiong scoffed. He held a deep-seated resentment toward Qin Xiaochuan, wishing to crush him into dust. To prevent that young man from escaping, immediately set up a blockade, sealing all routes out of Qingyun City, and dispatch 5,000 men to surround the Night Enchantment Bar. Not a single fly should be allowed in or out. In short, that young man is destined to die today. A murderous glint flashed in the Duke's eyes. News of the Duke's return to Qingyun City swiftly spread among the upper echelons of society. The Duke is back. I can't wait for the show. Hurry to the vicinity of Night Enchantment Bar and secure a good spot. That Qin Xiaochuan is surely facing his end today. Of course, this spectacle must be witnessed. The Duke's grandeur is not something one can witness casually. Yes, the Duke is my idol. If only I could attain such a social standing, I would have no further desires in life. Chapter 22. The Hunt for the Master. I have never witnessed such a grand spectacle. It appears that Lord Qingyun is genuinely furious this time. Is it not so? Years ago, when Lord Qingyun established his presence in Qingyun City, one of our local magnates, a certain Wang, dared to challenge his authority, only to have his entire family annihilated, consigning the Wang clan to the annals of history, never to be heard from again. Who could have anticipated that, a decade later, another provocateur would emerge, even going so far as to slay the guards of Lord Qingyun's Shuiyue Mountain Manor? It would indeed be strange if Lord Qingyun were not incensed. Indeed, in light of this situation, one must ask the magnates of Qingyun City, who possesses the strength to stand against it. That young man seems utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Stand against it? He could barely muster a handful of soldiers. And let us not forget that Lord Qingyun commands an army of 30,000 elite Qingyun soldiers. Look, here comes Lord Qingyun's official vehicle. The cacophony of voices immediately ceased, and hundreds of pairs of eyes fixated on the exclusive Rolls-Royce of Lord Qingyun. Not a single breath was dared to be drawn. Among the throngs of onlookers were Li Zhongtian, Li Yunfei, and others. Upon witnessing the imposing presence of Lord Qingyun, the Li family, who were initially brimming with confidence regarding Qin Xiaochuan, found themselves engulfed in anxiety. Given the current state of affairs, that individual surnamed Chun is surely incapable of withstanding this. Thankfully, after today, they could still claim to be victims coerced by Qin Xiaochuan, hoping to navigate through Lord Qingyun's scrutiny. Though Li Zhongtian remained silent, he could not help but regret having hastily allied himself with Qin Xiaochuan. He noticed many prominent figures casting glances filled with schadenfreude towards the Li family. At this juncture, the sisters Yang Yin and Ling Hua, donned in casual attire and masks, ascended to the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper, equipped with binoculars to observe the unfolding events at the Night Enchantment Bar. Ling Hua remarked slowly as she surveyed Lord Qingyun's formidable display. This spectacle is such that even a peak master below the martial king would surely perish. These soldiers are armed with enhanced submachine guns, tailored specifically for martial artists. Only those of martial king caliber can hope to break free from this encirclement. Ultimately, martial artists are no match against a fully equipped battalion. That young man is as good as trapped today. Let us be prepared, once he is apprehended by Lord Qingyun. Sister Yang, you shall make the call to assert our demands. Yang Yin nodded solemnly, her expression unyielding. Having learned about Qin Xiaochuan's less than admirable character, her heart was unexpectedly tranquil, devoid of any turmoil. At precisely 3 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, Qin Xiaochuan yawned, freeing himself from the embrace of Hongjia, who lay beside him. Her enchanting eyes fluttered open, gazing at him with a captivating allure. You've exhausted yourself all night. Why not sleep a little longer? Qin Xiaochuan, admiring the flawless beauty beside him, chuckled. Last night was merely a warm-up. I hardly feel fatigued. I was more concerned about your stamina. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here at this hour. Hongjia rolled her eyes, not daring to contest Qin Xiaochuan's claim, well aware of his extraordinary physical capabilities, which transcended human limitations, an existence akin to a perpetual motion machine, formidable beyond measure. Could you not grant me some dignity? You're making me blush. As Qin Xiaochuan beheld her captivating figure, he felt a surge of restlessness within. He mused, while sharing a bed with a woman, especially one as exquisite as her, is undoubtedly one of life's greatest pleasures. I cannot spend my days merely basking on her lap. I cannot allow my Qilin essence to dictate my life, lest I become no different from a mere stud. What distinguishes me from a beast? No, I must exercise restraint and remain true to myself. Why the sudden silence? Hongjia inquired, noticing the fluctuating expressions on his face. Snapping back to reality, Qin Xiaochuan smiled and replied, I was just pondering whether our frequent encounters might lead to you becoming pregnant. During his time in the Infinite Hell Tower, he had learned from his master that engaging in dual cultivation using the 9-yang technique would prevent pregnancy. However, aside from that initial encounter with Hongjia, he had indulged purely to quell the restlessness of his Qilin essence. In such circumstances, the possibility of conception certainly existed. To his surprise, Hongjia burst into laughter. Fear not. That won't happen. After our first encounter, I took emergency contraceptive pills, and I even had a procedure done at the hospital. You're merely my lover, not my husband. I have no intention of bearing your child. Besides, I've never considered motherhood. I cannot burden a future child with my toil, anxiety, and the misfortunes of life, subjected to the cruelties of society. Qin Xiaochuan nodded, realizing that Hongjia had thought further ahead than he had. He had been caught up in the pleasure of the moment, neglecting such considerations. It seemed her mindset was more mature and grounded, allowing him the freedom to indulge without reservations in their companionship. Moreover, he wholeheartedly agreed with Hongjia's perspective on procreation. Indeed, had his parents been influential figures rather than farmers, who would dare to threaten him? Those women would likely long to submit to him daily, vying for his favor. Yet, Qin Xiaochuan bore no resentment towards his parents for their limitations. Instead, he felt immense gratitude for the life they had given him. No matter how harsh the world may be, his love for his parents remained profound. With parents lacking power, he resolved to rise above and become a person of significance. No one shall aid my aspirations. I shall tread through the snow to the mountain's peak. At that moment, a booming voice echoed through the thick glass window. Qin Xiaochuan, you are surrounded. I advise you against futile resistance, as it will only endanger those around you. The phrase repeated incessantly. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaochuan furrowed his brow, while Hongjia, disregarding her attire, rushed to part the curtain slightly and peered outside. Her heart raced with panic as she exclaimed, Xiaochuan, there are countless soldiers outside and helicopters overhead. My heavens, their display is even grander than last time. You must call Captain Yang of the SWAT team for assistance. Realizing that Lord Qingyun's forces had arrived, Qin Xiaochuan recalled Zhang Xiong's words about Lord Qingyun's return today. With this thought, a smile graced his lips. At last, he had come. Thus, Qin Xiaochuan smiled calmly at Hongjia. Do not panic or fear. They are merely a disorganized rabble. Come, help me dress. Your exquisite figure should not be seen by other vile men, as it would make me feel as though I were wearing the green hat of infidelity. Hongjia couldn't help but burst into laughter, but she understood and approached Qin Xiaochuan, picking up the discarded underwear and assisting him in dressing. Together, they stepped out of the night enchantment bar's entrance. Onlookers, witnessing their grand exit, could easily mistake it for a red carpet event. That young man certainly walked with an audacious swagger, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Lord Qingyun had come to eliminate him. Perhaps he was aware that today he could not escape death. Thus he chose to abandon all restraint, allowing himself to be liberated, and before his demise, he might as well put on an impressive display. His brother spoke wisely. When Zhang Xiong saw Qin Xiaochuan and Hongjia emerge, a flicker of resentment passed through his eyes as he addressed the Qin Yunho in the car, saying, My lord, that lad is Qin Xiaochuan. Qin Yunho nodded in acknowledgement. Although he had seen Qin Xiaochuan through photographs and videos, this was their first face-to-face encounter. Open the door. Qin Yunho commanded indifferently. Yes, my lord. Zhang Xiong exited the vehicle and personally opened the rear door. Qin Yunho's polished leather shoes emerged from the car and touched the ground, revealing his presence to the onlookers. Zhang Xiong's aide, Lu Hai, promptly draped a black trench coat over Qin Yunho's shoulders. At that moment, the dignitaries observing from 300 meters away couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Qin Yunho. Captivated by his formidable aura, their eyes filled with reverence. Qin Xiaochuan, this is our Lord Ho. To have our Lord personally lead a charge against you is a mark of honor, even in death. Zhang Xiong sneered at Qin Xiaochuan. Qin Xiaochuan's gaze shifted to Qin Yunho, who was now returning the scrutiny. Their eyes clashed fiercely, as if the air itself had solidified for that brief moment. Qin Yunho maintained a facade of calm, expertly wielding the aura of a powerful figure. Yet internally, he was slightly astonished. He had not anticipated that Qin Xiaochuan could remain unyielding under his piercing gaze. Meanwhile, Hong Jie, linked to Qin Xiaochuan, felt her legs weaken and her body tremble slightly in the presence of Qin Yunho's overwhelming presence. Having heard tales of this legendary figure in Qingyun City for so long, she finally grasped the meaning behind the saying, "A man's name carries the weight of their shadow." Qin Yunho was indeed a figure that transcended ordinary stature. In the distance, as Yang Yin witnessed Qin Xiaochuan and Hong Jie walking out together, a flicker of disdain crossed her lips. That lad truly is a lecher, entangled with that bar owner. Ling Hua's eyes flashed with anger, not due to Qin Xiaochuan's closeness with Hong Jie, but because she recalled the embarrassing incident when he had seen her in a vulnerable state, igniting her hatred. At this moment, Qin Yunho spoke, his voice deep and imposing. "Qin Xiaochuan, I care not for your reasons. Today I have come to deliver you to your end for slaying my people from Shuiwen Mountain Villa. Not even the Heavenly Emperor can save you." He raised his hand, and at least 100 submachine guns aimed at Qin Xiaochuan, a multitude of red dots converging upon him. Hong Jie, walking alongside Qin Xiaochuan, found herself similarly targeted. At this point, Qin Xiaochuan was less than 10 meters from Qin Yunho. The moment Qin Yunho commanded the soldiers to fire, it would undoubtedly take less than a second. Within that second, Qin Xiaochuan had to traverse the distance and seize control of Qin Yunho, thereby gaining the upper hand over the entire scene. "Is that so?" Qin Xiaochuan smirked. Qin Yunho ceased further words and thrust his hand downwards with force. Simultaneously, hundreds of soldiers pulled their triggers. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted as a barrage of enhanced bullets surged toward Qin Xiaochuan's position. Yet, at that instant, he vanished from sight. With one arm wrapped around Hong Jie's supple waist, she felt a rush of wind as he propelled himself toward Qin Yunho. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiaochuan lunged at Qin Yunho like a ferocious beast, his hand reaching for Qin Yunho's throat. Seeing this, a fierce glint flickered in Qin Yunho's eyes. "Presumptuous. You little beast, allow me to show you what I'm capable of." Zhang Xiong, quick to react, darted forward, launching himself at Qin Xiaochuan. Unleashing the power of a martial arts master at the initial stage, he delivered a thunderous punch, the force of his inner energy coalescing into a violent wave. Qin Xiaochuan met Zhang Xiong's strike with his claw, gripping his fist tightly, and with a swift motion, he crushed it. A pitiful scream erupted from Zhang Xiong's mouth as his hand was shattered, blood and flesh mingling grotesquely. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Zhang Xiong's eyes widened in shock, and his body trembled. Qin Xiaochuan seized the opportunity to deliver a kick to his chest, sending him flying as though struck by a freight train, his internal organs obliterated. As he crashed into several soldiers, he lay on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Lifeless and wide-eyed, with a single move, Qin Xiaochuan had dispatched a martial arts master of the initial stage, and astonishingly, he had done so while carrying a burden. My heavens, this is utterly outrageous. The thousands present were left speechless, their silence palpable. Chapter 23. The exemplary man. After eliminating Zhang Xiong, Qin Xiaochuan did not pause. His fingers whirled, slicing through the air with a whoosh. A phantom of a five-clawed hand streaked toward Qin Yunho's throat like lightning. Qin Yunho, witnessing Qin Xiaochuan's relentless assault, felt a chill in his heart. "To have me, Qin Yunho, personally engage you, you shall die with honor." A terrifying aura erupted from Qin Yunho as he unleashed his full power at the late stage of a martial arts master. In an instant, he too clawed toward Qin Xiaochuan. The next moment, their hands collided with a resounding crack. "Ah!" Qin Yunho cried out in agony as Qin Xiaochuan's grip shattered his fingers. A gruesome sight. Internally, he was swept by waves of disbelief. "My heavens, I am a late-stage martial arts master, and I couldn't even withstand a single exchange?" The memory of his earlier bravado only intensified the sting of humiliation. Then, Qin Yunho felt a tightening in his throat as Qin Xiaochuan successfully grasped him by the neck. A wave of suffocation washing over him. The crowd, still reeling from the shock of Qin Xiaochuan's swift elimination of Zhang Xiong, were unprepared for the escalation, as Qin Yunho was taken down in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, the ground where Qin Xiaochuan had stood was riddled with a half-meter deep crater, created by the countless golden bullets that had rained down, turning the stone bricks to dust. Upon witnessing Qin Yunho under Qin Xiaochuan's control, the soldiers instinctively ceased fire. This spectacle left Hong Jia profoundly shaken. Now she understood that when Qin Xiaochuan had spoken of killing, he had been entirely sincere. This young man was indeed a master of martial arts. No wonder his prowess in bed was so formidable. She finally comprehended that the Li family's capitulation was not a matter of reasoning. Qin Yunho, a late-stage martial arts master, had fallen to this young man in a single exchange. He must be at the pinnacle of martial arts mastery, if not at the initial stage of a martial king's prowess. Ling Hua bit her lip, feeling parched. Qin Yunho's failure suggested that their hopes of him capturing that young man were utterly dashed. A look of disappointment flitted across Yang Yan's eyes. It could only be said that Qin Yunho had miscalculated, granting that young man the opportunity to capture the leader first. Had Qin Yunho positioned himself further away, leveraging the formidable firepower of the Qin Yun army, that young man escaping the encirclement would have been nigh impossible. Ling Hua expressed her regrets. After Qin Xiaochuan captured Qin Yunho, instead of killing him on the spot, he wore an innocent smile and said, "You took my 2 kidneys. Where are they now? Yours? Haha. Aren't they your twin brother's? Such a formidable presence in Qin Yun City, yet no one has managed to take your kidneys, right?" Once Qin Yunho regained his composure, he recalled something and began to exhibit his rebellious and audacious demeanor. Clearly, he had investigated Qin Xiaochuan and arrived at the same conclusion as Ling Hua. Qin Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood why the other party would think that way. He himself would not believe that a man who had been tossed aside just 20 days prior could return invincible. "No matter who I am, you only need to tell me where those 2 kidneys are," Qin Xiaochuan stated, uninterested in further explanations. "Those kidneys are in the hands of Yi Xiao, from the Yi family in Kyoto. If you have the capability, go to Kyoto and get them from Yi Xiao." Qin Yunho regarded Qin Xiaochuan with disdain. In his eyes, even if Qin Xiaochuan were a martial king, he would merely be a slightly stronger ant compared to the Yi family in Kyoto. How dare this brat venture to Kyoto? He wouldn't know how he would perish. With a sharp slap, Qin Xiaochuan struck Qin Yunho's face, exclaiming, "Look at you, a defeated opponent, still so arrogant. It's hard to distinguish between the mighty and the meek." As the sting of the slap registered, a flicker of venomous resentment passed through Qin Yunho's eyes. Had he not underestimated his opponent and given him the chance to seize the king, he would not have afforded Qin Xiaochuan the opportunity to flaunt his prowess. "You." Qin Yunho's lips trembled, overwhelmed by humiliation. At this moment, Lu Hai, Zhang Xiong's deputy, bellowed, "Brat, release our lord immediately, or you shall find no place to die." Qin Xiaochuan's gaze shifted to Lu Hai, who quickly retreated, tightening his grip on his gun, fear evident in his eyes. After all, his cultivation level barely reached that of a master. He lacked the confidence to confront Qin Xiaochuan directly. "Haha, I now command the Qingyun Legion to withdraw immediately, or I shall crush your lord." Qin Xiaochuan's fingers tightened suddenly. Qin Yunho's face swelled, turning a dark purple. Lu Hai's attention, however, remained fixated on Qin Yunho, hesitant to take action. Qin Yunho sensed Qin Xiaochuan's murderous intent, and a chill ran down his spine. He realized that living was paramount. "Withdraw," he managed to croak. "Yes, my lord." Lu Hai complied. As Zhang Xiong was already dead, he was now the highest-ranking official left in the group. Soon, the over 5,000 troops of the Qingyun Legion began their orderly retreat, while armed helicopters in the sky distanced themselves from the area, eventually disappearing into the horizon. "What a farce. I thought you were truly fearless." Qin Xiaochuan scoffed at Qin Yunho before releasing his hold on Hongjia's soft waist, smiling as he instructed, "Hongjia, go fetch a car. We need to leave here." "Understood." Hongjia, still in a state of excitement, realized the day seemed destined for disaster. Yet, she was astonished that Qin Xiaochuan, with his sheer strength, could turn the tide, capturing the renowned Qin Yunho and forcing back 5,000 troops. Brave and cunning, most importantly, handsome and exceptional in bed, he was the epitome of masculinity. Hongjia gazed at Qin Xiaochuan with longing, wishing to dominate him. Before long, Hongjia arrived in a BMW 5 Series and pulled up in front of Qin Xiaochuan. He opened the car door, pulling Qin Yunho into the back seat, and slammed the door shut. "Xiaochuan, where to?" "To the hillside villa." "All right." With the roar of the engine, Hongjia drove away swiftly. The onlookers were left in profound shock by this outcome. Although Qin Yunho had been captured, it was evident that the young man dared not kill him. Still wary of the consequences, killing Qin Yunho would surely invite the heavy firepower of the 5,000 Qingyun troops, indicating that the young man possessed a certain level of intelligence. By sparing Qin Yunho's life, he ensured the Qingyun Legion would hesitate, allowing for a safe departure. However, holding on to Qin Yunho while fearing to kill him was like handling a hot potato. It was apparent that the young man was in a desperate struggle. Given Qin Yunho's connections in Kyoto, should they learn of this incident, it would undoubtedly summon powerful warriors to descend upon Qingyun City. The young man was playing a dangerous game. Only Li Zhongtian and his associates from the Li family secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For now, it seemed Qin Xiaochuan held the upper hand, but they knew that once the forces behind Qin Yunho intervened, Qin Xiaochuan would likely not withstand the pressure. Thus, the Li family members discreetly withdrew from the crowd, preparing for a contingency plan. Should Qin Xiaochuan be defeated, they would ensure the survival of the Li family's legacy. For even cunning rabbits have 3 burrows. Inside the BMW, Qin Xiaochuan appeared remarkably relaxed. He also loosened his grip on Qin Yunho's throat, adopting a demeanor that suggested he had no fear of his opponent escaping. This desert eagle looks rather special. It must have been enhanced, Qin Xiaochuan remarked, admiring the dark handgun in his hands. After getting into the car, he remained unguarded, while surprise flickered in Qin Yunho's eyes. He initially considered crashing the door open to escape, but upon seeing the confidence radiating from Qin Xiaochuan, he ultimately resigned to his fate. This is a handgun specifically designed for martial artists. Of course, it has been reinforced. Even masters below the martial king cannot withstand it. Qin Yunho lamented as he watched his prized firearm in the possession of Qin Xiaochuan, feeling a deep sense of loss, yet helplessness. Ah, quite nice. I like it. Thank you for your generous gift, Qin Yunho, Qin Xiaochuan said without hesitation, tucking the handgun behind his waist. Though he was now a cultivator, firearms still held a strong allure for him. He recalled the plastic BB gun his parents had gifted him as a child during the new year, which he had cherished dearly. Now, having the opportunity to hold a real gun, his excitement was palpable. Qin Yunho's lips twitched in irritation as he retorted, "When did I say it was a gift for you? You truly lack shame. What? You want me to slap your face? All right. I'm a person who enjoys helping others. Let me fulfill your wish." With a series of resounding slaps, Qin Xiaochuan maintained a warm smile while delivering one powerful blow after another to Qin Yunho's face, leaving it red and swollen, blood streaming down. There was no sign of him stopping. Qin Yunho, being astute, soon grasped the reason for his punishment and quickly exclaimed, "Stop, stop. I've remembered. That gun is indeed a gift from me to you." Only then did Qin Xiaochuan relent, saying, "Thank you, Hongjie. See, our lord is quite reasonable." As Hongjie drove, she couldn't help but chuckle, feeling immense admiration for Qin Xiaochuan. Had she not witnessed it herself? Who would believe that the formidable Qin Yunho could exhibit such a pitiful side? Encountering a man like Qin Xiaochuan was truly unfortunate for him. No need for thanks. Qin Yunho seethed, but he dared not show it. In this lifetime, I have never felt such humiliation. Qin Yunho, how I loathe you. Upon returning to the villa at Half Mountain, Qin Xiaochuan confined Qin Yunho in the basement. A glance at the structure of the basement brought a flicker of joy to Qin Yunho's heart. It was not purely a steel structure. Could this truly hold me? It seems there is a chance for escape tonight. Once I return to the military camp, this brat will not have the opportunity to seize the king while capturing the thief. I shall dispatch troops to raise this place and crush him into dust. Little did he know, Qin Xiaochuan suddenly struck like lightning, sealing several of Qin Yunho's acupoints. This was a technique from the realm of immortality, known as the finger of sealing acupoints. Do not be afraid. I merely seal your acupoints to prevent you from channeling your internal energy. Do not attempt to break free, for doing so will lead to your demise. Qin Xiaochuan clapped his hands. Now, settle in here. After saying this, he turned to leave the basement. Wait, Qin Yunho, pale as death, called out to him. What do you intend to do with me? Can you give me a straightforward answer? Perhaps we could negotiate a resolution. Continuing this deadlock benefits no one. I do not mean to belittle you, but the Yi family in Kyoto is not someone you can provoke. After being confined in the basement, Qin Yunho felt a flicker of fear. The defiance he once had dissipated entirely. What do I want? I shall tell you. Qin Xiaochuan regarded Qin Yunho with the demeanor of a cat playing with a mouse, showing no regard for the Yi family of Kyoto. As a dignified cultivator, who do I fear? Qin Yunho's eyes glimmered. He realized he must employ wit to persuade this brat to release him, allowing him to summon the military to eliminate him. He needed to maintain his composure. Negotiation? That is impossible. However, Qin Xiaochuan added, but I am not in the mood to discuss this now. Bang! The heavy iron door slammed shut. Qin Xiaochuan strode away. It seems I have been played. Only Qin Yunho remained, dazed in the frigid basement. Qin Xiaochuan entered the room of the villa, where Hongjie lay on the bed, languid and alluring, clad in a pink nightgown that accentuated her S-shaped figure. Qin Xiaochuan swallowed hard and pounced upon her, pinning her down. With a rip, the sound of fabric tearing echoed. Qin Xiaochuan grasped Hongjie's nightgown. tearing it into strips, revealing her flawless form. His eyes burned with desire, and his restlessness surged. Hong Jie let out a soft sigh, her delicate arms instinctively encircling Chen Xiaochuan's neck, her gaze seductive as she breathed softly. Xiaochuan, you captured Qin Yunho. What do you plan to do with him next? Well, I am currently preoccupied with you, so you are my priority. Chapter 24. Do you think you are strong? Although the Qingyun Legion had retreated entirely, this was merely a facade. Beneath the surface, numerous sentinels were covertly monitoring Chen Xiaochuan's every move. On the surface, Qingyun City appeared tranquil, yet beneath it lay turbulent undercurrents. Within the half-mountain villa area, a sense of peace prevailed, with even the dogs too lazy to open their eyes. However, the perimeter of the villa had already been secretly surrounded. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Hai established a temporary rescue command center, coordinating various forces in Qingyun City. The leader just assigned me to assist Lu Hai in rescuing Qin Yunho. Yang Yan's lips twitched slightly, visibly displeased. Although she despised Chen Xiaochuan, she held no favorable impression of Qin Yunho, a criminal involved in organ trafficking. You could refuse, Ling Hua responded with a smile. The cost of refusal would be that someone else would take my position as the captain of the riot police, and I would be reassigned to a clerical role. If I continued to resist, I would face suspension for reflection. Yang Yan clenched her teeth, vexed. So, will you go or not? Ling Hua blinked her captivating eyes. I will go, just to put on a show? Yang Yan exclaimed in frustration. At the rescue command center, besides the elite anti-riot team brought by Yang Yan, Xie Dongqing, the president of the Qingyun Martial Arts Association, had also arrived with a dozen elite members. After some pleasantries, Lu Hai swiftly got to the point, presenting the situation regarding Qin Yunho's kidnapping. Captain Yang, I know you have a certain relationship with the kidnapper, so I hope you can persuade him to release the hostage. This way, we can avoid unnecessary casualties and achieve a win-win situation. Lu Hai's gaze fell on Yang Yan's figure, a hint of fervor flickering in his eyes. He mused inwardly, this Yang Yan has a figure that is simply irresistible. Yang Yan's expression turned frosty as she replied, I am not familiar with that brat. Even if I were to intervene, he would not respect my authority. The last time I protected him was due to course secrets, which I cannot disclose. Lu Hai nodded, stating, as long as Captain Yang does her utmost, I do not place all my hopes solely on you. That is why I invited President Xie here. Xie Dongqing observed Lu Hai with a knowing smile. What would you have me do, Commander Lu? Lu Hai responded, with your martial prowess. You are among the elite in Qingyun. Thus, I hope that if Captain Yang's negotiations fail, you can take action to subdue him. If it proves difficult to capture him immediately, simply restraining him will suffice. Meanwhile, we will dispatch a strike team to storm in and rescue the Lord. According to our investigations, there are currently only Chen Xiaochuan, Hong Jie, and the Lord within Villa Number 1. Hong Jie is merely a bar owner. And aside from her alluring appearance, she poses no threat to us. Yang Yan nodded. This plan seems feasible, but I have one request for cooperation. Please, Captain Yang, feel free to state your terms. Even if you have 10 or 100 requests, we on the side of the Qingyun Legion will certainly comply, Lu Hai assured. Yang Yan replied coldly, if you manage to capture that brat, I wish to handle him for a day. After a day, I will return him to you. All right. No problem. Lu Hai agreed readily. I am fully cooperative. Xie Dongqing's eyes narrowed slightly. He assessed that Chen Xiaochuan was a formidable martial artist, and even without this incident, he would seek an opportunity to spar with him. After all, he prided himself on being invincible in Qingyun City and would not permit anyone to challenge his martial authority. Since we are in agreement, let us depart now. Lu Hai exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. He understood that if he successfully rescued Qin Yunho, it would be a monumental achievement, likely elevating him to the position of second-in-command within the Qingyun Legion. Of course, to attain that position, aside from merit, a fundamental requirement was martial prowess, which must begin at the master level. Generally speaking, out of 10,000 peak-tier martial artists, only 1 or 2 might reach the level of a martial master. Thus, each master was a rare martial genius. However, Lu Hai was also aware of a type of master known as a drug-enhanced master. Although they could not compare to those who achieved mastery through their own efforts, they could easily overpower the majority of peak-tier martial artists. The elixir known as the Breaking Master Pill possesses the extraordinary ability to elevate a peak heavenly stage warrior into the realm of a grandmaster with ease. The esteemed Qingyun Marquis possesses such pills, which enabled Zhang Xiong to reach the early stages of martial arts grandmaster, a feat made possible by the Marquis's bestowal of the Breaking Master Pill. Once one attains merit, the requirements for the grandmaster level can be effortlessly met with a single pill. The position of second-in-command is secured. Before long, Yang Yin, Lu Hai, and Xia Dongqing arrived at the entrance of Villa Number 1 on the mountainside. Yang Yin cleared her throat and called out, Qin Xiaochuan, Qin Xiaochuan. After shouting for over 10 minutes without any response, she felt parched, her throat burning as if scorched by fire. The soundproofing of this villa is quite effective. It's not unusual that we can't be heard, Xia Dongqing remarked. Lu Hai then handed Yang Yin a loudspeaker, saying, Captain Yang, try this. Its penetrating power is strong enough to reach through 10 layers of soundproof glass. Yang Yin nodded, took the loudspeaker, and resumed her shouts. Qin Xiaochuan, Qin Xiaochuan. Inside Qin Xiaochuan's room, a cacophony of seductive music rose and fell. Suddenly, the voice of Hong Jie cut through the noise. Xiaochuan, someone seems to be calling you. And it sounds like a girl. I heard it too. Could it be that our commotion was so loud it attracted a girl's attention? And she can't resist wanting to join us? Qin Xiaochuan grinned. Hong Jie's face flushed with embarrassment. I certainly don't want anyone else joining. Qin Xiaochuan chuckled. I'll go see if that girl is pretty. If not, you two can stay in separate rooms while I hop between them. That should work just fine. Men are all the same, greedy for what's in front of them while eyeing what's in the pot. Hong Jie released her grip on his arm, allowing Qin Xiaochuan to escape to the large floor-to-ceiling window, where he opened the curtains just a crack and spotted Yang Yin and the others. He then called Hong Jie over to put on a pair of shorts for him while simultaneously lighting a cigar. Exhaling a ring of smoke towards Hong Jie, he remarked, I was mistaken, they aren't here to join us. They are likely here on behalf of the Qingyun Marquis. You just rest. I'll go meet them. Okay. Hong Jie nodded, appreciating Qin Xiaochuan's carefree demeanor, exuding a strong masculine charm. Leaving the room, Qin Xiaochuan stepped onto the expansive rooftop terrace of the villa. Bare-chested and clad only in shorts, the wind tousling his hair. He glanced at Yang Yin at the entrance and called out, Captain Yang, what brings you to my doorstep in the dead of night? Are you calling for spring? Hearing this, Yang Yin felt an overwhelming urge to imprint her high-heeled shoe on Qin Xiaochuan's face. You're impossible. I have something to discuss with you. Can you come down? Yang Yin replied, her patience wearing thin. Qin Xiaochuan exhaled another puff of smoke and said, come up. Fine. Yang Yin nodded, then gracefully utilized her lightness skill to leap into Qin Xiaochuan's presence. Could you not wear a shirt? Yang Yin remarked, noting how revealing his attire was, particularly in certain areas, which was quite the sight. What's the matter, Captain Yang? I'm in my own home. Do you have the right to dictate my attire? Even if I were to run around naked, no one could interfere. Or could it be that my 8-pack abs are too much for you to handle? Qin Xiaochuan teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Yang Yin covered her eyes and silently turned away, presenting her alluring silhouette to Qin Xiaochuan. I don't want to engage in idle chatter with you. I'm here tonight for one reason. I hope you will release the Qingyun Marquis. Of course, this is my task. I was sent by my superiors. Whether you release him or not makes no difference to me, she stated, striving to calm her emotions. Oh, I suspected as much. However, I did not anticipate that you were coerced into this. Qin Xiaochuan observed Yang Yan's curvaceous back, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. So, will you release him or not? Yang Yin pressed on. Certainly not. Unless, of course, Captain Yang comes over and kisses me, then I will heed your every command. Don't just talk about releasing him. I would even consider creating a little one with you. Qin Xiaochuan jested, pointing to his lips. You are incorrigible. Yang Yan's lips twitched in exasperation. Well, if a man isn't a rogue, he is not developing properly. Qin Xiaochuan took another drag from his cigar, exhaling slowly. Yang Yin chose not to say more, turning away to join Lu Hai and Xia Dongqing, shaking her head as she reported, that guy refuses to release him. I've tried my best. Lu Hai nodded, turning to Xia Dongqing, it's up to you now. Xia Dongqing nodded, his figure flickering as he dashed toward the rooftop terrace where Qin Xiaochuan stood. Lu Hai's eyes narrowed. Once Xia Dongqing engaged Qin Xiaochuan, he would give the order to storm in, detain Hong Jie, and rescue the Qingyun Marquis. If the Marquis was saved, and Xia Dongqing was unable to subdue Qin Xiaochuan, Lu Hai had contingencies in place with the troops surrounding the villa to launch a full-scale assault and eliminate Qin Xiaochuan physically. What martial arts masters? He scoffed. Xia Dongqing quickly approached Qin Xiaochuan, sensing no trace of martial energy emanating from him. It appears you are merely a practitioner of unorthodox martial arts. He concluded within himself. Surrender without resistance. There is no need for futile struggle. A glimmer of disdain crossed Xia Dongqing's eyes. To him, unorthodox practitioners lack the potential of traditional martial artists. As a peak grandmaster, he aspired to ascend to the title of martial king, harboring his own sense of pride. Qin Xiaochuan found it absurd that someone would rush in and demand he surrender. You think you're strong, huh? He remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Xia Dongqing sneered. Under the invincible martial king of Qingyun, I am the best. 1-for-1 above the grandmaster level. Well, during my time at Shuiwa Mountain Manor, someone named Chao Jian boasted similarly and ended up dead. Qin Xiaochuan rolled his eyes dramatically. Xia Dongqing's lips twitched. Chao Jian was merely a low-tier warrior, unworthy of comparison. You realize I am not only the strongest in Qingyun, but also the president of the Martial Arts Association. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity to demonstrate your prowess. Come, strike me. Qin Xiaochuan beckoned with a finger. It seems you are refusing a toast and asking for a beating. Xia Dongqing's figure flickered, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a peak grandmaster as he lunged at Qin Xiaochuan, intending to demonstrate the weight of his reputation as the strongest in Qingyun. Now they VE engaged. Rush in, Lu Hai commanded, drawing his sidearm. A sharp crack echoed as Xia Dongqing collided with Qin Xiaochuan, a tempest of ferocity enveloping him. Yet, he felt a sting across his face, hurtling through the air in a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground before Lu Hai and the others. Xia Dongqing's cheek throbbed with pain. He spat blood, a few teeth following suit. There stood Qin Xiaochuan on the terrace, a mocking glint in his eyes, looking down at them. Is this the famed invincibility of Qingyun? Upon hearing the scornful voice of Qin Xiaochuan, Xia Dongqing's heart felt as though it had been cleaved by a knife. He could not fathom that as a peak master of martial arts, he had failed to discern his opponent's movements, only to be sent sprawling with a single slap. Lu Hai and Yang Yan were equally astonished. Was it truly possible for the president to be defeated so swiftly? Damn it, I was merely careless. This time, young man, I shall not afford you such an opportunity again. Xia Dongqing, unwilling to concede, gathered his strength, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. Surely, he thought, even a martial king in their early stages could not defeat him with a single strike. It was indeed a lapse in judgment. Yang Yan and Lu Hai exchanged knowing glances. Slap. Another resounding crack echoed. Just as Xia Dongqing reached Qin Xiaochuan, he again failed to see how the latter struck. Receiving yet another stinging blow, the opposite cheek swelled, creating a grotesque symmetry. He resembled a kite severed from its string, propelled back to the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Dust billowed into the air. Yang Yan, Lu Hai, and the others stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 25. Kneel and call me master. As Xia Dongqing lay in the pit, he found himself questioning life itself. How could this happen? Despite his earnest efforts, he had still failed to witness his opponent's technique. Just one slap, one mere slap, and he was sent flying, utterly disoriented. How could that young man possess such strength? The once invincible reputation of Qingyun was ruthlessly crushed by Qin Xiaochuan. With disheveled hair, Xia Dongqing crawled out of the pit, suddenly breaking down in tears, before frantically fleeing into the distance. President, quick, pursue him. Upon witnessing this, Yu Zifeng hurriedly led the Martial Arts Association members in pursuit, swiftly disappearing from sight. Yang Yan's lips twitched as she felt a surge of shock. That young man had actually reduced the president of the Qingyun City Martial Arts Association to tears. His strength was indeed as formidable as senior sister Linghua had assessed. Reaching the martial king level was simply extraordinary. Thankfully, he was merely a practitioner of external martial arts. The early stage of the martial king was his limit. Otherwise, I would never have a chance to surpass him in this lifetime. Lu Hai's subordinates looked to him, silently questioning whether they should charge in now. Qin Xiaochuan stood on the terrace of the rooftop, gazing at Yang Yan and Lu Hai with an air of nonchalance. Are you all here to amuse me? Even if you intend to rescue someone, at least bring a suitable team. Today, out of respect for Captain Yang's ample bosom, I shall allow you to leave. Should you return another time, do not expect me to be so accommodating. Yang Yan's eyes flared with indignation. She realized once more that she had been toyed with by Qin Xiaochuan. His true nature was indeed that of a cheeky rogue. Lu Hai's mouth twitched in disbelief. Was the top fighter of Qingyun and the female behemoth of the riot squad, alongside the Qingyun Legion, merely a joke in Qin Xiaochuan's eyes? We are leaving. Lu Hai gritted his teeth, ordering a retreat. Clad in oversized shorts, Qin Xiaochuan returned to his room, once again pinning Hong Jie beneath him to continue their unfinished business, not pausing until dawn broke, when they finally succumbed to slumber. The following afternoon, Qin Xiaochuan and Hong Jie awoke languidly. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare something for you. Hong Jie gently tapped his forehead with her finger. I desire a large milk bun. Qin Xiaochuan grinned mischievously, seizing her hand. No more teasing. Let me serve you below. Hong Jie blushed and scampered away. All right, but remember to add an egg. I need to replenish my protein. Qin Xiaochuan cheerfully replied. 20 minutes later, 2 bowls of fragrant egg noodles adorned the dining table. Qin Xiaochuan devoured them with gusto. Xiaochuan, You haven't mentioned how you plan to deal with the Marquis of Qingyun, Hong Jie inquired while slurping her noodles. Originally, I should have killed him, but since the true perpetrator of my kidney incident has been dealt with, and the Marquis was merely an accomplice, he is not necessarily doomed to die. I shall spare his life, temper his character, and perhaps recruit him as a lackey. After all, he commands 30,000 troops of the Qingyun Legion. No matter how formidable one is, they cannot do everything themselves. Building a faction is too cumbersome. It's far more efficient to subdue one. Hong Jie's eyes sparkled. If he truly agrees to serve as your lackey, indirectly controlling 30,000 troops, that would be immensely powerful. Indeed, unless he wishes for death. Chen Xiaochuan replied confidently. At the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association, Xia Dongqing wept earnestly, his cries heart-wrenching. If his adversary had been a seasoned martial artist, defeat would have been comprehensible. However, the fact that he was bested by a mere youth in his 20s, an external practitioner at that, was a bitter pill to swallow. Particularly glaring were the words Qingyun, I am invincible, emblazoned above him, rather than a source of pride. They now felt like a mark of shame. President, winning and losing are common in battle. There's no need to dwell on it excessively. Yu Zifeng attempted to console him. Wah, Yu Zifeng, it wasn't you who was struck, so of course, you can stand there unscathed. Xia Dongqing cried, even louder. Leave me be, let me weep a while longer. Sighing, Yu Zifeng could only silently accompany Xia Dongqing, watching him lament. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chen Xiaochuan remained in the mountainside villa, while the current state of Qingyun City was tumultuous. Hong Jie refrained from her usual shifts at the night enchantment bar, choosing instead to stay by Chen Xiaochuan's side, exploring various intimate positions. Lost in blissful days that seemed inescapable. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber, the Marquis of Qingyun was on the verge of collapse. After 3 days of starvation, he felt as though he would perish, yet Chen Xiaochuan remained conspicuously absent. How could I, the esteemed Marquis of Qingyun, be left to starve to death? He despaired, pounding on the iron door. Chen Xiaochuan, come out. Let me out. Approximately 2 hours later, the basement door finally creaked open. Chen Xiaochuan appeared. Quick, give me something to eat and drink. I can't endure this any longer. The Marquis's eyes shone with desperation. Chen Xiaochuan tossed a meat bun onto the floor. The Marquis scrambled to pick it up, devouring it ravenously. What do you want from me, Chen Xiaochuan? He asked weakly after swallowing a bun. Marquis, I know that you are not the true perpetrator behind the incident involving my kidney. You were merely a bystander. Thus, I have no pressing need to kill you. However, you were still an accomplice, and you cannot distance yourself from this matter. I shall grant you a chance at life, serve as my lackey, obey my commands, and I will let you go. Refuse, and I shall send you on your way. Chen Xiaochuan squatted down, gazing at the Marquis with a playful glint in his eye. A lackey? The Marquis was taken aback. The insult of such a title was overwhelming. What? Do you wish to become sworn brothers? Perhaps you should take a good look at yourself. Do you think you are worthy? Chen Xiaochuan taunted. Very well. I accept. The Marquis nodded, his initial shock subsiding as he calculated his next move. First, he would agree and escape this place. Once back at the military camp, should I choose to turn my back, I would unleash a torrent of heavy firepower to obliterate this young man. The so-called agreement was merely a temporary measure. Suddenly, Chen Xiaochuan struck with lightning speed, his vital energy transforming into needles that penetrated Qin Yunho's body. Do not move. I have released the acupressure technique I placed on you, but you have now fallen victim to my evil cloud 18 needles. You will require my intervention once a month, or else you shall perish in excruciating agony. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to suppress your ulterior motives and serve me diligently. Qin Yunho instantly felt the flow of internal energy within him, unimpeded and invigorating. Now, allow me to let you experience the sensation of my evil cloud 18 needles. Chen Xiaochuan casually tapped Qin Yunho's body, activating the needles. A piercing pain surged through him, causing Qin Yunho to spasm and writhe on the ground, howling in torment. Every second felt like an eternity. After 10 seconds, Chen Xiaochuan tapped him again, and the pain vanished in an instant. How does it feel? Quite pleasant, I presume. Chen Xiaochuan smiled at Qin Yunho. Indeed, the techniques passed down from my master are remarkably effective. At that moment, Qin Yunho was drenched in cold sweat, trembling at the memory of the unbearable pain. And he cautiously nodded. I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly. Very well. Now kneel and call me master for me to hear. Chen Xiaochuan gazed at Qin Yunho with a smile. A flicker of struggle crossed Qin Yunho's eyes, yet he ultimately complied, kneeling before Chen Xiaochuan and uttering, Master. Haha, splendid. You are now free. Go back and rest well. In a few days, I shall have you escort me to the Yi family in Kyoto, Qin Xiaochuan declared joyfully, waving his hand. What a farce, this Qing Yunho, a supposed big shot, reduced to kneeling before me and calling me master. A shiver ran down Qing Yunho's spine. He had intended to caution Qin Xiaochuan about the Yi family in Kyoto not being as simple as he thought, but reconsidered. If Qin Xiaochuan sought his own demise, there was no need to intervene. It was merely a matter of swallowing his pride. Master, I take my leave, Qing Yunho said respectfully. Recalling the torment inflicted by the evil cloud 18 needles, sending chills down his spine. 3 days prior, after a failed rescue, Lu Hai, after much contemplation, decided to personally seek assistance from the Yi family in Kyoto, considering Qing Yunho's ties to their influence. Just as he had this thought, a subordinate reported. Lord Ho has returned. What? Lord Ho has returned? Lu Hai sprang from his seat, rushing out to meet him, and indeed saw the familiar figure of Qing Yunho. Lord Ho, you have finally returned. Lu Hai exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. I knew that fellow wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Lord Ho, give the order, and I shall lead a team to eliminate him. However, Qing Yunho raised a hand. Relay my command. Cease all actions against Qin Xiaochuan. Oh, what? Lu Hai looked puzzled. That is an order. Qing Yunho's eyes narrowed. Lu Hai snapped to attention. Yes, Lord Ho. Very well, you may leave now. I wish to be alone. Qing Yunho waved his hand dismissively. Yes. Lu Hai turned and exited. Subsequently, Qing Yunho retrieved the office landline, dialing a special number. The call connected swiftly. A youthful voice answered. Qing Yunho, what is the matter? Young Master Yi, I have a situation here. Qing Yunho recounted the events involving Qin Xiaochuan in detail. To his astonishment, the so-called underachiever possessed a brother with formidable martial prowess, indicating that this self-proclaimed Qin Xiaochuan indeed met my requirements. Since he intends to seek trouble at my Yi family, you may simply bring him here. I shall not send anyone to you. As for the techniques he has employed on you, they are inconsequential to my Yi family. When you arrive, we shall resolve them in no time. Young Master Yi became animated on the line. Understood, young master. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Qing Yunho's eyes. Qin, do you think you can be my master? Huh. News of Qing Yunho's return to Shueiyue Villa swiftly spread among the upper echelons of Qingyun City. As expected of Qing Yunho, despite that young man's impressive martial abilities, he remains an ephemeral weed, compelled to bow before power. It seems Qing Yunho has chosen to relent, no longer pursuing accountability for that young man. Indeed, otherwise, the past few days would not have been so tranquil. Remarkably, the matter seemed to have concluded like this. At Villa number 1 on the mountainside, is it comfortable? Comfortable. Qin Xiaochuan lay on Hongjia's legs, reveling in her massage. Qin Xiaochuan, come out. At that moment, a loudspeaker blared from outside. It sounds like Captain Yang, Hongjia said with a smile. Not just sounds like, it is her. She's back, truly a stubborn gum. Qin Xiaochuan rolled his eyes before sitting up. Hongjia quickly lit a cigarette for him. Hongjia, go open the door and let her in. Qin Xiaochuan instructed. All right. Hongjia nodded. Dressed in a loose nightgown, she walked out. Soon, the door swung open to reveal Yang Yen standing at the entrance with a loudspeaker in hand. Good morning, Captain Yang. Hongjia greeted cheerfully. Is Qin Xiaochuan here? Yang Yen asked coldly, scanning Hongjia and noticing her disheveled appearance. Internally, she scoffed. She clearly works in a bar. She's too wild. No wonder that young man is utterly enchanted. Yes, he asked me to invite you in. Hongjia gestured softly. Captain Yang, please come in. Yang Yen nodded and stepped inside. However, after taking 2 steps, she halted, recalling something, and asked, has that young man gotten dressed? No, he is only wearing a pair of shorts. Hongjia replied honestly. Yang Yan's mouth twitched. Then you can just take me to his door. Understood. Hongjia nodded. In no time, Yang Yan arrived at Qin Xiaochuan's room. Hongjia entered. But Yang Yan stopped at the door, turning her back to it. Just as she was about to speak, a shadow flitted by. Qin Xiaochuan appeared before her. Hello. Captain Yang. Long time no see. Wow, your figure is even more stunning. You. Yang Yan hurriedly covered her eyes. Today, Qin Xiaochuan was shirtless, and shockingly, he wore only a pair of bright red shorts. What an eyesore. Chapter 26. The thin line between good and evil. Captain Yang. I acknowledge that my physique, with its 8-pack abs and broad shoulders, is indeed impressive, but surely you wouldn't be so overwhelmed by just a glance, would you? How about I take a hit, and let you have a feel for a moment? Qin Xiaochuan said with a mischievous grin as he took a puff of his cigarette. Nearby, Hongjia's eyes gleamed with fervor, thinking to herself, I see this every day and can barely handle it. It's only natural for Captain Yang to struggle. Qin Xiaochuan's muscular frame, exuding masculinity, had an immense visual impact on any woman. Yang Yin closed her eyes. The image of Qin Xiaochuan in those tight red shorts etched in her mind, becoming increasingly vivid. In that moment, her thoughts were tumultuous, and she playfully scolded. Who would want to touch? You are simply insufferable. All right, I see you are a bit embarrassed. Let us get down to business. Captain Yang, what brings you to me? If it's inconvenient to speak with Hongjia present, I can ask her to step away. Qin Xiaochuan continued with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin finally recalled the purpose of her visit. Still facing away from Qin Xiaochuan, she took a deep breath and exhaled heavily, attempting to compose her emotions and articulate her thoughts before finally speaking. Sister Hong, there's no need for evasion. Between us, there is nothing shameful. Oh, Qin Xiaochuan nodded, exhaling a smoke ring. Then go ahead, I'm listening. Yang Yin continued. I wish to understand the situation between you and that Qin Yunho. Previously, you were shouting threats against him, yet 3 days later, he left here unharmed, without any signs of retaliation from him. Since Qin Yunho's return to Shueiyue Villa, Yang Yin had pondered over this matter, finding numerous inconsistencies that kept her awake at night. Driven by curiosity, she could not resist coming here in search of an answer. So this is why you came. Qin Xiaochuan responded. It's no trouble to tell you. My decision not to kill Qin Yunho is not out of fear of his identity or his 30,000 Qin Yun troops. Rather, it is because my kidneys were taken by Yi Xiao from the Yi family in Kyoto. Qin Yunho was merely a messenger in this matter, not the mastermind. Hence he does not deserve to die. Of course, as a messenger, he cannot escape responsibility. Thus, I offered him a chance to be my lackey, which he accepted. And so I let him go. What? Qin Yunho is your lackey? Yang Yan's expression was initially composed, but upon hearing the term lackey, her eyes nearly fell from their sockets. She turned abruptly, only to witness an astonishing scene that made her cover her eyes and turn away again. It was known that Qin Yunho held dominion in Qingyun City, akin to a local emperor. How could he possibly serve as a lackey to this obscure individual? This world is utterly insane. Indeed. Why do you find it hard to believe? Qin Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly. I truly do not believe it. Yang Yin took a moment to regain her composure, feeling that Qin Xiaochuan was merely spouting nonsense. Qin Xiaochuan chuckled. What is the harm? I'll make a call, and you'll see if I'm boasting. Sister Hong, please bring me my phone. All right. Sister Hong responded, her slippers making a soft patter on the floor. Soon, she handed the phone to Qin Xiaochuan. In front of Sister Hong, Qin Xiaochuan dialed Qin Yunho's number and put it on speaker. Before long, the call connected. Master. Qin Yunho's voice came through the receiver. Qin Yunho, I have a friend who refuses to believe you are my lackey. Please clarify, is it true or not? Qin Xiaochuan asked directly. Master, I am undoubtedly your lackey. Qin Yunho replied in a calm tone. All right, that will be all. Goodbye. Qin Xiaochuan hung up the phone. Hearing Qin Yunho's response left Yang Yin utterly flabbergasted. She recognized that voice. It was indeed Qin Yunho's. Heavens! Qin Yunho has truly become this person's lackey? The once exalted Qin Yunho had suddenly fallen to such a lowly status? Now do you believe it? Qin Xiaochuan grinned, flicking the ash from his cigarette. While Sister Hong swiftly caught it with an ashtray, Yang Yin remained silent for a moment before speaking again. I believe Qin Yunho's subservience must have ulterior motives. You should exercise caution. Not necessarily. After all, we are reasonable people. Qin Yunho is not that kind of person, Qin Xiaochuan said dismissively. Yang Yin found herself at a loss for words. This fellow, who appeared unreliable, was surprisingly astute, yet now he seemed naive and overly trusting. Upon hearing Qin Xiaochuan talk about reason, Sister Hong rolled her eyes, clearly exasperated. Clearing her throat, Yang Yin asked, one final question. Qin Xiaochuan took another drag of his cigarette. Go ahead. As a practitioner of external martial arts, what level of internal energy martial artist can you compare yourself to? Yang Yin bit her lip, posing her most pressing inquiry. This question caused Qin Xiaochuan to exhale a plume of smoke slowly. He understood that whether it was external martial artists or internal energy practitioners, they bore no relevance to him, for he was a cultivator. Currently, he was at the 10th level of qi refinement. As for what level of martial artist he could compare himself to, he truly was uncertain. At the very least, those at the peak of the martial arts realm, like Xia Dongqing, seemed rather weak in his eyes. At this moment, the voice of the infinite hell tower resonated in Qin Xiaochuan's mind. Master, based on your recent encounters with martial artists, I deduce that your strength at the 9th level of qi refinement is comparable to that of a peak martial master. Moreover, because you cultivate using immortal techniques, the true energy you produce is of a higher grade than the internal energy of martial artists. Thus, at the 9th level, you can easily overpower peak martial masters. Now, at the 10th level, if I am not mistaken, Your combat power is akin to that of a martial king in the early stages. However, due to your status as a cultivator, you can still dominate martial artists of the same level. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaochuan's lips twitched slightly, expressing disbelief. Is that so? My 10th level of Qi refinement can only defeat a martial king in the early stages? That is quite disappointing. If any martial artist were to hear this, they would likely be driven to despair. You think a martial king is weak? What about your chances of survival? If you successfully establish your foundation and utilize immortal techniques, talismans, etc., I believe you could even contend with peak martial kings. As for those above martial kings, only by encountering them can one make a proper assessment. The Infinite Hell Tower replied slowly. It seems I cannot continue to indulge myself in distractions and must focus on my cultivation. Otherwise, if I am beaten to the point of fleeing, that would be quite unfortunate. Qin Xiaochuan inhaled sharply, contemplating the situation. He knew that the Yi family in Kyoto certainly harbored martial kings in the mid to late stages, perhaps even more powerful beings. If he were to seek trouble with the Yi family, would he not be courting disaster? They possess a formidable background, while he is merely a shadow of himself, with no recourse but to strengthen himself. What is the matter? Is it inconvenient to speak? Yang Yin observed Qin Xiaochuan's momentary silence and furrowed her brows slightly. Qin Xiaochuan snapped back to reality, gazing at Yang Yan's alluring silhouette. What is there to hide? I'd say I'm probably at the level of an early-stage martial king. Early-stage martial king? Upon hearing this answer, Yang Yin was still taken aback, confirming her sister Linghua's earlier speculation that he was indeed comparable to an early-stage martial king. Such a young martial king, no wonder he was so arrogant. Yes, that seems to be the case. Qin Xiaochuan nodded emphatically. At your age, possessing such cultivation is indeed rare. In Qingyun City, you could reign supreme. But even if you are at the peak of martial kings, before the Yi family in Kyoto, you would merely be a stronger ant. Thus, be cautious and avoid reckless actions. With that, Yang Yin covered her face and hurried toward the door. Qin Xiaochuan shrugged, calling after her retreating figure. Hey, where are you going? Stay for a late-night snack. Show me some kindness. Eat your head. Yang Yan's voice echoed from the doorway, quickly followed by the sound of her car as she sped away, disappearing without a trace. Qin Xiaochuan pouted, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. He glanced at Sister Hong and said, Sister Hong, let us continue with the massage. Remember, I want a full-body treatment. Leave no part untouched. Sister Hong's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she obediently replied, You naughty boy. I already know. Hee, Sister Hong really understands me. Qin Xiaochuan effortlessly pulled Hongjia into his embrace, supporting her fragrant shoulders as they entered. While enjoying the massage from Hongjia, Qin Xiaochuan delved into independent contemplation. My Nine Yang and Yin harmonization technique requires the absorption of the primordial Yin from a maiden's body for cultivation. However, Hongjia's primordial Yin has already been absorbed by me. For women who are not maidens, the efficacy of their Yin energy diminishes significantly. And if I were to drain them completely, it would inevitably lead to their demise. My master's wife once said that this dual cultivation technique is regarded as a malevolent practice by the righteous sections. This is due to the fact that some practitioners have exploited countless women, draining them to death, leaving a trail of corpses behind, and thus have been labeled as wicked demons. In truth, the distinction between good and evil does not lie within the technique itself, but in the character of the practitioner. The 9 Yang and 9 Yin harmonization technique devised by my master and his wife was originally intended to provide impoverished cultivators with a chance to ascend. Considering that the path of cultivation demands resources beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In this era of depleted spiritual energy and scarce spirit stones, the advantages of dual cultivation become apparent. Yet, I cannot tread the path of depravity, gathering numerous women as my alchemical furnaces, leaving a sea of female corpses behind. Before heading to the Yi family in the capital, I must enhance my strength. Otherwise, I would be courting suffering. It seems I must become acquainted with more beautiful women, engaging in mutual consent. Currently, aside from Hongjia, the only beautiful women I know are 3 others, the fierce Yang Yin, Linghua, and the class flower Huasiyu, with the latter already in the United States. Yang Yin and Linghua are evidently untamable wild horses. Unless I resort to force, it would be difficult to manage them. Qin Xiaochuan sighed inwardly, contemplating, must I resort to spending money on companionship? However, those ladies have likely been with countless men, and the residual Yin energy within them would undoubtedly be meager. To match the essence of a maiden, I would probably need to visit hundreds of them without draining their life force. If one encounter costs 500 yuan, 100 encounters would amount to 50,000 yuan. I currently possess just over 100,000. Moreover, even if I were to forego sleep for a day, engaging with 12 women, it would take over a week to reach 100. In such a scenario, the efficiency of cultivation would be exceedingly low. Furthermore, the sum I have would be depleted within half a month. Damn it. Even relying on such means for cultivation would require substantial funds to sustain it. Indeed, economic foundations dictate the structure above. The principles of historical political science do not deceive me. As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Xiaochuan slowly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flickering in them, and quickly adjusted his pants. Hongjia, I asked for a massage, not for you to bite me. Is this a habitual action? Hongjia lifted her head, smiling as she replied, my hands are sore. Can I switch it up? Besides, just tell me, are you comfortable? To which he responded, well, that goes without saying. All right, let us pause the massage for now. I have some questions for you. Qin Xiaochuan gestured for Hongjia to sit on his lap. She blinked, shifting her position and gently kneading his temples with her hands. Xiaochuan, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Hongjia, as a businesswoman with your experience, what do you believe is the most lucrative business in today's society, one that requires minimal time investment for quick returns? Qin Xiaochuan inquired earnestly while wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Hongjia blinked, responding softly, if we speak of the quickest way to make money, it would undoubtedly be through illicit activities like gambling and drugs. For instance, if my bar had no dancers, relying solely on couples and gatherings for drinks would leave me with nothing but the wind. However, if I could manage the regulatory side and have more ladies in the bar, I believe it would be hard to incur losses. Making money would be quite easy. Currently, my bar can only operate on the fringes. I dare not delve into those realms, or it would be swiftly shut down, especially since I lack connections. Thus, there are times when I consider simply closing it down and switching to selling clothes. As long as I can survive, I would rather avoid the risks and not have to worry about being targeted. Qin Xiaochuan nodded. Then, under circumstances where there is no scrutiny, how much could you potentially earn in a night at your establishment? I believe it's feasible to earn over 100,000 in a single night, Hongjia estimated. 100,000 seems a bit low, Qin Xiaochuan replied, suddenly losing interest. What amount would you consider substantial? Hongjia blinked, her curiosity piqued. At least starting from 7 figures. Qin Xiaochuan mused after a moment of thought. That kind of revenue is typically only achievable in major cities. I've heard that the Tianshang Rinjian in Kyoto could net over 10 million in one night. Hongjia commented gently. Qin Xiaochuan nodded, his eyes suddenly brightening. I have just thought of a faster way to make money. Hehe. Is there truly a method that surpasses gambling and drugs in profitability? Hongjia inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Chapter 27. Robbery. With a slight smirk, Qin Xiaochuan uttered a single word, rob. Isn't that illegal? Hongjia rolled her eyes dramatically, expecting him to present a clever strategy, but instead, he suggested robbery. This was even less reliable than gambling and drugs. It's one thing to engage in covertly illegal activities, but this was outright challenging the very order of society. Illegal? Haha, standard robbery is indeed out of the question. That is not my style. What I mean is, a black market approach. This world is rife with organized crime. I would simply target the underworld. Qin Xiaochuan rubbed his nose, his grin growing wider. Black against black. Isn't that risky? What if a gang of thugs comes after you? Hongjia's lips twitched slightly, realizing that if it were truly black against black, it could serve as a remarkably swift path to wealth. After all, businesses in the underworld are shrouded in darkness, hidden from the light. Otherwise, they wouldn't be part of the underworld. Haha, Hongjia, you must have been dazzled by my brilliance. Even the leaders of the Qingyun city underworld would kneel before me, begging for mercy. Those thugs. Haha, even if Chun Haonan and Shanji showed up, it would be futile. Qin Xiaochuan confidently declared, placing his hand on Hongjia's thigh. Hongjia snapped back to reality, nodding. Indeed, I almost forgot that you possess martial skills. Even Captain Yang has stated that no one in Qingyun City can match you. However, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands, and besides, those involved in the underworld surely have firearms. I think it's still too risky. Standing up, Qin Xiaochuan adjusted his pants, saying, I have firearms too. Who's afraid of whom? There's no time like the present. I'll go and rob them tonight. Hongjia, rest for a bit. I'll be back in a few hours tops. 7 Kotong, Yunlong Society, here I come. The 7 Kotong and Yunlong Society are notorious entities within Qingyun City. During his university days, Qin Xiaochuan was well aware that these 2 gangs were titans of the underworld, and any discussion of organized crime would inevitably involve them. Be careful. Hongjia knew she couldn't change Qin Xiaochuan's mind, so she could only offer her silent support. Dressed in his clothes, Qin Xiaochuan secured the handgun he had acquired from Qin Yunho at his waist, then drove Hongjia's BMW 5 Series, leaving the villa and heading straight for the center of Qingyun City. Qingyun City, Royal No. 1 Foot Massage Center, is one of the properties belonging to the Seven Kotong. A white BMW 5 Series pulled up in a stylish drift at the entrance. "Welcome, please come in." A server promptly approached, personally opening the car door for Qin Xiaochuan. As he exited the vehicle, he took out a comb and tidied his slightly disheveled hair. News of Qin Xiaochuan's arrival at the Royal No. 1 Foot Massage Center quickly reached Wen Shan, the leader of the Seven Kotong, known in the underworld as Brother Wen Air. The audacity of that scoundrel to come to our Royal No. 1 for a foot massage. Quickly, I must personally attend to him. At that moment, Wen Shan was reclining between two voluptuous women, indulging in drunken bliss. Upon hearing the name Qin Xiaochuan, he sprang up, hastily donned his attire, and rushed out of the luxurious private room. Despite being a notorious figure in the underworld of Qingyun City, the mere mention of Qin Xiaochuan instilled a profound sense of fear within Wen Shan. This was a man capable of confronting the formidable Qin Yunho and emerging unscathed. Wen Shan, having attained his current position, was far from foolish. He was exceptionally astute, fully aware of whom he could provoke and whom he could not. As Qin Xiaochuan entered the grand hall of Royal No. 1, his eyes widened in amazement. The hall was no less than 500 square meters, adorned in resplendent gold and opulence, exuding the intoxicating aroma of wealth. Particularly striking were the tall, slender beauties flanking either side, dressed in revealing mini-dresses, each standing no shorter than 1.7 meters, their long legs dazzling under the sultry lights. Upon spotting Qin Xiaochuan, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. This young man was undeniably handsome, resembling a superstar idol. Whichever sister was fortunate enough to catch his attention would surely be lucky indeed. It was Qin Xiaochuan's first visit to such a venue, and he was momentarily overwhelmed, thinking to himself, indeed, the lives of the wealthy are nothing short of extravagant. Royal No. 1 Foot Spa stands leagues above Hongjia's bar. That despicable Kikutang must have amassed a fortune over the years. "Sir, may I inquire whether you prefer foot therapy or wellness services?" A waiter cautiously approached him. Snapping back to reality, Qin Xiaochuan smiled nonchalantly. Just as he was about to mention the word boss, a booming voice resonated through the hall. "Mr. Chun, it is an immense honor for our Royal No. 1 to welcome you." A man in his 50s, approximately 1.8 meters tall, strode forward with the swagger of a dragon, flanked by a dozen intimidating figures. The entire hall fell silent at his arrival, with fearful glances directed his way. Even the waitstaff bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. This man was none other than Wen Shan, the current leader of Kikutang. Wen Shan approached Qin Xiaochuan directly, extending a large hand adorned with a green ring in a warm welcome. Qin Xiaochuan merely glanced at him. "And who might you be?" The crowd gasped. How could this young man not recognize the illustrious Wen Ergo? Wen Shan nearly stumbled, while his subordinates narrowed their eyes, scrutinizing Qin Xiaochuan. After all, this rising star, whose reputation had skyrocketed in recent days, was someone they had only just returned to meet, yet they sensed no martial aura emanating from him. With a forced smile, Wen Shan said, "Mr. Chun, allow me to introduce myself." Qin Xiaochuan nodded. "I am Wen Shan, the leader of Kikutang, and also the owner of Royal No. 1. Wen Shan introduced himself with a tone that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaochuan's eyes lit up. "So you are the big boss of Kikutang. I was just looking for you." "Looking for me?" A flicker of surprise crossed Wen Shan's face. "It would be my honor. Mr. Chun, feel free to enjoy your evening as if it were your own home. All expenses are waived." Qin Xiaochuan patted Wen Shan on the shoulder and smiled. "Boss 1. May I ask you a rather personal question?" "Of course. Mr. Chun, you may inquire about anything, even if it concerns my wife." Wen Shan replied heartily. To him, brothers were akin to blood, while wives were merely garments. Brothers could not be severed, but garments could be replaced. "How much profit do you make in a single night at such a venue?" Qin Xiaochuan surveyed the lavish hall and, with a smirk, posed the question. "To be candid, we make a minimum of 500,000 a night. Sometimes, when high-profile clients visit, like our national idol a few years ago, he alone spent over 2 million in one night. Our record stands at 360,000 in a single evening." Without hesitation, Wen Shan responded. It seemed this young upstart had ambitions regarding the foot spa industry. "And how much have you earned over the years?" Qin Xiaochuan inquired, nodding in satisfaction. In a second-tier city like Qingyun, such revenue was indeed impressive. Wen Shan stroked his chin. "We've been operating for 5 years, and our earnings are around 1 billion. With a net profit of about 200 million after taxes and expenses. You've made 200 million in 5 years with just one establishment. Combined with the others under Kikutang, That must amount to over 100 billion. Chen Xiaochuan felt a surge of excitement. This was far more exhilarating than robbing a bank and involved no fear of confrontation with the current dragon nation. Wen Shan laughed heartily. I have many brothers to feed. Without such revenue, no one would want to associate with me. His response was indirect yet implied acknowledgement. Mr. Chen, if you are interested in opening a foot spa, I could offer you advice or even provide skilled therapists for my establishment. However, Chen Xiaochuan waved his hand dismissively. I have no interest in starting a foot spa. You've misunderstood. Wen Shan was momentarily taken aback, confusion filling his eyes. What then does Mr. Chen seek to understand? I merely wish to assess the financial strength of Qikutang, as I am here tonight to rob you. Chen Xiaochuan stated matter-of-factly. This revelation caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Wen Shan and his men's expressions changed dramatically, while the waitstaff and the 2 rows of beauties displayed shocked expressions. Little did they know of Chen Xiaochuan's recent exploits. You intend to rob Wen Ergo? Have you lost your mind? Wen Shan, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and chuckled. Mr. Chen, you certainly have a sense of humor. Yet Chen Xiaochuan's demeanor turned serious. Boss Wen, I am not jesting. Transfer 80 billion to my account immediately. You claim to have the ability to defeat a master? I, Scorpion, do not believe it. I am merely at the initial stage of mastery. You dare to brazenly attempt to rob Qikutang? You are courting death. A man behind Wen Shan erupted with rage and lunged at Chen Xiaochuan. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bullet pierced through Scorpion's forehead, exiting through the back of his skull, spraying blood. His eyes widened in shock before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. How dare you use a gun against me? Chen Xiaochuan remarked, blowing the smoke from the barrel of his gun. In this day and age, who engages in a fair fight? With the gunshot. Chaos ensued in the hall. Wen Shan finally realized that Chen Xiaochuan was not joking, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. His subordinates swiftly drew their firearms, aiming them at Chen Xiaochuan. In response, Chen Xiaochuan swiftly pressed his gun against Wen Shan's head, stating, if you don't pay up, I will execute you. Your entire family will perish with you. And you lot, put your guns away and kneel, calling me Brother Chuan, or this time next year will mark your demise. Wen Shan's lips twitched slightly. Mr. Chen, if I recall correctly, neither I nor Qikutang has wronged you. Why do you wish to make an enemy of us? Chen Xiaochuan smiled nonchalantly. I intend to engage in a black market deal. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Wen Shan was taken aback by Chen Xiaochuan's blatant disregard for reason. Choosing between life and wealth was a straightforward decision. I want to directly put you in peril. In the future, 80% of the profits from Chico Hall will be deposited into my account, leaving you with 20%, ensuring you won't starve. You see, I can be quite reasonable after all. Chen Xiaochuan continued with a smile. A cascade of thoughts flooded Wen Shan's mind, particularly the recollection of Chen Xiaochuan's audacity in taking down even the likes of Qin Yunho and imprisoning him. Although Qin Yunho later returned unharmed, he did not seek vengeance against Chen Xiaochuan, which spoke volumes about this individual's formidable martial prowess and exceptional status. It was evident that he was not someone Chico Hall could afford to provoke. The current situation was crystal clear. This young man had his eyes set on Chico Hall, but was willing to leave them with a modicum of sustenance, rather than employing the ruthless tactics typical of their kind. Otherwise, Chico Hall's assets would be wiped clean, leaving them helpless, and any resistance would lead to their demise. On the surface, it appeared they were being robbed. But upon reflection, wasn't this an opportunity to cling to a more substantial support? These thoughts raced through Wen Shan's mind, leading him to a decisive conclusion. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to lower their weapons and step back. Everyone, follow my lead. Once the weapons were set aside, all eyes turned to Wen Shan. He took the lead in bowing, Brother Chuan. The subordinates, after a moment of hesitation, echoed, Brother Chuan. Chen Xiaochuan grinned broadly, tucking his pistol back into his waistband. That's more like it. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Well, from now on, you shall work diligently for me, and I will ensure you have your fill. Yes, Brother Chuan. Though reluctant, Wen Shan had no choice but to comply. Subsequently, he arranged a banquet to honor Chen Xiaochuan, entrusting him with the management rights of the company's accounts, saying, Brother Chuan, this is our company account. It's entirely yours to use as you wish. If you wish to transfer funds, feel free to do so. With a hearty laugh, Chen Xiaochuan glanced at the account balance, 10,300 million. His mood instantly brightened. While those in Kyoto earned millions overnight, nothing compared to his own gratifying heist of over 10 billion in a single night. Brother Chuan, I just received word from our royal no. One that 3 new technicians have arrived tonight, fair-skinned with ample bosoms. They are truly exceptional. Would you care to indulge? Wen Shan eagerly suggested. Upon hearing the words fair-skinned and ample bosoms, Qin Xiaochuan's eyes sparkled. Memories of the 2 rows of smooth, long legs he had seen in Royal No. 1 flooded his mind, leaving him parched. Indulge? Well, let us take a look. Qin Xiaochuan found it impossible to refuse. This indulgent lifestyle was utterly to his liking. Seeing that Qin Xiaochuan had not declined, Wenshan felt a sense of relief. No matter how formidable one might be, as long as they are human, they cannot escape the desires for food, drink, and entertainment. In a luxurious private room of Royal No. 1, an exclusive area not open to the public, even to super VIP members, Wenshan had reserved this space specifically for the elite. Qin Xiaochuan reclined comfortably on the soft sofa. Crossing his legs, Wenshan promptly offered him a cigar and lit it with enthusiasm. Brother Chuan, the 3 new technicians are preparing and will arrive shortly. Qin Xiaochuan nodded, savoring a puff of the cigar. It was robust and satisfying. Within minutes, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from outside the room, each step resonating like a heartbeat in the air. Qin Xiaochuan's throat tightened. During his university years, he had often heard the adage, the wise do not fall in love. Adults indulge in foot massages. He had once contemplated experiencing the thrill of selecting a consort. However, as a penniless student, he could only dream. Little did he know that not long after graduating, he would find himself comfortably reclining in the private chamber of Royal No. 1, enjoying the utmost luxury. Soon, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Wenshan clapped his hands. The door swung open to reveal 3 stunning women, each carrying a small case. Strutting in on 10-centimeter stilettos, Qin Xiaochuan was magnetically drawn to them, unable to divert his gaze. All 3 wore matching short skirts, their long legs clad in black stockings. Their figures alluringly accentuated, with plunging necklines that revealed enticing curves. Each technician stood over 1.68 meters tall, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that was utterly captivating. Upon entering, the 3 beautiful technicians faced Qin Xiaochuan, arranged themselves in unison, and gracefully bowed. Good evening, sir. As they bowed, Qin Xiaochuan caught a glimpse that sent his pulse racing. Their skin was as smooth as jade. However, this fleeting moment lasted merely a second. The visual impact of that brief encounter was far more intense than a prolonged gaze, igniting the imagination. Brother Chuan, how do you find these 3? Wenshan inquired, though he anticipated the answer by observing Qin Xiaochuan's expression. If they were not exceptional, he would not have prompted Qin Xiaochuan to indulge. Indeed, they are exquisite. Qin Xiaochuan licked his lips, feeling the stirrings of desire within him, every vein awakening with fervor. Haha, as long as Brother Chuan is satisfied. Now, you 3, tonight you shall serve Brother Chuan well, showcasing your skills. If Brother Chuan feels uncomfortable or finds your attitude lacking, then you should know my methods. Wenshan chuckled heartily, offering serious instructions to the 3 beauties. Though a fleeting hint of regret crossed his eyes, it was important to note that these 3 technicians were originally intended for Wenshan's own enjoyment on his upcoming birthday. However, in a bid to please Qin Xiaochuan, he had to part with them. Rest assured, Brother One, we will take excellent care of this gentleman. The 3 technicians beamed, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Qin Xiaochuan. He was youthful, handsome, and full of energy, able to make a powerful figure like Wenshan bow down, truly a paragon of youthful brilliance. Wenshan nodded in satisfaction and turned to Qin Xiaochuan. Brother Chuan, I shall take my leave now and not disturb your enjoyment. Qin Xiaochuan's gaze remained fixed on the 3 technicians, suddenly struck by a thought. He then spoke, however. I fear these 3 may not quite meet my expectations. At these words, Wenshan's jaw nearly dropped. Could it be? Such exceptional beauty, yet still not satisfactory? This young man's standards appeared exceedingly lofty. The 3 technicians were equally bewildered. How could someone like them, at the peak of their profession, not be deemed adequate? What could possibly satisfy Brother Chuan? Wenshan hesitantly opened his mouth to inquire further. Qin Xiaochuan held up 2 fingers, and Wenshan, reading the room, promptly offered a cigar, producing a lighter to ignite it personally. After taking a puff from his cigarette, Qin Xiaochuan continued, as for their skills, I cannot comment without having experienced them. However, based on the esteemed reputation of Royal No. 1 in the foot massage industry of Qinyan City, their service technique must undoubtedly be commendable. Moreover, their looks and figures are quite impressive, exceedingly alluring. Any normal man who encounters them would surely stand at attention, his heart racing. But I must ask, are these 3 still virgins? If not, I fear I might struggle to accept being with women who have been with others. Just the thought of those 3 having been with various men sends a chill down my spine, especially since this is my first time seeking foot therapy. Upon hearing this, Wenshan burst into laughter. Haha, Brother Chuan. To be frank, All three of them are indeed untouched maidens. Even their training instructor is a seasoned female technician. They are exceptionally pure girls. Just recently, I recruited them from the university town for this very reason, which is why I invited you to try them out. Really? Qin Xiaochuan exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face. In this day and age, can there still be such innocent female technicians? I can only say, I'm truly enlightened. If it's not true, shoot me in the head. When Shan, brimming with confidence, replied, just wave a gun at my head if it's a lie. Qin Xiaochuan beckoned. You three, come here. The three female technicians obediently approached him, their fair thighs merely a foot away. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply the fragrant aroma emanating from them. Indeed, very pure. Haha, since that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. You shall stay here tonight. Qin Xiaochuan declared, his spirits lifted. This tactic of his was aptly named scenting out women, a fundamental skill in the dual cultivation practice. Can you really discern just by a sniff? When Shan and the three female technicians were taken aback, but quickly dismissed the idea, deeming it utterly devoid of scientific logic. This guy must be putting on an act. Merely seeking a way out, they thought, choosing to play along and feign belief. Brother Chuan, you're incredible. You can tell just like that. When Shan praised, giving a thumbs up. Hee, child's play. Qin Xiaochuan grinned. I'll take my leave now. When Shan quickly stood up, his face beaming with a smile. All right, go ahead. Qin Xiaochuan waved him off. With that, when Shan exited the private room, carefully closing the door behind him, leaving Qin Xiaochuan alone with the three female technicians. The dim lighting, the delightful fragrance of innocence, and the vibrant beauty of the women elevated the room's suggestive atmosphere to an unparalleled height. Brother Chuan, would you prefer a foot massage or wellness therapy? One of the female technicians inquired sweetly, playfully brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. Show me everything you've learned. I wish to experience it all. Qin Xiaochuan said, pulling two beautiful women into his embrace, his heart racing. I never expected to have such a day, he exclaimed, exhilarated. Excellent. We will ensure Brother Chuan is satisfied. The three female technicians giggled. Let us first give you a bath, they suggested. That sounds perfect. Thank you, ladies. Qin Xiaochuan replied. After when Shan left the private room, his subordinates expressed their discontent. Why should we submit to a mere boy when we are so many and armed? One complained. When Shan raised a hand, let me ask you, how do we compare to the Qingyun Marquis? The Qingyun Marquis is the supreme figure in Qingyun City. We surely cannot measure up, one subordinate responded. The Qingyun Marquis seems to bow down to that boy. If we confront him, the outcome would surely be disastrous. That lad undoubtedly possesses an influential background we are unaware of. Rather than conceding, we should view this as an opportunity to ally with a formidable figure. Are you still uncomfortable with that? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, as if struck by a revelation. Such a person who could make the Qingyun Marquis bow his head is not someone everyone can connect with. Furthermore, our business remains in our hands. In future dealings, let us aim for clients to pay in cash, allowing us to retain a substantial amount. The other profits would be akin to acquiring a guardian deity. What's not to enjoy? When Shan clasped his hands behind his back, a cunning smile spreading across his face. Brother, you truly are wise. Our discomfort has vanished. One subordinate exclaimed. Haha, brother. While that lad, no, Brother Chuan, is enjoying himself, we should also take a moment to relax. They agreed, as the sound of flowing water filled the air. The three female technicians undressed Qin Xiaochuan and helped him into the bathtub, where they began to wash his body, one washing his hair, another scrubbing his body, and the last tending to his feet. By the way, I still don't know your names, Qin Xiaochuan said, closing his eyes in comfort before inquiring. I am called Xiaokenko. The technician washing his hair replied. I am Qilin. The one washing his body said softly. I am Xiaobei. The technician attending to his feet chimed in cheerfully. Qin Xiaochuan paused, surprised that they had given him flower names rather than their real names. However, he quickly realized that they were all merely playing along. There was no need to press for the truth. After all, one does not fall in love merely from a foot massage or wellness session. Before long, the bath was complete. Qin Xiaochuan wrapped himself in a towel and, under the guidance of the three female technicians, reclined on the massage table. Brother Chuan, let us begin with a foot massage. We will proceed with the wellness therapy afterward. If that is agreeable? Qilin gently asked. I will wholeheartedly follow your lead. Qin Xiaochuan replied, his hands inadvertently resting on their legs, gently caressing their smooth skin. After the foot massage, the wellness therapy commenced, a process that was nothing short of sublime. 3 hours later, they reached the final stage. Wait, hold on a moment. Qin Xiaochuan suddenly interrupted, recalling something. As the strap of Xiaokenko's top slipped down her arm, her movement halted abruptly, her heated gaze fixed on Chun Xiaochuan's face. Brother Chuan, what is it? Do you wish to take matters into your own hands? Chun Xiaochuan rolled his eyes and said, not at the moment. I just recalled that when Sean mentioned you were university students. I want to pry into which university you attend or your real names. I respect your privacy. I only wish to ask if you are doing this willingly. If you feel coerced, I can assure you that when Sean will not harm you. Brother Chuan, we are not being forced. We are doing this willingly, so you need not feel burdened. They reassured him. Indeed, in these times, earning money is challenging. Even with a university degree, what difference does it make? The competition for civil service positions is fierce. Various jobs are exceedingly competitive. It is better to capitalize on our youth and seize the opportunity. To put it bluntly, rather than being deceived by some boyfriend, it is wiser to utilize our value. You may look down on us, but as long as we have money and live well, we can change our circle later on. Who would know our past? Moreover, we never anticipated encountering such a young and handsome guest like you, making this a great opportunity for us. The three technicians, Xiakenko, Qilin, and Xiaobei, said with refreshing openness. Clearly, they were in need of money, had been influenced, and accepted this line of work. Chun Xiaochuan nodded, acknowledging their thoughts, which allowed him to feel a sense of ease. As the saying goes, everyone has their own aspirations. Thus, he decided to indulge himself. Chapter 29, Boasting? Now you're convinced. Could it be true that the Duke of Qingyun is acting as a sycophant for that young man? Yang Yin returned to her apartment, where she disclosed the information she had learned from Chun Xiaochuan to Linghua. Linghua listened, her face a mask of disbelief. Indeed, the young man had called the Duke of Qingyun right in front of me, and it was unmistakably his voice. It sounded like mere boasting. Yet it turned out to be true. I am at a loss for words. The Duke of Qingyun has sunk so low as to accept such a title. It is simply beyond comprehension. Yang Yin plopped down on the bed, casually removing her coat to reveal a white tank top, her ample figure exposed to the cool air. I believe the Duke of Qingyun must be orchestrating something grand. Linghua rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. Yes, I had warned that young man. But he seemed utterly oblivious, radiating a bizarre confidence. By the way, I also found out about his combat prowess. It aligns with your estimates, sister. He is a martial artist of the horizontal training type, comparable to the early stages of a martial king. Yang Yin nodded slowly. It is only natural that we could not defeat him. Our loss is understandable. However, according to my investigation, the real Chun Xiaochuan is merely a farmer's child. Unremarkable save for his handsome appearance and average academic performance. The most notable achievement was being recognized as an outstanding student in elementary school and secondary school. He was an excellent member of the youth league, and in university, he developed a passion for sanda, mixed martial arts, and boxing. His learning methods consisted of watching short videos and learning from various influencers, ultimately being betrayed by his girlfriend. There is no mention of any twin children, unless they were taken away the very night they were born. Thus, the current Chun Xiaochuan, possessing strength comparable to a martial king, must have formidable backing or a master that should not be underestimated. Yet, we cannot find any trace of this person, as if he suddenly appeared out of thin air. Regardless of his identity, we must avenge the indignity he inflicted upon us sisters. Now that we know of his capabilities, it becomes much easier to plot our revenge. Linghua's brows furrowed slightly, her face a picture of confusion. However, the corner of her mouth curled into a subtle smile, and this devilish grin gave her a captivating allure. Indeed, we shall not rest until we settle this score. Yang Yin felt her anger flare at the memory of being humiliated by Chun Xiaochuan. Without delay, she declared, Sister Yang, I have been here for several days. I must return to gather assistance. Please keep a close watch on that young man until I return. As Linghua began to pack her belongings, preparing for an overnight journey, Yang Yin nodded in agreement. By the way, what is that young man doing now? Is he entangled with that bar owner, Hongjia? Linghua casually inquired. Tonight, he is not with Hongjia. He has gone to Royal One. Yang Yin shook her head, replying softly. Royal One? What kind of place is that? Linghua blinked her enchanting eyes, curiosity piqued. What kind of place? It is a den of debauchery for men. Yang Yin exclaimed indignantly. A nightclub? Linghua slung her LV bag over her shoulder. A foot-washing city. Yang Yin corrected. It seems that young man has grown tired of sleeping with Hongjia every night and is seeking some novelty. Men are truly all the same. The moment their desires kick in, they find beauty in anything. A flicker of disdain for men crossed Linghua's eyes as she continued. All right, Sister Yang. Please take me to the airport. Very well. Yang Yin nodded. In a luxurious private room, Chun Xiaochuan's phone buzzed to life. His movements halted as he blinked and reached for the device. The screen displayed 2 characters, Hongjia. At this moment, It was already past 2 o'clock in the morning. Qin Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback, wondering what Hongjie could possibly want at this hour. He swiped the screen to answer her call. Hello, Hongjie, what's the matter? Qin Xiaochuan activated the hands-free mode and lay back on the bed. Xiaochuan, are you alright? Hongjie's gentle voice carried a hint of urgency. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? Qin Xiaochuan chuckled. Then why haven't you returned? I thought something had happened to you. Hongjie said, her voice soft as she patted her chest. I have something to attend to tonight, so I want to be coming back. Rest early, alright? Qin Xiaochuan replied, not wishing to elaborate further. Okay then. Hongjie's tone carried a hint of disappointment before she hung up the phone. Qin Xiaochuan felt a twinge of frustration at her thoughts. We agreed you would come back to keep me company. I even prepared myself for you. Yet you didn't show up. What is that young man up to? Isn't he someone who is easily distracted by beauty? Or has he grown weary of our time together? Brother Chuan, who is Hongjie? Inquired the gentle Xiao Qiao, resting to his left. Qilin, on his right, remained silent, observing him intently. Hongjie is my lover. No, wait, I am her lover. Qin Xiaochuan grinned mischievously. Ah, I knew it, exclaimed Xiao Qiao. Brother Chuan, you are indeed an experienced veteran. You certainly have no shortage of women around you. Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh. Are you all jealous? Qin Xiaochuan beamed. No. We just want you to compare us with your Hongjie and tell us who provides a better experience. Indeed, this must be evaluated. After all, this is not only our first experience, but also a precious moment in our lives. Xiao Qiao and Qilin chimed in. Well, we have only just begun. So it's too early to judge. Let us wait until tomorrow morning to see how it goes. Qin Xiaochuan said, his eyes dancing with mirth, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Really? You think you can last until tomorrow morning? Of course. While we may be inexperienced, we've seen enough to know that such things are not as common as they seem. Brother Chuan can even boast. Indeed, when it comes to this, men never back down. They can spin tales, but once it comes to action, some can barely last 2 minutes. Hey, don't be so quick to judge. Brother Chuan isn't boasting. Yes, just joking. The three girls exchanged banter, filling the room with lively chatter. Hearing their playful remarks, Qin Xiaochuan felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. What is there to boast about? I am a straightforward person, never one to brag. It seems I have been underestimated by these three. All right, let us see what miracles await. The next afternoon, the three girls languidly sprawled across the bed, exhausted. Qin Xiaochuan, however, remained vigorous, ready for more. Do you still think I was boasting? He asked, a triumphant grin on his face as he surveyed the three of them. Last night, we thought you were exaggerating. Now, however, we see the truth. Brother Chuan, you are beyond belief. Terrifying. 7 times in your presence, they would be mere novices. The three girls felt their eyelids droop as they longed for rest. The experiences of the previous night would remain etched in their memories forever. Qin Xiaochuan chuckled softly before settling into a meditative posture. Last night, his visit was not merely to indulge in their services. He also practiced the 9 suns harmonization technique. Of course, he exercised meticulous control. Otherwise, the 3 women would not have survived. Oh dear, little tower, I feel my cultivation has strengthened. Have I reached the foundation establishment stage? Qin Xiaochuan sensed his cultivation and was overwhelmed with joy. Master, there are still no signs of foundation establishment in your dantian. The voice of the Wujilian Yuta resonated in his mind, perplexed. Is it possible that despite utilizing the 9 suns harmonization technique and absorbing the essence from 3 women, I still cannot establish my foundation? What level am I at now? Qin Xiaochuan's lips twitched, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him disoriented in the wind. You are at the 14th level of the Qi refinement stage, the Wujilian Yuta responded. What in the world? Am I stuck at this Qi refinement stage indefinitely? Or is it a bug in the 9 suns harmonization technique that requires the 9 yin harmonization technique to establish the foundation? Qin Xiaochuan felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Unable to even break through the most fundamental stage of cultivation, what kind of cultivator was he? Damn it. I was envisioning flying on swords, calling the winds and rains, wielding thunder, and vanquishing demons. Master, I have never encountered a situation like yours. I cannot provide answers. Perhaps your master's wife can enlighten you, as this technique was developed by her and your late master. She must sense your peak foundation establishment cultivation to awaken and engage in dual cultivation with you. Thus, if you cannot establish your foundation, you cannot awaken her. Which is quite disheartening. The Wujilian Yuta lamented its inability to assist. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaochuan felt a wave of discomfort. If he could not establish his foundation, would he and his master's wife never enjoy dual cultivation together again? Would the first time be the last? However, master, I believe that even as a Qi refinement stage cultivator, you cannot remain in this stage forever. Perhaps at the 15th level, or the 25th. You will eventually find an end. Moreover, with each level you ascend, your combat power corresponds to the increase. It is not in vain that I absorbed the essence of the women, the Qilin Yuta continued. You are correct. Even if I am frustrated, it will not resolve anything. I cannot establish my foundation immediately. As the saying goes, qualitative change arises from quantitative change. I shall see how far I can cultivate within the Qi refinement stage. I refuse to believe I cannot establish my foundation. With this thought, Chen Xiaochuan's frustration faded away, and he felt invigorated. Now that I am at the 14th level of the Qi refinement stage, does that not equate to the combat power of a peak martial king? In the same realm, I shall be invincible. Even peak martial kings would kneel and call me father. How delightful. With renewed determination, Chen Xiaochuan opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flickering within his dark irises as he gazed at the three female technicians who had already fallen into slumber. He swallowed hard, ultimately resisting the impulse to leap upon them. After all, the three women were quite pleasant, and he understood the value of cherishing beauty. Next, Chen Xiaochuan dressed himself and left the opulent private room. Brother Chuan, you've emerged. When Shan suddenly approached, bowing and scraping. Observing the scene, Chen Xiaochuan realized that Wen Shan had likely been lounging on the sofa outside since last night. Yes, Chen Xiaochuan nodded. I'm a bit hungry. Make arrangements for a sumptuous feast. I want a grand meal. Brother Chuan, it has long been arranged. Follow me. Wen Shan replied with a beaming smile. Oh, haha, splendid. Enlightening. Chen Xiaochuan clapped Wen Shan on the shoulder in approval. Following Wen Shan, Chen Xiaochuan left the private room. Brother Chuan, how did you find those three ladies? Were you satisfied? Wen Shan inquired as he led the way. Very good. However, they are tired. Let them rest properly. No one is to disturb them, understood? Chen Xiaochuan raised his thumb in approval. Understood, Brother Chuan. Wen Shan sighed in relief, also recognizing Chen Xiaochuan's soft spot. Soon, Chen Xiaochuan followed Wen Shan to a lavish dining hall in Royal No. 1. The large table was laden with a variety of delectable dishes, Australian lobster, black gold abalone, dompa pork, Yangzhou lion's head, and more. The enticing aromas wafted through the air. Chen Xiaochuan's throat tightened. He nearly drooled, hastily sitting down to feast with abandon, thoroughly enjoying the meal. After satisfying his hunger, Chen Xiaochuan rubbed his swollen belly, letting out a contented burp. He beckoned to Wen Shan. Wen Shan, what is the largest foot bath establishment under your Seven Mouths Hall? What is the name of the largest foot bath establishment under the Yunlong Society? The largest foot bath establishment under the Yunlong Society is the Golden Jade Abode in the southern city. Its popularity is comparable to ours at Royal No. 1. Wen Shan replied cautiously. However, generally speaking, foot bath establishments do not have virgin technicians, so if Brother Chuan wishes to experience it, you may find it a wasted trip. In fact, in Qingyun City, Wen Shan's territory was in the northern city, while the Yunlong Society's influence lay in the southern city. This was an unwritten agreement between the two major factions. Typically, minor skirmishes occurred, but major conflicts were rare, maintaining a delicate balance. You may have misunderstood. I do not intend to experience their technicians, Chen Xiaochuan said with a slight smile. Then what is your purpose? Wen Shan asked, intrigued. Of course, to seize the Yunlong Society, Chen Xiaochuan casually remarked, patting Wen Shan on the shoulder. Wen Shan's body trembled, and his pupils constricted sharply. Is this truly shocking to you, Wen Shan? After all, you have experienced a robbery. Your psychological fortitude should be quite strong. Besides, it's not as if they are robbing you again. What are you so anxious about? Come, hurry and drive me over. Provide me with proper support, Chen Xiaochuan said. Noticing Wen Shan's stunned expression, Wen Shan regained his composure, swallowing hard. Yes, Brother Chuan. After being robbed last night, Wen Shan felt quite exasperated, pondering his unfortunate circumstances. Why did this fellow choose to rob them instead of the Yunlong Society? Now, with Chen Xiaochuan stating his intention to rob the Yunlong Society, Wen Shan finally felt a sense of balance in his mindset. Just as they took a few steps, Chen Xiaochuan suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Wen Shan. Under Chen Xiaochuan's gaze, Wen Shan felt as if he were being eyed by a ferocious beast, causing his scalp to prickle with inexplicable fear. Brother Chuan, what is the matter? Wen Shan stumbled over his words. As a prominent figure in the underworld of Qingyun City, you should have the number of the leader of the Yunlong Society, right? Chen Xiaochuan inquired nonchalantly. Yes. Wen Shan nodded vigorously. Snap. Chen Xiaochuan snapped his fingers. Then that settles it. There's no need to visit the Golden Jade Abode. Just call their leader to meet me. Yes, Brother Chuan. Wen Shan nodded, then took out his phone and dialed. On the other end was Yun Song, the current leader of the Yunlong Society. Wen Shan, what is up? Came Yun Song's icy voice once the call connected. Yun Song, Mr. Qin Xiaochuan wishes to see you at the Royal No. 1 Foot Bath Establishment, Wen Shan stated directly. Qin Xiaochuan, all right, I'll be there shortly, Yun Song replied before hanging up. Half an hour later, Yun Song arrived before Qin Xiaochuan, accompanied by several senior members of the Yunlong Society. In the face of a ruthless individual bold enough to slay even the likes of the Qin Yun Lord and emerge unscathed, Yun Song was filled with curiosity, eager to discern what this formidable figure intended with him. I am Yun Song, the leader of the Yunlong Society. May I inquire why Mr. Qin has summoned me? Yun Song stood before Qin Xiaochuan with utmost respect, refraining from any impropriety. Entirely devoid of the arrogance one might expect from a figure in the underworld, his refined appearance and demeanor evoked that of a cultured gentleman, making it difficult for anyone to associate him with the ruthless persona of a notorious crime lord. After sipping his tea, Qin Xiaochuan turned his gaze toward Yun Song and spoke with a measured tone. I shall be straightforward. Last night, I seized control of the Chico Hall. As you represent the Yunlong Society, which stands in opposition to the Chico Hall, you are not exempt from this. This is how I ensure fairness and justice in my dealings. Hand over the management of your society's accounts to me, and you may continue your ventures. I will allocate 20% for your sustenance. My request is entirely reasonable. Who is in agreement, and who opposes? At this proclamation, the expressions of Yun Song and his associates shifted dramatically. They had anticipated many outcomes, but never that Qin Xiaochuan would demand to rob them. This was an audacious act of blackmail. Mr. Chun, you jest, exclaimed a burly man named Zhang Guangliang, unable to contain himself. They were skeptical of Qin Xiaochuan's sincerity, suspecting instead that Wen Shan and Qin Xiaochuan were colluding to intimidate the Yunlong Society into submission. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaochuan raised his firearm. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed, and Zhang Guangliang fell, a gruesome wound marring his forehead, blood oozing forth as the bullet exited through the back of his skull. His lifeless body slumped to the ground, eyes wide open in death. I am not jesting. Is there anyone else who believes I am? Qin Xiaochuan inquired, twirling the still-smoking Desert Eagle in his hand, a devilish smile playing on his lips as he regarded Yun Song and the others. Yet, to them, his smile was akin to that of a demon, chilling them to the bone. To kill so casually amidst conversation, this man was utterly ruthless. Although it was not Wen Shan's first encounter with Qin Xiaochuan's brutality, he felt an inexplicable chill, his limbs growing cold and his scalp prickling. Yun Song stared incredulously at Qin Xiaochuan, the icy barrel of the gun pressed against his forehead. Do you have any objections? Qin Xiaochuan asked, his gaze fixed on Yun Song. I concur. Yun Song stammered, trembling. He understood that any further hesitation could lead to his own demise. This firearm was unmistakably the Qin Yun Lord's sidearm, a specially designed weapon meant to take down martial artists. Even a master-level fighter would not withstand its force. The mere presence of such a weapon in Qin Xiaochuan's hands signified that he was no ordinary individual, capable of instilling fear even in the Qin Yun Lord. In Qingyun City, should the Qin Yun Lord decide to dismantle the Yunlong Society, they would have no choice but to comply without resistance. It was this realization that prompted Yun Song to immediately express his agreement, demonstrating the shrewdness required of a leader. Now that is more like it, Qin Xiaochuan remarked, playfully tapping the gun against Yun Song's cheek before holstering it at his waist and resuming his seat. Soon after, Yun Song surrendered control of the Yunlong Society's total accounts to Qin Xiaochuan, a staggering sum of 107 billion, exceeding that of the Chico Hall by 4 billion. Thus, Qin Xiaochuan held in his grasp an astonishing total of 210 billion. Wen Shan, Yun Song, as you are now my subordinates, we must establish some new rules. You are to refrain from engaging in the drug trade. I have no interest in that business, Qin Xiaochuan stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the two gangs before him could hardly believe their ears. We operate in the shadows, abstaining from drugs? What absurdity is this? That is an immensely profitable venture. Moreover, you, who engage in blackmail, hardly have the moral high ground to impose such demands. However, no one dared voice their dissent. For Zhang Guangliang's body lay cold and lifeless on the ground. Brother Chuan, we shall adhere to your stipulations. However, if we refrain from engaging in the drug trade, there will inevitably be others who will, allowing them to profit while you miss out on at least 2 billion annually. In all honesty, we are part of this world, and engaging in such enterprises is commonplace, Wen Shan cautiously articulated. Miss out on that much profit? Qin Xiaochuan winced, stroking his chin before responding, very well. You may not sell to the Dragon Kingdom. As for whom you sell to, that is your concern. Now, let us put this matter to rest. Understood, Brother Chuan. Wen Shan and Yun Song's eyes brightened at Chun Xiaochuan's concession. There were indeed other nations to trade with, and as long as the routes remained open, there was a fortune to be made. After all, this business would still yield a 20% profit for their side, not to mention the room for cash transactions, ensuring they would retain a substantial amount. Now that we have reached an understanding, Wen Shan, please arrange for technicians to attend to my subordinates in the Yunlong Society. Let them relax, and later we shall dine together to celebrate, Chun Xiaochuan instructed Wen Shan. Yes, Brother Chuan, he promptly replied. Yun Song and the others exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their discontent. What? Subordinates? That term is rather demeaning. Even calling us your younger brothers would be more palatable. We have been robbed and are expected to celebrate? They thought inwardly, their indignation simmering beneath the surface. Yet, they could only grit their teeth and endure, concealing any hint of dissatisfaction while feigning gratitude. Chun Xiaochuan returned to the plush private room. There, the three women, Xiao Baihe, Xiao Xiangcao, and Xiulan, were deep in slumber, their bodies barely clad due to the room's comfortable temperature. Chun Xiaochuan smacked his lips and unceremoniously nestled between them, inhaling their enticing fragrance. After a night of revelry extending into the afternoon, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him and decided to indulge in a brief nap. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, the three women gradually awakened to find Chun Xiaochuan sound asleep between them. Alas, our time with Brother Chuan is but a fleeting moment. They mused. What fleeting moment? We are essentially selling our bodies, a tale of ill-fated romance. Xiao Xiangcao could not help but lean down and plant a gentle kiss on Chun Xiaochuan's lips, whispering, though I am compensated for my company, I cannot deny my fondness for Brother Chuan. It is unfortunate that fate has not favored us, but to have once shared this experience is enough. Indeed. I share your sentiments, Xiao Baihe nodded softly. I feel the same, Xiulan added, pursing her lips. Unbeknownst to them, Chun Xiaochuan had already awakened but feigned sleep, listening intently to their conversation. He thought to himself, goodness, even these foot masseuses have developed feelings for me. My charms are truly insufferable. After a moment, he eventually stirred, yawning. Ah, you've all awakened. Why not sleep a little longer? Awake now, and sleep is no longer an option. Brother Chuan, we're merely a bit weary, nothing compared to you, who not only toil, but suffer losses. Truly, you are the one who ought to rest more. Xiao Xiangcao chimed with a playful, lilting laugh. By now, all three young women had already dressed and were tidying their belongings, preparing to conclude their shift. Ha, a single night's work? Hardly qualifies as exhaustion. Chun Xiaochuan sat up, lit a cigarette, and exhaled slowly, smoke curling like whispered secrets into the quiet air. Mr. Chun. Then, we'll be off. Should you ever think of us, do come book our services again. I'm room 888, Xiao Xiangcao murmured, her voice soft as silk. And I'm 666, Qiulan added, her tone just as gentle. I'm 999, Xiao Baihe concluded. We'll all be working here throughout this summer break, but once the new semester begins, we'll likely step away from this line of work for good. Chun Xiaochuan nodded, then said calmly, hold on a moment, don't rush off yet. Please share your bank account details with me. I'll transfer 1 million yuan to each of you as a token of appreciation. At those words, the three women froze, eyes widening in unison. What? 1 million? Is that real, or a jest? I'm utterly serious, Chun Xiaochuan replied, his expression grave and unwavering. Your service was worth every cent, and far beyond. So please, no polite refusals. 1 million per person, 3 million in total? A trifle, truly. After all, the over 200 billion he acquired were, in his own estimation, taken, not earned. So spending them stirred not the faintest pang of regret. No, Brother Chuan. That sum is simply too vast. Even if we accepted it, we fear possessing it, let alone spending it. Yes. Far too much. It's terrifying. The three girls stammered, voices trembling with awe and trepidation. In their own modest estimation, earning 30 or 50,000 yuan over the summer as foot therapists in a wellness parlor would already mark a resounding success. Then tell me, what would feel fair to you? Chun Xiaochuan asked, unfazed. 100,000, at most. Anything beyond that, we dare not accept. Agreed. 100,000 is more than enough. Very well, then 100,000 it is. Hand me your account numbers. Let us settle this now. Chun Xiaochuan spoke with effortless generosity. Not that money was the sole measure. From these three young women, he had drawn forth something infinitely rarer, their primordial yin essence, propelling him to the 14th cultivation tier of qi refinement. That alone eclipsed any earthly currency. Only when the deposits, each precisely 100,000, appeared in their accounts did they finally believe he'd spoken in earnest. Especially when, with a fleeting glance, they glimpsed the endless string of zeros in his account, each digit a silent testament to wealth measured not in millions, but in hundreds of millions, even billions. Good heavens! This young man is unfathomably wealthy. Young, strikingly handsome, and obscenely rich? Could he possibly be the scion of some reclusive magnate from the imperial capital? Rumor has it that in the celestial palaces of the elite, faucets run perpetually. And electrical wiring is spun from pure gold. A life so opulent it could blind even titanium-reinforced eyes. Brother Chuan, may I, with all due respect, ask what line of work you're in? Such extraordinary affluence must surely stem from something extraordinary, of course. If it's too private, please feel free to decline. Consider the question never uttered. Xiao Xiangcao moistened her lips, gathering courage as she posed the question, her voice hushed, yet brimming with curiosity. Qiolin and Xiao Baihe leaned in instinctively, ears pricked, hearts beating in unison. This, too, was the question burning most fiercely in their own minds. Chen Xiaochuan took a slow, deliberate drag from his cigarette, slipped his phone back into his pocket, and smiled. What is there to conceal? At present, I'm an unaffiliated wanderer, with a side hustle in armed robbery. Brother Chuan, you truly have a way with humor. Chapter 31. Distinct Charms, 6:30 p.m. The Royal No. 1, its opulent dining hall aglow with gilded elegance. A banquet table groaned beneath the weight of delicacies. Rows of fine moutai shimmered like liquid amber beneath the chandeliers. Chen Xiaochuan sat at the head of the table, unhurried, unchallenged, utterly sovereign in his posture. To his left and right sat Wen Shan and Yun Song, two titans of Qingyun City's underworld. The remaining 17 seats were occupied by elder lords from the Seven-Mouth Hall and the Cloud Dragon Society, each a sovereign in his own domain. 19 men in all. Behind each lord stood a woman in a high-slit cheongsam, tall, sculpted, radiant, her legs long, smooth, and luminous as alabaster, so arresting they drew breathless stares. Chen Xiaochuan, however, was singular. Two women stood behind him, heavily made up, yes, but undeniably the most exquisite among them, faces sculpted by grace, poise forged in refinement. To him, their sole shortcoming was simple: they were no longer virgins. Yet for the purposes of pouring tea, serving dishes, and attending with quiet grace, virginity was irrelevant. There was no expectation of intimacy, only impeccable service. And so, he felt no unease, only calm appreciation. This arrangement, too, revealed Wen Shan's meticulous thoughtfulness. Come now. Let no formality constrain us. Raise your glasses. Let us toast my successful heist. Chen Xiaochuan lifted his cup with a grin, issuing the invitation with effortless charm. The other 18 men, Wen Shan and Yun Song included, offered smiles so strained they resembled grimaces. Yet they raised their glasses, no choice but compliance. Really now, does one speak such words? He robbed us of our present, and now demands we celebrate his theft of our future? Brother, this is beyond cruel. Congratulations, Brother Chuan. Brother Chuan, magnificent. Wen Shan and Yun Song hurried to offer effusive praise. Your kindness humbles me. Let us, all, drink deeply to this moment. Chen Xiaochuan's spirits soared, indifferent to the silent anguish beneath their forced smiles. They drank in unison. As glasses were set down, the women behind them moved with practiced grace, refilling each cup without a word, without a pause. Chen Xiaochuan, as his attendant poured, brushed her wrist, just once, then murmured, Your skin is exquisitely smooth, little sister. She smiled, a practiced, polished curve of lips, and replied, Thank you, Brother Chuan, for your kind words. I adore your service. Now, open your mobile banking QR codes. I'll send you a modest tip. He drew out his phone, commanding, unapologetic. The two women beamed, swiftly unlocking their apps. Thank you, Brother Chuan. Ding. ICBC, 100,000 credited. Ding. CCB, 100,000 credited. At the chime, their eyes widened, not in delight, but in pure, disbelieving shock. They'd expected, at most, a few thousand, not 10,000 each. They double-checked their screens. Yes, the digits were real. Then, almost instinctively, each bit her tongue, sharp, sudden pain confirming she wasn't dreaming. Their bodies trembled, barely perceptible, yet unmistakably alive with exhilaration. Brother Chuan, this is far too generous. Yes, after the banquet, we'll certainly see to your every need. It dawned on them. Then he'd chosen them. 10,000 wasn't mere gratuity. It was a declaration. A test. A prelude. To accept the money and not understand the unspoken expectation? That was perilous, perhaps fatal. Didn't they see how even the two underworld kings sat deferentially at his flanks? Yet Qin Xiaochuan merely waved a hand, dismissive, serene. You misunderstand me entirely. This gift reflects my joy and my appreciation for your flawless service. It is not an advance on intimacy. To suggest otherwise is to insult me. Hearing that, the two women hurried to assure him. Never, Brother Chuan. We never dare. Ah, the weight of wealth. To stand beside such a man was to feel the quiet pressure of fate itself. Each gesture, each gift, a tremor in the ground beneath one's feet. 10,000 yuan, dispensed as casually as a sigh. Who could endure such magnanimity without trembling? Yet in their hearts. Another question lingered. If you don't desire us, why touch our hands? The other attendants gazed at the pair behind Qin Xiaochuan, not with envy alone, but with wistful longing. Why did fortune favor them, and not me? Our hands are just as smooth as for Winshan and Yunsong. Their jaws tightened. Damn it all, the money he has just gifted? It's ours to begin with. Qin Xiaochuan continued to raise his glass, exclaiming, Come, come, everyone, let us have another drink. This is my first robbery, and I lack experience, so I hope you two will be understanding. Of course, to be robbed by me is indeed an honor for you. Winshan and Yunsong, along with their companions, could only smile, their faces aching from the effort. During the dinner, Qin Xiaochuan was in high spirits, while the remaining 18, although appearing joyous, felt as if they had consumed something utterly repulsive. With a satisfied belch, Qin Xiaochuan extended 2 fingers, and the lady behind him promptly offered him a cigarette, lighting it with a snap of a lighter. He inhaled deeply, relishing the smoke. Oh, a post-meal cigarette is indeed as good as being a celestial being. Well then, let us conclude tonight's dinner. Winshan, you stay. The rest of you may disperse. As the crowd departed, Winshan cautiously approached Qin Xiaochuan, bowing and smiling. Brother Chuan, if there is anything you need, please command me. After taking another drag from his cigarette, Qin Xiaochuan replied, Those 3 technicians who accompanied me last night will work here, but they can only serve female clients. Their commission will be split at 20% for Royal Number 1 and 80% for them. Their earnings do not need to be shared with me. Understood, Brother Chuan. Winshan nodded repeatedly. All right, that's all. I must take my leave now. Make sure you all work well. Qin Xiaochuan extinguished his cigarette on the table and prepared to leave. Brother Chuan, allow me to see you off. Winshan quickly followed him to the entrance of Royal Number 1. Qin Xiaochuan climbed into Hong Jia's BMW 5 Series. Only then realizing he was driving under the influence, he instructed Winshan to arrange for a subordinate to take him back to Villa Number 1 in Banshan. At last, that demon has been sent away, Winshan sighed in relief, feeling the immense pressure that had built up since yesterday. He returned to the luxurious private room where Qin Xiaochuan had tested the technicians last night. After dismissing everyone, he downed 2 bottles of Maotai and collapsed onto the wellness bed, unable to hold back his tears, crying out, Ah, Qin Xiaochuan, I will kill you. You robbed me and insulted me. I swear I will make you pay. A similar fate befell Yun Song of the Yunlong Society. After returning home, he locked himself away, sobbing uncontrollably, feeling utterly humiliated. For years, he had been the one intimidating, oppressing, and humiliating others. Even the powerful overlords treated him with respect. Yet now, he found himself at the mercy of a mere child, held at gunpoint. Hearing reports from his subordinates, Qing Yunho's eyes widened in astonishment. He just left Royal Number 1. One informant confirmed. Continue monitoring him. Report any developments immediately. Qing Yunho commanded. Yes, my lord. The informant disappeared into the shadows. Gazing out at the starry night sky, Qing Yunho muttered, If not for the sinister techniques you employed against me, I could easily arrange for snipers to eliminate you. But for now, let you enjoy a few more days of freedom. When Qin Xiaochuan returned to Villa Number 1, it was past 9 in the evening. Hongjia, I'm back. He engulfed Hongjia, who was engrossed in her phone, in his embrace, planting a fervent kiss on her lips. Feeling his robust masculinity, she melted into his arms. You rascal, you were gone for a day and night. Do you know how worried I was? Hongjia set her phone down, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck. Her breath fragrant and her gaze soft. Relax, everything is fine. It was just a robbery, a little dark business, nothing to worry about. Feel for yourself. All my parts are intact, including the most important one. Qin Xiaochuan teased, guiding her hand to his strong physique. Hongjia rolled her eyes. So, did you succeed in your little endeavor? Of course. Such trivial matters are a piece of cake. He replied nonchalantly. How much did you get? She inquired with curiosity. 2 small targets. Qin Xiaochuan raised 2 fingers, resting them under her chin. 2 billion? She gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. No, I meant 200 billion. He corrected, rolling his eyes. What? 200 billion? Hong Jie trembled, her body reacting to the staggering figure. Isn't a small target just 1 billion? You've hit 200 small targets. Qin Xiaochuan shook his head. Those are others' targets. My small target is 100 billion. So, do not define me by other standards. He then opened his phone to reveal the accounts of 2 legitimate companies, each boasting over 100 billion. This money is all mine. I can spend it however I wish. Here, let me transfer 1 billion to you. Show me your bank account QR code. 1 billion? I. Hong Jie felt as if she were dreaming. What? Is that too little? Then let it be 10 billion. He added. No, that is too much. 1 billion is fine. She stammered, feeling overwhelmed. After transferring 1 billion to her, Qin Xiaochuan asked, where did you sleep last night? I received 1 billion and feel ecstatic. I've become a billionaire, she exclaimed. At Royal Number 1, when Sean arranged for 3 technicians for me to test, he replied candidly. You actually went to a brothel? Hong Jie gasped in shock. It was a test, not a brothel. Those 3 girls are all virtuous maidens. He clarified. Her lips curled into a teasing smile. She remarked. No wonder you didn't return. You had a little rendezvous. Haha, what can I say? I can't be in 2 places at once. Unless I could send a clone to fulfill my romantic duties. Qin Xiaochuan laughed heartily. He mused. As a cultivator, once he reached a certain level, creating a clone should be trivial. But would that mean letting the clone accompany Hong Jie, thus betraying himself? Or could he experience the clone's actions from afar? Oh, forget it. I shouldn't entertain such unrealistic thoughts. I haven't even mastered the foundational stage yet. Between those 3 girls and me, who would you prefer? Hong Jie softly asked. They all have their charm. They are all quite delightful. Qin Xiaochuan replied with a hint of longing. Hong Jie sighed, rolling her eyes. This is the nature of men. If you made me feel lonely last night, I shall make it up to you tonight. Qin Xiaochuan's gaze ignited with fervor, transforming him into a ravenous wolf. Before she could prepare herself, her lips were captured in a passionate kiss, leaving her breathless. In merely a fleeting second, she gently closed her eyes. This man is intoxicating, a true addiction. The following midday, Qin Xiaochuan draped a light summer quilt over Hong Jie, momentarily concealing her exquisite figure. At that moment, Hong Jie had succumbed to slumber, for she was no match for Qin Xiaochuan's stamina. He sat there, unadorned, lighting a cigarette and pondering silently. I am currently at the 14th level of Qi refinement, akin to the pinnacle of a martial king's realm. In this Qinyan city, reaching the pinnacle of a Grand Master is already considered the apex of strength. Martial kings of such caliber disdain mingling in this locale. However, the capital, being the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, is a cosmopolitan hub teeming with hidden talents. A martial king there may not possess the capacity to dominate. If I were to venture there with my current strength, I could very well meet with disaster. After all, the deeper the waters, the larger the fish. It seems I must refine my skills for a few more hours, even if I cannot establish a solid foundation. I must at least possess the power to suppress the Yi family. I cannot take great strides, lest I invite calamity. I should seek out a martial artist to thoroughly comprehend the various realms of martial cultivation. Who should I approach for enlightenment? Chapter 32. Is living not good? Yang Yan. Never mind. Her figure is exceedingly alluring, especially in uniform, which stirs one's impulses. It is best to avoid such temptations. Oh, what about that self-proclaimed president of the Martial Arts Association, Xia Dongqing? He is at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, despite being my defeated foe. Nevertheless, he holds a respectable status within Qingyun City's martial community. I shall summon him for insights. With this thought, Qin Xiaochuan retrieved his phone and directly called Qin Yunho. Upon seeing the call from Qin Xiaochuan, Qin Yunho's lips twitched. Despite his reluctance, he answered the call. Master, Qin Yunho greeted respectfully. Please inform President Xia Dongqing of the Martial Arts Association to come see me. Tell him I have matters to discuss. Qin Xiaochuan stated plainly. Yes, Master, Qin Yunho replied. And soon after, the line went dead as Qin Xiaochuan hung up. Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, Qin Yunho then contacted Xia Dongqing. When Xia Dongqing learned that Qin Xiaochuan wished to see him, he was vehemently resistant. No, I refuse to meet. President Xia, could you at least do Qin Yunho a favor? Qin Yunho recalled the excruciating pain of Qin Xiaochuan's infamous 18 needles, causing his very soul to tremble. Fine. I shall grant you this favor. Xia Dongqing hesitated before conceding. He had heard of the dynamic between Qin Yunho and Qin Xiaochuan and was curious about their current situation. Yet, some things are better left unspoken. Knowing could complicate matters. Xia Dongqing was no fool. He was astute. In the grand hall of Villa Number 1 on the mountainside, Chen Xiaochuan and Xia Dongqing came face to face. Mr. Chen, is this your way of hosting guests? Xia Dongqing's lips twitched in irritation as he noticed Chen Xiaochuan sitting comfortably in the main seat without extending an invitation for him to sit. Standing there foolishly, Xia Dongqing felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of expletives. Sipping his tea, Chen Xiaochuan regarded Xia Dongqing with bemusement. Is there an issue with my hospitality? Could you not invite me to sit and talk? Is it proper to make me stand here? I am, after all, the president of the Martial Arts Association in Qingyun City. Xia Dongqing retorted, his indignation palpable. Oh, is that what you meant? I thought it rather shameless of you to expect a seat after being defeated. I have encountered many with thick skin, but yours is unparalleled. If I had lost to you, I would be too embarrassed to sit. Chen Xiaochuan rolled his eyes in response. Ugh. Xia Dongqing was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Goodbye. After a violent cough, Xia Dongqing clutched his aching chest and turned to leave. Damn it. This kid clearly harbors ill intentions. He called me over just to humiliate me. Unless I grant you permission to leave, you had best remain here. Otherwise, do you believe I won't break your legs? Chen Xiaochuan's chilling voice echoed from behind. Xia Dongqing halted abruptly. Turning to face Chen Xiaochuan, fury etched on his face. Chen, you have gone too far. Even if you break my legs, I will not endure your humiliation here. Ah, a tough bone, are we? Then I shall break your third leg as well. You can crawl out with your hands. Chen Xiaochuan nonchalantly lit a cigarette, adopting a cat-and-mouse demeanor. Xia Dongqing's legs instinctively tightened, a chill running through him. He feared not the loss of limbs, but the loss of his manhood. Such a fate was intolerable. Very well. I concede. Xia Dongqing stood there, seething with indignation. Ah, I was merely jesting. I am not so ruthless, President Xia, so do not be overly anxious, Chen Xiaochuan teased. Xia Dongqing closed his eyes, muttering inwardly. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you scoundrel. Now, let us discuss serious matters. I summoned you here primarily to inquire about a few questions. Once I am done, you may leave. The incident from that night can be forgotten. And you may pursue your path while I tread mine, Chen Xiaochuan continued. Xia Dongqing's eyes widened in intrigue, silently questioning what Chen Xiaochuan intended to ask. My inquiry is simple. Please elucidate the classification of martial arts cultivation realms, beginning with the Grandmaster level, Chen Xiaochuan requested. Xia Dongqing was taken aback, surprised by the seemingly naive question. My cultivation differs from yours, and as a newcomer, I am not entirely clear on the distinctions, Chen Xiaochuan explained. Xia Dongqing finally grasped the situation. This kid was a martial artist of external cultivation, not one of internal Qi practitioners. It was not surprising he would ask such fundamental questions. Above the Grandmaster is the Martial King, followed by the Martial Sovereign. Beyond the Martial Sovereign lies the realm of the Transcendent, succeeded by the Celestial Realm, the Harmonization Realm, the Sacred Realm, the Return to Origin Realm, the Divine Concealment Realm. The Entering the Path Realm, culminating in the Divine Path, Xia Dongqing elaborated. Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched slightly as he contemplated the vast hierarchy, realizing that beyond the Martial King, there were indeed 9 more significant realms. Grateful he had not rashly ventured to the capital, he would have surely found himself in dire straits, crying out for help. What about the president of the Martial Arts Association? What realm does he occupy? Chen Xiaochuan asked, recovering from his astonishment. At the pinnacle of the Celestial Realm. Xia Dongqing responded without hesitation. Only the pinnacle of the Celestial Realm? Chen Xiaochuan was taken aback. From Grandmaster to Divine Path, there are 11 realms in total. Yet in today's world, the pinnacle of the Celestial Realm represents the zenith of martial prowess. The Harmonization Realm is nearly extinct, and those above it only exist in historical records. The era of the Spring and Autumn period was when the Divine Path flourished. After all, in this day and age, martial arts have waned. Otherwise, the Grandmaster Realm would not be sufficient to bear the burden of strength. Xia Dongqing sighed, a yearning for the once flourishing era of martial arts washing over him. Chen Xiaochuan nodded slightly. Very well, I have concluded my inquiries. You may take your leave. After Xia Dongqing departed, Chen Xiaochuan stroked his chin and began to ponder the calculations. Martial respect, transcendent, celestial being. Each level is divided into 4 tiers, amounting to a total of 12 tiers. This means that even if I cannot establish a foundation, after attempting for 12 hours, I could achieve strength comparable to the pinnacle of the celestial being realm. However, it would be most prudent to elevate my cultivation to the level of the peak of the transcendent realm, which would require an additional 16 hours. Cultivation is indeed so simple and unadorned, bringing immense satisfaction. just as Chen Xiaochuan intended to call Wenshan to prepare for his hour-long trials. Hongjia rushed down from the upper floor in a state of panic. Chen Xiaochuan was thoroughly familiar with every inch of Hongjia's body, having long since grown accustomed to it. Yet at this moment, she dashed out completely unclothed, and the sight rendered him momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer visual impact. Surely, there was no need for such unabashedness at home. One must temper their penchant for streaking. Xiaochuan, it's bad, very bad, Hongjia exclaimed as she rushed into his arms. Her voice laden with urgency. What is it? Chen Xiaochuan asked, holding the beauty in his embrace, utterly perplexed. The staff from the bar just called, saying 3 men are causing a ruckus, damaging many things, and several employees have been slapped. They are shouting your name, demanding you come out. Hongjia gasped, her breath quickening. Is it possible? In Qingyun City, someone dares to trouble me? Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched. He found it incomprehensible. Even the Marquis of Qingyun had acknowledged his superiority in his presence. Surely, there could not be anyone more audacious than him. Xiaochuan, given your current reputation in Qingyun City, it is clear they have come prepared. You should lay low for a while. As the saying goes, a wise man avoids immediate danger, Hongjia advised. Her eyes filled with concern. Hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan recognized the wisdom in her words. He had just come to understand the various realms of martial artists in this world. And at best, he was at the peak of martial king level. If they were at the martial respect level, even if they were only at the initial stage, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Under normal circumstances, he would refrain from engaging in battles without certainty of victory. However, the audacity of these individuals, openly challenging him, was intolerable. How could he become a turtle hiding in its shell? That was out of the question. Chen Xiaochuan could not endure such humiliation. Even if he could not win, he needed to familiarize himself with his adversaries for future retribution. It's fine. Let me meet them and see who they truly are, he declared, patting Hongjia's delicate shoulder. I want to go with you. Hongjia insisted vehemently. No, Chen Xiaochuan firmly replied. Why not? Hongjia's eyes widened in surprise. You're not dressed. I certainly do not wish for you to present yourself to others in such a manner. If you wish to accompany me, hurry and put on some clothes. Chen Xiaochuan playfully smacked her soft backside, relishing the moment. All right, just wait for me. Hongjia blushed and quickly retreated to dress, soon returning, exuding charm, ready to accompany him. Now, we can depart. When Chen Xiaochuan and Hongjia arrived at the Night Dream Bar, the atmosphere was already thick with chaos. The staff were huddled on the ground, bruised and trembling in fear. 3 men, dressed in a somewhat retro manner, lounged arrogantly on a sofa, with several barmaids cautiously attending to them, massaging their legs and peeling grapes. The faces of the 3 retro men were fierce yet lewd, as they shamelessly groped the nearby women. You, though somewhat plain, have a generous bosom, which I find appealing. Come, strip for me so I can enjoy the view. The man in the middle commanded aggressively to the barmaid seated on his lap. The barmaid hesitated, feeling trapped in her role, already enduring their unwelcome advances. The thought of being asked to undress publicly was utterly humiliating. Slut, stripping for me is your honor. How dare you hesitate? The retro man suddenly struck her face, leaving a vivid imprint of his hand on her cheek. At that moment, Chen Xiaochuan entered the scene, witnessing the cruel act. Are you 3 the ones looking for me? He asked, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the trio. The oldest among them appeared to be over 60, while the other 2 were around 35, looking considerably younger. Sensing their auras, Chen Xiaochuan quickly assessed that the elder had attained the initial stage of martial king, while the others were significantly weaker. Merely at the initial level of the heavenly tier, inferior even to Yang Yan. Is this all? Simultaneously, Chen Xiaochuan recognized their attire, recalling that it resembled the clothing of Wang Kuei from the Holy Hand sect, whom he had encountered after climbing up from the Abyss of Souls. Realizing their origins, he understood why they had come looking for him. Upon hearing his voice, the 3 experts from the Holy Hand sect turned their gazes towards him, their eyes gleaming with recognition. Finally, you have arrived. The elder of the Holy Hand sect proclaimed coldly, pushing the barmaid aside and standing to face Chen Xiaochuan. Oh, I am quite curious about how you found me, Chen Xiaochuan responded, intrigued. Did Wang Kuei not perish in the mountains? Or was he merely wounded and saved? How else could you pinpoint me as the murderer? Through my apprentice's bank card, which was used without permission, we traced the transaction records and reviewed the surveillance footage, confirming you as the killer. As the saying goes, the heavens have eyes, and nothing escapes their gaze. Did you not foresee this? The elder of the Holy Hand sect observed Chen Xiaochuan with a gaze as sharp as a blade. He had personally come after conducting extensive investigations, understanding that the strongest in Qingyun City was none other than Xia Dongqing from the Martial Arts Association, a peak master. Hence, Only someone at the initial stage of martial king would be capable of operating freely in Qingyun City while maintaining the dignity of the Holy Hand sect. Indeed, I did not expect that the demise of one weakling would lead to the arrival of 3 more. Is it not better to live, to enjoy fine food, drink, and the company of beautiful women? Chen Xiaochuan remarked, playfully smacking Hongjia's delicate rear. Hongjia, step back a bit to avoid any blood splattering on your clothes. Chapter 33. External Release of Inner Qi? I can do that too. Seeing Chen Xiaochuan dismissing the 3 men with such confidence, Hongjia sensed that they were unlikely to be a match for him, and her previously anxious heart began to settle. She nodded gently and retreated to the edge of the bar's hall. What? We 3 are weaklings? I, Zhao Shun, am one of the 10 elders of the Holy Hand sect. How dare you call me weak? The elder of the Sacred Hand sect erupted in fury. Struggling to accept Chen Xiaochuan's assessment of the 3 of them, he pointed at his 2 disciples and exclaimed, You claim these 2 heavenly realm experts are weaklings. And I can concede that, but I am certainly no weakling. You underestimate me, boy. My capabilities are far more complex than you imagine. A martial king is a weakling? What a joke. The 2 disciples beside Zhao Shun twitched at the corners of their mouths, feeling as though they had suffered a devastating blow. Master, you usually praise our extraordinary martial talent, calling us the future pillars of the sect. Why now do you label us as weaklings? They thought, filled with indignation. You insolent brat, how dare you speak such nonsense? You're courting death. The 2 disciples, unable to show disrespect to their master, directed their pent-up frustration at Chen Xiaochuan. Swift as leopards, they lunged at him. For ordinary people, the strikes of heavenly realm warriors were undeniably formidable. Zhao Shun remained impassive, believing that engaging directly would diminish his status. This boy, devoid of any martial aura, must have relied on underhanded tactics to kill Wang Kuei, perhaps through poison or similar means. As the 2 disciples of the Sacred Hand sect charged at Chen Xiaochuan, he placed a hand on the gun at his waist. It was unnecessary to draw upon his Qi refinement stage prowess. Even against 2 peak masters, a bullet would suffice. Of course, his marksmanship was honed by the foundation of his Qi refinement. In that critical moment, a voice echoed in Chen Xiaochuan's mind. Master, these 3 individuals carry the aura of spirit stones. At this revelation, Chen Xiaochuan's body trembled. What? Spirit stones? They are the core resource for cultivating immortality. Just then, the 2 Sacred Hand disciples had already lunged in front of him. Chen Xiaochuan abandoned the notion of shooting them in the head and swiftly evaded their attacks. As he dodged, the chaotic furniture around him shattered beneath the force of the disciples' iron fists and steel legs. You said we were weaklings? If you have the courage, don't dodge. Face us head on. One disciple taunted. Brother, this kid is worthless. We shouldn't kill him too quickly. We should capture him alive and torment him slowly, or our resentment will never subside. Seeing Chen Xiaochuan retreat, the 2 disciples felt a surge of triumph, unaware that they had just narrowly escaped death. Chen Xiaochuan, bemused, prepared for their second assault. With a resounding clap, the sound of slapping echoed as both disciples spun in place like tops, dizzy from the impact, their eyes swirling with stars, before collapsing to the ground. Blood and teeth flew from their mouths as they gasped, bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Zhao Shun was left dumbfounded. He had initially smirked at Chen Xiaochuan's evasion of his disciples' attacks, but was utterly shocked when Chen Xiaochuan dispatched them with 2 swift strikes. The onlookers struggled to comprehend Chen Xiaochuan's movements. Zhao Shun, a martial artist at the initial stage of the martial king realm, caught a glimpse of Chen Xiaochuan's afterimage and marveled at his astonishing speed. However, he still saw no trace of internal energy fluctuation from Chen Xiaochuan. It dawned on him that this boy was a practitioner of physical cultivation. I told you, those 2 are indeed weaklings, but I am different. Allow me to demonstrate the Sacred Hand sect's ultimate technique, Sacred Hand Thunder Palm, Zhao Shun declared, sending a palm strike towards Chen Xiaochuan. A surge of invisible internal energy erupted from Zhao Shun's palm, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The energy coalesced into a faint palm imprint in the air. Any knowledgeable martial artist present, such as Xia Dongqing, would be astounded. The embodiment of internal energy was a hallmark of the martial king stage. A breakthrough Xia Dongqing had long sought, but could not achieve. This was Chen Xiaochuan's first encounter with a martial king-level warrior. Quite intriguing. Unfortunately, it changes nothing about your weakling status. Chen Xiaochuan thought, a glimmer of amusement appearing in his eyes. In a swift motion, he clenched his right hand and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! A torrent of true energy surged forth, manifesting as a shadow of a fist that met Zhao Shun's palm strike head-on. The 2 forces collided violently in the air. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted as energy dissipated. shattering Zhao Shun's palm imprint effortlessly. His pupils dilated in disbelief. How is this possible? You are also a martial king? Zhao Shun attempted to evade. But it was too late. The clash transpired in the blink of an eye. The overwhelming force of Chen Xiaochuan's punch struck him squarely in the chest. Bang! Zhao Shun felt as though he had been hit by a speeding train, his body soaring backward like a kite with a severed string. Crashing into the concrete wall of the bar with a dull thud. The wall was instantly marred by a spiderweb of cracks. Zhao Shun slid down the wall. A dented imprint of a fist evident on his chest, with a rib fractured. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with incredulity. At that moment, the two disciples regained their senses just in time to witness their master being defeated by Chen Xiaochuan's punch. Their eyes widened in shock. Heavens! Our martial king master was defeated by that kid with a single blow. He can also manifest internal energy. He is a martial king? He looks much younger than us. As Chen Xiaochuan effortlessly subdued the trio, Hongjie gazed at him with growing admiration. This young man is so manly. No wonder he is the first man I've ever slept with. Chen Xiaochuan retracted his fist. Manifesting internal energy? Who can't do that? You claim to be different from them. Yet it all comes down to a single move. At this statement, Zhao Shun spat another mouthful of blood, feeling the sting of embarrassment from his earlier words. Chen Xiaochuan grasped Zhao Shun's collar, lifting him off the ground, but then hesitated, realizing that this elder was male. It felt inappropriate to search a man's body, as it could lead to misunderstandings. My young brother, I concede. Wang Kuei must have been blind to provoke you, and he deserved his fate. Let this matter end here. Zhao Shun's voice croaked from his throat, sensing the chilling intensity in Chen Xiaochuan's gaze, realizing he was a seemingly amiable yet bloodthirsty individual. Damn it, information can be detrimental. He thought. Wasn't it said that the strongest warrior in Qingyun City was merely at the peak of the master realm? How naive I was to think I could overpower him. Chen Xiaochuan smirked coldly. Once you've lost, you say let it end here? You should have thought of that before you attacked. By the way, we will compensate tenfold for the damages caused to this bar tonight. Furthermore, if you tear the facade with our Sacred Hand sect, it will not bode well for you. I hope my young brother will reconsider. Zhao Shun added hastily. The Sacred Hand sect? Is it truly as formidable as you claim? Master of your sect? No, just tell me, what is your greatest martial arts realm? Chen Xiaochuan inquired with a smile, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Typically, the head of a clan is not necessarily the strongest. Often, there exists a hidden boss. Zhao Shun assumed that the other party was intimidated by the reputation of the Holy Hand sect, which is not merely a martial arts sect. Furthermore, it is a preeminent force in the realm of medicine, compelling many sects to show deference. Even in the secular medical community, members of the Holy Hand sect enjoy a lofty status. Our strongest is an elder of the Holy Hand sect, who has been in seclusion for many years. If all goes well, he should have attained the rank of Martial Venerable, Zhao Shun proudly proclaimed. Martial Venerable? Chen Xiaochuan nodded. Realizing that his current strength was insufficient to storm their stronghold, lest he face dire consequences. Young brother, let us speak amicably. Zhao Shun believed that his background had successfully subdued Chen Xiaochuan, causing him to relax. Amicable? That is utterly impossible. Chen Xiaochuan suddenly struck, using a pressure point technique to seal several of Zhao Shun's major acupoints, rendering him unable to resist. He then called out to the nearby Hongjie. Hongjie, fetch me a longer rope or a dog leash. Okay. Hongjie snapped out of her daze and nodded vigorously, quickly procuring a sturdy rope. What are you planning to do? Zhao Shun's expression shifted dramatically. Chen Xiaochuan grinned. You will find out soon. He proceeded to bind Zhao Shun and his two disciples. Simultaneously, he addressed the aggrieved waitstaff and barmaids. These three scoundrels bullied you earlier. Now you may exact your vengeance. Feel free to strike, if anything goes awry. Just remember that the tall figure, Yao, will bear the brunt of it. The bar staff, having witnessed Chen Xiaochuan's display of dominance, were utterly astonished. Their blood boiling with excitement. They finally understood why Hongjie had fallen under the spell of this young man. Initially, they thought it was merely due to his handsome appearance and charming demeanor. Now, they realized that Chen Xiaochuan's allure extended far beyond that. Even young men found themselves captivated. Having just been bullied by the trio in retro clothing, they were brimming with pent-up frustration. With the opportunity for retribution at hand, they charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks against Zhao Shun and his companions. Some even wielded bar stools, raining down blows upon them. You dare slap my face? You old dog. I'll make you pay. You filthy beasts, you groped me earlier. I'll make you regret it. Despite Zhao Shun being at the initial stage of martial king, even though his martial arts were sealed, his physical strength and resilience remained intact. Thus, He felt no pain from the blows of ordinary people, only humiliation. His two disciples, however, possessing only early-stage celestial energy, were not so fortunate. They screamed in agony, their cries echoing through the bar. The waitstaff and barmaids reveled in the cathartic release of their anger, striking until they could no longer muster the strength to continue. "Young man, please search them for any possessions," Chen Xiaochuan instructed one of the waitstaff. "Certainly, Brother Chuan." The staff member eagerly complied, soon uncovering a collection of items from the three: phones, bank cards, and several milky stones. "Little tower, those white stones must be spirit stones, right?" Chen Xiaochuan's gaze intensified with fervor. As a cultivator, he could sense the alluring energy emanating from the stones. Indeed, however, they are merely low-grade spirit stones. Yet, in this era of scarce spiritual energy, encountering even these is quite remarkable, the tower replied. Chen Xiaochuan counted a total of 9 spirit stones, packaged them carefully, and entrusted the remaining phones and bank cards to Hongjia for safekeeping. "Young brother, now that you've vented your anger, can you let us go?" Zhao Shun asked, his voice subdued. "Let you go? Absolutely not." Chen Xiaochuan grinned as he forcibly dragged the 3 of them outside, ultimately stuffing them into the back seat of Hongjia's BMW. "Hongjia, drive. Back to the villa." Chen Xiaochuan settled into the passenger seat, snapping his fingers with a satisfied expression. "Understood." Hongjia nodded, fastening her seatbelt before accelerating onto the road leading back to the villa. Upon their return to the villa, Chen Xiaochuan confined Zhao Shun and his disciples in the same basement that had previously held Qin Yunho. "Now, tell me, where did you acquire these stones?" Chen Xiaochuan brandished one of the spirit stones before them, smiling as he inquired. "These stones are used by our sect for medicinal research, effective against several ailments. According to our studies, carrying them can also enhance physical vitality. Sect members can claim them monthly." Zhao Shun replied candidly, eyeing the stone in Chen Xiaochuan's hand. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, your sect possesses many of these stones?" "Not many, but in the last decade, our sect leader has occasionally obtained them during secret expeditions. We currently have around 10,000 left," Zhao Shun answered honestly. Although these stones had certain medicinal properties and could enhance vitality, the Holy Hand sect did not regard them as treasures. Consequently, many disciples ceased to claim them after receiving a few, as martial artists rarely faced health issues. Zhao Shun never anticipated that Chen Xiaochuan would take such an interest in these stones. Upon hearing that there were approximately 10,000, Chen Xiaochuan's eyes gleamed with determination. "Excellent. Then let your sect deliver 10,000 of these medicinal stones to redeem your freedom. I shall grant you 7 days. If I don't see the stones by then, I will proceed with my plans." Chen Xiaochuan returned Zhao Shun's phone. "Make the call." Zhao Shun hesitated, realizing that if the sect learned he had brought 2 disciples into the secular world only to be captured, he would be severely humiliated. "You young brother." Zhao Shun's expression turned sour. "Who are you calling young brother?" "Address me as young Master Chen." Chen Xiaochuan interjected. "Young Master Chen, if you could allow me to return alone and leave my 2 disciples here as hostages, I will personally retrieve the 10,000 medicinal stones for you." Zhao Shun gathered his courage to propose. "That won't do. If you escape, I would be deceived regarding the fate of your disciples. If you refuse to contact your sect, I will gladly send all 3 of you to meet Wang Kuei. No need for thanks." Chen Xiaochuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The temperature in the basement plummeted, causing Zhao Shun and his companions to shiver. "All right, I'll call." Zhao Shun capitulated. He then directly dialed the number for the leader of the Holy Hand sect. "Elder Zhao, what is the matter?" A deep voice resonated from the phone. "At present, I find myself in Qingyan City." Zhao Shun, hesitating and stammering, fails to articulate his thoughts. Chen Xiaochuan, unable to endure the awkwardness any longer, snatches the phone and declares, "Greetings, Master of the Sacred Hand sect. Your subordinate, Zhao Shun, along with his 2 disciples, has come to Qingyun City with the intent to kill me. However, their skills are woefully inadequate, and I have captured them. Should you wish to retrieve them, you must provide me with 10,000 medicinal stones. Whether you deliver them personally or send someone else is of no consequence to me. If I do not receive the stones within 7 days, I shall revoke the deal. The location is Villa Number 1 on the mountainside of Qingyun City." Having delivered this ultimatum in one breath, Chen Xiaochuan promptly hangs up, uninterested in further dialogue. Ultimately, if the spiritual stones are not procured within a week, the deal will be nullified. The master of the Sacred Hand sect, staring at the incessant busy tone, is momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by rage. His fists clench tightly, veins bulging, producing a cracking sound. He mutters to himself, "Elder Zhao and the others ventured out only to be captured? Now I must exchange medicinal stones for their release? That audacious brat not only apprehended my men, but also hung up without allowing me a word. He clearly holds our sacred hand sect in utter disdain. Following this, Chen Xiaochuan exits the basement. Brother Chuan, dinner is ready. Hongjie cheerfully announces, having prepared a splendid feast. All right, Chen Xiaochuan replies as he takes a seat. This meal was specially prepared for you by the chef of a 5-star hotel in Qingyan City. Deer tendon soup, beef tendon soup, lamb tendon soup, and goji berry lotus root porridge. Be sure to eat plenty. Hongjie sits beside him, her gentle voice flowing like a soothing melody. Why is it all tendon? Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitch slightly. You young man, while you can indulge without restraint, it is also essential to prioritize your health and well-being. Consuming these will aid in your preservation. Otherwise, when you grow old, you will lament the excesses of your youth, shedding tears over fleeting beauty. Hongjie gently taps Chen Xiaochuan's forehead and continues, You are my lover, and I do not wish for other women to complain that I have drained you dry. A lover is like a vehicle. It must be well maintained to ensure optimal performance for the next driver. I, Hongjie, am not a selfish person. Chen Xiaochuan feels a warmth in his heart, taken aback by Hongjie's thoughtfulness, which far surpasses that of his previous misguided girlfriend, Gui Yujiao. Yet, he understands that her tenderness stems not only from the benefits of his Qilin Kidney, but also from his current unmatched prowess in Qingyan City. Women are indeed drawn to strength. Had he remained the same helpless university student, he would have never crossed paths with a beauty like Hongjie. Please, could you serve me some seafood, such as abalone, hairy crabs, and lobsters? I shall forego these tendon soups. My health is robust, and I currently require no maintenance. Chen Xiaochuan declines the soups, feeling that his Qilin Kidney is sufficiently potent and needs tempering. Moreover, he fears that he might become too reliant on women, which is hardly a favorable situation. Hongjie's gaze drifts downwards along Chen Xiaochuan's chest, her cheeks flushing red. This guy's masculine energy is exceedingly vigorous, never settling for even a moment. Very well, I shall call and have them send something else. She purses her lips, not insisting on Chen Xiaochuan's choice. As for the expensive tendon soups, whether they are wasted is of no concern to her. After all, she is now a person of considerable wealth. And these funds were acquired through robbery, not hard-earned labor, so spending them does not weigh on her conscience. 3 hours later, Chen Xiaochuan wipes his mouth, feeling pleasantly full, and lets out a satisfied burp. With a cigarette in hand, he contemplates and commands, Hongjie, just provide those 3 imbeciles in the basement with a bowl of water each day. There's no need to feed them anything else. After all, they won't perish from a week without food, as long as they can breathe. During his university days, he learned that a person can survive on water alone for about 60 days. Understood. Hongjie nods, feeling no sympathy for the 3 men from the Sacred Hand sect. As night falls, at 8:27, Hongjie glances at the sky. Brother Chuan, I'm going to take a shower and wait for you. Oh, I might need to cultivate for a bit. I may not be able to join you in bed. Chen Xiaochuan replies, gazing at Hongjie's alluring figure. Hongjie bites her lip. All right, then go cultivate. I will sleep alone. Subsequently, Chen Xiaochuan ascends to the rooftop terrace of the villa, sitting cross-legged. He then retrieves the 9 lower-grade spiritual stones acquired from Zhao Shun and his companions. As a dual cultivator, often viewed as a rogue practitioner, lacking resources for cultivation compels him to rely on dual cultivation techniques to absorb the subtle energies from women. However, with cultivation resources like spiritual stones or the inner cores of spiritual beasts, he can also utilize these for advancement. Once he calms his mind, he places 1 spiritual stone in his palm and begins to circulate the Jiang Harmony technique, drawing the spiritual energy from the stone into his body, transforming it into a continuous flow of true energy. At an average rate of 1 stone per minute, he completes his cultivation in under 10 minutes. Oh, it seems my strength has increased significantly, yet I still have not established a foundation. Chen Xiaochuan opens his eyes, accustomed to the lack of foundation and feeling little disappointment. Tower, provide me with an estimate of my current cultivation level. He inquires. Master, you can ascertain this by inspecting your dantian. Each layer corresponds to 1 cyclone. And you will be able to see for yourself from now on. Without my assistance, the voice of the infinite hell tower resonates in Chen Xiaochuan's mind. He then inspects his dantian and notices that the 14 cyclones have increased by 1, now totaling 15. I am at the 15th layer of Qi refinement, seemingly on par with the initial stage of a martial sovereign. 9 lower-grade spiritual stones have elevated me by 1 layer. Perhaps when my dantian can no longer accommodate additional cyclones, that will signify my successful foundation establishment. Cultivating is exceedingly arduous. No, Once I acquire the tens of thousands of spiritual stones from the Sacred Hand sect, even if I do not successfully establish a foundation, I will still reach over 1,000 layers of Qi refinement. In that case, the martial artists of the spring and autumn period would seem like mere ants. A single breath from me could extinguish them. Moreover, my Dantian would surely not be able to contain over 1,000 layers of Qi refinement. Thus, foundation establishment is a certainty. I must secure those 10,000 lower-grade spiritual stones. Grateful to Elder Zhao Shun of the Sacred Hand sect for this grand opportunity. Qin Xiaochuan feels a surge of excitement, as if invigorated by a jolt of energy. Having completed his cultivation and lacking further resources, he recalls Hongjia's earlier words, and her captivating figure floods his mind. In a rush, he hurries upstairs and enters the room. Hongjia, I'm here. Why are you still not done? Hearing Qin Xiaochuan's voice while she is in the shower, Hongjia is momentarily taken aback. Weren't you supposed to be cultivating? I finished quickly. Qin Xiaochuan replies. That was fast. Hongjia is speechless, realizing it has only been about 10 minutes. You must have been rather lackadaisical in your practice. Absolutely necessary. Hurry and open the door. Let us shower together, and I will scrub your back. Qin Xiaochuan taps on the glass door of the bathroom, catching a glimpse of her alluring figure, causing him to feel parched. With a click, the lock opens, and Qin Xiaochuan swiftly slips inside. In the days that follow, Qin Xiaochuan's life is tranquil, filled with leisurely moments. Yet, he grows restless, for Hongjia is on a break. After a few days of waiting, Lord Qingyun grew increasingly restless. He paced back and forth in his home, muttering to himself, that little bastard Qin Xiaochuan. Didn't he say he would go to the Yi family in Kyoto to stir up trouble after a few days? How is it that 5 days have passed with not a single sign of him? Could it be that he has learned something and is now afraid? With this thought in mind, Lord Qingyun picked up his phone and made a call. Young Master Yi seems to have changed his mind. He hasn't mentioned coming to Kyoto to settle scores with you. He must have heard about the Yi family's formidable reputation through other channels, which is why he dares not come. Lord Qingyun expressed his concerns and speculations. In truth, he hoped young Master Yi would send someone from the Yi family down, but he did not dare to directly suggest it. This showed that Lord Qingyun was quite adept at gauging his words and understood his position clearly. The Yi family is not in a position to send anyone down at the moment. If we wait another 10 days or so, and that kid still doesn't dare to come to Kyoto, I will naturally send someone to deal with him. Just ensure that you keep track of his movements and don't let him suddenly disappear, young Master Yi replied slowly. Understood, young Master Yi. Lord Qingyun responded respectfully. The call ended there. On the 6th day, Qin Xiaochuan was tormented by the restless energy of his Qilin Kidney. In the bathroom, the cold water from the faucet splashed against his body, yet it did little to alleviate his discomfort. At this rate, I will be consumed by the malevolent fire released from my Qilin Kidney. But I can't let my own issues ruin Hongjia. His master was still asleep. Who can share a pleasant evening with me? I almost forgot about the 3-foot massage therapists, Xiao Chao, and her companions. With this thought, Qin Xiaochuan quickly took out his phone and called Wenshan. Brother Chuan, what's the matter? Wenshan asked cautiously over the phone. Have the 3 therapists you arranged for me started working yet? Qin Xiaochuan inquired urgently. Brother Chuan, ever since that day, they resigned. I thought they were the ones you wanted to protect, so I didn't dare to keep them and respected their decision. Wenshan replied seriously after a brief pause. What? They resigned? Qin Xiaochuan's mouth twitched. He quickly realized that the 3 women had each received $1 million in tips, and, having come for the money, naturally chose to leave once they had it. Yes, if Brother Chuan needs them back, I can send someone to find them. But it will take at least 3 to 5 days, or possibly 8 to 10 days, to bring them back, Wenshan said earnestly. 3 to 5 days? 8 to 10 days? By then, the opportunity will have passed. Besides, by that time, Hongjia's rest period will be over. It won't matter if they can be found or not. Moreover, since the 3 of them have chosen to leave, I genuinely feel happy for them. It's a pity for such beautiful girls, still in university, to be involved in this line of work. Forget it, don't bother trying to find them. However, you can look for more people like them, on a voluntary basis, with intact backgrounds, beautiful faces, and enticing figures. Do you understand? Qin Xiaochuan instructed seriously. Brother Chuan, I understand. During this time, I have also been looking for such talents for you. However, it's rare to find pure girls, even among contemporary university students, let alone high schoolers. Girls who are beautiful, well-proportioned, and willing to enter this line of work are hard to come by. It can be said that they are a rare find. But rest assured, Brother Chuan, once I find someone suitable, you will be the first to know. Wenshan replied cautiously. All right, I appreciate your effort, Qin Xiaochuan said, ending the call. As a recent university graduate, he knew that Wenshan was speaking the truth. In this era, It is no longer unusual for students to secretly date. He mused to himself. I had planned to ask those underworld brothers to help me find more therapists like Xiao Chao when I had the time, while also enhancing my skills. It seems that this avenue, like spirit stones, is equally rare and hard to come by. Fortunately, I found news about spirit stones through the disciples of the Holy Hand sect. Otherwise, my path of cultivation would have been put on hold. My kidneys will not be returned to me in the short term. You family, just you wait. Once I obtain the spirit stones and enhance my skills, get ready for my performance. Tomorrow is the last day. I wonder if the people from the Holy Hand sect will deliver the spirit stones I need? As Chun Xiaochuan's thoughts spiraled, a plane from Shudi landed at the airport in Qingyun City. The heavy cabin doors slowly opened, releasing an indescribable aura. The temperature in the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. Ji Yuanshan, the leader of the Holy Hand sect, emerged from the aircraft with 3 elder companions. Chapter 35. Unconventional Tactics in Qingyun City. The Public Security Bureau became Ji Yuanshan's first stop. At that moment, Yang Yin was on duty and received him. Call your bureau chief out to speak with me. You are not qualified. Ji Yuanshan declared haughtily. I am Ji Yuanshan, the leader of the Holy Hand sect. Noticing that the receptionist was a young girl with only mid-tier Tianjie cultivation, he looked down upon her with an air of arrogance. The 2 elders behind him also maintained a proud demeanor. However, none of them could have anticipated that upon seeing Yang Yin, they would be momentarily stunned by her stunning beauty and impressive figure. This girl, with her slim waist and ample bosom, was simply exquisite. It is difficult for any normal man to resist the allure of a beauty like Yang Yin. Yet, these 3 old men concealed their true feelings exceptionally well. As leaders of the Holy Hand sect, they were skilled at masking their inner thoughts. Initially, Yang Yin had thought that 3 crazed old men were causing trouble. But upon learning they were from the Holy Hand sect, her initial anger subsided. The Holy Hand sect was different from other martial arts sects. It was a dual cultivation sect of medicine and martial arts, existing in a semi-reclusive state, with a unique status and connections to many prominent figures in Longhua. Moreover, since the sect leader himself had come, she, as the captain of the riot squad, truly did not possess the qualifications to address them. Please, gentlemen, calm down. Our bureau chief is currently attending a meeting in the provincial capital and will not return until next Monday. If you wish to see him, please come back next week. Yang Yin said politely. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback. After regaining his composure, he asked, then who is in charge here? It was no joke. He had come specifically for Elder Zhao Shun and his 2 disciples, and tomorrow was the final deadline. By next week, it would be too late. Since the highest authority is absent, I will settle for the next best thing, he thought. However, Yang Yin pointed to her own exquisitely beautiful face and calmly stated, I am. You? Ji Yuanshan's lips twitched slightly. What? Even if the Holy Hand sect has a broad jurisdiction, it does not extend to our bureau's personnel arrangements. Yang Yin retorted with irritation. Ji Yuanshan quickly composed himself. If you are in charge, then fine, let me get to the point. I am here to report a case. Elder Zhao Shun of our Holy Hand sect, along with his 2 disciples, has been kidnapped in your Qingyun City. Wait, they have been kidnapped? Yang Yan's mouth twitched slightly. She understood that anyone who could be an elder in the Holy Hand sect was at least a martial king level warrior. And martial kings could easily dominate in Qingyun City. She simply could not fathom who in Qingyun City possessed the audacity to abduct a martial arts master from the Sacred Hand sect. Suddenly, an infuriatingly smug face flashed through her mind. Ah, yes, that scoundrel, Chen Xiaochuan, who demanded a ransom of 10,000 medicinal stones for the release of his captives. At the address of number 1, Half Mountain Villa, that rascal, engaging in such despicable acts of extortion, must be dealt with severely. Ji Yuanshan declared with conviction, inwardly sneering. To extort the leader of our sect? How naive. I need not lift a finger to subdue you. You are far too inexperienced to play such games with me. Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that it would indeed be that brat. I had my suspicions. In Qingyun City, even Xia Dongqing of the Martial Arts Association would lack the capability to abduct an elder of the Sacred Hand sect. If it were that fellow, however, it all makes sense. Very well, please leave your contact numbers and proceed to give a statement over there. You may choose to wait here or depart, and we will contact you once we have any news. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yang Yin regained her composure and spoke in a formal manner. In her heart, she believed that although Chen Xiaochuan was shameless and a notorious rogue, he would not stoop to the level of randomly abducting a member of the Sacred Hand sect. There must be some hidden circumstances at play. Indeed, Ji Yuanshan nodded. then proceeded to take a statement in accordance with the regulations of the Public Security Bureau. After leaving their contact details, he departed with the two elders. "Master, where are we headed now?" one elder inquired. "After all the effort to visit this mundane city, let us find a public restroom to change our appearances, then seek a place for some amusement. That female riot control captain earlier ignited my ire. I must find a venue to vent my frustrations. The women available in the secular realm are far more enticing than the antiquated ladies of our sect. It is a rare outing. We must indulge ourselves," Ji Yuanshan remarked nonchalantly, though his eyes betrayed an unmasked fervor at the thought of beautiful women. "We shall follow the master's arrangements." The two elders chimed in, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Meanwhile, Yang Yin, after giving a few brief instructions, drove the armored vehicle straight to Qin Xiaochuan's residence at No. 1, Half Mountain Villa. The reason for not bringing more personnel was that Yang Yin was far too familiar with Qin Xiaochuan. She understood that if he chose not to cooperate, the individual she brought would be utterly incapable of handling him. "Hey, Captain Yang, what brings you back here? Don't tell me you're missing me," Qin Xiaochuan exclaimed upon seeing Yang Yin, his throat tightening with an insatiable yearning, a sensation that relentlessly assaulted his composure. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it. Why does that stunning beauty, Yang Yin, come here uninvited? It's torturous. I don't want to become a mere slave to my desires. If I were to harm her, it would be disastrous." However, outwardly he could not express, "Captain Yang, you should leave quickly, for I am currently overwhelmed with longing for a woman. Otherwise, if I were to force myself upon you, do not blame me." "Humph." Yang Yin scoffed heavily, "You are quite the narcissist. I wouldn't even dream of seeking someone like you. I am here because someone reported that you abducted Zhao Shun and his two disciples from the Sacred Hand sect and demanded a ransom of 10,000 medicinal stones. Is there any truth to this?" Qin Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback. He had never imagined that the esteemed members of the Sacred Hand sect would not resolve the issue themselves, but would resort to reporting him. The leader of the Sacred Hand sect truly was crafty, not adhering to conventional methods. How intriguing. Indeed, those three are indeed my guests, Qin Xiaochuan replied with a smile. "I did not abduct them. Rather, upon their arrival in Qingyun City, they vandalized my beloved Hongjia's establishment and harassed the female staff at the bar, even threatening my life. Consequently, I had no choice but to invite them to my residence. You see, I did not kill them. I merely requested that the Sacred Hand sect send 10,000 medicinal stones for their release. According to the rules of the martial arts world, does this truly constitute abduction and extortion?" Upon hearing Qin Xiaochuan's explanation, Yang Yin realized that matters were indeed not as simple as they appeared. Members of the Sacred Hand sect had acted in such a manner, vandalizing and harassing women, taking advantage of their martial prowess to bully ordinary citizens. This had crossed the line. Anger began to flicker in Yang Yan's eyes. She had no reason to doubt Qin Xiaochuan's account, for she knew him well. A martial artist whose prowess rivaled that of a martial king had no need to fabricate such tales. "I see. In that case, this matter falls outside the jurisdiction of our Public Security Bureau. Apologies for the intrusion," Yang Yin said, snapping her hand dismissively as she prepared to leave. As Qin Xiaochuan watched Yang Yin's curvaceous figure depart, he swallowed hard. "Captain Yang, why not stay for a glass of water or some fruit before you leave? I have fresh bananas. Would you care to try?" Yang Yin, however, did not respond and stormed out, driving away. Sighing, Qin Xiaochuan glanced at a certain spot. If that girl had stayed a moment longer, I fear I would have lost control. Damn it. This Qilin essence given to me by my master can enthrall women and bring me pleasure, yet it also torments me. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, at times. It's as elusive as a flower in the fog, difficult to discern. Back at the Public Security Bureau, Yang Yin inquired, "Are they gone?" Captain Yang, after recording their statements. The three departed. A male colleague replied, "Call them back," Yang Yin instructed. "Understood, Captain Yang." The colleague responded promptly, "Bring me your best two ladies. I want two," Ji Yuanshan declared, leading his two trusted elders into a massage parlor with the demeanor of a seasoned patron. "Boss, we'll take two," he added. "One is hardly enough." The two elders adopted the title of boss in addressing Ji Yuanshan. It must be said that even martial artists from hidden sects in this era have kept pace with the times, using mobile phones, donning suits and ties, and indulging in essential oil massages. These have become basic routines. They could easily walk down the street without revealing their extraordinary martial prowess, appearing no different from ordinary citizens. "Please wait a moment. I will arrange everything for you." The shop owner beamed, delighted at the prospect of catering to 6 customers. What a lucrative deal. Ji Yuanshan reclined with a contented expression, preparing to change into the establishment's attire, when his phone rang. Upon answering, he found it was a call from the Public Security Bureau. After learning that he was being summoned back, he simply replied, "All right," before hanging up. Haha, indeed. Reporting the incident was the best course of action. I haven't even removed my pants, and they are already apprehending suspects and resolving the case. Ji Yuanshan exclaimed with delight after disconnecting the call. Shall we head back now? One elder cautiously inquired. Ji Yuanshan smirked slightly. Having come this far, why rush? Let us indulge a bit more before we depart. At this, the two elders chuckled heartily. 3 hours later, Ji Yuanshan returned with his two elders to stand before Yang Yin once more at the Public Security Bureau. Captain Yang, your hard work is appreciated. Ji Yuanshan greeted with a smile, his demeanor markedly more composed after 2 hours of indulgence. Yang Yin's expression was frosty, her voice icy. I have investigated the matter. It was your elder Zhao Shun who attempted to kill someone, and regrettably, he was outmatched and captured. Furthermore, your people dared to harm ordinary citizens and even harass barmaids. This is crossing the line. I will escalate this matter to the Martial Arts Association. How they choose to handle it is their concern. However, I warn you, should the Sacred Hand sect engage in such behavior again without regulating its members' conduct in the secular world, I, Yang Yin, shall be the first to hold you accountable. Captain Yang, does this mean you have not apprehended the criminals? Ji Yuanshan's lips twitched in disbelief. Qin Xiaochuan is also a martial artist. Let us resolve this matter according to the rules of the martial arts world. Yang Yin huffed lightly, stating that she had work to attend to and would not accompany them further, before turning and entering her office, slamming the door behind her. Ji Yuanshan's expression darkened considerably. He had hoped to leverage the Qingyun City Public Security Bureau to address the situation, but to his astonishment, Zhao Shun and his companions had acted so foolishly. Failing to kill was one thing, but to harass the barmaids? Such ignorance. With a little money, one could easily find countless attractive women in the mundane world. There was no need for such reckless behavior. What shall we do now, Sectmaster? An elder inquired. Ji Yuanshan narrowed his eyes slightly, declaring that regardless of Zhao Shun's actions, he was still a member of the Holy Hand sect. Even if he erred, only they had the right to punish him. It was not for that Qin Xiaochuan to interfere. Let us pay a visit to Villa number 1 on the mountainside. I wish to see what kind of person that Qin Xiaochuan truly is. With the standing of the Holy Hand sect and its intricate web of relationships, Ji Yuanshan felt confident. Even a martial lord would treat him with courtesy. Subsequently, Ji Yuanshan and his entourage departed the Public Security Bureau, hailed a ride, and headed straight for the mountainside villa. Once inside her office, Yang Yin promptly dialed the phone number of Xia Dongqing, president of the Qingyun City Martial Arts Association, and recounted the incident involving the Holy Hand sect members. Xia Dongqing was taken aback upon hearing the name of the Holy Hand sect. As he had maintained good relations with some of its members, he could hardly fathom that they would commit such a juvenile mistake. There were plenty of women willing to trade their favors for money. Moreover, those barmaids were hardly virtuous. A little cash could easily procure their compliance. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? This situation left Xia Dongqing feeling rather cornered. He did not wish to apprehend members of the Holy Hand sect, as he might need their assistance for himself and his family in the future. Yet, failing to act would render the Martial Arts Association meaningless, and he would be guilty of dereliction of duty as its president. Pacing back and forth, an idea struck him. If he could convince the barmaids to forgive the transgressions, the matter could be trivialized. Following that, Zhao Shun and his companions could simply apologize, and all would be well. However, when Xia Dongqing approached the barmaids at the Red Sisters nightclub, he found that they were demanding a high price for a letter of forgiveness, threatening to respond with lewdness and implying that if they did not comply, they would face retaliation from the Holy Hand sect. For the safety of themselves and their families, it would be wise to take a step back. These remarks were overheard by the bar's owner, Red Sister, who reassured everyone not to fear, stating that once those individuals were incarcerated, escape would be nearly impossible. Retaliation was not a concern. Besides, they would need the capability to carry it out. With Mr. Qin backing her, no one could intimidate them. Upon hearing Mr. Qin's name, the barmaids recalled his imposing presence, standing tall and resolute, and they collectively declared that they would never forgive the offenders, urging President Xia to adhere to the regulations of the Martial Arts Association. Xia Dongqing was left speechless, realizing he had been placed in a precarious position. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and depart in frustration. Meanwhile, Ji Yuanshan arrived at the entrance of Qin Xiaochuan's villa. Qin Xiaochuan stood on the terrace, looking down at the three men. I know you went to report this, huh? The esteemed master of the Holy Hand sect. Do you not feel ashamed? Faced with Qin Xiaochuan's mockery, Ji Yuanshan's face twitched in anger. I did not wish to bully you, which is why I let the Public Security Bureau handle this matter, to avoid any rumors that I, Ji Yuanshan, am oppressing a junior. Since the Public Security Bureau has instructed us to resolve this according to the rules of the martial arts world, I have come to negotiate. Release the people, and I will treat this incident as though it never happened. I am a generous person. Simply hand over the medicinal stones I seek, and I shall let them go. As long as your people refrain from further provoking me, they will not face any difficulties from me. Qin Xiaochuan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Ji Yuanshan's lips twitched. He could not believe that after all he had said, this young man still dared to demand medicinal stones. You truly are audacious. You reject my kindness and refuse to be reasonable. Ji Yuanshan's demeanor darkened, and a powerful aura emanated from him, causing the air around them to tremble. Huh? You think you can intimidate me? You are the one who should feel ashamed. Qin Xiaochuan scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Since you did not bring the medicinal stones, return whence you came. You have until midnight tomorrow. If I do not see the medicinal stones by then, I will follow my own rules and take action. How dare you? Ji Yuanshan fumed, realizing that this fellow was clearly underestimating him. What do you mean by I? Do you think you can challenge me to a fight? With a smirk, Qin Xiaochuan gazed at Ji Yuanshan. Although Ji Yuanshan was indeed a formidable opponent, being a late-stage martial king, he was the strongest martial artist Qin Xiaochuan had encountered since being revived and empowered by his master. Had this confrontation occurred when he was merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he would have stood no chance. However, Ji Yuanshan had arrived too late. Now, even a peak martial king posed little threat to him. In Qin Xiaochuan's eyes, Ji Yuanshan's display of strength was nothing short of foolish and laughable, akin to scaring a child. A fight? I am indeed inclined to engage. Since you managed to capture an elder of our Holy Hand sect, you must possess considerable skill. Thus, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I will exchange the medicinal stones for your release. Should you fail, I will not resort to lethal force. I will simply take my leave, and we shall part ways amicably. Ji Yuanshan spoke calmly, his voice laced with confidence. He believed that this young martial artist, at best, was only at the mid-stage of martial king, and easily capturing him would be a trivial task. However, Ji Yuanshan was also wary of the forces behind Qin Xiaochuan. Recognizing that a young martial king of such caliber could not arise from ordinary circumstances. As a seasoned veteran, Ji Yuanshan contemplated the situation from all angles. How about we add another wager? If you cannot defeat me, you will acknowledge me as your elder brother. Qin Xiaochuan rubbed his nose thoughtfully and replied earnestly. Ji Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a proposition. If I lose, what do I stand to gain? You may propose your own terms. I am not familiar with your preferences. Qin Xiaochuan responded casually. After a brief contemplation, Ji Yuanshan articulated, if you lose, you will join the Holy Hand sect as an outer disciple, adhering to our commands and directives. Securing such a young martial king would undoubtedly reflect favorably upon Ji Yuanshan, allowing him to boast for years to come. Agreed. Qin Xiaochuan replied without hesitation, confident of his victory. After all, he had no qualms about the wager. Even if he were to lose, it would be of little consequence. Ji Yuanshan was slightly taken aback, not expecting Qin Xiaochuan to agree so readily. Very well. You may strike first, otherwise, you shall miss your chance. Qin Xiaochuan extended his finger, beckoning provocatively at Ji Yuanshan. The corners of Ji Yuanshan's mouth twitched. How dare this young man look down upon him? Such an affront was intolerable. The 2 elders beside him also felt a sense of humiliation, as even a fool could discern the contempt Qin Xiaochuan harbored towards them. This young man was quite arrogant. Indeed, once the sect master subdued him, we shall see how long he can maintain that bravado. The elders of the Holy Hand sect could not help but murmur their thoughts. Humph. Ji Yuanshan snorted heavily. Young man, do not be so arrogant. With a thunderous roar, Ji Yuanshan bent his knees slightly before launching himself forward like a sharp arrow, covering a distance of 15 meters in an instant. He propelled himself off the wall of the villa, soaring to a height of 8 meters above Qin Xiaochuan, his gaze piercing like lightning. With a swift motion, Ji Yuanshan unleashed a sword aura, which surged forth like a lethal wave towards Qin Xiaochuan, accompanied by a deafening shriek that echoed through the air. Indeed, Ji Yuanshan's display was reminiscent of a martial arts master, his movements strikingly elegant. And the transformation of his internal energy into a sword aura was nothing short of breathtaking. Come down from there, why leap so high? Qin Xiaochuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he launched a punch, unleashing his true energy, which manifested as a shadow of his fist surging upward. In the next moment, the sword aura and the force of his punch collided fiercely in the air. The sound of an explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. Ji Yuanshan's sword aura was utterly obliterated under the might of Chen Xiaochuan's punch, bursting apart like a firework. The power of the punch remained undiminished, continuing its relentless trajectory towards Ji Yuanshan. As Ji Yuanshan's sword aura dissipated, gravity began to pull him downward. Upon witnessing his attack so effortlessly shattered, a grave expression washed over his face. It was important to note that he had exerted 50% of his strength in that strike. Could it be that this young man was on par with himself, a late-stage martial king? Quickly regaining his composure, Ji Yuanshan refused to be disheartened by a single defeat. Boom! Ji Yuanshan channeled his internal energy once more, slamming his palm down with all his might. This time, he unleashed 90% of his strength, sending forth a torrent of power akin to a raging tide. Even the two elders watching from the entrance of the villa felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation emanating from Ji Yuanshan's descending strike. That young man must have compelled our sect master to unleash such force. He may be defeated, yet he has earned our respect. Indeed, it has been years since we have seen the sect master fight with such fervor. Every previous confrontation has been effortlessly resolved. No wonder that young man is so arrogant. He truly possesses remarkable talent. The two elders could only express their astonishment. In an instant, Ji Yuanshan's overwhelming palm strike collided once more with Chen Xiaochuan's punch. Bang! Another explosive sound echoed as Ji Yuanshan's furious palm force shattered into fragments. With no leverage in the air, Ji Yuanshan could only descend, caught in the aftermath of his own devastating strike. After Chen Xiaochuan shattered Ji Yuanshan's palm force, he delivered a crushing blow to Ji Yuanshan's chest. Bang! The impact halted Ji Yuanshan's descent, sending him hurtling backward, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. The two elders of the Holy Hand sect were left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. My heavens, the late-stage martial king sect master has been defeated in a single blow by that young man. As Ji Yuanshan flew through the air, he found himself questioning his life choices. I was defeated by that young man. In one strike? He could distinctly feel several of his ribs fracture, sharp bone fragments piercing his lungs, causing him excruciating pain that made breathing laborious. Before he had traveled 20 meters, Chen Xiaochuan reached out, pulling Ji Yuanshan back through the air, the sound of whistling wind rushing past his ears. In the next moment, Ji Yuanshan felt a constriction in his throat as a powerful sense of suffocation enveloped him. Chen Xiaochuan had seized him by the throat, gripping him like a chick. Now, may I call you big brother? Chen Xiaochuan beamed down at Ji Yuanshan. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief. He was now injured and held captive by Chen Xiaochuan, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. What is your true cultivation level? Ji Yuanshan lamented internally, regretting not considering the consequences when Chen Xiaochuan had so readily accepted his challenge. His overconfidence had led to this predicament. What a blunder. You are already my defeated foe. Clearly, my cultivation exceeds yours. And as for the specifics of my cultivation, does it truly matter? Chen Xiaochuan did not answer directly, preferring to keep his identity as a cultivator concealed. Do you expect me to respond to your inquiries? Ji Yuanshan's lips twitched as he hung his head, resembling a defeated rooster. What? The sect master of the Holy Hand sect cannot accept defeat and refuses to acknowledge it. If you wish to play tricks, I shall send you to face the king of hell for repentance. Chen Xiaochuan tightened his grip on Ji Yuanshan's throat, gradually applying pressure. Ji Yuanshan felt his breath becoming increasingly labored, a sense of death looming over him. He sensed that this young man truly intended to end his life. Big brother. Ji Yuanshan gasped, his voice strained. A mere utterance of big brother could grant him reprieve. Even a fool would know how to choose wisely. Haha, that's more like it. My good younger brother. Chen Xiaochuan released Ji Yuanshan's neck and joyfully patted him on the shoulder. The sight of a young man referring to a man in his 60s as younger brother was undeniably comical. Coughing violently, Ji Yuanshan expelled blood, hastily retrieving a healing elixir from his pocket and swallowing it. Chen Xiaochuan noticed the indentation of his punch still visible on Ji Yuanshan's chest and silently mused, fortunately, I held back. Otherwise, a single punch would have pierced the heart of this so-called sect master, and I would have never been able to claim him as my subordinate. Younger brother, may I now receive the 10,000 medicinal stones? Chen Xiaochuan extended his hand, a cheerful smile on his face. Big brother, to be honest, I did not plan to trade medicinal stones for my life this time. Hence, I did not bring any. Ji Yuanshan replied helplessly. Oh, then hurry and have your disciples bring them. Until they arrive, I must impose on you and your two companions to stay at my humble abode. Chen Xiaochuan beckoned the two elders at the entrance with a smile, inviting them in. The elders exchanged glances, Feeling a chill from Chun Xiaochuan's smile, Ji Yuanshan followed suit, saying, "Come on in." He understood that Qin Xiaochuan intended to detain them here. However, as the defeated, could he resist? Since resistance is futile, it is wiser to submit, as this may alleviate some of the suffering. When Qin Xiaochuan referred to this place as a humble abode, Ji Yuanshan couldn't help but silently scoff. This fellow resides in a luxurious villa, yet claims it's a modest dwelling. Such excessive humility seems rather insincere. However, Ji Yuanshan was soon confronted with the absurdity of his own thoughts. Qin Xiaochuan promptly ushered the three of them into the basement where Zhao Shun was detained. Indeed, the place was stark and shabby. The young man had not been modest at all. He was simply a man of his word. Ji Yuanshan felt a surge of exclamation. "Goodness! Master, you have finally come to rescue us," Zhao Shun exclaimed, rushing toward Ji Yuanshan and the others. Yet, they instinctively recoiled, creating distance. "Who are you?" Ji Yuanshan retorted. "I am Zhao Shun. These two are my disciples." Zhao Shun pointed to himself, bewildered. "Master, do you not recognize us?" Ji Yuanshan's lips twitched uncontrollably as he took in the sight of Zhao Shun and his disciples, who had become mere shadows of their former selves. Looking like human skeletons draped in skin, an unsettling sight indeed. "Brother, they are on a diet here. They haven't eaten in nearly a week," Qin Xiaochuan explained from the side. Ji Yuanshan felt a pang of sympathy for the elder of his sect, while simultaneously gaining a profound understanding of Qin Xiaochuan's earlier remark about a humble abode. Good grief. This fellow is utterly inhumane. He has imprisoned them and even denied them food. "Master, yes, we have gone over 6 days without a proper meal. Please take us out. We long to feast." Zhao Shun's stomach growled audibly in hunger. Elder Zhao, you may have misunderstood. Your master cannot take you out just yet," Qin Xiaochuan replied with a smile. "Why not?" Zhao Shun asked, perplexed. "Because your master stated that as his subordinates, you have the unique opportunity to exercise and lose weight in this location. He wishes to join you for a few days." Qin Xiaochuan responded cheerfully. Zhao Shun and his disciples were left in utter disbelief, their eyes widened in shock. They realized an alarming and absurd truth. Their master had also fallen into the clutches of this young man. Upon closer inspection, they noticed blood at the corner of their master's mouth and the same gauntness in his chest, his spirit visibly diminished. Zhao Shun's vision darkened, and he fainted. Chapter 37. Whatever you say, I believe. The remaining two disciples stood frozen, like statues. Such a formidable figure as their sect leader had become this young man's prisoner. The world had indeed gone mad. At that moment, Ji Yuanshan felt as if his dignity had been thoroughly trampled by Qin Xiaochuan, leaving him utterly despondent. If only he could turn back time, he would have brought the medicinal stones without hesitation, avoiding any unnecessary dialogue. Now, his dignity lay in tatters, reduced to a mere captive. "Forgive me, Master Ji, for the humble conditions. I trust you will endure," Qin Xiaochuan said, glancing at Ji Yuanshan and swiftly sealing the cultivation abilities of all three with a flick of his hand. Ji Yuanshan's expression was grim, and he refrained from speaking, knowing that any words would only serve to further humiliate him. "By the way, Master Ji, you have yet to call your people to deliver the medicinal stones. I trust you are not planning to linger here indefinitely? As per our agreement, if the items do not arrive by tomorrow, I shall rescind our arrangement. However, considering you regard me as an elder brother, I shall grant you an additional 3 days. Should the items fail to arrive by then, I shall no longer recognize you as my brother, and I will revoke our deal," Qin Xiaochuan said with a tone that suggested he was jesting, though the seriousness in his eyes betrayed him. Ji Yuanshan and the others could sense the gravity of his words. Reluctantly, Ji Yuanshan retrieved his phone before Qin Xiaochuan, calling another elder from the Holy Hand sect to arrange for the delivery of 10,000 medicinal stones to the villa at Half Mountain in Qinyan City. "Rest assured, brother, the items you requested will certainly arrive." After hanging up, Ji Yuanshan exhaled a sigh of relief, hoping fervently that his subordinates would expedite the delivery. He could not bear to stay in this wretched basement, cold and foul-smelling, devoid of sunlight, far from the comforts of wellness spas or 5-star hotels. Qin Xiaochuan nodded. "Brother, I shall not intrude on your rest any longer." With that, he seized Ji Yuanshan's phone, turning his gaze to the two elders with a smile. "Gentlemen, I must ask for your phones as well. Otherwise, your trio's phone usage may disturb Zhao Shun and his disciples' rest. I am a man of fairness and do not show favoritism, so I kindly request your cooperation." Although the two elders were loath to comply, they silently surrendered their phones to Qin Xiaochuan, fully aware of the truth that one must bow their head under the eaves. "Very well, rest well. I shall take my leave." Qin Xiaochuan cheerfully exited the dim chamber. With a resounding thud, the iron door closed behind him. Ji Yuanshan glanced at the unconscious Zhao Shun before sitting down cross-legged on the ground, remaining silent, clearly consumed by despair. Zhao Shun gradually regained consciousness, realizing the surreal situation. It felt like a dream, yet he knew it was all too real. "Elder Zhao, how did you become entangled with such a monster?" asked an elder named Lu, who had accompanied Ji Yuanshan, casting a reproachful look at Zhao Shun. Zhao Shun grimaced and recounted the entire story. Although Ji Yuanshan kept his eyes closed, he absorbed every word. "This young man is not a senseless murderer. It is evident that your disciple must have provoked him. He is a peak-level martial artist, and the weak often suffer the consequences of their provocations," Ji Yuanshan concluded, finally opening his eyes to assess the situation. Should Chen Xiaochuan have overheard this, he would undoubtedly reflect on the profound truth that if one possesses enough strength, there will always be a great scholar to justify their actions. Zhao Shun was momentarily taken aback, but could only manage a bitter smile in acceptance. He realized Ji Yuanshan's reasoning stemmed from the undeniable fact that they were outmatched. If the opponent were merely a master-level warrior, Ji Yuanshan's response would have been very different, defending the honor of the Holy Hand sect. "Once our people deliver the medicinal stones, we can depart. Upon returning to the sect, Elder Zhao, you shall be required to submit a letter of contrition," Ji Yuanshan stated matter-of-factly. "Yes, master." Zhao Shun could say no more, silently accepting his fate. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochuan was whistling as he returned to the opulent living room of the villa, lighting a cigarette and inhaling greedily. Quickly filling the air with a subtle scent of tobacco, he sank into the soft, comfortable sofa, relishing the moment. Just then, Hongji appeared, flitting in from the kitchen like a delicate butterfly, a delightful fragrance wafting around her. She gracefully settled onto Chen Xiaochuan's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her scent reminiscent of orchids and musk, intoxicatingly pleasant. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Chen Xiaochuan's strong hand encircled Hongjia's supple waist. The instant she sat down, he felt an uncontrollable stirring within him. Before he could utter a word, Hongjia spoke first, her gentle voice flowing from her alluring lips. "Xiaochuan, I have wonderful news for you." "What good news?" Chen Xiaochuan felt a surge of curiosity, yet he tightened his embrace around Hongjia, drawing her closer. "My relatives have left," she murmured, her eyes glistening like a serene autumn lake, captivating and enchanting. Upon hearing her words, the last vestiges of Chen Xiaochuan's resolve crumbled. After enduring a week of restraint, he could hardly contain himself. A soft sigh escaped Hongjia as she was gently pressed onto the sofa by him. Thus unfolded a breathtaking tableau of passion right there in the living room, continuing until the clock struck midnight. Finally, the two of them settled down. Hongjia lay wearily against Chen Xiaochuan's robust chest, her breath shallow. She understood that this was merely a pause in their fervor. "Xiaochuan, I know you haven't eliminated those old fellows in the basement because you desire their medicinal treasures. Is it true that once they hand them over, you'll simply dispatch them?" The question that had lingered in her heart was uttered softly. Chen Xiaochuan's fingers traced her delicate skin as he replied with a smile. "I have no intention of killing them. They still hold great value for me, as long as they comply with my wishes and satisfy me. Granting them their lives is no trouble at all." Hongjia nodded, her gaze dreamy, and after a moment, she spoke again. "Reflecting on it now, when I first met you, I found it hard to believe you were a killer. Yet, I realized later that you spoke the truth. I was the one who underestimated you. But what about your claim of being an immortal? Do you believe it now?" As Chen Xiaochuan's hand glided down her neck, he pressed gently. Hongjia bit her lip and nodded slightly. "Though it sounds absurd, I believe you now. To grasp things from afar is certainly beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Such feats belong to celestial beings. But why can't you fly? Or is it that you prefer to keep your abilities hidden from me? I always thought that flying was a fundamental skill for an immortal." With a hearty laugh, Chen Xiaochuan replied, "Not every immortal can fly. Just as a child cannot walk the moment they are born. Does that mean this child is not human?" Hongjia, quick-witted, grasped his meaning immediately, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She took hold of his wandering hand, preventing it from mischief, and gently asked, "Are you suggesting that your current cultivation level is insufficient for flight?" "Indeed." Chen Xiaochuan affirmed with a nod. "It seems I can no longer doubt your words. Otherwise, I might end up feeling like a fool." She marveled at the revelation that her lover was, in fact, an immortal. "Ah, now I understand why you are so formidable. You are not of this world," she exclaimed, her laughter ringing out, her body quivering with delight. "That's just my nature. I tend to speak my mind and act honestly. However, I must clarify that not all immortals share my prowess in that regard," Chen Xiaochuan remarked, his hands beginning to roam again. His confidence stemmed from the unique qualities bestowed upon him by the Qilin Kidney, a gift from his late master, who had evidently been dissatisfied in that domain. Compared to his deceased mentor, who was a titan among immortals, Chen Xiaochuan felt justified in his superiority in this particular aspect. With a playful smile, Hongjie replied, "Now, whatever you say, I can hardly doubt it. Even if you claim to have betted an extraterrestrial, I would not question it." Chen Xiaochuan rolled his eyes at the absurdity of her statement. "Extraterrestrial? Your imagination knows no bounds. But as an immortal, have you encountered any aliens?" "I have not. If extraterrestrials do exist, I would be quite curious to know what kind of beings they are and whether I could defeat them," Chen Xiaochuan mused, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. If immortals could exist, then the existence of aliens was not beyond the realm of possibility. "Would you wish to engage with aliens?" Hongjie leaned in, her lips almost brushing against his. Her bold demeanor stirred something within Chen Xiaochuan, and he found her audacity utterly captivating. "If aliens were as beautiful as you, with bodies as alluring and skin as soft, I would certainly be tempted. But for now, I must savor the feast before me," he replied, as the next act was set to commence. The following afternoon, after barely an hour of rest, Chen Xiaochuan was roused by the sound of the doorbell. Hongjie, having not slept a wink, struggled to keep her eyes open. "You sleep well. I'll go check," he said, donning a pair of shorts and lighting a cigarette as he casually stepped outside. There, he found an elderly man of around 60, flanked by 8 robust young men, each bearing a large emerald green box that appeared quite heavy. Chen Xiaochuan recognized their attire immediately. They were clearly from the Shinsho sect. "I must say, their efficiency is commendable," he thought, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, for those green boxes contained the precious spirit stones he sought. "You are from the Shinsho sect, correct?" he inquired politely. "Indeed. We are from the Shinsho sect, sent by our leader to deliver these items," the elder replied with a strong voice, meeting Chen Xiaochuan's gaze. "Excellent. I will inform your leader momentarily. Please wait a moment," he said, taking a deep drag on his cigarette before extinguishing it on the ground and heading to the basement. With a creak, the iron door to the basement swung open, allowing light to stream in. Chen Xiaochuan stepped in, wearing a pair of slippers, his footsteps echoing softly. "How did you rest last night?" He greeted Ji Yuanshan with a manly embrace. Ji Yuanshan's lips twitched at the absurdity of the question, given the cold, fetid conditions of the basement. "Forget it. I can't contend with you. I shall endure," he thought, opting for silence, which Chen Xiaochuan took as a sign of satisfaction. "Come now, everyone, let us lighten the mood. A smile can take off 10 years. He released Ji Yuanshan and cast a cheerful glance around the room, eliciting unspoken frustration from Zhao Shun and the others, who felt anything but jovial. "Here we are, on the brink of freedom, and you're not happy?" Chen Xiaochuan teased. "If you prefer to remain here, by all means, stay. This basement is empty anyway." A mischievous glint danced in his eyes as he made the suggestion. "What? We can leave?" they exclaimed in unison, hope igniting in their eyes. "Mr. Chen, are you serious?" Zhao Shun asked, unable to contain his excitement. "Of course it's true. Your people are already at the door, each of them like fools carrying large boxes, most likely filled with the medicinal stones I desire," Chen Xiaochuan replied with a grin. "Oh, and I retract that full comment. I tend to speak bluntly." Finally, Ji Yuanshan's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, surprised that their reinforcements had arrived sooner than expected. The only concern that Ji Yuanshan harbored was whether this seemingly unreliable young man would honor his promise and allow them to leave after he had complied with the task. Chapter 38. A desire to depart. Ji Yuanshan was acutely aware that if Chen Xiaochuan failed to uphold the agreement or even imprison the future disciples of the Holy Hand sect, he would be left powerless to intervene. After all, this young man's martial prowess had reached a terrifying pinnacle of the martial king level, far surpassing their combined abilities. This was an undeniable and stark reality. The feeling of being toyed with, like a puppet on strings, made Ji Yuanshan's heart bleed and filled him with regret. How had he managed to provoke such a troublesome individual? Fortunately, Zhao Shun and his 2 apprentices were exhilarated upon hearing the news. They could finally leave this wretched place, indulge in a hearty meal, enjoy a refreshing bath, and restore their weight to normalcy. They had no desire to linger in this dreadful locale any longer. "All right, let me take you to verify the goods." Ji Yuanshan inhaled deeply and addressed Chen Xiaochuan. "No need for that. I shall open the door and have them bring the items here for inspection. I see all of you are wearing such forlorn expressions, reluctant to leave. Hence, you need not venture out. I am magnanimous and willing to suffer a small loss to grant you a free stay." Chen Xiaochuan waved his hand, dismissing Ji Yuanshan's suggestion. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanshan's heart sank. What was he afraid of? The anticipated outcome had indeed materialized. This young man had no intention of letting them go. The others also began to grasp the gravity of the situation, their expressions becoming as grim as if they had just ingested a bitter pill. Mr. Chun, this is truly unbecoming of you, to disregard your word. Zhao Shun was on the verge of tears from frustration. How have I failed to keep my word? If you wish to leave, why not smile for me? Come, let me see a smile. Those who can smile may exit with me, Chun Xiaochuan remarked with a smirk. Zhao Shun was taken aback. A smile was the key to their freedom? Surely this was a ruse. Yet he decided to take a gamble and forced a smile, though it was more ghastly than tears. Ah, that smile is rather forced, but it counts. You may accompany me out. What about the rest of you? If you do not smile, I shall take Zhao Shun and leave, implying you are content to remain here. Qin Xiaochuan surveyed the others. Gradually, the remaining 4 joined in, their smiles as strained as Zhao Shun's. Very well. You few need to smile more sincerely. Qin Xiaochuan nodded in approval. His gaze finally settled on Ji Yuanshan, the leader of the Holy Hand sect. Ji Yuanshan's expression twitched. It seems you all genuinely wish to leave. Then come along. Qin Xiaochuan raised his hand and led the way. Ji Yuanshan followed closely, trailed by the 3 elders and the 2 disciples. Even as captives, they adhered to the hierarchy of respect. When Ji Yuanshan and his entourage emerged from the basement and stepped into the open air at the villa entrance, they realized they had truly escaped that infernal place. It appeared that the young man intended to fulfill his promise. The grand entrance of the villa slowly swung open. Master. The leading elder quickly approached and bowed. I have brought what you requested. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ji Yuanshan maintained the demeanor of a leader, entirely devoid of the disheveled appearance one might expect after emerging from confinement. Ji Yuanshan nodded and instructed, Elder Huang, you have worked hard. Please bring the items inside and place them in the courtyard. Understood. Elder Huang raised his hand, and 8 disciples from the Holy Hand sect carefully carried the boxes inside, arranging them neatly on the ground. Brother, the items have arrived. Please inspect them. Ji Yuanshan almost faltered at addressing Qin Xiaochuan as brother in front of so many witnesses. Yet he understood that if he did not perform adequately and displeased this young man, he would not only lose the considerable sum of medicinal stones, but also ensure that none of his people would leave. Upon hearing Ji Yuanshan refer to Qin Xiaochuan as brother, Elder Huang and the others were taken aback, astonishment etched on their faces. What? The master calls that young man brother? This is utterly unprecedented. It did not seem plausible. However, Elder Huang quickly deduced that it wasn't the master addressing Qin Xiaochuan as brother, but rather that the young man's name was indeed brother. How audacious to adopt such a name. Taking advantage of others. Is he not afraid of retribution? Elder Huang thought to himself, contemplating why he hadn't opted for a name like father. Despite his irritation, Elder Huang had to suppress his feelings for now, planning to return later and teach this presumptuous young man a lesson. Elder Huang's gaze shifted to Zhao Shun and his companions, noticing Zhao Shun's eager expression. Elder Huang, long time no see. Zhao Shun greeted warmly, his eyes glistening with emotion. As the saying goes, when fellow townsfolk meet, tears often flow. Elder Huang shuddered, a chill running down his spine. Who are you? Are we familiar? Zhao Shun paused, then forced a smile. It's me, Zhao Shun. Elder Huang, you've truly forgotten me. Cursed be this, Zhao Shun. How did you end up in such a state? Have you been practicing some malevolent technique? Elder Huang exclaimed, utterly astonished. Zhao Shun hesitated, only able to offer a wry smile and shake his head. It's a long story. We'll discuss it later. Elder Huang, filled with questions, nodded knowingly. As a seasoned individual, he recognized that Zhao Shun's words hinted at a deeper story that could not be shared in this setting. Understood. Qin Xiaochuan nodded, a grin spreading across his face. Let me see. These boxes appear to be made of jade? Indeed. These medicinal stones harbor unique energies that must be preserved in jade containers to prevent energy loss. Otherwise, they would simply become worthless rocks, Ji Yuanshan explained, standing beside him. Observing the spiritual stones within the boxes, Qin Xiaochuan silently acknowledged the reason for their potency, realizing that they were far more concentrated than the 9 he had previously acquired. This is quite exquisite, he mused. Shall we open them to count and ensure there are enough? Ji Yuanshan inquired further. No need. These 8 boxes should suffice. Besides, I trust your subordinates would not dare to deceive you, Qin Xiaochuan replied, closing the boxes with a contented heart, akin to one who had spent a night with numerous beautiful companions. May we take our leave now? Ji Yuanshan asked softly. Dear brother, why not stay a few more days? It's rare for you to visit, and though my humble abode is simple, it can easily accommodate all of you. Qin Xiaochuan suggested, patting Ji Yuanshan on the shoulder. Ji Yuanshan nearly lost his balance, his face contorting with discomfort. Brother, we appreciate your kindness. But the sect has many matters to attend to, so we cannot stay. Very well. Chen Xiaochuan nodded. In that case, I shall not hold you back. With a few gestures, he released the control over their acupoints. Whenever you come to Qinyan City, feel free to visit. You are always welcome here. I will also make it a point to visit the Holy Hand sect. We must maintain our connections. Chen Xiaochuan said with a wistful expression, genuinely moved. Elder Huang and his companions, lacking insight into the true nature of matters, believed that apart from his somewhat peculiar name, Chen Xiaochuan was quite an amiable individual, warm and hospitable. However, Ji Yuanshan and his associates felt a chill in their hearts. This cursed place was one that only a fool would wish to revisit. They had firmly concluded that Chen Xiaochuan was not someone to be trifled with, and they yearned to maintain their distance, pretending they had never known him. Most certainly. Ji Yuanshan responded politely while leading his people towards the door, inwardly thinking that it would be best if this fellow refrained from visiting their Sacred Hand sect. As they did not welcome him, Chen Xiaochuan accompanied them to the exit, bidding them farewell with a wave. Just as Ji Yuanshan and his entourage stepped out of Chen Xiaochuan's villa, they were suddenly surrounded by Xia Dongqing and dozens of enforcers from the Martial Arts Association. Xia Dongqing had been present for some time, aiming to apprehend the criminals Zhao Shun and his cohorts, who had crossed the line. Since these offenders were incarcerated in Villa No. 1 on Half Mountain, and Xia Dongqing was unable to overpower Chen Xiaochuan, he could only linger at the entrance, waiting for either the criminals to emerge or for Chen Xiaochuan to vacate the premises before making his move. His strategy was to avoid direct confrontation with Chen Xiaochuan, lest he suffer an unnecessary beating. Ji Yuanshan furrowed his brow, questioning the presence of the Martial Arts Association. As a formidable figure at the latter stages of the Martial King realm, he naturally held little regard for the president of a second-rate association in a backwater city. The peak of the Grandmaster realm was laughable to him. Frankly speaking, even if the Martial Arts Association were to apprehend someone, Xia Dongqing lacked the qualifications to do so. Xia Dongqing's gaze fell upon Zhao Shun and his two disciples as he stated, Sect Leader Ji, I am not here for you today, but for these three. He pointed a finger at Zhao Shun and his disciples. What about them? Ji Yuanshan replied coldly. They are under my jurisdiction and are suspected of indecent exposure towards ordinary women. Thus, I must take them into custody. I hope Sect Leader Ji can facilitate this matter. Xia Dongqing replied earnestly. Ji Yuanshan's lips twitched. He hadn't anticipated that in leaving Chen Xiaochuan's abode to rescue these three, they would instead be taken by the Martial Arts Association. Suddenly, Zhao Shun erupted in laughter. President Xia, although I am currently injured and weakened, I am not someone you, a mere Grandmaster, can capture. I stand here willingly. Do you possess the ability to seize me? His eyes brimmed with the contempt that a strong man holds for the weak. Ji Yuanshan and his companions also chuckled coldly, neither confirming nor denying Zhao Shun's words. A hint of humiliation flashed across Xia Dongqing's face. Indeed, at his level, he was not capable of apprehending a Martial King-level criminal. Ultimately, he had made an appearance due to his hidden trump card. You are correct. I can easily apprehend your disciples behind you. But capturing you would be an act of self-degradation. Xia Dongqing nodded in agreement. No, you are mistaken. You cannot capture me, nor can you take my disciples. Today, none of you will leave this place, Zhao Shun retorted with a sneer. His two disciples felt a swell of pride and gratitude, reveling in the protection of their master. It felt wonderful to have such a sense of security. Xia Dongqing offered a calm smile, turning his gaze towards Chen Xiaochuan, and said, Mr. Chen, these individuals caused a disturbance at your bar and harassed the female staff. I wish to apprehend them, but I lack the capability. Thus I seek your assistance in capturing them. I am uncertain if you would be willing to help. This was the reason behind Xia Dongqing's composed demeanor in the face of Zhao Shun and his companions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shun and his cohorts felt an icy chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads, shivering as if exposed to the frigid depths of winter. Ji Yuanshan's mouth moved as if to speak, yet ultimately, he refrained, focusing solely on self-preservation. He did not wish to be dragged into trouble due to the foolishness of Zhao Shun and his disciples. He even suspected that the appearance of Xia Dongqing, the president of the Martial Arts Association, was a trap set by Chen Xiaochuan, intending to ensnare him. This fellow was truly insidious. Chen Xiaochuan was equally taken aback by Xia Dongqing's unexpected plea for help. Meanwhile, Ji Yuanshan suddenly moved, swiftly approaching Zhao Shun and his two disciples. His actions like lightning as he subdued them in an instant, tossing them before Xia Dongqing like refuse. He calmly declared, President Xia, I did not anticipate that our Sacred Hand sect would harbor such scoundrels, the dregs of society, a disgrace to our sect. There is no need for Mr. Chun to intervene. I shall personally turn them over to you, and I hope you will administer justice fairly on behalf of the women they harassed. Xia Dongqing was taken aback by Ji Yuanshan's rapid change of demeanor. Chen Xiaochuan was momentarily stunned but quickly perceived the underlying motivations and chose to remain silent. Zhao Shun and his two disciples, on the other hand, were left dumbfounded, petrified. The sect leader had personally captured them to hand over to the Martial Arts Association? Who could explain this situation to them? They had not foreseen that Ji Yuanshan could be so selfless. They were filled with admiration. Once Xia Dongqing regained his composure, he hastily cupped his fists in gratitude. Ji Yuanshan waved dismissively. No need for thanks. Do my people still have any criminal records? Xia Dongqing shook his head. Just these three. Very well, then we shall part ways here. Ji Yuanshan gestured, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He would remember Xia Dongqing and ensure that anyone related to him seeking help from the Sacred Hand sect would be turned away, blacklisted for any form of treatment. Furthermore, he would utilize the sect's resources to impose comprehensive sanctions against Xia Dongqing. If the opportunity arose, it would not be out of the question to crush him outright. A mere association president, did he think he was as formidable as Chen Xiaochuan? Xia Dongqing was well aware that he had thoroughly offended the Sacred Hand sect. Yet, with the pressure from the Public Security Bureau's Yang Yin and the unwillingness of the bar staff to sign a letter of understanding, he found himself trapped in a dire situation. Of course, he could report this to the higher-ups of the Martial Arts Association. But making a report without having taken action would be seen as a display of incompetence, jeopardizing his position as president and reducing him to an ordinary enforcer. Thus, even in the face of a powerful martial venerable, he had to adhere to the necessary procedures. Chen Xiaochuan's gaze settled on Xia Dongqing, his expression tranquil as he inquired. President Xiao, I would like to know, after apprehending these three criminals, what kind of punishment will they face according to the regulations of the Martial Arts Association? Chapter 39. Returned to the village. Xia Dongqing met Chen Xiaochuan's gaze and replied, they will likely have their cultivation sealed, sentenced to 1 year in prison, during which they will be subjected to approximately a year of labor. After all, their crime is indecent exposure, not rape. Otherwise, the sentence would start at 3 years. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, then turned to Zhao Shun and his two disciples, smiling as he said, you three should engage in diligent labor reform during your time inside. When you emerge in a year, you will still be men. It is not worth being locked up for a year over saving a mere 200 or 300 yuan. Zhao Shun and his companions had no desire to engage with Chen Xiaochuan, yet they understood that failure to cooperate might result in having to spend another year in this confined space. As a result, despite their reluctance, they forced smiles and vowed to correct their ways, promising that they would never again commit such a foolish mistake. They also acknowledged that Chen Xiaochuan was right. Those barmaids, while somewhat frivolous, could be easily swayed with a tip of 200 or 300 yuan, leading to their own foolishness, truly a case of picking up a sesame seed while losing a watermelon. Indeed, it appears your awareness is quite heightened. Follow President Xia. Chen Xiaochuan waved his hand. At a command from Xia Dongqing, the enforcement officers swiftly approached, apprehending Zhao Shun and his two disciples, fitting them with specially designed handcuffs. President Xia, we haven't eaten for nearly a week. Could you take us somewhere to have a meal and bathe first? Zhao Shun looked at Xia Dongqing with pleading eyes. Xia Dongqing's lips twitched as he realized that the three had become so emaciated due to hunger. Otherwise, he would have assumed they were naturally gifted, with extraordinary physiques and unique appearances. His heart contracted sharply. Chen Xiaochuan was indeed ruthless, having starved these individuals for an entire week. After a brief moment of surprise, Xia Dongqing nodded. Thank you, thank you. Zhao Shun's tears flowed with gratitude. Finally, they could have a proper meal. Let us leave quickly. Mr. Chen, I apologize for the disturbance. Farewell. Xia Dongqing clasped his hands in respect towards Chen Xiaochuan. Chen Xiaochuan smiled, waving his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. I am merely a law-abiding citizen and will certainly cooperate with your Martial Arts Association's enforcement. It is the duty and responsibility of every citizen. Xia Dongqing nearly stumbled in disbelief. Following this, he gathered his team, and they quickly vanished from Chen Xiaochuan's sight. Chen Xiaochuan pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, placing one between his lips. With a snap, flames flickered from the lighter, igniting the tobacco. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment before turning away, shutting the door behind him. Glancing at the 8 boxes of spirit stones in the courtyard, he decided to stretch his limbs and personally move the boxes into the villa. This is a windfall, he exclaimed with exhilaration. After placing the last box down, his heart surged with excitement. Soon, Qin Xiaochuan settled into a meditative posture within the villa, entering a state of cultivation. This world is fraught with danger, and its depths are profound. Qin Xiaochuan understood that whenever there is an opportunity to enhance his strength, even if 100 beautiful women lay before him, he would choose cultivation over indulgence. With sufficient power, a plethora of beauties would eventually be at his disposal. He was acutely aware of what truly mattered. Before long, 9 spirit stones were absorbed into his dantian through the 9-yang harmonization technique. These spirit stones are significantly denser in energy than the previous 9, yielding a remarkable 15 chi vortices. What is happening? Qin Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback. If I am not mistaken, Master, you are still at the chi refinement stage. However, as you advance, the resources required will indeed increase, which is entirely normal. Just as a virgin woman cannot elevate your cultivation level, even without the use of spirit stones. The voice of the infinite refinement tower echoed in Qin Xiaochuan's mind. Upon hearing this, he came to a realization. Indeed, the further one progresses, the more resources are needed. This is fundamental. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the subsequent realms to be stronger. With his doubts resolved, Qin Xiaochuan once again immersed himself in cultivation. This time, he absorbed 100 spirit stones, raising his cultivation to the 16th level of chi refinement. Unexpectedly, the number of spirit stones consumed was nearly tenfold compared to the 15th level, yet he remained in the foundation establishment phase. Nonetheless, this 16th level should parallel that of a mid-stage martial sovereign, he thought. After the enhancement, his absorption speed for spirit stones noticeably quickened, quite satisfactory. This session of cultivation lasted nearly 2 hours. He took breaks to hydrate and smoke before continuing. Qin Xiaochuan persisted in his training, consuming a total of 1,000 spirit stones to reach the 17th level of chi refinement, his combat prowess now comparable to that of a late-stage martial sovereign. He was quite astonished by the tenfold disparity in resources. However, he was relieved to possess over 10,000 spirit stones, all acquired effortlessly, so he felt no regret. If this trend continues, I will be left with less than 9,000 spirit stones, meaning I won't have enough to elevate another level. The thought made Qin Xiaochuan's lips twitch slightly. Yet, he did not halt his training, continuing to absorb and refine the remaining spirit stones. Apart from meals and restroom breaks, he hardly rested. The process of absorbing nearly 9,000 spirit stones at a rate of 2 stones per minute consumed over 3 days. As anticipated, this substantial number did not elevate his cultivation to the 18th level of chi refinement. As for the foundation establishment phase, he had not even caught a glimpse of its essence. Qin Xiaochuan did not expect to achieve multiple levels of advancement in such a short time. During these few days, aside from preparing meals for him, Hongjie did not interrupt his training. It was her first time witnessing Qin Xiaochuan's dedication, and she couldn't help but think. Indeed, every successful person has put in countless efforts behind the scenes that one cannot appreciate without being part of their life. No one achieves success without hard work. It is a timeless truth. Xiaochuan, after dinner, will you continue to cultivate? Hongjie approached with a warm towel, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead, her voice tender. Qin Xiaochuan gestured towards the empty boxes, saying, without spirit stones, it would be futile to cultivate. Thus, it is best to rest for now. Very well. Then let us take a proper rest. Hongjie nodded enthusiastically. Qin Xiaochuan embraced her, adding, but you must accompany me. For I know you prefer a firm hand over a gentle one. I must ensure you have a feast. After ceasing his cultivation, the suppressed desires of the Qilin Kidney began to protest once more. However, throughout the training, Qin Xiaochuan discovered that as long as he remained focused on cultivation, his body, aside from instinctual reactions, remained in a dormant state, preventing him from succumbing to overwhelming urges. How vexing. Hongjie's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she shyly retorted, exuding an enchanting charm. A day later, Qin Xiaochuan resolved to visit his hometown before heading to Kyoto. Now a billionaire, and with his cultivation prowess making him a distinguished figure in Qingyun City, he felt it was time to revisit his roots. Xiaochuan, shall I accompany you to see uncle and aunt? Hongjie inquired tentatively. Qin Xiaochuan shook his head. No need. I can manage alone. If trouble arises while I am away, call me immediately. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. She replied softly, nodding, dressed and ready. As Qin Xiaochuan stepped out of the villa, he spotted Li Zhongtian and Li Yunfei approaching him. Master, Li Zhongtian and Li Yunfei greeted respectfully. Over the past week, they observed that Qin Xiaochuan remained unperturbed, with no news from the Qingyun Marquis, indicating his extraordinary background. Despite the considerable turmoil surrounding him, he remained unfazed, a testament to his formidable character. Thus, Li Zhongtian and his family decided to cease their observations and directly approach him, seeking to strengthen their ties. Upon seeing them, Qin Xiaochuan felt no surprise. His demeanor remained calm, and he nodded slightly, responding with a grunt. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Master, it's nothing much. I just haven't seen you for a while, and I miss you dearly. So I came to pay my respects," Li Zhongtian said urgently, his tone imbued with sincerity. Qin Xiaochuan nodded, initially intending to convey that he appreciated their greetings and they could take their leave. However, something occurred to him, prompting him to inquire, "By the way, I wish to ask about the Shenlong group of the Li family. There is a certain Bai who promoted a university student named Lu Daming to the position of manager. What prompted this decision?" Upon hearing Qin Xiaochuan's words, Li Zhongtian appeared bewildered. He could not fathom why Qin Xiaochuan would question Bai, who was merely a lackey of the Li family, of little significance. Li Zhongtian was about to express his ignorance regarding the situation and promised to investigate further before responding. Yet, Li Yunfei, standing beside him, interjected, "Master, I am somewhat familiar with this matter." "Then please enlighten us." Qin Xiaochuan directed his gaze towards Li Yunfei. "Yes, master," Li Yunfei exclaimed with enthusiasm, continuing, "Bai's full name is Bai Shijing, aged 33, a practitioner at the late stage of the yellow rank. The reason he promoted Lu Daming is that Bai Shijing is a homosexual. When Lu Daming applied for a position at the company, he caught Bai Shijing's eye, and after some flirtation, Lu Daming was persuaded to yield to Bai. Consequently, Lu Daming was swiftly promoted and even provided with a car by Bai. The two maintain a facade of a superior-subordinate relationship, but in truth, they are lovers. This is essentially an open secret within Shenlong Group. While no one speaks of it publicly, it is often discussed privately. It is said that many employees have sought to offer their affections to Bai Shijing, but were turned down. Master, do you disapprove of their actions? If so, I shall handle them as you see fit." Listening to Li Yunfei's account, Qin Xiaochuan found himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated many scenarios, yet never imagined that Lu Daming's rise was attributed to such circumstances. "Ah, I see. There is no need for any action. I merely asked out of curiosity." Qin Xiaochuan nodded, preparing to dismiss them, but then recalled something and said, "By the way, have you heard of the medicinal stones?" "Medi stones?" "Yes, I've heard of them. According to the esteemed practitioners of the Holy Hand sect, those stones can nourish the body and assist in treating certain special ailments. However, they are scarce and their effects are rather limited." Li Zhongtian responded promptly. Qin Xiaochuan couldn't help but chuckle softly at the notion that these stones were of little consequence. It was understandable, considering only cultivators could fully comprehend their true value. In this era of diminishing magic, it was only natural that martial artists would be unaware of their significance. "If you come across such medicinal stones, regardless of the cost, acquire them for me. I have a need for them," Qin Xiaochuan commanded. "Understood, master." Li Zhongtian and the others' eyes brightened, finally grasping what their master desired. Subsequently, Qin Xiaochuan drove away in Hongjia's BMW 5 Series, heading towards Xinghua Village, over 500 kilometers away. That was Qin Xiaochuan's hometown, an inconspicuous remote village in Zhongjiang province. Upon returning this time, he resolved to find time to purchase a car of his own. As he sped along, the plan to acquire a vehicle occupied his thoughts. As a prominent figure in Qinyan City, it was incongruous that he did not own a car. By afternoon, Qin Xiaochuan navigated the village roads of Xinghua Village. The entrance to the village remained an unpaved dirt road. Fortunately, there had been no rain, preventing any slippery conditions. The wheels churned the ground, sending dust flying, creating an illusion akin to a sandstorm. From a distance, the scene resembled a clash of iron and steel. As the sound of the car engine shattered the tranquility of Xinghua Village, the barking of dogs echoed in response, drawing the attention of numerous villagers who paused to observe or peek out. They spotted a small car, weary from travel, entering the village. At this late hour, is a leader from the town still working in the countryside? That's not a town leader. I recognize their vehicles, and this one is clearly a BMW. Far more luxurious than those of the town officials. What? A BMW? My goodness, I didn't expect a wealthy person driving a BMW to visit our village. Indeed, this is quite rare. I wonder which relative it is. Perhaps they've come to purchase medicinal herbs. Our village has no relatives of such status. Otherwise, we wouldn't still be on a dirt road. True, while BMWs may be common in big cities or even county towns, for us rural folk, it remains an impressive symbol of wealth. Soon, under the gaze of hundreds of villagers, the white BMW came to a steady halt at the entrance of Qin Xiaochuan's home in Xinghua Village. Chapter 40. The exceptional village woman in the house was a dilapidated two-story tiled structure, clearly decades old. This was the home of Qin Xiaochuan, where he had played in the mud as a child. Although somewhat worn, he felt no disdain for it. In fact, he found it endearing. Among the onlookers was, of course, Qin Xiaochuan's father, Qin Daqiang, and his mother, Zhang Yufeng. The couple munched on sunflower seeds, gazing enviously at the arriving BMW, appearing as spectators in a comedy, chatting cheerfully. However, when the BMW rolled into their yard, the couple was left utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? The BMW that the entire village is watching has come to our home? As they stood agape, another astonishing scene unfolded. The BMW came to a stop. The engine turned off, and the door swung open. A young, handsome man emerged with a warm smile. Mom, Dad. He then walked to the trunk and retrieved gifts he had brought for his parents. Qin Daqiang and Zhang Yufeng's eyes widened, their sunflower seeds scattering across the ground. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. Could it be? My heavens. The person driving the BMW is our son, Qin Xiaochuan? This must be a dream. Upon hearing his son's familiar voice, the couple snapped back to reality, responding in unison. Oh, Xiaochuan, how have you returned? Seeing his parents before him, Qin Xiaochuan felt his heart swell with emotion, his eyes moistening. He noticed the deeper wrinkles at the corners of their eyes and the thicker calluses on their hands, stirring a pang of sadness within him. Dad, I brought you some Huazi cigarettes and mitai. They are quite good. See if they suit your taste. This liquor is smooth and soothing. Mom, here are some skincare products I bought for you, imported ones. Please use them regularly. And these are birds' nests for your beauty. Qin Xiaochuan presented the gifts he had prepared for his parents. You little rascal, you graduated less than a month ago. Where did you get the money to buy these expensive items and drive back in a BMW? Did you steal them? Qin Daqiang suddenly recalled something and glared in disbelief. His mother instinctively withdrew her hand. Xiaochuan, we cannot condone illegal activities. Qin Xiaochuan chuckled softly. Mom and Dad, I was just lucky. A week ago, I bought a scratch-off ticket on the street and won 20,000 yuan. I didn't steal it. Winning a prize? Well, that is acceptable. Have you settled your job situation? Qin's father finally accepted the gift handed to him by Qin Xiaochuan. Qin's mother smiled, visibly relieved, and followed suit in receiving it. Not yet, still searching for a job. In this fiercely competitive society, even a bachelor's degree isn't enough. If it comes to it, I'll just deliver takeout. Qin Xiaochuan remarked seriously. Then return this item and keep the money. There's no need to spend so much on such things for a future wife. Qin's father thought of something and stuffed the cigarettes and liquor back into his pocket. This can't be returned, and besides, even if it's worth several thousand, it won't help you get a wife. Nowadays, in the city, you must have a car and a house. The bride price is at least 168,000. Otherwise, marrying is nearly impossible. It's not like in your generation when the elders arranged everything. Those days are gone, where even the lame and the deaf could find a spouse. Unless you are as fortunate as the Yuan, otherwise, it's easy to end up a lifelong bachelor. Qin Xiaochuan pushed the gift back, reassuring them, don't worry, after I return, I will find a good job and work hard. Upon hearing that it couldn't be returned, the couple reluctantly accepted it, yet their eyes revealed an unmistakable pain. As for the current requirements for marrying, they had seen some reports on television and understood that it was no exaggeration. Alas, Xiaochuan, your mother and I lack ambition and cannot provide you with a better life. In the future, if you wish to start a family, it will all depend on you. I am sorry for bringing you into such a poor family, Qin's father said, choking back tears. Qin's mother's eyes reddened, and she discreetly wiped away her tears. Qin Xiaochuan nearly broke down but managed to hold back, saying, Mom and Dad, being your son is the greatest joy of my life. Even if you were beggars, I would not feel ashamed. I will strive to give you a better life, but please, do not say such things again, otherwise, it feels like you are distancing yourselves from me. When Qin Xiaochuan got out of the car, the entire village erupted in excitement. No way. It's actually Qin Daqiang's son returning. The only college graduate from our village. It should have been him all along. Only he could drive a BMW back to the village. This is truly an honor for us. But if I'm not mistaken, he graduated less than a month ago. How could he be so successful already? I can't believe it. Exactly. I read in the news that many people from our village working outside say today's graduates aren't worth much. They graduate only to be unemployed, delivering takeout, or working in factories. That kid must be just showing off by driving a BMW. Let us go over and see what is really going on. The villagers soon moved towards Qin Xiaochuan's home, filling the area around it. Xiaochuan, long time no see. You're back. Someone greeted him with a smile. Yeah, I'm back to see my parents. How is everyone doing? Qin Xiaochuan replied quickly, engaging warmly with the villagers. Xiaochuan, you returned in a BMW. You've really made it. Yes, Xiaochuan, what are you doing for work now? The crowd began to buzz with questions. Their gazes filled with both jealousy and admiration as they looked at the BMW. I'm still unemployed. I just graduated less than a month ago. And finding a job isn't easy, Qin Xiaochuan answered honestly, without feeling any shame about being jobless. His words immediately drew a chorus of jeers. See, I knew it. Even though Xiaochuan graduated from college, he couldn't find a job right away. That car is probably rented to show off. Exactly, the only college graduate from our village. And he's just pretending to be wealthy. What a disgrace. If I had a son like that, I'd definitely give him a few slaps. These comments left Chen's parents feeling utterly humiliated, wishing they could disappear into the ground. Yet, Qin Xiaochuan maintained a calm smile, saying, this car isn't rented. It's borrowed from a friend. Please don't misunderstand. Oh, so it's borrowed, which is no different from renting. If you can't afford it, don't drive it, making us think it's a source of pride when it's actually a disgrace. Xiaochuan, heed this advice. One must be honest. While it's good to have pride in face, one must not succumb to empty vanity without true ability. Otherwise, one will only become a laughingstock. Qin Xiaochuan nodded vigorously in agreement, saying, you're right. If I can't buy a car next time, I want to rent or borrow one. I'll just walk back. At that moment, the village chief approached Qin Xiaochuan, his gaze intensely fixed on him. Xiaochuan, did you just say the car is borrowed from a friend? Yes. Qin Xiaochuan nodded. Why do you ask? The village chief, a man in his 50s whose years of hard labor had left him somewhat stooped, continued. Since you know wealthy people, could you ask them to donate to our village? We need to pave the road into the village, otherwise, we're always trudging through muddy waters on rainy days. The village chief exclaimed with excitement. No problem, I'll contact her right away. Qin Xiaochuan immediately agreed. In truth, he had this thought when entering the village. In front of everyone, Qin Xiaochuan called Hongjia. Hongjia, our village chief said to ask if you could donate some money to pave the road into our village. I think it's best to directly purchase sand, cement, and other materials, then give a sum for the villagers' labor. What do you think? While appearing to inquire, he was actually laying the groundwork, requiring only Hongjia's cooperation. Although Hongjia was well endowed, she was not foolish. She quickly grasped Qin Xiaochuan's intentions and understood that this arrangement was to prevent the chief from embezzling the funds, thus ensuring the road would be built rather than squandered. She nodded and replied, I've always enjoyed doing charity work, supporting students, and helping with poverty alleviation. Since your hometown needs it, I appreciate the opportunity to contribute. How much do you think is needed? Even if I can't cover it all, I will mobilize my network for donations. Upon hearing Hongjia's response, the village chief and the villagers became ecstatic. Qin Xiaochuan turned to the village chief, asking, how much do you think is needed? I think at least 3 million. The village chief trembled, extending 3 fingers. 3 million? That seems too little. Let us go for 10 million. 5 million for materials and 5 million in cash for labor. We must ensure that the road into the village is fully funded by my friend. Qin Xiaochuan exclaimed after hearing the village chief's estimate. That is too much. We can't possibly distribute 5 million in wages. The village chief stammered. No worries. The remainder can be shared among everyone as my friend's goodwill, Qin Xiaochuan assured. Turning to Hongjia on the phone, he asked, Hongjia, what do you think? No problem. I can manage 10 million. Let us finalize this. I'll contact the cement factory and sand pit to place orders directly, and I'll transfer the remaining 5 million to you for arrangements. Hongjia readily agreed. Upon hearing Hongjia's response, the villagers erupted in joy, realizing that Xiaochuan had such powerful connections, and his rise to success was merely a matter of time. Their gazes towards Qin Xiaochuan became fervent once more. The villagers who had mocked him earlier were now struck dumb by his actions, feeling quite uncomfortable. However, with the prospect of sharing in the 5 million, they soon thickened their skin to apologize to Qin Xiaochuan, saying their previous comments were too harsh and asking him not to take them to heart. Daqiang, Yufeng, you've raised a fine son. Indeed, he is the pride of our entire village. Qin's father and mother were elevated by the admiration of the villagers, and their spirits soared, basking in the warmth of affection. The couple wore smiles that seemed to stretch their faces. Subsequently, Qin Xiaochuan retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from the car and distributed them among the villagers. He paid no heed to the earlier jests and banter. He held an abundance of tolerance for the people from his hometown, as they were all from the countryside, candid in their expressions. Moreover, none were saints, and it was unnecessary to hold everyone to lofty standards. Later, Qin Xiaochuan contemplated the idea of hiring workers to spare his parents from labor. Ultimately, He dismissed this notion and decided to utilize the influence of so-called friends to lease the entire village's land, appointing his parents as overseers while the other villagers would work. After all, he was not lacking in financial resources at present. Soon after, Qin's parents prepared a feast of hometown delicacies. Qin Xiaochuan savored every bite, relishing the flavors that reminded him of his parents. He reflected on the fact that, had it not been for his benefactor, he might never have had the chance to reunite with his parents, having been separated by death long ago. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Xiaochuan, your wealthy friend, if you were to associate with her, I wouldn't object, his father stated earnestly. But remember, wealth does not equate to power. Your mother and I still hope you have the opportunity to take the civil service exam. His mother remained silent, absorbed in her meal. Yes, I will strive to take the exam while working, Qin Xiaochuan readily agreed. His parents felt a profound sense of relief at their son's compliance. After dinner, the clock had passed 9. The moon hung high amid a scattering of stars, and the air was thick with a stifling heat. After assisting his parents with the dishes, Qin Xiaochuan announced, Mom, Dad, it's too hot. I'm going to wash up in the river. All right, be careful. And don't forget the soap. His mother waved him off. Enveloped in the warmth of familial contentment, Qin Xiaochuan made his way to the Xinghua River, 3 miles from Xinghua village. This was the very place where he had played in the water during his childhood, making his approach instinctive. Under the moonlight, the river shimmered, reflecting the celestial glow, and the gentle breeze created ripples that caressed the shore. The coolness of the wind against his skin was refreshing. Stripping down to a pair of red swim trunks, he leapt into the water with a splash. Ah, how delightful! Qin Xiaochuan surfaced, shaking the droplets from his hair, and began to swim with abandon. Just as he had swum a mere 10 meters, a dark-haired head suddenly emerged from the water ahead. It was a beautiful and unpretentious woman's face. Who is that? Qin Xiaochuan exclaimed, and in that moment, she recognized him too. Their eyes locked, and the woman gasped in surprise. Qin Xiaochuan quickly covered her mouth. Wait, don't shout. It's me, Xiaochuan. The woman before him was Lu Huahua, a married woman who had moved from another village 3 years prior. 3 years older than Qin Xiaochuan. She was a stunning figure with fair skin and a curvaceous body, albeit dressed in a somewhat rustic manner that could not overshadow her extraordinary beauty. She was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Xinghua village, admired by countless men. Qin Xiaochuan had been captivated by her beauty during his last visit home, feeling a mixture of awe and admiration. Upon hearing Qin Xiaochuan's introduction, Lu Huahua ceased her struggle in the water, her sparkling eyes fixed on him. Forgive me, Lu Huahua. I didn't realize you were here, he said, releasing his hand from her mouth with a hint of regret. Lu Huahua smiled warmly. Xiaochuan, don't be silly. The Xinghua River isn't my private property. You can swim here if you wish. I'm not so domineering. And even if I had the authority to manage the river, I would be the first to issue you a swimming permit. As she spoke, her limbs moved gracefully, keeping her afloat without sinking. Amidst the moonlight, Qin Xiaochuan caught a glimpse of an unforgettable sight beneath the water. His throat went dry. Huahua, can it be that you cannot afford clothing? Noticing the shift in his expression, Lu Huahua giggled. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Qin Xiaochuan swallowed hard. Typically, he held no expectations of married women, but in this moment, he felt a shift in perspective. He recalled the notorious Mr. Chow and began to understand. In such a romantic setting, with the moon above and a beautiful woman before him, even without the influence of the legendary Qilin Kidney, he found it hard to resist temptation. While I agree, it's quite late, and propriety suggests that men and women should not be too familiar. I don't mind. But you are a woman, and it wouldn't be good for your reputation, he stammered, unable to avert his gaze from the enchanting scene beneath the water. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Lu Huahua, noticing his fluster, chuckled and said, but it's late, and there's no one else around. If you don't say anything, no one will know. Even if someone does, we can dive underwater and swim to the shore, hiding in the tall grass. The Xinghua River is vast. It would be impossible to be found. Qin Xiaochuan, though listening, found his thoughts and gaze predominantly fixated on Lu Huahua. Stealing glances at her captivating form, he struggled to maintain control, nearly succumbing to temptation. Lu Huahua seemed to sense his inner turmoil, yet she chose not to confront it, her enchanting eyes growing even more alluring. You are right, Huahua, he replied absent-mindedly. Xiaochuan, you've become quite the celebrity in our village. Knowing such a wealthy benefactor who wishes to repair our roads, your contributions are invaluable. Qin Xiaochuan chuckled. It's nothing. Once the road is repaired, it will be more convenient for all of us. As a member of this village, it's my duty. He recollected that Lu Huahua had not been present when the villagers gathered at his family's land, yet he sensed she had been observing from a distance. To bear such responsibilities, one must possess the requisite capabilities. You are the only university student in our village and have successfully secured a staggering 10 million for road construction, a feat not easily accomplished. Lu Huahua's gentle gaze remained fixed upon Qin Xiaochuan. He smiled awkwardly, expressing his belief that our village will see an increasing number of university students in the future. Although I am the first, I certainly will not be the last. I will ensure that any child with good academic performance receives financial support. We cannot allow our village's children to be hindered by a lack of funds for education. Indeed, you speak wisely. I hope our village will cultivate more talents. Lu Huahua nodded repeatedly. Though the conversation flowed, Qin Xiaochuan's focus remained unwavering. He found himself teetering on the brink of uncontrollable desire. Aware that if he continued down this path, he would surely succumb to base instincts, potentially harming Huahua. After swallowing hard, he said, "Sister Huahua, I'll swim a bit on my own to stretch out." "Wait," Lu Huahua called out, stopping him. "What is it?" Qin Xiaochuan inadvertently cast several lingering glances her way. Lu Huahua suddenly displayed a pained expression. "My left foot has cramped. Could you please help me massage it?" Qin Xiaochuan's lips twitched, his heart racing. "Isn't that a bit inconvenient? We're in the middle of the river. If I exhaust myself, I could drown. Would you truly stand by and do nothing?" Lu Huahua implored. "Besides, there's no one else here. You are helping me, and we have no regrets. There's no question of convenience." Qin Xiaochuan's gaze fell to the rippling waters beneath him. This no-regrets sentiment was beyond his grasp. A woman of such beauty could hardly leave any man indifferent. "All right. Hold on a moment. I'll help you." Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the water, swimming to Lu Huahua's feet. As he surfaced, the sight before him was astonishing. He coughed and quickly focused, looking down. What he saw took his breath away. He had anticipated Lu Huahua's modesty above the water, but was unprepared for the allure beneath. He hadn't realized she possessed such daring and unique tastes. Aptly named Huahua for her vibrant spirit. Fortunately, the shock of the water brought him back to his senses, and he grasped her delicate ankle, beginning to massage. Lu Huahua emitted a soft sigh of pleasure, though muffled by the water. It reached Qin Xiaochuan's ears, sending ripples through his heart. After roughly half a minute, he released her smooth ankle, resurfacing to meet the enchanting woman's gaze. Breathing heavily, "Sister Huahua, do you feel better?" Suddenly, Lu Huahua leaped into his embrace. Holding him tightly, "I feel a bit better, but I'm too weak now. Xiaochuan, please support me and take me back to the shore. I don't want to drown." In that instant, as she clung to him, Qin Xiaochuan felt a jolt, as if electrified. Despite the coolness of the river, he could distinctly sense the warmth radiating from her body. Instinctively, he lifted Lu Huahua, his hands under her legs, feeling the exquisite softness as her feet moved in the water, preventing them from sinking. Her warm breath brushed against his neck. "Just hold on tight," he instructed, adopting a backstroke as he swam towards the riverbank. Lu Huahua lay upon him, suddenly feeling something, yet feigning ignorance, her eyes sparkling with mischief. In less than 5 minutes, they reached the shallows, where Qin Xiaochuan halted. Familiar with the river's depths from childhood, he could navigate it with ease, even with his eyes closed. "Why have you stopped? We're still a good 10 meters from the shore." Lu Huahua pouted, her tone playful, almost like a lover's tease. Reluctantly, he let her down. "This is shallow water. It's not deep enough to drown. You can walk from here." Lu Huahua slid off him, standing in water that barely reached her neck. While for Qin Xiaochuan, it was only up to his chest. Their mutual awkwardness was masked by the water. Lu Huahua bit her lip and nodded. "Thank you, Sister Huahua. It's nothing." "You're right. I couldn't just stand by," Qin Xiaochuan replied, struggling to quell the rising heat within him. Splashing water on his face in an attempt to cool off, he lamented internally, wishing he had brought Hong Jia along to alleviate his discomfort. Suddenly, Lu Huahua wrapped her arms around his neck, asking, "What did you see beneath the water?" Taken aback by her sudden inquiry, Qin Xiaochuan's mind momentarily blanked before he regained composure. "I saw everything," he replied with a forced smile. "And tell me, sister, am I beautiful? How does my figure compare to those city university girls?" Lu Huahua pressed, her voice sweet as orchids. "Yes, you are truly remarkable. Even ordinary university girls pale in comparison to you." Qin Xiaochuan instinctively nodded. Although Guo Yujiao was considered beautiful and was his so-called girlfriend, she could not compare to Lu Huahua. Lu Huahua's beauty and allure were at least on par with the campus belle, Huaxiao, yet her unique, mature charm was something Huaxiao could never replicate. Each woman possessed her own strengths. You truly are a university student. Your words are delightful. I love listening to cultured people like you." Lu Huahua beamed with joy. "Sister Huahua, It's no longer dangerous here. Holding me like this seems inappropriate. Despite his desire for her embrace, Chen Xiaochuan felt the need to remind her. Hee, Xiaochuan, was it appropriate when you carried me over? Lu Huahua teased. Chen Xiaochuan understood the implications of her words. As a normal man, he found it impossible to remain unaffected by her beauty. Do you have feelings for me? Do you want to engage in something more? Lu Huahua asked earnestly, yet her gaze remained tender. Chen Xiaochuan's heart raced. He hadn't anticipated such forthrightness. Even if he were oblivious, he now comprehended her intentions. If I said I didn't want to, I would be lying. But we cannot. We would betray to Yuan. He gently pried Lu Huahua's hands away, creating distance between them. His reasons still held sway, and he was grateful they were in the water. Had they been on land, things would have spiraled out of control. No one will see us. If you don't say anything, I won't either. No one will know. Lu Huahua stepped closer. You know, from the moment I came to Xinghua village and met you, I liked you. Do you think I am the sort of woman who easily flirts? There are plenty of men trying to woo me here. Yet I have given none of them a favorable glance. Xiaochuan gazed at Lu Huahua, her head slightly raised, the moonlight illuminating her luscious red lips. In that moment, the last vestige of his rationality shattered. He extended his hand, wrapping it around Lu Huahua's soft waist beneath the water, as he leaned in towards her fiery lips. Lu Huahua's eyes sparkled with a fleeting joy. She closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the tempest that was about to unfold. Their lips drew ever closer under the moonlight. From 30 centimeters to 20, then 10, 5, and finally 2. Their noses brushed against each other, breathing in one another's warmth. Just as their lips were a mere millimeter apart, an abrupt voice called out from the shore. Hua 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 hua. Both Xiaochuan and Lu Huahua froze. The distance of 1 millimeter suddenly insurmountable. Reflexively, Xiaochuan released Lu Huahua, propelling himself backward and plunging into the water. Lu Huahua's flushed cheeks quickly returned to their natural hue, her eyes revealing a hint of frustration as she lamented inwardly. So close, so very close. And yet all my efforts tonight have been in vain. That wretched Yuan, that bothersome Yuan. The voice unmistakably belonged to Chen Yuan. Soon, he appeared at the riverbank, glancing towards Lu Huahua. What's the matter? Why shout so loudly? Are you calling for someone? Lu Huahua, visibly displeased, retorted. Huahua, I too feel quite warm and was thinking of taking a swim. Chen Yuan chuckled as he stripped off his vest and shoes, donning only his shorts, before splashing into the water with a plop. Chapter 42. The dignity of 3. Lu Huahua rolled her eyes and dove into the water. When she resurfaced, she was clad in a swimsuit that was both modest and practical, yet it did little to conceal her alluring figure. With that, she swam towards the riverbank, climbed ashore, and disregarding the dampness of her swimsuit, quickly dressed in her clothes. She then turned to Chen Yuan, calling out, I'm no longer hot. I've had my swim. I'll head back first. You can enjoy yourself. Chen Yuan, frolicking in the water, popped his head up and waved at Lu Huahua. All right, you go ahead. I'll swim for a bit longer and then come back. Lu Huahua ignored him, swaying her hips as she turned to leave, her graceful silhouette soon vanishing from Chen Yuan's sight. Meanwhile, Xiaochuan, submerged, maintained awareness of the situation above the water, distancing himself from Chen Yuan. It mattered not that Xiaochuan was now a cultivator. Even in the past, holding his breath underwater for several minutes was trivial. At present, he discovered he could easily hold his breath for at least half an hour, if not longer. After a time, Chen Yuan exited the water, donned his clothes, and casually glanced at the garments Xiaochuan had left on the riverbank. A faint smile crossed his lips as he gathered them up to take away. Sensing Chen Yuan's departure, Xiaochuan finally emerged from the water. The Xinghua River was now devoid of any other presence, though he still felt the lingering excitement. Without Lu Huahua's immediate allure, the urgency diminished. A refreshing river breeze swept past him as he performed a butterfly stroke towards the bank. Once seated, visions of Lu Huahua's tantalizing form underwater stirred a restless yearning within him. Had it not been for Yuan's sudden appearance, he might have irrevocably crossed the line with Sister Huahua. Xiaochuan's heart felt tumultuous. He sensed that succumbing to temptation would betray Yuan. Yet abstaining felt like denying his own desires. Thus, he resolved to smoke a cigarette to unwind. Wait, where are my clothes? My pants. Xiaochuan stood up, intending to retrieve a cigarette from his pants pocket, only to find nothing. I distinctly remember leaving them on this stone slab. Could it be that Sister Huahua hid them, fearing Yuan might see? He smirked, recognizing the meticulous nature of women. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his frown relaxed. Xiaochuan began to search barefoot among the bushes along the riverbank. Yet, after a thorough search, he found nothing. Could it be that Sister Huahua took them with her? This is outrageous. Dressed only in damp red briefs, the breeze sent chills through him. Under the cover of night, he stealthily made his way home, moving like a thief, crouching low at the slightest hint of movement. With his speed, no ordinary person could catch sight of him. As he entered the village, Xiao Chuan ducked into the shadows of various houses. Although most villagers were at home, many already asleep, the path was eerily empty. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. If someone were to catch sight of him clad only in underwear, his reputation would be utterly ruined. Soon, he was merely 50 meters from home when he exhaled in relief, preparing to sprint the final stretch. Suddenly, a large yellow dog surged towards him from the distance, barking furiously at the shadowy figure of Xiao Chuan. "Damn you, De Huang. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Xiao Chuan cursed, recognizing the dog as one of Lu Huahua's 3 fierce canines, named De Huang. The other 2 were De Hua and De Hui. Their presence effectively deterred any intruders from approaching her home, for a woman as beautiful and fragrant as Lu Huahua was bound to attract attention. De Huang's barking triggered a cascade of barks from other village dogs, creating a cacophony that roused the villagers. What is going on? Why are the dogs barking so loudly tonight? Is there a cow in the village? Or perhaps someone spotted Xiao Chuan's BMW and intends to steal it? The villagers murmured, awakening the once quiet village. Xiao Chuan sensed the villagers converging towards him, a pack of local dogs racing his way. Had this been the Xiao Chuan of old, he would have found himself in a dire predicament. But now, as a cultivator, he was more than capable of handling the situation. Thus, he bent his knees slightly, then sprang forth, propelling himself onto the roof of a nearby house. Another leap took him to a large tree 10 meters away, then to another tree. In this manner, he swiftly reached the tree near his home, while the pack of dogs continued to bark at the roof where he had first landed. Qin Xiaochuan stealthily slipped through the window, donning the tattered garments he had left behind from his high school days. He then reclined upon a bed cushioned with weeds, inhaling the fragrant scent of straw, and silently exhaled a sigh of relief, pondering to himself, "At last, I have evaded this calamity. However, what am I to do about the clothes and pants that Sister Huahua has taken from me? In truth, losing the clothing and shoes is of little consequence. It is the phone that truly concerns me. It harbors a wealth of vital information, as well as numerous cherished photographs and videos from my university days. Alas, women are indeed troublesome. Had she been in my presence, I would have surely dealt her a sound thrashing. How dare she toy with me like this? Utterly oblivious to my prowess." At that moment, at least a dozen villagers had gathered atop the roof where Qin Xiaochuan had recently taken refuge, that being the residence of Elder Song. "Elder Song, these dogs have been barking incessantly at your roof. Could it be that a thief has climbed up there? What could a thief possibly want from my home? Even a rat that ventures in must depart in tears. Regardless, I suggest we investigate. Perhaps the thief was merely fleeing from the dogs and sought refuge, rather than intending to steal." With Elder Song's consent, the intrepid villagers scoured the premises, including the roof, only to find nothing amiss. The pack of mutts continued their fervent barking, leaving the crowd in bewilderment. "We have searched thoroughly, yet no sign of anyone. And yet these dogs remain agitated. It is quite peculiar. Indeed, it is said that dogs can perceive things beyond human sight. Could it be that Elder Song's abode is haunted? Do not frighten me. Then what do you propose as an explanation for their incessant barking? Elder Song, I suggest you consult a Taoist priest tomorrow. Perhaps a chicken sacrifice and some incantations might rid us of this ominous energy. Well, it appears we have no other choice. Better to believe than to dismiss." Meanwhile, upon returning home, Lu Huahua was engulfed by a sense of frustration. Spotting the boisterous De Huang at the entrance, she delivered a swift kick. "Get away. I am in no mood." De Huang, pained by the kick, rolled on the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. Why would his master strike him when he was wagging his tail? De Hua and De Hui, initially eager to curry favor with their mistress, recoiled at the sight of De Huang's punishment. With a creak, Lu Huahua pushed open the door and entered her room, collapsing onto the bed, her agitation unabated. "That Chen Diyuan, does he think he will perish if he does not bathe tonight?" Tossing and turning, sleep eluded her as Qin Xiaochuan's handsome visage, his powerful chest, and that exhilarating 8-pack of abs invaded her thoughts. A lingering scent of male pheromones seemed to cling to her senses, causing her legs to instinctively draw together. After a time, the sound of the door opening signaled Chen Diyuan's return. Lu Huahua's irritation flared anew, and she called out to him from her room, "Dian, I am hungry." "Oh, what would you like to eat?" he replied, his tone still endearingly honest. "I want fish. Hurry to the river and catch some for me." Lu Huahua snapped. "Very well, I will be right back." Chen Diyuan opened the door and entered, grinning as he spoke. Hua Hua, guess what I found by the river? With that, he tossed Qin Xiaochuan's clothes, pants, and shoes before her. Lu Huahua immediately recognized them. She had seen them clearly when he entered the village earlier. Whose clothes are these? She inquired, her eyes flickering with a hint of guilt. Chen Diyuan settled beside her on the bed, still smiling. These belong to Qin Xiaochuan. Huahua, you truly know how to play the part. What do you mean? Lu Huahua's expression darkened. In truth, I saw everything, Chen Diyuan sighed. Lu Huahua's heart raced. She had not anticipated this turn of events. Her throat tightened as she cautiously asked, what did you see? I witnessed everything you said and did, Chen Diyuan replied. His gaze now tinged with melancholy, his voice hoarse. Lu Huahua was momentarily taken aback. Could you elaborate? This was a classic case of stubbornness. What if Chen Diyuan was simply trying to deceive her by claiming he had seen Qin Xiaochuan's clothes? Otherwise, why had he not reacted more vehemently at the time? With this thought in mind, Lu Huahua regained her composure. This Chen Diyuan had become increasingly cunning. He had changed. Chen Diyuan offered a rueful smile. I saw you two embracing in the water. Whether you choose to speak or not, no one else would know. From the moment you laid eyes on Qin Xiaochuan after marrying into our village, you fell for him, did you not? Upon hearing this, Lu Huahua's heart plummeted, her countenance darkening. Then why did you not confront me directly at that moment? Despair washed over her, yet she quickly reasoned that, at worst, she could divorce and seek work in the city. Chen Diyuan grasped Lu Huahua's hand. Marrying you is the fortune I have accrued over 10 lifetimes. Yet I am but a useless man who has failed to provide you with joy. To be with me has been a sacrifice for you. You have your eyes set on the most promising man in our village. If something were to happen between you two, I would be pained, yet I would accept it. Xiaochuan is exceptional, a benefactor to our village. Only he is worthy of my concession. In truth, when I saw you two together, I felt both joy and sorrow. Ultimately, I could not bear to witness your affection unfold before my eyes, which is why I spoke out. Lu Huahua was once again taken aback. She had never imagined that Chen Diyuan was so astute, secretly overseeing everything. She had thought only she and Xiaochuan were aware of their feelings, yet Diyuan knew as well. However, I had no intention of exposing you both, for that would only serve to humiliate us all. This is my final act of dignity for the three of us. Chen Diyuan continued. I also knew that Qin Xiaochuan was hiding beneath the water, which is why I took his clothes with me when I left. To vex him a bit. After all, he nearly cuckolded me. Lu Huahua was astounded. She had not anticipated Chen Diyuan to harbor such thoughts, implying that he was not averse to her having a relationship with Qin Xiaochuan. Ultimately, he only wished to avoid witnessing his own humiliation, hence his interruption. Huahua, if you wish to pursue a relationship with that fellow, I do not oppose it. My only request is that you do not divorce me. Let us maintain our facade of marriage, shall we? My actions stem not from a lack of love, but from a profound affection for you. I do not want you to suffer or live a life of solitude. Chen Diyuan spoke earnestly. Lu Huahua inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling with emotion, regarding Chen Diyuan with a gaze that seemed to rediscover the man she had married for several years. She opened her mouth, as if to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. Releasing a gentle sigh, Chen Diyuan released her hand. Did you not say you were hungry and wanted fish? I shall go catch some. You rest here, and I will return shortly. As she watched Chen Diyuan's retreating figure, Lu Huahua felt a tumult of emotions within her, unsure of the flavor of her feelings at that moment. Chapter 43. Brother Diyuan's special request. Qin Xiaochuan lay on the bed, tossing and turning, his body aflame with restlessness. Unable to find sleep, the external heat of the weather and an internal surge of desire conspired against him. Indeed, it was quite the predicament. Any normal man, encountering such fortuitous circumstances on a night by the river, would find it peculiar to be able to sleep without any form of release. Frustration coursed through Qin Xiaochuan as he rose from his bed and gulped down a large glass of water, yet it proved futile. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he gazed out into the tranquil darkness, the outlines of the village faintly illuminated by the moonlight, and murmured to himself, if only my parents were here too. I might as well drive back to Qingyan City directly. I could arrive by the early hours and perhaps have Hongjia help alleviate my frustrations. Imagining Hongjia's alluring figure, Qin Xiaochuan felt a surge of urgency. As for the clothes, shoes, and phone taken by Sister Hua, he certainly intended to retrieve them. He planned to sneak into Sister Hua's home, deftly locate the couple's sleeping spots, and retrieve his belongings unnoticed, an endeavor he deemed simple. However, just as he was about to put his plan into action, a familiar voice interrupted the stillness. Woof, woof, woof. Xiaochuan, are you home? It was accompanied by a man's voice. Qin Xiaochuan froze. A chill ran down his spine. Chen Diyuan? What was he doing here at this hour? He had intended to sneak into his house. Yet, here was De Yuan, arriving uninvited around 11 at night. Xiao Chuan sensed something was amiss. Nevertheless, he would not cower. He was a cultivator, after all, and had no reason to fear an ordinary person. Peering out of the window, Xiao Chuan called down, De Yuan, I'm home. Is there something you need at this late hour? De Yuan looked up, a radiant smile on his face, and replied. I realized it's been a while since we last met. Since you're back, I thought I'd invite you for a drink and a chat. I wonder, now that you're a university student, a successful person, will you give this country bumpkin some face? As he spoke, he raised a jar of liquor above his head, shaking it playfully in Xiao Chuan's direction. Just a moment, I'll let you in. Tonight, I'll drink with you to my heart's content, Xiao Chuan said, relieved that it was merely a drinking invitation. He recalled the earlier incident and felt a tinge of guilt for having embraced someone else's wife. Perhaps accompanying De Yuan would ease his conscience. When Xiao Chuan opened the door to invite De Yuan inside, De Yuan shook his head. Let us go out for drinks. It might disturb Uncle Xiao's rest. Feeling agreeable, Xiao Chuan nodded, and together they ventured out. Though the dogs barked, their presence in the village under the moonlight made it less alarming than before. Shall we head to the riverbank? De Yuan casually suggested. Sure, Xiao Chuan agreed. Soon, they arrived at the banks of Xinghua River, finding a clean stone slab to sit upon. De Yuan pulled out 2 bowls, a plate of peanuts, and opened the jar of liquor, filling the bowls as he spoke. Xiao Chuan, I apologize for the simple fare. Please don't hold it against me. De Yuan, we are both from the countryside. Such niceties are unnecessary. Peanuts with liquor are perfectly fine, Xiao Chuan said, pinching a peanut between his fingers and popping it into his mouth, savoring its delightful crunch. Now, this is homemade corn liquor brewed by your sister-in-law. Let us raise a toast. De Yuan lifted his bowl, and Xiao Chuan mirrored his actions. They clinked their bowls together and downed the contents in one swift motion. After refilling their bowls, De Yuan asked, Have you found a girlfriend yet? Xiao Chuan hesitated, the image of Guo Yujiao flashing through his mind. Yes, he had found someone. But it was a trap, a scheme aimed at ensnaring him. In a sense, he had foolishly believed she was his girlfriend, when in her eyes, he was merely a means to an end. His encounters with Hongjia were similarly fleeting, and he had yet to establish a genuine relationship. The women he met afterward were merely transient flings, never truly qualifying as a girlfriend. Realization dawned upon him. He was, in fact, single, still in a state of first love. What's wrong? De Yuan noticed Xiao Chuan's momentary distraction and probed further. Xiao Chuan snapped back to reality, smiling as he replied, Oh, nothing much. I was just reflecting on how, despite being a university student and a source of pride for Xinghua Village, I've never been in a relationship. I've been so focused on my studies that I've graduated and now busy searching for a job. So, no girlfriend yet. I apologize for the embarrassment. De Yuan patted Xiao Chuan on the shoulder, chuckling. With your qualities, you shouldn't worry about finding a girlfriend. Can you share what type you're looking for? Here, take a sip first, and we can continue our conversation. As De Yuan popped a peanut into his mouth and chewed, Xiao Chuan lifted his bowl, taking a hearty gulp before responding. I haven't really thought about it yet. After what happened with Guo Yujiao, I haven't considered dating seriously. Of course, I wouldn't refuse a night of passion with a woman. To be fair, there must be at least some criteria, like height and looks. You surely can't accept someone unattractive? De Yuan teased. With a chuckle, Xiao Chuan replied, Naturally, I cannot accept an eyesore. Any normal man would hope for a partner who is fair-skinned, beautiful, and has an enviable figure. De Yuan burst into laughter. Now that's the truth. You'll find someone like that. After all, you're handsome and educated, the type that many girls would be drawn to. Then, De Yuan shifted the conversation. What do you think of Sister Hua? Does she fit the bill of a fair-skinned beauty? Xiao Chuan nearly choked on his drink. Astonished that De Yuan would bring up Sister Hua, images of the earlier incident in the water surged back to his mind. Truth be told, Sister Hua was indeed a captivating beauty, rivaling those in the city, a true gem of the countryside. De Yuan, you must have saved the galaxy in your past life. What good fortune you have! Xiao Chuan exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Yes, she is a wonderful woman, but it's a pity she has to endure hardships with me, De Yuan sighed, his expression turning somber. This time, he did not invite Xiao Chuan to drink along. Instead, he downed a bowl of liquor himself, the alcohol reddening his face and twisting his expression in pain. What's wrong, De Yuan? Xiao Chuan sensed something was off. Could it be that Sister Hua's words of affection were not sincere, but merely her nature? De Yuan, unable to rein in Sister Hua, seemed to bear the weight of suffering. Was this why he sought Xiao Chuan for a drink tonight, to express his heart's burden? As a man who would willingly endure such humiliation, Chen Xiaochuan felt a pang of sympathy for De Yuan, yet he knew he couldn't offer any assistance. Were he in De Yuan's shoes, he would have ended the relationship without hesitation. But Dian likely couldn't bring himself to do so, and therein lay the source of his anguish. Did you know? In the years I've been married to Sister Hua, we have never shared a bed. Chen De Yuan uttered a statement that left Chen Xiaochuan utterly astonished. How can you endure such a beautiful wife, Brother De Yuan? Even if Hua's sister-in-law disagrees, one must seize the opportunity. If she does not consent, why then did she marry you? Chen Xiaochuan pondered in confusion. Chen Dian shook his head in despair. It's not that she disagrees. Rather, I am incapable. And your sister-in-law? She is a normal woman, living a widowed life with me. I feel guilty towards her, yet I cherish her and do not wish for a divorce. Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched at the implication that Hua's sister-in-law might still be a virgin. However, in this day and age, being married does not necessarily equate to being untouched. Brother De Yuan, have you not sought medical advice? Chen Xiaochuan inquired, blinking. Of course, I have been checked. I spent several thousand yuan. But the doctor said there is no cure. It's congenital, known as heavenly atrophy. Chen De Yuan lamented, his voice trembling with emotion. Chen Xiaochuan, extending his hand, felt for Chen De Yuan's pulse. Through the pulse, he discerned that Chen De Yuan's condition was indeed one of atrophy and blockage. The 18 needles of evil clouds were a mystical technique that Chen Xiaochuan had learned from a classical beauty. With the right application, it could revive the dying and reverse the flow of life. Conversely, the reverse application could induce unbearable pain. Addressing Chen De Yuan's congenital malady with this technique would be a trivial endeavor, potentially enabling a second chance at vitality. Yet, the key to achieving such effects lay in possessing foundational cultivation, which Chen Xiaochuan, being in the qi refinement stage, could not attain. His momentary examination lasted only a second. So Chen De Yuan remained unaware of Chen Xiaochuan's actions. After retracting his hand, Chen Xiaochuan said nonchalantly, Brother De Yuan, during my university years, I met an elderly doctor who mentioned your condition. He claimed that even heavenly atrophy is not beyond salvation, as there are some reclusive healers who can provide treatment. So do not lose hope. When I encounter such a healer, I will certainly introduce you. The notion of an elderly doctor and a reclusive healer was entirely fabricated by Chen Xiaochuan, as he knew he could only assist Brother De Yuan once he achieved foundational success himself. What you speak of is as improbable as winning the lottery's grand prize. Besides, I lack the funds for treatment, so I have resigned myself to fate. If I am to experience heavenly atrophy, then so be it. It does not hinder our enjoyment of drinks together. Yet, rather than being uplifted by the glimmer of hope, Chen De Yuan appeared more lucid. Chen Xiaochuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words and took a sip from his cup. Xiaochuan, you have never had a girlfriend. Have you ever entertained thoughts about women? For instance, engaging in intimacy? Chen De Yuan turned to Chen Xiaochuan, his words shocking. Chen Xiaochuan, caught off guard, sputtered the wine he had just sipped. Brother De Yuan, you're intoxicated. He wiped his mouth and looked at Chen De Yuan. I am not drunk. I know precisely what I am saying. Chen De Yuan insisted, his demeanor earnest. We are men. Discussing such topics is quite normal among adults, wouldn't you agree? Brother De Yuan, I am a normal man. What do you think? Chen Xiaochuan refrained from a direct answer. Do not evade my inquiry. Simply state whether you desire it or not. Chen De Yuan pressed. Of course I do. Chen Xiaochuan could only concede. The thought of such pleasures was exhilarating. And even without the influence of the mythical Qilin Kidney, one would still envision various beautiful women in lonely nights. Xiaochuan, I wish to ask you for a favor. Chen De Yuan hesitated. What favor? Chen Xiaochuan asked, intrigued. Your sister-in-law marrying me has been a burden on her, Chen De Yuan earnestly expressed, delivering a series of statements that shattered Chen Xiaochuan's worldview. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan's jaw dropped in disbelief. It dawned on him that Brother De Yuan's intention for inviting him to drink was for this purpose. Such a request was utterly outrageous and challenged the very fabric of his understanding. This is not appropriate. Chen Xiaochuan struggled to articulate. Chen De Yuan chuckled. In fact, I witnessed what transpired between you two by the river tonight. What? You saw everything? Chen Xiaochuan's eyes widened. Yes, I even took your clothes. I realize that if this continues, I cannot keep her. I cannot bear to lose her. I cannot accept anyone else, but you. Being the only university student in our village and quite handsome, I can accept your presence. With a thud, Chen De Yuan knelt before Chen Xiaochuan. Chen Xiaochuan felt dizzy. He had initially thought his belongings were taken by Hua, only to discover it was Brother De Yuan. He never anticipated such bold ideas from him. They say urban schemes are intricate, but rural roads seem even more treacherous. Chen Xiaochuan promptly helped Chen De Yuan to his feet, urging, "Brother Dian, please rise. I will not get up unless you agree." Chen Deyuan stubbornly remained kneeling. To him, Chen Xiaochuan was a university student, and he believed that any offspring would undoubtedly be exceptional. However, this thought was something Chen Deyuan would not voice. Chen Xiaochuan's mind drifted to Lu Huahua's alluring figure, stirring a restlessness within him. He was not a rigid individual, since Brother Deyuan had made such a request, and Lu Huahua seemed to have feelings for him. Why not indulge in this adult arrangement? After all, the allure of an experienced woman is hard to resist, and life is about exploration and experience. Very well. Chen Xiaochuan reluctantly nodded. Haha, go ahead. I shall sleep by the river tonight and return before dawn. This matter must remain concealed. Your sister-in-law expressed a desire for fish, and you will be the fish I present to her. I believe she will be quite pleased. Thank you for this favor. Chen Deyuan's spirits lifted. Chen Xiaochuan had initially planned to retrieve his clothes and phone, but was unexpectedly swept into this peculiar arrangement. However, even with Chen Deyuan's consent, he could not boldly stride into their home. Stealthily, he approached Brother Deyuan's abode. The three dogs, De Huang, De Hua, and De Hui, seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly standing up. Ears perked, tongues lolling, ready to bark. Yet, in that critical moment, 3 small stones flew through the air. The 3 mutts had no time to utter a sound before collapsing, unconscious. Chen Xiaochuan clapped his hands, murmuring, 3 mere mutts dare to obstruct me? Do they think I am merely a decoration at the 17th layer of qi refinement? With that, he swiftly approached Brother Deyuan's home, where the door was ajar, revealing a faint glow within. Chen Xiaochuan gently pushed the door open, slipping inside, and quickly closing it behind him. Despite his caution, the wooden door creaked ominously as it opened and shut. Inside, he heard Lu Huahua's disgruntled sigh. Adjusting his breath, he took swift steps towards the room and pushed the door open. There lay Lu Huahua, reclining on the bed, head resting on her hand, clad in a loose nightgown that could not conceal her enticing curves. How many fish did you catch? If you caught fewer than 10, it's hardly worth it. You won't be satisfied. Lu Huahua heard the sound of the door opening, yet made no move to look over, engrossed in venting her dissatisfaction. Chen Xiaochuan swallowed hard, nervously touching his nose, feeling utterly unprepared. Why are you back? She muttered, still grumbling, until suddenly realizing the voice was wrong. She jumped as if struck by lightning, her beautiful eyes widening as she fixed her gaze on Chen Xiaochuan. How did you come here? Panic washed over her, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Then she realized something. This guy, unable to resolve matters at the river, had brazenly intruded into her home. Outside, it was inconsequential, but here, it was entirely unacceptable. Before Chen Xiaochuan could speak, Lu Huahua hurriedly continued, Xiaochuan, you must leave quickly. If the Yuan brother sees you, it will be disastrous. Huahua, the Yuan brother sent me. He said I'm to bring you the fish, enough to fill you up. Chen Xiaochuan's gaze lingered on her heaving figure. Lu Huahua almost exclaimed that it was impossible, but then remembered what De Yuan had said earlier, realizing Chen Xiaochuan was indeed telling the truth. Her frantic heart gradually settled. I really like this fish. Before Chen Xiaochuan could react, Lu Huahua leaped forward, wrapping her arms tightly around him. The sensation of their bodies embraced through her nightgown was even more tantalizing. Chen Xiaochuan's mind went blank, but he quickly regained his composure, inhaling the sweet scent of her body. It was indeed an innocent fragrance, pure and untouched. Chen Xiaochuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Earlier, in the river, he hadn't noticed it, as he had assumed Lu Huahua was no longer pure, so he hadn't considered it in that light. Nevertheless, even if she had lost her virginity, it wouldn't diminish his desire to be with her, even if it meant facing the scorn of countless handsome readers. In the heat of the moment, Chen Xiaochuan embraced Lu Huahua and pressed her down onto the bed. Sorry, Huahua, he murmured, leaning in to kiss her luscious red lips. Just then, his phone rang, the sound abruptly halting their impending connection, leaving them mere centimeters apart. They both froze, turning towards the source of the ringing. Chen Xiaochuan noticed his clothes, crumpled and tossed at the foot of the bed. I'll check who it is. Damn it, probably some nuisance call. Chen Xiaochuan reluctantly released Lu Huahua's warm body, crawling over to retrieve his phone from his pocket, only to find it was his mother's call. Hello, Mom. He answered, unable to ignore the call. Xiaochuan, where have you been? Come back quickly. Your father has fainted. Her anxious voice crackled through the receiver. What? Dad fainted? Mom, don't panic. I'll be right home. The fiery passion within Chen Xiaochuan evaporated instantly as he hurriedly gathered his clothes and rushed out, making his way back home, leaving Lu Huahua behind in solitude. A skilled hunter always presents themselves as prey. If it wasn't for De Yuan, he would have succeeded at the river. Now, everything seemed to have fallen into place. Yet unexpected events took a turn. Was that guy truly a man she could never have? Lu Huahua's voice became choked with emotion as she angrily tugged at the blankets. Her frustration too profound for words. Upon returning home, Qin Xiaochuan found his father unconscious. Xiaochuan, quickly drive your father to the hospital for emergency treatment. If anything happens to him, what will I do? His mother wept, a picture of despair. Qin Xiaochuan quickly checked his father's pulse and breathing, his racing heart finally settling. He diagnosed his father with acute cerebral hemorrhage. Following his mother's insistence to drive him to the hospital would only risk his father's life further during the bumpy ride. Had he just graduated from university, he would have faced the unbearable grief of losing his father, mourning the loss with the entire village. Mom, don't cry. Dad will be fine. I've been learning some traditional medicine with a teacher at school. Let me perform some acupressure on him, and he will recover. Qin Xiaochuan exhaled, channeling his inner energy into precise movements, employing the 18 needles of evil cloud. Though the effects were limited, they were certainly sufficient for treating a mere cerebral hemorrhage. As the condition was acquired, due to his father's condition, Qin Xiaochuan did not dare to be careless. He worked meticulously, and as dawn broke, he finally ceased his efforts. The blocked blood vessels in his father's head were cleared, along with various accumulated ailments. Ah! Qin Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaochuan, how is your father? His mother, who hadn't slept all night, finally dared to ask when she saw him stop. He's fine. Let him rest for a bit. He will wake up soon. Mom, I feel a bit tired. I'm going to lie down for a while. Qin Xiaochuan felt his eyelids growing heavy. All right, you go ahead. I'll stay here with your father, his mother replied, nodding. At dawn, Chun Dian returned home, noticing Lu Huahua lying alone in bed, with no sign of Qin Xiaochuan. He thought to himself, Xiaochuan is indeed a good brother. He left before dawn. Huahua should be pleased now, no longer having to suffer alone because of my shortcomings. He approached her. Huahua, how does it feel to be a woman? Is it pleasurable? He secretly hoped for a grandson. Lu Huahua's eyes suddenly flew open. Irritation evident as she replied, I hate you. You're such a fool. Huahua, how can you still hate me? You're being heartless. You secretly got together with that guy. And I interrupted, but I've come to terms with it. I sought him out to fulfill your dreams. You should be grateful, yet you resent me? Is that fair? Qin Dayuan lamented, feeling wronged. He was willing to endure the consequences for her happiness, yet received no gratitude in return. The guy came, but before we could do anything, my mom called to say my dad fainted, and he left, Lu Huahua said angrily, sitting up. Qin Dian was taken aback, never expecting that after all his efforts, it would end up like this. Tomorrow night, I'll call him over again. He can't be fainting all the time. He sat down beside Lu Huahua, attempting to console her. Fine. Lu Huahua reluctantly responded. Qin Xiaochuan slept until noon, dreaming of spring, with Lu Huahua as the focal point. Upon awakening, he found himself in a new pair of underwear, chuckling at the absurdity of having accomplished in a dream what could have been realized in reality. However, once he regained his composure, he felt that even if Di Yuan agreed and begged, he should never pursue another man's wife. It was simply immoral. Thankfully, he had avoided making a grave mistake the previous night. It can be said that this is a rational thought. If Lu Huahua were to appear before Qin Xiaochuan now, with just a casual gesture, he would undoubtedly succumb, casting aside any notions of morality into the void. Qin Xiaochuan is acutely aware of this predicament. Thus, he chooses to avoid confrontation and plans to leave for Qingyun City after lunch. Embracing Hongjia, his lover, would alleviate the psychological burden, allowing him to indulge freely without restraint. He must not meet Sister Huahua again, for he knows he would lose control and air. After lunch, he gently urged his parents, Mom and Dad, please do not overexert yourselves. Honestly, no matter how hard you work in the countryside, it won't yield much profit, and it won't truly aid me. I will forge my own path in life. Taking care of your health is the greatest support you can offer me. Seeing his parents, Qin Xiaochuan spoke with deep emotion. We understand, dear. Qin's father and mother, realizing their inability to provide a better life for their son, were moved to tears. Just as Qin Xiaochuan prepared to leave, Song San approached with a cane, calling out, Xiaochuan, wait. I have something to discuss with you. Qin Xiaochuan had already shifted into drive, but paused to press the park button. Take your time, San, I'll wait for you. He called back. A few minutes later, Song San arrived at Qin Xiaochuan's window, slightly out of breath. What is it, San? Qin Xiaochuan inquired with a smile. Well, Xiaochuan, last year your brother Dachuan went to work, but I've heard he hasn't been working. Instead, he is involved with some underworld activities in Qingyun City. When I called him, he dismissed my concerns. I thought, as a university student, perhaps you could persuade him. It's a perilous path, and I fear for his life. He is my only grandson. His father passed away early, and his mother abandoned him. I don't want to lose him too. Song Sang's voice trembled as he wiped away tears. After listening, Chun Xiaochuan nodded and replied, Sang, I cannot guarantee he will heed my words. But please provide me with his phone number, and I will reach out to him and earnestly try to persuade him. Thank you, Xiaochuan. We are family. There's no need for formality. He replied gratefully. Mom and Dad, I'm off. Chun Xiaochuan said. Be careful on the road. They responded. He pressed the accelerator. Driving away in Hongjia's BMW. Dachuan, that kid's escaped. I detest him. Upon seeing Chun Xiaochuan's car vanish at the village's edge, Lu Huahua seethed with anger. Chen Diyuan was equally at a loss, having planned for Qin Xiaochuan to return that evening to finish what had been left undone. Little did he know, that boy had fled at noon. Xiaochuan, how can you be so untrustworthy? Upon returning to Qingyan City, night had fallen. The flames ignited by the captivating Lu Huahua continued to burn within Qin Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, you're back. Hongjia greeted him with a warm smile at the door, only to be pushed aside by Qin Xiaochuan's bold and unyielding advance. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Even more so than I. Yet, adhering to the principle of not wasting fertile land, Hongjia was undeterred and embraced the moment. The night was filled with passion, continuing until dawn. Qin Xiaochuan awoke at noon, stretching and feeling rejuvenated, only to discover Hongjia had already risen and was preparing lunch. Get up. Come eat. I made your favorite abalone, she called, waving him over. Coming. Qin Xiaochuan rubbed his hands together and approached the dining table, stealing glances at Hongjia. At that moment, she radiated vitality, resembling a vibrant flower, particularly alluring in her kitchen apron. Qin Xiaochuan swallowed hard, realizing the truth in the saying that women are akin to flowers, flourishing with a man's nurturing. After lunch, Qin Xiaochuan lit a cigarette, enjoying it before addressing Hongjia. I need to borrow your car again. Once I have the opportunity, I'll buy my own to avoid disrupting your travel. My car is like my life, you can drive it any time. If it becomes inconvenient, I'll just use a ride-hailing service. No need to be formal. Hongjia replied softly, increasingly infatuated with Qin Xiaochuan, captivated both physically and mentally. Alas, her humble origins made her feel unworthy of him, and she hoped this relationship could last a long time, perhaps even a millennium. Of course, I will buy a car. After all, this BMW doesn't quite suit my temperament. Qin Xiaochuan chuckled. Hongjia paused, realizing the truth in his words. A young man with a fortune of 200 billion should not be driving a car worth 50,000. He ought to have a Bentley, Rolls-Royce, or Ferrari. The thought of him owning a Ferrari made her excitement swell. Picturing herself lounging in his new car sent shivers down her spine. With such thoughts, Hongjia inadvertently tightened her legs together and bit her lip, only to find Qin Xiaochuan had already left for the Public Security Bureau. What brings you here? Yang Yin was surprised to see Qin Xiaochuan. Of course, I came to see you. I don't know anyone else here. He replied nonchalantly, cigarette dangling from his lips. Yang Yan's figure, clad in protective gear, showcased her alluring curves, a sight he could not tire of. Here for me. What's the matter? She asked with a smirk. I missed you, Qin Xiaochuan grinned. Yang Yan's expression turned cold. Had it not been for her inability to overpower him, she would have slapped him. How dare you tease me? She huffed, retreating as she could neither confront nor escape. Wait. Qin Xiaochuan swiftly blocked her path. Caught off guard, Yang Yin stumbled into him. His hands instinctively reached out, palms facing her, cushioning the impact. You, she gasped, retreating in shock, clutching her chest as she assessed the situation, her face pale. It's not my fault. You ran into me. Luckily, I caught you. Otherwise, with my modesty, a collision would have been disastrous. Qin Xiaochuan said, feigning seriousness. Yang Yin nearly choked in disbelief. She had encountered many shameless individuals, but none as audacious as him. Now, to the point, I wanted to ask if you've heard of the Yi family from Kyoto? Qin Xiaochuan inquired earnestly. At this, Yang Yin paused, recollecting something, and asked, by the way, what happened with the leader of the Holy Hand sect after he reported you? I've heard bits and pieces, but am unclear about the details. The gentleman truly embodies the stature of a sect leader. Upon hearing about the affairs of his subordinates, he became exceedingly irate and, representing his sect, expressed remorse within my residence for several days. He then enlisted the assistance of Xia Dongqing from the Martial Arts Association to escort Zhao Shun and his disciples for punishment. He further conveyed his profound admiration for my character, likening his reverence for me to the ceaseless flow of a mighty river. In the end, with unabashed boldness, he insisted on recognizing me as his elder brother. Reluctantly, I accepted him as my junior. Subsequently, he led his team back. Qin Xiaochuan recounted this with great flair. Yang Yin rolled her eyes dramatically, entirely skeptical of Qin Xiaochuan's narrative. She surmised that he had been brought to his knees by the leader of the Sacred Hand sect, pleading for mercy merely to preserve his life. As for Zhao Shun and his companions being taken away by Xia Dongqing, it was likely the sect leader felt that his subordinates had disgraced the Sacred Hand sect by their lewd behavior at a bar, thus supporting Xia Dongqing in their apprehension for punishment. Yet here, in Chen's tale, he was being worshipped and recognized as an elder brother. Is this truly the language of a sensible person? The leader of the Sacred Hand sect, a peak master at the late stage of the martial king realm, holds a revered status. Does he truly acknowledge you as an elder brother? You really dare to boast, she exclaimed. The patriarch of the Yi family holds a rank equivalent to that of the Sacred Hand sect's leader. You ought to weigh your options regarding a trip to Kyoto. Of course, if I am not mistaken, even if you choose not to go, the Yi family will likely send someone to deal with you. Thus, if I were in your shoes, I would hastily depart from Qingyun, leave Longhua, and seek refuge elsewhere until you attain the realm of martial sovereign before returning. However, let me tell you, even a practitioner of external martial arts would find it hard to reach the martial sovereign realm. The peak of the martial king is already a monumental challenge. Yang Yin chuckled lightly. What? The strongest of the Yi family is on par with my junior from the Sacred Hand sect? Huh. I thought the Yi family was something extraordinary. Qin Xiaochuan scoffed. As for Yang Yan's claim of being a practitioner of external martial arts, Qin Xiaochuan found no need to elaborate. He had been under the impression that his current strength, at the 17th layer of qi refinement, was comparable to that of a late-stage martial sovereign, but now it seemed he had overestimated himself. Yang Yan's lips curled slightly. To her, Qin Xiaochuan's assertions appeared to be mere attempts to save face. A peak martial king is not something to be taken lightly. You may be misjudging the prowess of martial artists. Of course, if you do not wish to leave Longhua but fear being targeted, I could offer you a position at our Public Security Bureau. That way, even if the Yi family becomes audacious, they would not dare to cause trouble within our precinct. I shall protect you. She proposed this quickly, realizing that if Qin Xiaochuan fled, her vendetta against him and Linghua would remain unavenged. Thus, she needed to ensure assistance arrived before any escape took place. I have no interest in being a security officer, Qin Xiaochuan retorted with a pout. Who said anything about being a security officer? I need someone to clean the toilets. Our Bureau's toilets will be entrusted to you, with your unblemished background. Even if you possess formidable skills, attempting to enter my line of work is a distant dream. Yang Yin could not help but laugh, relishing the opportunity to tease Qin Xiaochuan. All right, thank you. Farewell, but remember not to bump into me with your assets next time. If I inadvertently crush them, that would be unfortunate. I hear breast enhancement surgeries are quite costly nowadays. After uttering this, Qin Xiaochuan swiftly hopped into his car and drove away. Get lost. You lecherous scoundrel. How shameless. Yang Yin fumed, her body trembling with rage. After a moment, she realized that Qin Xiaochuan was likely frightened. His choice to avoid working at the Public Security Bureau suggested only one final option, to flee. Thus, Yang Yin hastily retrieved her phone and called Linghua. Sister Linghua, that fellow is likely to run. Have you found the help you were looking for? Run? You must find a way to stabilize him. I have secured assistance. The flight is booked for tonight. Linghua replied anxiously. All right. Yang Yin, thrilled by the arrival of help that very evening, hung up without inquiring further. She quickly entered her office and accessed the citywide surveillance system, focusing on monitoring the airport. If he attempted to escape abroad, the only route would be by plane. The moment she saw Qin Xiaochuan heading to the airport, she would exert her authority to seal it off for routine inspection, postponing all flights until the following day. Little brat, you think you can run? Not on my watch. After completing her preparations, Yang Yin exhaled deeply, a smirk appearing on her lips as she envisioned capturing Qin Xiaochuan and exacting her revenge. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiaochuan, all of Yang Yan's machinations unfolded unnoticed. In his car, he dialed the number of Qin Yunho. Master. Upon connection, Qin Yunho's voice was laced with reverence, but Qin Xiaochuan could not see the venomous glint in his eyes. Prepare your private jet. Tonight we travel to Kyoto to settle matters with the Yi family, Qin Xiaochuan commanded nonchalantly. A Qin Yunho was taken aback, not anticipating Qin Xiaochuan's audacity to venture into Kyoto. Regaining his composure, he nodded eagerly, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. This means I will be freed tonight. This young man possessed audacity beyond measure, daring to provoke the Yi family, an endeavor fraught with peril. Following the call, Qin Yunho excitedly informed Yi Xiao of the impending confrontation. That brat intends to seek retribution from my Yi family tonight? Huh, I shall await him. Yi Xiao laughed heartily. After ending the call, Qin Xiaochuan dialed another number, one given to him by Song Dachuan. He was well acquainted with Song Dachuan, who was 3 years his junior and, as children, had often trailed closely behind him in their village. Who is this? Selling houses, doing renovations, or offering loans? Apologize immediately, or I shall come and deal with you. If you're a woman, give me your address, and be ready. A brash voice erupted from the other end of the line. Qin Xiaochuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Dachuan, it's me. Your brother, Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, is that really you? What is up? Did someone bully you at university? No, no one is bothering me. I just returned to the village a couple of days ago and got your number from your grandfather. I heard you were in Qilin City, so I thought I'd reach out and catch up. Got it. Come to the backseat bar in the west of the city. I'll be waiting for you. Song Dachuan provided his address, and Qin Xiaochuan promptly drove over. Upon arriving at the backseat bar, Qin Xiaochuan found that Song Dachuan had transformed significantly. Bare-chested with a dragon tattoo adorning his torso and a shaved head. He was flanked by several ruffians, exuding an air of a streetwise leader. Come, call him Brother Chuan. Song Dachuan bellowed, and his entourage echoed in unison, Brother Chuan. Qin Xiaochuan chuckled, no need for formalities. Following this, Song Dachuan laid out a feast and invited Qin Xiaochuan to take a seat. Brother Xiaochuan, can you get in touch with me? I am quite delighted, and truth be told, I have missed you as well. However, I hesitated to disturb you, knowing you are occupied with your studies. It has been many years. Come, let us share a drink as brothers. Song Dachuan raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Xiaochuan's. Dachuan, did you open this bar? Qin Xiaochuan inquired tentatively. No, I merely oversee it. This establishment belongs to Brother Wen Heir from Beijing. I now hold a significant position on this street, akin to the character Chun Haonan from the movies. One day, I shall surely attain the stature of Brother Wen Heir. By the way, Xiaochuan, now that you have graduated, what line of work are you pursuing? If you encounter any bullying at work, just mention my name, Dachuan. Who would dare disrespect you? I will support you. Song Dachuan's admiration for Wen Shan was palpable. I am currently unemployed, Qin Xiaochuan replied, shaking his head. Oh, if you don't mind, why not join me? Though it may not align with your scholarly background. The lively girls here will ensure you have a good time. You can have your pick, indulge as you wish. Let us feast and drink heartily. As long as you have the guts, I believe you too can one day command a street, far more exhilarating than working in a factory. Song Dachuan eagerly extended the invitation. Although Qin Xiaochuan held disdain for street thugs, he was genuinely touched by Dachuan's sincerity. Dachuan, with all due respect, the underworld offers no future. Even if you reach Wen Shan's level, to me, that is still worthless. Qin Xiaochuan swirled his drink, speaking nonchalantly. Dachuan's expression twitched, while his subordinate erupted in fury. What did you say? You dare insult our Brother Wen Heir? You seek death. In an instant, 7 or 8 thugs surrounded Qin Xiaochuan. Chapter 46. The Arrival of Reinforcements. Smack. Song Dachuan slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, What are you doing? Is my brother Xiaochuan planning a rebellion? Dachuan, even if he is your brother, he cannot demean Brother Wen. If this matter reaches Brother Wen, we will all be doomed. Indeed, Dachuan, we follow you for a better life, not to court death. This kid must kneel and apologize. If you protect him, we will no longer follow you. Yes, it's up to you, Dachuan. The 7 or 8 subordinates glared furiously at Qin Xiaochuan. Song Dachuan's expression faltered, and he turned to Qin Xiaochuan. Brother Xiaochuan, your words could very well lead to your demise on the streets. Brother Wen is the godfather of the underworld in Qilin City, an idol to countless thugs. Perhaps you should apologize? Otherwise, I cannot control my brothers. Nonetheless, Qin Xiaochuan remained unfazed, pulling out his phone and addressing Song Dachuan. Dachuan, since you believe Wen Shan is impressive and your idol, I will call him over for you to see what kind of person he truly is. With that, he dialed Wen Shan's number. Once connected, without letting Wen Shan speak, he declared, I am at the backseat bar in Beijing. Come over. Then he hung up. Haha. Kid, you are truly a performer. Pretending to call Brother Wen. Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Dachuan, your brother Xiaochuan refuses to apologize and disregards you. Step aside. Out of respect for you, we want to kill him, but we will chop off one of his hands. If you interfere, we will part ways and settle this with knives. For these 7 or 8 thugs, successfully carrying out this deed would surely earn them Brother Wen's favor, leading to a swift rise in status. Who among them doesn't he aspire to be a big shot? The opportunity was too tempting to ignore. Song Dachuan's expression hardened as he grasped the ready watermelon knife on the table, speaking earnestly, Brother Xiaochuan, you should run. I will hold them off. Damn it. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. If you truly want to turn against me, then let us fight. At that moment, someone shouted, Brother Wen Heir. Everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance of the bar, where Wen Shan hurriedly entered, surrounded by several subordinates. Oh no, this is bad. Song Dachuan's face turned ashen. Faced with his rebellious subordinates, he had some confidence to confront them, but with Brother Wen's arrival, it was all over. The 8 subordinates suddenly brightened at the sight. One rushed forward, eagerly saying, "Brother Wen, this little brat insulted you, calling you trash." "It's him." As Wen Shan looked at Qin Xiaochuan, his face blanched. He had just received the call while nearby, and had no idea why this troublemaker wanted to see him. Without further thought, he rushed over. Smack! Wen Shan slapped the subordinate to the ground. Then he quickly approached and knelt before Qin Xiaochuan, exclaiming, "Brother Xiaochuan." The scene fell into stunned silence. Song Dachuan and his subordinates were left speechless, frozen in disbelief. Heavens! What am I witnessing? The godfather of the underworld, Brother Wen, is kneeling before this young man? What is happening? Surely, I must be hallucinating. Yet, Qin Xiaochuan paid no heed to Wen Shan and turned to Song Dachuan. "Dachuan, this is your idol." Dachuan remained incredulous, gazing at the scene, at a loss for words. Qin Xiaochuan patted Wen Shan's head. "Wen Shan, I told my brother that you were trash. Do you think I am right?" Yes. Brother Xiaochuan is correct. Before him, I am but a pile of dung." Wen Shan nodded vigorously. Qin Xiaochuan then shifted his gaze to the 8 subordinates of Song Dachuan. "You were just about to chop off my hand to appease your brother Wen?" The 8 thugs snapped back to reality, trembling in fear. Even the dullest among them understood that this Brother Xiaochuan was an extraordinary figure, one whom even Brother Wen would kneel before and call himself a pile of dung. They realized they were not worthy of provoking him. In an instant, they were at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. "One arm must be sacrificed. Depart," Qin Xiaochuan stated coolly. Upon hearing this, their faces drained of color, filled with dread. "Chop it off yourself. You have 3 seconds," Wen Shan commanded coldly. The 8 thugs understood the dire consequences of defying Wen Shan, and with gritted teeth, they each severed their own arms, screaming in agony. Qin Xiaochuan then pointed at Song Dachuan and said, "Wen Shan, this is my brother. From now on, you and Yunlong Society's Yunsong will acknowledge him as your elder brother." "Yes, Brother Xiaochuan." Wen Shan approached Song Dachuan and respectfully called, "Brother Chun." Song Dachuan felt as if he were in a dream. Utterly unprepared for the transformation that had just placed him in the ranks of a godfather in Qingyun City, all due to a mere sentence from Qin Xiaochuan. "Wen Shan, my brother Chun does not possess martial skills, only basic fighting techniques. Please train him," Qin Xiaochuan instructed. "Yes, Brother Xiaochuan." Wen Shan dared not disobey. "Dachuan, relish your newfound status as a big brother. Should you need anything, give me a call. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Qin Xiaochuan patted the still-dazed Dachuan and departed. He felt quite bemused. He had promised Song Sanyi to counsel Dachuan against the underworld, yet instead, he had inadvertently elevated him to the rank of a crime lord. "In truth, I am not breaking my promise," Song Sanyi advised him against the underworld. "But now he is mingling with it." Well, no contradictions there. Qin Xiaochuan drove straight to the Shuiwe villa, where Qin Yunho resided. "Brother Chun, what is your relationship with Brother Xiaochuan?" Wen Shan inquired cautiously. Song Dachuan's lips twitched. "Brother Chuan was from my village. A good friend with whom I had played in the mud since childhood." Uft! Wen Shan spat out a mouthful of old blood. "How come our village doesn't have such an impressive childhood friend? By the way, am I truly your elder brother now?" Song Dachuan looked at Wen Shan with uncertainty. "Yes, Spring brother," Wen Shan replied with utmost respect. "Does that mean you will heed my every word?" Song Dachuan's excitement surged. "Indeed, Spring brother," Wen Shan nodded. "Then, let me have a turn with your lover. What's her name, Mei? Is that a problem?" Song Dachuan inquired, smacking his lips. "No problem," Wen Shan quickly nodded, not daring to show any reluctance. "At Shuiwe Villa, have your arrangements for the flight been made?" Qin Xiaochuan sat confidently in the main seat of Shuiwe Villa. "Yes, everything is in order. We can depart at any time." Qin Yunho stood before Qin Xiaochuan with great respect. "By the way, before we set off, I need more bullets. Your gun has only 7 rounds, and now only 5 remain," Qin Xiaochuan said while playing with the pistol he had drawn from his waist. "Master, how many do you require?" Qin Yunho asked respectfully. "Is there a possibility of acquiring 10,000? Qin Xiaochuan inquired. "Certainly," Qin Yunho replied. "Then have 10,000 delivered to my villa," Qin Xiaochuan commanded. "Understood." Qin Yunho immediately instructed his subordinates to carry out the task, secretly thinking, "I won't stoop to the level of a dead man. Tomorrow, my sun will still rise, while you won't see it, ha. All right, let us depart for Kyoto now." Qin Xiaochuan raised his hand. At that moment, Qin Yunho's subordinate brought news that the Public Security Bureau would commence routine inspections at the airport, stating that all flights could only land but not take off. and that all flights were delayed until noon tomorrow. Qin Yunho's lips twitched, cursing inwardly, damn it. Public Security Bureau. Why do you choose today to conduct inspections? What a nuisance. Despite his high status, he dared not use his authority to greenlight himself, fearing it might raise Chen Xiaochuan's suspicions. Thus, Qin Yunho could only look helplessly at Chen Xiaochuan. Since we can only take off tomorrow afternoon, let it be tomorrow afternoon. I shall return for now, Chen Xiaochuan said as he got up to leave. After Chen Xiaochuan departed, Qin Yunho rushed to his room and vented his frustrations into the air, cursing Chen Xiaochuan's ancestors in the coarsest of terms. Night fell at 8:49 p.m. A mysterious aircraft gradually descended onto Qingyun City Airport. Yang Yin had already changed into casual attire, donning a baseball cap and a mask, waiting at the exit of a special passage. Though she had concealed herself thoroughly, her alluring figure remained undeniable, attracting the attention of many passers-by. With such a physique, even if she had a face like Feng Jia, she could still garner much admiration. Shortly after, Linghua appeared in the passage. Yang Yin waved. Senior sister Linghua, over here. Junior sister Yang, TSK. With that baseball cap and mask, you look like a celebrity on the move. What are you trying to show off? Linghua teased as she approached. By the way, have you brought the help you mentioned? Yang Yin blinked and inquired. Right behind us, they'll be here soon. Linghua pointed behind her. As the silhouette approached, Yang Yin was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise as she quickly removed her mask, her emotions surging. Instructor Wan. A storm of excitement brewed within her. Never had she imagined that senior sister Linghua could summon Wan Zihong, one of the top 10 elite instructors at the Kyoto Women's Police Academy, and ranked first, an unrivaled existence at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Chen Xiaochuan, oh Chen Xiaochuan. Tonight, let's see how you remain arrogant. Wan Zihong gracefully approached Yang Yin, smiling lightly. Yang Yin, it's been a long time. Instructor. Yang Yin promptly stood at attention, chest out, and saluted solemnly. Let us go. Wan Zihong nodded, and they all got into Yang Yan's car, speeding away. Instructor Wan. Your presence for our little matters is truly overwhelming. Yang Yin still found it hard to believe Wan Zihong's arrival. Wan Zihong remained composed, stating, If I learn that my student has been bullied, I cannot ignore it. You know my protective nature. With Instructor Wan assisting us, our grievances will surely be avenged. Linghua chimed in cheerfully. Indeed, do not underestimate our esteemed instructor. She is merely 10 years older than us, yet already at the pinnacle of martial arts. 10 years from now, I might not even reach the master level. We are incomparable. Yang Yin lamented. Why is it that we are both women? Yet Wan Zihong's figure surpasses mine. Why is she so exceptional? Do not belittle yourselves. There are always higher mountains beyond the hills, people beyond the realm. Do not underestimate anyone. However, it must be said that in the police force, among peers, I have yet to encounter anyone who can match my strength. But if you are willing to work hard, reaching my level in time is not impossible, Wan Zihong said, a slight smile gracing her lips, exuding confidence. Her life experiences granted her such pride. We will certainly strive to improve. Linghua nodded. Instructor Wan, let us grab a late-night snack, rest for the night, and deal with that brat tomorrow, Yang Yin proposed. To their surprise, Wan Zihong shook her head. A mere rogue martial artist? Let us go directly to his home and deal with him first. Then we can have our late-night snack. I need to return tonight. So soon. I wanted to extend my hospitality. Yang Yin opened her mouth in protest. She had not anticipated that Wan Zihong would remain as decisive as ever. This is an order. Wan Zihong stated flatly. Yes. Yang Yin and Linghua replied in unison, instinctively complying. Wan Zihong's lips curled slightly as she closed her eyes. Instructor Wan, may I ask you a personal question? Yang Yin suddenly spoke up. Go ahead. Wan Zihong opened her eyes. Are you still single? Yang Yin asked cautiously. No. Wan Zihong replied succinctly. Then are you planning to remain unmarried? Yang Yin pressed on. To me, all men are worthless. They are not worth marrying. A flicker of disdain crossed Wan Zihong's eyes, which was also why she was willing to assist her two students. She held a low opinion of men. Hee. I feel the same way. Perhaps when we grow old, we can keep each other company. Yang Yin laughed joyfully. That, we can arrange. Wan Zihong also smiled, and their laughter painted a beautiful scene. Linghua, however, chose not to pursue that topic, for deep down, she still yearned for marriage but had simply not encountered the right person. Instructor, this is the residence of that scoundrel. Before they realized it, the car carrying Yang Yin and her companions arrived at the entrance of Hillside Villa No. 1.